Hey, wake up, wake up. What are you staring at? Snap back to reality. Ren E turned towards the source of the voice, his close friend, Li Fei. Nothing in particular. Nothing in particular? Your eyes were nearly glued to the podium that I was gazing out the window. Which of your eyes saw me fixated on the podium? I sensed it. You were using your peripheral vision. Just admit it, there's no shame in it. Honestly, I wasn't. I was lost in thought that I face shot him a skeptical look, deciding not to press further, naturally assuming that Ren E was captivated by the woman at the podium. The woman was their teacher, Hao Manin, the undisputed goddess of Haishur University, blessed with an almost flawless beauty that left one in awe. Her demeanor was gentle and gracious, exuding an elegance and maturity that was irresistibly charming to university students. Moreover, her family background was equally impressive. At merely 26 years of age, she was already a faculty member at a prestigious national university, a testament to her academic achievements. In truth, Li Fei had misjudged Ren E. He was indeed deep in thought, although the view from the podium was undeniably captivating. With summer vacation approaching, Ren E. was contemplating his plans for the break. In previous years, he had spent the holidays away from home, but this time his parents insisted he return for a while, claiming there were matters to discuss. Thus, he was pondering what could possibly be so important that warranted his return home, inadvertently leading to Li Fei's misconception of his distraction. Ren E was a sophomore at Haishur University, majoring in Chinese, a choice influenced by his family background. His grandfather, Ren Min, was a literary figure during the early days of the reform and opening up, and his grandmother, Zhou Fenggu, was also an academic, both of whom had educated countless students. His parents, Ren Guiyuan and Wang Zhua, were professors at Tiandu University, positioning their family as one of scholarly distinction. Consequently, Ren E was influenced by this environment to pursue a major steeped in the rich culture of his country. As the final class came to a close, summer vacation commenced. Exiting the campus, Ren E hailed a taxi and made his way home. His residence was located in a well-situated neighborhood in the city center, decent, but not particularly extravagant. Upon returning home, he found his parents already waiting for him in the living room, further deepening his confusion. Ren Guiyuan waved his son over. "Come sit down for a moment. What's going on?" Noticing the seriousness in his usually composed parents' expressions, Ren E spoke first. Ren Guiyuan regarded his son, adjusted himself slightly, and candidly stated, "Your grandfather has arranged a fiancée for you. You may need to meet her tomorrow." "Excuse me? A fiancée? Tomorrow?" The suddenness, the bewilderment, and the overwhelming nature of the news left Ren E at a loss for words. "Yes. After you meet her, barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will be getting married in a while." After uttering these words, Ren's father seemed to realize the abruptness of his announcement and exchanged furtive glances with Ren's mother. Taking a deep breath 3 times, he found himself at a loss for words in comparison. The phrase "child, you were actually adopted" seemed trivial. The shock was overwhelming. This statement was hardly different from remaining silent. He knew his grandfather all too well, the underlying message being, "Just endure if you're not dead yet." It is indeed rather sudden, yet both your father and I are in agreement the young lady is truly exceptional, undoubtedly a wonderful daughter-in-law. Ren E yearned to retort, "What good is your agreement if you disapprove?" Alas, he lacked the courage to speak up in the face of his serious parents. "Dad, Mom, I haven't even graduated yet. Is this not too soon? You're 22, it's not too early. Your father became a dad at 21. Is there no room for negotiation? There is. Tomorrow we shall visit your grandfather, and you can discuss it with him." At that moment, Ren E felt the tumult of emotions: curiosity, regret, helplessness, and a hint of dissatisfaction. Sensing his son's turmoil, his father spoke. "It may seem rushed at first, but your grandfather has his own considerations. The elders would not steer you wrong. The girl is truly good, and this should be beneficial for you." Ren E understood that his father was unlikely to deceive him. Though their family held certain traditional views, they were by no means outdated. If his father deemed her good, then she must indeed be commendable. As a dutiful son, he had always been obedient and aware that his parents acted in his best interest. Thus, he could only gradually adjust his mindset. Naturally, carefully contemplating the feasibility of declining was also imperative. "Do I know her? You likely haven't met her. She is the granddaughter of your grandfather's friend. You must have heard of Hao Shengli." His father provided a brief introduction. Ren he was indeed familiar with Hao Shengli. Having encountered him a few times at his grandfather's home, he was the founder of the Haisher Victory Group, a quintessential capitalist. His father had mentioned that he was a comrade in arms of his grandfather, bound by a deep friendship after leaving the military. One pursued academia, while the other ventured into business, ultimately establishing the Victory Group, one of the largest conglomerates in Haisher. Dad, please don't tell me this is an arranged marriage. The chaotic emotions prompted Run E to find humor in his predicament. It could be described as such it was agreed upon years ago. However, both your grandfather and the other party had their commitments at that time, which led to it being set aside. Now that both elders are retired and often gather, the matter has resurfaced. The timing is right, and we have all met the girl thus. It has been settled. It was hard to fathom that his father had used the word 5 times, a clear deviation from standard expression evidently. His father was also somewhat flustered. Does the young lady have any objections? She has already consented. Rennie, it was unmistakable, a fine young lady indeed. The following morning, Wang Zhua helped his son prepare his attire, inspecting it thoroughly from all angles before declaring, "All is well, let us be on our way." Point 3. Individuals exited their abode, with Ren's father at the wheel, transporting Ren's mother and Ren Yi towards the residence of their grandfather. Ren Yi's grandfather had only one son, Ren's father, who did not reside with him. After retirement, he had chosen to live with Ren Yi's grandmother in a serene villa situated in the suburbs. Upon their arrival, the trio stepped out of the vehicle, and Ren Yi noticed 2 luxurious Mercedes-Benz parked in the courtyard. It was evident that these vehicles did not belong to his grandfather. They must belong to the Hao family. Ren's father glanced at Ren Yi and remarked, "Let us proceed inside. We must not keep them waiting." With a heart full of complex emotions, Ren Yi found himself devoid of the inclination to converse, merely nodding in agreement as he followed his parents inside. In the grand hall, 2 elderly individuals were seated together, savoring tea and engaging in lively conversation, while the current head of the Victory Group, Hao Qingfeng, sat among them. The elder Hao, being an only child, naturally entrusted his business to his son upon retirement. Beside him sat Hao Shengli's daughter-in-law, Jiang Min, followed by Hao Shengli's granddaughter, one of the day's key figures. As the 3 entered, Ren's father was the first to greet everyone, saying, "Father, Mother, Uncle Hao, apologies for the wait." He then approached Hao Qingfeng, extending his hand with a smile. "Qingfeng, sister-in-law, it has indeed been a long time." "Indeed, it has been far too long. Once we finalize our matters, let us sit together." Hao Qingfeng responded warmly, reciprocating the handshake. Jiang Min chimed in, "Yes, yes, bring along Zhuo Mei and Xiao Yi for a meal at home. It would be delightful to gather." At this moment, all eyes turned towards the 2 protagonists, and the elders exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why their usually sensible children remained silent. Upon closer inspection, their confusion deepened. One protagonist appeared utterly astonished, as if transcending to another realm, while the other extended her delicate arm. Awaiting a handshake, Point 1 remained lost in thought, while the other seemed unhurried, as time appeared to stand still. "Please, everyone, take a seat." Fortunately, Ren Onmin's voice shattered the silence. Regaining his composure, Ren Yi joined his parents at the side, exuding an aura of bewildered innocence. Noticing her son's unusual demeanor, Ren's mother leaned in and whispered, "What is troubling you? Is there an issue?" Ren Yi found himself at a loss for words, responding only with a tearful expression. The 2 elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a mutual understanding. And then Ren Yi's grandfather spoke. "It has been far too long since our families gathered. Like this, let's take this opportunity to reminisce. The matters concerning our 2 children have long been decided previously. Our busy schedules hinder progress. Now that both of us are retired, it is time to bring this to the forefront. Indeed, they are both wonderful children, and I believe they are well suited for one another. Young people should spend more time together. This will surely cultivate their affection. When the time is right, we shall select a date for their union, preventing the distractions of the world from corrupting the bond between our families." No sooner had Ren's grandfather finished speaking than the elder Hao stood up to affirm the sentiment. At this moment, Ren Yi gazed at the 2 individuals of undeniable stature and quietly mused upon the depth of their bond, reflecting that their temperaments seemed to stem from the same maternal lineage. Amused in secret, Ren Yi found it difficult to maintain his composure as the day's events unfolded in a series of exhilarating waves. overwhelming his tender spirit. Noticing her son lost in thought, Wang Zhu hastily gestured for him to greet the young lady, lest he appear impolite. Receiving the signal, Ren Yi took a deep breath and approached directly, the lady also rising with a smile. "Hello, teacher, how?" he managed to utter. Silence. After a prolonged pause, Ren Yi, uncertain how to proceed, resorted to a simple greeting akin to those exchanged at school. The entire family bore a unified expression of confusion. "Hello." The response came from none other than Ren Yi's teacher. How Manon, in contrast to Ren Yi's overwhelming surprise, she seemed to possess an innate awareness, exhibiting little astonishment. As the group emerged from their collective stupor, they inquired, "Do you know each other, teacher?" Though the question resonated among all, it was Ren Yi's mother who, undeniably, displayed the greatest excitement. As Ren Yi pondered how to respond, How Manon took the initiative to clarify. "Yes, we are both at Haishu University, and I am responsible for teaching Ren Yi's class, so I suppose I am his teacher." How Manon's explanation was delivered with calmness, devoid of surprise or embarrassment, further confirming Ren Yi's suspicions that she was indeed aware. "You knew Ren Yi was him all along?" Quickly, Ren Yi's father posed the question he most wished to ask. "Yes, I was aware when you informed me." "Then why didn't you tell us? Is there any difference?" Ahem. Hao Shengli, standing nearby, cleared his throat twice, alleviating the potential for another bout of silence, and spoke. "Let the young ones converse. Perhaps take a stroll or explore the shops. Isn't that what young people enjoy?" Observing the unfolding situation, Hao Shengli devised a strategy to ease the atmosphere. "Yes, go ahead, but don't stay out too late. Xiao Yi, remember to escort in home." Old Master Ren added a reminder. Reflecting his traditional mindset, despite the established relationship, he insisted on adhering to propriety. Once again distracted, Ren Yi was roused by his mother's subtle cue. His usually serene disposition seemed to have exhausted all capacity for surprise on this day. With a dazed expression, Ren Yi looked towards Hao Manon, uncertain how to initiate conversation. Yet, she remained ever smiling, understanding his predicament, and graciously took the lead. "Shall we take a walk?" "Certainly, teacher. Let us go for a stroll." Thus the awkward Ren Yi led his teacher outside, and on the bustling streets of the city, two individuals walked in silence, drawing the attention of passers-by with their striking presence. The young man exuded a refined and clean aura, while the young woman radiated grace and beauty, embodying the modern ideals of a golden boy and a jade girl. In truth, Ren Yi's appearance could only be described as decent, perhaps even somewhat slender. However, his refreshing demeanor lent him an air of cleanliness that elevated his image. "Teacher, do you not oppose this?" After composing his thoughts, Ren Yi was the first to shatter the silence. "Why would I oppose? I have known about this longer than you might think. I have observed you. You are diligent and eager to learn, held in high regard at school, and you possess an attractive appearance. Our families are well acquainted, and since marriage is inevitable, it is rather commendable to wed a young and handsome man who pleases your parents." Once again, Ren Yi found himself at a loss for words. After all, a boy had no ground to refute a teacher's words regarding students. Does the teacher not have a boyfriend? "No. I have been focused on my study for the past few years and have had little time for such matters." "What about you?" "I do not, as my father does not advocate for it, believing it would interfere with my studies." Ren Yi was again struck by the realization that his stern father was quite adaptable once his grandfather spoke. All principles seemed to vanish. "Dada, it appears that your father believes that while dating may be detrimental, marriage is not. Given the current circumstances, that seems to be the case. Then do you agree?" Seeing her teacher's calm demeanor as she posed a question, Ren Yi was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, he countered with a question of his own. "What about you, teacher? Can you truly accept this?" This time, Hao Manon fell silent for a moment, gazing intently at her student before speaking gently. "I do not know, but I understand that acceptance may be the wisest choice. Though the situation could be more complex than it appears." "What situation?" Ren Yi struggled to conceive of any matter that could be resolved through an arranged marriage. Moreover, given his understanding of his family's dynamics, they had yet to reach such a level that "I am uncertain this is merely my father's conjecture. After all, our grandfathers would not force us into such an arrangement for the sake of mere friendship. So, back to the earlier question, do you agree? If I agree, does that mean we will soon be married, before the end of the holiday, perhaps even sooner than you anticipate. Ren, he had initially thought it might take around 6 months for the circumstances to change significantly, never expecting that it was already imminent. Emotionally and rationally, I hope you would disagree, however. For the sake of both our families, agreement truly seems to be the best course of action. How man and regarded Ren, awaiting his response, that I understand. Should any discrepancies arise in the future, I hope the teacher will guide me. Reason told Ren that his teacher was not speaking aimlessly, nor was she infatuated with him as a woman. She might feel even more helpless than he. Nevertheless, he accepted the situation with composure. Upon reflecting on this, Ren felt a twinge of guilt. Sooner or later, he would marry, and to be fortunate enough to wed a woman as admirable as his teacher was a blessing he could scarcely comprehend. The rational child is always the good child. This will surely delight the teacher, how Manon remarked, easing into a light-hearted jest. Ren pondered whether, after marriage, they would establish rules akin to those portrayed in television dramas. Should he add the stipulation, do not refer to each other as boy or girl? After meandering for a while longer, they sought a place to dine at by 7 p.m. At Renyi's request, he escorted Hao Manon back to her home, opting not to ascend the stairs but to return directly to his own residence. Throughout this entire process, both of them were somewhat preoccupied, drifting through the day's date in a haze. Ren did not return home to his own abode, but rather to his grandfather's house, aware that his family would be awaiting his return and eager to gauge his sentiments. Moreover, he was keen to uncover the details of the situation. Upon entering the hall, he found, as anticipated, that everyone except the Gao family was present, seemingly awaiting his arrival. How did it go? Renyi's father inquired on behalf of the family. Well, we have all agreed. Ren replied that a collective sigh of relief seemed to wash over the family. Ren Guiyuan glanced at his father, seeking Ren Onmin's perspective. After a moment of silence, Ren Onmin finally spoke that, Is there anything you find unsatisfactory? After a brief pause, Ren took a deep breath and solemnly stated, Yes, grandfather, I am indeed dissatisfied this time. What is wrong with that girl? It is unrelated to teacher Gao. She is a wonderful woman, and I consider a fortune to be with her. However, do you not think this is rather hasty? Noticing the silence from his family, he continued, Since childhood, you have praised my good nature and understanding, for I know that having a stern father and a loving mother is my greatest blessing. You have often educated me on this point. Yet, this situation is different. I too have aspirations for the future. In a fleeting moment, my later years seem to have been predetermined. While this is indeed a fortunate development, perhaps I could never strive for such lucky, cannot accept it without reservation. Silence ensued. Ren Yi's grandmother sighed, her heart aching for her grandson. Ren Yi's father and grandfather, consistently upright and strict with him, contrasted with his mother, who, despite her affection, often emphasized education due to her teaching. Background: It was only Ren Yi's grandmother, who truly embodied the essence of a grandparent's affection. Seeing her grandson distressed was unbearable. Xiao Yi, the elders mean no harm. The reason for our actions is genuinely for your benefit. And is a good girl, and her marrying into our family is a blessing for us all, fulfilling a wish held by both your grandfather Gao and me. Moreover, this is an urgent matter. There is no need for further contemplation. As long as you two coexist harmoniously, we, as your elders, will be thoroughly content. Having concluded his remarks, grandfather said no more. Ren suspected that what his grandfather referred to as the secondary reason was, in fact, the true cause. Understanding the elder's stance and recognizing that it could not be altered, he deemed it wise to accept this reality as a beneficial fact that I comprehend. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not approach marriage with negligence. Please rest assured, grandfather. Very well. When the time comes, I shall have your grandmother select an auspicious date for your wedding, after which the affairs will be yours as young people. Xiao Yi, your mother and I have arranged the details prior to that. It will be prudent for you to spend more time with an as such matters tend to be more challenging for young ladies to accept. Upon hearing this from his grandmother, Ren felt a twinge of guilt. While his teacher had buried her emotions deep within and faced the situation with calmness, he, as a man, found himself being overly sentimental. Rest assured, grandmother, I shall do so. With everything decided, Ren Yi's family departed, leaving only the anticipation of the wedding. Upon returning home, it was already evening. After freshening up, Ren-yi retired to his room to sleep. However, sleep eluded him. Perhaps his teacher felt similarly. Finding the thought rather dull, he closed his eyes and forced himself into slumber. The following morning, Ren-yi's mother had already prepared breakfast. Hurry, wash up and have breakfast. Once finished, tidy yourself up to pick up an inn, and then you too shall go to register your marriage. In just half a month, the wedding will occur. As she spoke, Ren-yi's mother helped him select formal attire. Are we going today? After asking, Ren-yi fell silent, realizing the urgency of the day. The holiday was not long at all. Indeed, it is today, and will be busy tomorrow. Do you think she has the luxury of time like you do, believing the summer break is free of obligations? I understand. I too have responsibilities during the summer. Enough. Eat quickly. We will take your father's car shortly. Having hastily finished breakfast, Ren-yi drove off in his father's vehicle. Hao Man's family resided together, unlike Ren-yi's family, which lived separately. Hao Shengli had only one son, Hao Qingfeng, who had a son and a daughter. Hao Man was the younger sister, with an older brother, Hao Manja, who was undergoing training in the military. As per Hao Shengli's wishes, confirming the location, Ren-yi drove into the villa. The value of this property in such a prime area was truly beyond mere description. Mr. Ren, please come in. The door was opened by a middle-aged woman, kind and gentle in demeanor, likely the housekeeper. Thank you, Auntie. No need for such formality, Mr. Ren. Please step inside. Mr. Hao has been waiting. Upon entering the hall, aside from Hao Shengli, who moved with some difficulty, the entire family welcomed him warmly. Xiao, he has arrived. Please take a seat. Zhou Jia, prepare a cup of hot tea for Xiao. The one who spoke first was Hao Man's mother, an exceptionally elegant and beautiful woman, undoubtedly the source of her daughter's stunning looks. Thank you, Annie. You are far too kind. Ren-yi quickly responded in gratitude. No need for such formality. Soon we will be family, so feel at home. Come, sit here, said Mother Hao, guiding Ren-yi to sit beside Hao Man. Everyone was aware of the day's primary purpose, and after exchanging some pleasantries, they prepared to embark on their journey. During this time, Mother Hao offered Ren-yi a couple of earnest pieces of advice. Xiao-yi, while love cannot be rushed, you and Inen are both good children and must not hurt one another. It was evident that Mother Hao spoke with utmost seriousness and even a hint of excitement. Do not speak nonsense. Neither Xiao-yi nor Inen are those types of people. You worry too much. Nevertheless, you should heed your mother's advice, said Hao Qingfeng, eager to alleviate any potential awkwardness. Grandpa, uncle, aunt, I can assure you that regardless of the circumstances, I will never allow my teacher to suffer any injustice. Neither my parents nor my grandparents would permit it, so please rest assured that this will never change. Ren-yi earnestly promised while looking at teacher Hao's parents. This was his heartfelt sentiment no matter what. As a man, he would never allow a woman to be wronged. Dad, Mom, I'm still his teacher. Please do not overthink it. Hao Manon, momentarily lost in thought at her student's solemn vow, felt that this at least was not a negative development. Teacher Hao's parents had already come to trust Ren-yi, primarily because they believed in his family. It seems I've been overthinking. You young people can handle your own matters, she conceded. If you think so, I can rest easy. Grandpa is old and has no particular wishes as long as the younger generation is well. That is enough. Now off you go. Grandpa Hao concluded with a couple of reminders. Civil Affairs Bureau. For Ren-yi, this was once a distant place, and now he was about to enter. They exchanged glances, signaling each other before stepping inside together. Are you two here to apply for a marriage certificate? The staff member inquired professionally. Yes, we are, they replied in unison. Identification, please. They handed over their household registration books. Time for photo? All right. Sure, they echoed, smiling at each other as they followed the staff. All right, let's begin. Sit close and smile, the staff instructed. Today, Hao Manon looked stunning in a simple yet elegant white dress, maintaining a radiant smile while seated beside Ren-yi, her beauty truly captivating. Ren-yi, sitting next to her, could catch a whiff of a delicate fragrance. The atmosphere was undeniably tense, prompting him to follow the staff's guidance, inching closer and forcing a professional smile. Yes, good at long last. The filming concluded, and He let out a sigh of relief that he glanced towards the teacher, noticing nothing amiss, yet felt a wave of private shame wash over him. In truth, Manon's palms were already adorned with a glistening sheen, and her heart was far from the calm it appeared to be. Here is your marriage certificate, please cherish it. In all my years here, I have seldom seen a couple as well matched as you two. Treasure well. Thank you. Thank you. The two could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile before hastily departing. Chapter 3. Happy Newlyweds, Part 1. As the couple emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, they approached their vehicle. Do you have other matters to attend to, teacher? Manon playfully inquired. I apologize. It feels inappropriate to address you by name, Ren awkwardly confessed. How long will it take you to adjust, Renee? I will do my best. What about at school, teacher? It's entirely up to you. There is no need for concealment now that we are legally wed. After uttering these words, Manon seemed to find amusement in her own statement, letting out a light chuckle. The phrase stunningly beautiful is indeed more than mere hyperbole. At this moment, Renee was wholly captivated by the scenery before him. It was a stark contrast to the confines of the classroom, more liberating, more profound, and undeniably endearing. Though I am now your wife, is it acceptable for you to look at me like that? I apologize, you truly are striking. I was momentarily lost in thought. Ren replied candidly, having regained his composure. Oh, Manon blushed slightly at his forthrightness, and the atmosphere turned awkward once more. Shall I drive you home then? Rennie deftly shifted the conversation. Aren't we going to eat first? Ah, yes, it is indeed time to dine. It's past 11. Where shall we go? Ren couldn't help but lament his lack of decisiveness. You choose. Is there a good place nearby? There's a Western restaurant I remember. Sounds good. Let us go. In truth, Rennie had a better venue in mind, the hotel owned by Li Fei, where they typically dined. However, given the nature of today's circumstances, he refrained from suggesting it. After enjoying their meal, they parted ways, with the separation occurring at Manon's home. Before leaving, Rennie couldn't escape Mrs. Howe's flurry of admonitions. After accepting her counsel, he drove back home. How did it go? Was it smooth? Once Ren had departed, Jiang Min turned to her daughter. Yes, it went quite well, Manon replied, preparing to retreat to her room. Inan, if you truly are unwilling, it is not too late for your father to discuss this with your grandfather. Hao Qingfeng had always cherished his daughter, fearing she might suffer in silence. No, Rennie is quite wonderful. He is my student and genuinely a good match. Everyone must marry eventually, and marrying him seems quite favorable. Do not worry. We will get along well. I'm going to rest now. There is nothing to fret about. Upon hearing such reassurances, Hao Qingfeng and his wife felt a measure of relief and chose not to press further. Once in her room, Manon sat quietly by the window, gazing outside. Lost in her thoughts. I am about to be married, she murmured, contemplating the view beyond. People often say that waiting is a lengthy endeavor, however. Some waits are strikingly brief. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, at the Hongqiao Grand Hotel, it is undeniably a propitious day, particularly suitable for confessions of love, romantic unions, and matrimonial ceremonies. This venue is also an exquisite choice, frequently hosting various upscale weddings. The couple, Ren Guiyuan and his wife, have long since dispatched invitations to their family and friends and are now warmly welcoming their esteemed guests. Congratulations, congratulations, they exclaim. Please, come in, come in. The proud Ren parents are thoroughly engaged in the bustling atmosphere, responding with unwavering enthusiasm. As the time approaches, Ren's mother returns to the hall in search of her son. Upon entering, she catches sight of Ren'e and momentarily pauses. Even as a mother who has watched her son grow, she cannot help but be taken aback by his impeccably tailored suit. Xiaoyi, you look remarkably handsome today. Indeed. You are a true Ren family offspring. You are simply exceptional. It must be acknowledged that while Ren'e may not possess striking features, his scholarly demeanor, complemented by his formal attire, undeniably exudes an extraordinary charm. Hurry up and get ready. It's time to fetch the bride, she urges. I understand, Mom. I'll be ready shortly. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs. After escorting his mother out, Ren'e surveyed his surroundings and smiled. Senior sister, is that you? The quiet ambience offered no response, and Ren'e silently approached the water dispenser to fill a cup. Upon turning around, he found a woman of unassuming appearance had naturally appeared behind him, as though she had always been there. Had there been other onlookers, they would surely be astounded, not merely by her sudden presence, but by her beauty, likened to a legendary beauty descending from the heavens. Such descriptors may seem exaggerated, yet they are undoubtedly fitting in this context. The woman appeared to be only slightly older than Ren, yet her serene and gentle demeanor, coupled with her simple and composed attire, imbued her with an air of maturity. "Senior sister, have some water," he offered kindly, extending the cup. She shook her hand in refusal, remaining silent. Ren was accustomed to this behavior. His understanding of her was limited to her true name, Deepening, and the fact that she had been mute since childhood. Beyond that, she remained one of the closest individuals to him in the world. Deepening gazed at Ren, gesturing with her right hand as if employing a form of sign language, though simpler, relying solely on one hand. "Yes, I am getting married today. How did you know?" "Senior sister?" Ren expressed his surprise at her awareness of the event, as he had not informed either his master or her. Deepening maintained her gentle smile, looking at him without speaking or indicating any intent to explain through gestures. "Has master arrived?" Ren inquired, his concern evident. Before attending university, he had spent his holidays under his master's tutelage, having never attended primary school, receiving his education solely from his master, a decision made by his grandfather and master, which Ren's parents were also aware of. To him, the master was akin to family. The senior sister, having grown up alongside the master, was regarded as a sibling by Ren, who had no brothers or sisters of his own, with his mother having given birth to only one son. It was only natural for Ren to consider his senior sister as kin. The master was not in Haishur. He had gone north. Deepening responded to her junior's inquiry using sign language. "Oh, is the senior sister attending my wedding?" Ren remarked with a hint of self-deprecating humor, raising his hands in exasperation. Deepening merely smiled and shook her head. "Is the senior sister leaving? Won't you stay a bit longer? This is a momentous occasion for your junior." Ren attempted to persuade her to remain with such a rationale. Deepening continued to gaze at him, her smile gentle, as if her sole purpose for being there was simply to see him. Understanding her long-standing habits, Ren sighed and ceased his insistence. "The senior sister has become even more beautiful. I, as her junior, feel truly humbled," he joked, noticing her unwavering gaze upon him. "You two have grown more handsome." "You're getting married now?" Deepening communicated with a smile. "I have long since matured. It has been several years since I came of age," he replied. Deepening smiled yet again, choosing not to speak. "When are you leaving? When will you return?" "At present, I do not know. Please send my regards to the master. I miss him dearly, as well as you, senior sister." Since childhood, Deepening had always been exceptionally kind to Ren, despite their similar ages. Her maturity did not hinder her affection towards him. Deepening nodded with a smile. "Xiao-yi, we should be on our way. It is late, and we must avoid any taboos." "I understand, mother. I will come down shortly." As time pressed on, Ren's mother began to urge him. He intended to bid farewell to his senior sister before departing, but upon turning around, she had already vanished. "Farewell, senior sister," he murmured quietly as he set off with his mother. Upon entering the Hao residence, following Jiang Min's instructions, Ren proceeded towards Hao Manin's room. Contrary to the rumors of an imposing entourage of bridesmaids, there were none to obstruct him, nor was there a groomsmen's brigade to confront him. As he had not invited any friends, his companions were merely classmates, and the consequences of their presence would be predictable. Ren believed the master would likely feel the same. Just as he relished this unexpectedly easy passage, he was suddenly halted. "Stop, young brother. You can't possibly think you can just walk in like that?" A woman clad in a light pink gown stood before him, exuding elegance with her impeccable hairstyle, striking features, enviable figure, and an air of sophistication, an embodiment of a refined lady. Lu Yilin was Hao Manin's closest confidant, without a doubt, once classmates. She now worked for a fashion brand, epitomizing a standard corporate professional. Ren could not deny that he was startled by the unexpected appearance of this woman. Stealing an additional glance, for she was entirely different from the master. "Surely, you do not intend to proceed in such a manner?" "I apologize. I am not very familiar with the procedure. Who among us truly is?" "Cough. Today there aren't many sisters around, so I won't put you in a difficult position. Just answer me a few questions, and I'll take you to pick up Arnon." "All right. Please go ahead. Now, pay attention. What do you plan to do in the future?" "I'm not quite sure. Perhaps I will continue my studies." Despite the uncertainty, Ren answered truthfully. "Will you and Nen be in a long-distance relationship?" This question had never crossed Ren's mind. The suddenness of the situation left him no room to ponder. "I'm not sure. Perhaps I should listen to the teacher's advice." That's rather obedient of you. When will you stop calling her teacher?" "As soon as possible. I really haven't adjusted yet." Actually, I was just asking randomly. In the future, don't let an suffer. Oh, I want tea. I will do my utmost to lessen the teacher's worries. All right. Hearing you call her teacher is quite awkward. I initially thought there would be a groomsman entourage. Yet it seems it's just you. How dull. Come with me inside. Your little brother has arrived. As Ren E entered the room, he stood momentarily at the door. Captivated by the sight before him, like a pure and elegant lotus, mesmerizingly beautiful. Lost in his gaze, he forgot to control his eyes, remaining fixed in place. Hao Manon was equally astonished by Ren E's entrance. The usually simple and clean young man had suddenly transformed into a striking gentleman, leaving her momentarily stunned. Lu Yilin, observing the silent exchange of feelings between the two, found herself speechless. However, she had to admit they were a perfect match. And she felt a twinge of envy towards the newlywed couple. Cough. Have you seen enough? If you want to look, do so at home tonight. Show me later. You too. The atmosphere was decisively shattered by Lu Yilin, and the two, suddenly realizing the situation, hurriedly averted their gazes. Teacher, I have come to pick you up. Ren E now found the term teacher rolling off his tongue with increasing ease. Let us go? With that, Hao Manon prepared to rise. Are we leaving just like this? Upon hearing her friend's question, she and Rennie exchanged puzzled glances as if to ask, what else is there? It's nothing. Let us go. Observing their expressions, Lu Yilin had already given up. Today, the teacher looked stunning. Just as they were about to exit, Ren E suddenly turned to Hao Manon and earnestly said, you look exceptionally beautiful today. A bit taken aback, Hao Manon turned to look at Ren E, momentarily stunned, then smiled as she regained her composure. You are quite remarkable today as well. Thank you, Ren E replied, feeling slightly shy at the compliment. Are you both satisfied with your looks now? Let us go. Are you trying to make me explode? All right. Chapter 4. Happy Wedding Part 2. With the arrival of the bride, the wedding commenced in grandeur. Hao Qifeng escorted his daughter step by step towards Ren E. Despite his high regard for Ren E, witnessing his daughter's impending marriage filled his eyes with a hint of reluctance. Xiao Yi, I entrust into you. She was once your teacher, and now she will be your wife. A man has the obligation to cherish his partner. Do not disappoint your father, nor us. Hao Qifeng gazed at Ren E with solemnity and declared, Uncle, please rest assured that I will exert every effort for this. My grandparents and my parents have instilled the same expectation in me. He gently patted Ren E on the shoulder before entrusting him with Gao Manon's hand. Ren E grasped his teacher's hand and turned his gaze towards her, silently inquiring if they could proceed. They walked side by side towards the center of the ceremonial stage, and in that moment, Ren E felt an unusual surge of nervousness. As if his breath had been stifled, Gao Manon shared a similar sentiment. Her gentle demeanor belied a tumultuous inner world. Sensing the dampness of her teacher's palm, Ren E tightened his grip. Gao Manon noticed his gesture, which inexplicably brought her a sense of calm. Almost instinctively, she reciprocated by clasping his hand more firmly. Accepting the blessings that filled the air, their smiles shining even brighter. Ren E's family was predominantly involved in education, with few relatives and mostly friends of his father and grandfather in attendance. In contrast, the Gao family was quite different, although Gao Shengli had few children and relatives. His business ventures had garnered a wide network of friends, with many corporate leaders and business partners present to celebrate the wedding. Despite the couple's efforts to keep the ceremony understated, as a prominent family in Haishur, the marriage of their daughter inevitably drew significant attention. The attendees were largely elders. Ren E and Gao Manon had few friends available, and those who were present were hesitant to approach. Nonetheless, there were some young attendees, many of whom were associated with Xingli Group, and they congregated together, creating a more relaxed atmosphere. Yuanhua, what are your thoughts? Feeling uneasy? A group of young individuals engaged in light conversation, each possessing a remarkable aura, when one in a blue suit initiated the dialogue. Upon his mention, the others perked up, redirecting their focus. I have no particular thoughts. They are indeed a handsome couple. The young man being discussed replied with an impassive expression. Sure, they are quite the match. But you have no thoughts at all. I find that hard to believe. Wu now interjected, ever enthusiastic about disrupting the mood. Zhang Yi expressed her discontent with Wu now. You always seem to take pleasure in ruining the atmosphere. Dressed in a stunning light yellow gown, she appeared strikingly beautiful, yet her demeanor suggested dissatisfaction with her attire, prompting her to divert her attention to commentary. This time, Yuanhua chose not to respond, instead quietly observing the couple on stage. The newlyweds stood there, awaiting the officiant to proclaim their vows of love. Both families were reputable, and thus the marriage demanded a certain gravity. Mr. Run, Ms. Gao, please step to my side. The wedding officiant addressed them with a solemn yet warm smile. The couple, hand in hand, walked towards him. In the ceremonial atmosphere of the occasion, the guests were ushered into their designated places, with men on the left and women on the right. We first invite Mr. Ren's father to the stage to deliver a speech. Let us all extend a warm welcome. Following this, we invite Ms. Hao's father. Let us also welcome him. Now, the newlyweds are requested to take 3 steps forward to the front of the stage. To the groom and bride, we first express our gratitude to our esteemed parents, followed by our dear friends and family, and finally, we give thanks to one another for embarking on this journey of everlasting love. At this moment, both individuals felt an immense sense of relief that this solemn wedding had been devoid of the tormenting complexities often associated with such events. The ceremony concluded in this heartfelt atmosphere, and the parents, having given their final blessings, escorted the newlyweds to their new abode. Their residence, situated not far from Haisher University in the affluent Yuyuan district, was a relatively modest villa within the community, an arrangement that Renyi instinctively knew could not have been prepared by his own parents, but rather by the Hao family. This realization deepened his conviction that the relationship between the two families was likely closer than he had previously imagined. He understood that, typically, his grandfather and father would not readily accept such an arrangement, yet both elders seemed entirely agreeable. After bidding farewell to their family and friends, the couple exhaled a simultaneous sigh of relief, only to soon elevate their apprehension as they abruptly recognized a more significant issue at hand, the onset of their life as a couple. They sat in silence on the living room sofa, with Renyi's heart in turmoil, grappling with the question of how to break the silence and what their life would entail beyond this day, into the morrow and beyond. The thought of consummating their union felt far too daunting to contemplate. Yet how could such matters be discussed? Surely, it was not fitting for a man to voice such sentiments. Didn't he have any pride? But what was the alternative? Wait? Or should his partner initiate the conversation? Indeed. Why was she silent? Did she not care? This notion he could not entertain. The usually composed Renyi's mind was now a flurry of thoughts, akin to a chatterbox. You must have had quite a bit to drink today, he mused internally. Just then, in a moment of clarity, Hao Manon broke the silence. Well, I had a decent amount. Uncle's friends were quite numerous, so I had a few extra drinks. Oh, please refrain from drinking so much in the future. You are still a student, and there is no need to overly concern yourself with such social obligations, Renyi advised gently. Must you emphasize that? She replied, slightly taken aback. Yes, I understand, she conceded. Soon enough, I shall have a headache. Perhaps I should retire early. Renyi, too, felt the desire to rest. Yet the question of how to do so loomed large. At this moment, he found himself perplexed by his partner's intentions. Renyi, I apologize, but I am currently unable to adjust. Would it be possible for us to sleep separately for the time being? After a moment's hesitation, Hao Manon articulated her thoughts, fully aware that while her request was reasonable, it might seem improper, hence her reluctance to voice it. Upon hearing her words, Renyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had she remained silent any longer, he might have harbored some lingering doubts, for, after all, she was undeniably beautiful. Of course, I understand. You should not feel burdened in any way. That is only right. Thank you. Hao Manon sighed with relief upon receiving a response, and smiled gratefully at Renyi. No need for thanks. It was indeed my fault to let the teacher speak first. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Is that so? It seems I am not favored by my classmate Renyi? Relieved, Hao Manon's mood lightened considerably as she attempted to lighten the atmosphere with a jest. Not at all, Renyi replied, noticing the teacher's somewhat teasing gaze upon him. And he instantly felt disinclined to offer any further explanation, merely looking at the teacher with a hint of grievance. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Thank you. Teacher, are you going to sleep now? I feel a bit dizzy and could use some rest. All right, then good night. Yes, good night, teacher. The two, ready to return to their respective rooms, felt grateful for the spaciousness of the grand house, which surely contained many rooms. By the way, if my parents were to inquire or express a desire for grandchildren, you can let me know. I will adapt quickly. Taken aback by this, Renyi momentarily found himself at a loss for words, having to admit that he had overthought things. It was not his fault, being young, full of vigor, and, most importantly, still a virgin, naturally led to such contemplations. That one tea happened. I haven't even graduated yet. My parents are not old-fashioned. So there's no need for you to worry about that. Just let things unfold naturally. After saying this, Manon returned to her room, watching her close the door. Renee also headed back to his own room, once again grateful for the luxury of having an ensuite bathroom, thus avoiding any potential awkwardness. In truth, Renee was not as upright as he seemed. However, in the presence of his teacher, he found himself unable to entertain any ill thoughts, perhaps needing a bit more time for that. Once back in her room, Manon gazed at her elegantly adorned reflection in the mirror, feeling a wave of emotions. Though she did not outwardly express it, her mood was undoubtedly melancholic. Yet, recalling that Renee, being so young, might share a sense of confusion akin to her own, brought a slight smile to her lips. Reflecting on recent days' anxieties, she felt a considerable alleviation. He truly is a good student, she murmured to herself, before proceeding to wash up and retire for the night. Lying in bed, Renee found himself unable to drift off to sleep. Despite having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, his constitution rendered it of little consequence. In the stillness of the night, he pondered many things, reminiscing about his childhood when, due to health issues, he could not attend school. His grandfather entrusted him to a master, an elderly man much like his grandfather, during which time he also met his senior apprentice. 6 years later, Renee finally returned home, beginning his journey through school and society. Nevertheless, every vacation still required a visit to his master until, after entering university, the master informed him that he no longer needed to learn anything further. He felt reluctant to part with his master and senior apprentice, realizing that while it was not a formal graduation, their future encounters would likely be few and far between. Lost in these thoughts, he gradually succumbed to sleep. As Renee opened his eyes, he swiftly acclimated to the morning haze of rising. Today, he was to attend school. Glancing at the clock, he felt relieved and promptly got out of bed, refreshing himself in his room. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he opened the door and descended the stairs. Are you up? Do you feel unwell? I've prepared some rice porridge. Drinking it should help. Manon casually remarked upon seeing Renee come downstairs. Although he had adjusted his mindset, Renee was still somewhat taken aback by the tranquility of the morning. Before him stood a gentle and beautiful woman, clad in a clean and simple jumpsuit, busily preparing breakfast at the dining table, enveloping his heart with an indescribable warmth. Thank you. I feel fine. It's nothing really. You needn't prepare breakfast for me. I can eat at school, he replied. It's better to eat at home in the morning. The food outside tends to be greasy and unhealthy. In the future, if I'm not in a rush, I'll prepare breakfast. Don't worry, my culinary skills are quite decent, Manon said with a slight smile directed at Renee. Then I must trouble you. But I can prepare something too, though it may not be as good as yours, it should be palatable, Renee said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he insisted he could help as well. You can cook? She inquired. Yes, my parents and my master had high expectations of me. So I learned from a young age, he replied. Master? Manon was somewhat surprised to hear a term seldom used in contemporary society. Yes, I was by my master's side when I was young. Master? What did you study? Manon realized that her understanding of this unfamiliar student was perhaps less than she had assumed. Due to my poor health as a child, I studied health preservation, he explained. Manon chose not to press further, but cast a more inquisitive glance in his direction. It pertains to some traditional practices in our country. Noticing that Renee had no intention of elaborating, she refrained from asking more questions. Let us eat. After breakfast, we can drive to school. You have your own car. But your father doesn't allow it, fearing that driving a good car to school might instill some bad habits in you, she said, casting a knowing look. This morning, Manon felt quite content. Although the beginning of their marriage was not as she had wished, it turned out to be better than she had anticipated. In a light-hearted mood, she decided to tease him a bit. Well, aren't you afraid of being seen by the schoolmates? It's fine. They will know sooner or later. If you prefer not to let them know now, you can say it's on the way, she replied. Oh, I'm fine with it. After finishing breakfast, and under Renee's insistence, he finally secured the privilege of washing the dishes. Once everything was tidied up, they drove to school together. Chapter 5. A new beginning. The school was nearby, and within 10 minutes, they arrived. I'll head to the classroom now. Goodbye. Yes. I'll return to the office after parking the car. Goodbye. Upon entering his classroom, Renee discovered his close friend Li Fei already waving at him from his seat. How was your holiday? Why didn't I see you working this time? I had some matters to attend to, so I stayed home. What sort of matters could you possibly have? Wait a moment, my friend. You're not hiding a girlfriend from me, are you? It seems that you've struck gold. How could you not share such news? No, You haven't T actually started dating. You've bypassed the entire process and gone straight to the destination. This can't be true, right? We agreed to remain single. How dare you have a girlfriend? Furious, Li Fei invoked their most sincere oaths. You're overthinking it. I am forthright. If I truly had a girlfriend, I wouldn't conceal it from you. Do I appear to be that kind of person? With an unmistakable air of guilt, Ren Yi quietly expressed his stance. There seems to be a hint of cunning in your vows. By the way, when did you manage to win over Jiang Erlang? I assure you, there is nothing between us. Why do you even remember that? Why bring it up? This misunderstanding seems irreparable. Pfft. You two are both academic overachievers. You make quite the pair. Tell me, what were you doing on that rooftop date? Have things progressed to that thrilling level between you two? Ren Yi, we are all diligent students. Is that really appropriate? That was a misunderstanding. Have you devoured everything? Faced with such insatiable curiosity, Ren Yi had long given up on extinguishing the flames of gossip. Speaking of this misunderstanding, Ren Yi felt a headache coming on. That afternoon, with a gentle breeze caressing his face, he intended to relax on the rooftop. Studying diligently every day was quite exhausting, hence his habit. Seated on the rooftop, as he closed his eyes to enjoy the fresh air, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon opening his eyes, he was met by a pair of pristine and indifferent eyes fixed upon him. So near yet seemingly distant, ethereal yet grounded, beautiful yet quietly serene. Hello. Caught off guard, Ren Yi offered the most standard greeting. Jiang Linlang replied with an expressionless demeanor. Are you here to relax as well? Ren Yi asked awkwardly. Jiang Linlang suddenly furrowed her brow. Have you practiced qi? What? Ren Yi was momentarily stunned. Not minding his bewilderment, Jiang Linlang approached him and grasped his wrist. Ren Yi, feeling somewhat flustered, hadn't he yet processed what was happening when his wrist was already in her grasp. Jiang Linlang appeared to be checking his pulse. Her brow furrowed and her movement still. After a moment, she looked at Ren Yi and said, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Creak. The rooftop door swung open. Ren Yi, can we meet somewhere else next time? Climbing stairs is exhausting. Li Fei was struck by the scene before him. Pardon me. Pardon me. I'm sorry. I'll leave immediately. Bang. With the sound of the door slamming shut, Li Fei was already lost in confusion. Do you need me to explain? Noticing that she had caused a disturbance, Jiang Linlang expressed her apologies. No need. Thank you. But truly, who among us needs an explanation more? All right, goodbye. Goodbye. From that moment on, this misunderstanding was indelibly etched in Li Fei's memory. As the classmates gradually assembled in the classroom, Ren Yi exchanged greetings with familiar peers, inquiring about their holiday experiences. The once boisterous classroom fell into a subdued state, with some individuals pausing their activities to focus on the entrance. Ah, here she comes, whispered one. Who? Came the reply. Your acquaintance. A slender figure entered through the doorway, seemingly indifferent to the classroom's commotion, and proceeded to take a seat in the back, in an unoccupied area. Jiang Linlong's demeanor did not evoke discomfort. Her peers had grown accustomed to her almost aloof interpersonal interactions. Nonetheless, this did not hinder the admiration many harbored for her. Possessing both beauty and intellect, she transcended the typical role of a mere decorative presence. It was rumored that her family background was extraordinary, and there had been a time when a luxurious Bentley would escort her. Most notably, her academic performance was among the best in the school, like Ren Yi. She had consistently ranked at the top of their class since enrollment, with Ren Yi in first place and Jiang Linlang in second. Consequently, Ren Yi was often referred to as Ren Yi, occasionally playfully dubbed Rinda, while Jiang Linlang was affectionately known as Jiang Air. Though such names were only used in private, as no one dared to address them openly. There's no one next to her. Hurry up, urged Li Fei with an air of urgency, akin to a courtier anxious for the emperor's favor. Ren Yi, did you ask Zhang Ting about the green letter over the summer? Yes. Did you find out? That's wonderful. Please share it with me. Not yet. But I plan to ask her now. Ren Yi called out to the front row, Zhang Ting. His voice was barely audible and went unanswered. Brother, I believe you and Jiang Air are fine. The rumors at school are just that, rumors. Don't take them to heart. It became evident that in the face of threats, reason could triumph over all. Zhang Ting was also among the top scholars in their class. Although she lagged behind Ren Yi, she remained an unattainable figure for many. This girl, much like her name suggests, stood elegantly, her understated beauty complemented by a refreshing short hairstyle and a fair complexion exuded youthful vitality. Embodying the ideal image of a college sister, Li Fei had once harbored feelings for Zhang Ting, claiming to be enamored with her positive energy. Yet he had yet to acquire her contact information after all this time. The first lesson of the new semester arrived as scheduled. Upon reviewing the day's schedule, Rin-yi inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Perhaps it was the fortunate absence of Hao Manin's class that brought him joy. After the morning lessons concluded, Rin-yi and Li Fei headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The food at our school is quite decent. I have yet to tire of it after all this time. Could you help me pack my things tonight? Starting today, I will be commuting from home. Observing his friend munching on a chicken leg while mumbling, Rin-yi spoke up. Is there something going on at home? Not really. My mother is currently in Haishur, so I'll just move back home. All right, we can go together this afternoon. Li Fei replied before returning to his meal. In truth, Rin-yi possessed little of significance. He merely wished to convey a message to Li Fei. Big brother, are you no longer residing here? Have you grown weary of us? Spoke Lu Dong, Rin-yi's roommate. Aside from Rin-yi and Li Fei, the dormitory also housed Lu Dong and Hu Jufeng, and their camaraderie was typically strong. Upon noticing Rin-yi's absence from the dorm, they expressed considerable discontent. Indeed, has our affection failed to keep you? Or are you planning to indulge in secretive escapades without us? Hu Jufeng, with his prominent belly and flamboyant mannerisms, chimed in. Gentlemen, it is my fault. Please forgive me. Let us not dwell on this. Tonight, the feast is on me, and we shall not return until intoxicated, Lu Dong declared, his expression suddenly serious. Mindu, the most iconic restaurant near the school, though somewhat pricey, was still manageable for most students. Absolutely, let us go. Do not stand on ceremony. Your attitude is rather lackluster. Let's move. The group, vibrant and boisterous, surged forth from the dormitory, heading straight for Mindu restaurant. Upon their return, they loaded their belongings into Rin-yi's luxury vehicle, preparing for their farewell. When did you acquire this car? Has your uncle struck gold? This vehicle is worth nearly 2 million. My father wouldn't even consider buying it. Li Fei remarked, somewhat astonished. It's my relative's. I shall return it tomorrow, Rin-yi replied. His explanation rehearsed. Oh, that works. I might as well hitch a ride and help you carry your things upstairs. No, there's no need. My relative will come to pick me up soon. We cannot drive after drinking. You all should head back and rest. All right, then we shall take our leave. Take care of yourself. Good. Fortunately, Li Fei did not insist. Otherwise, when Hao Manin arrived, it would have truly been chaos, with loud voices echoing like a broadcast. Have you been waiting long? Hao Manin, dressed simply yet exuding an ethereal grace, appeared. No, I just had a classmate help me move my things. Have you been drinking? Noticing a hint of inebriation in Rin-yi, Hao Manin casually inquired. Yes, I gathered with some classmates. In the future, drink less. You are still young. And do not adopt those bad habits. I will prepare some hangover soup for you. Drink it before sleeping. There's no need for trouble. I'm fine. Be obedient. Drinking half the night won't be so uncomfortable. The fate of being lectured seemed inescapable for the moment. All right, then. I appreciate your help. Do not be so formal with me. It is only right. Hao Manin's gentle voice only deepened Rin-yi's intoxication. Sitting on the sofa, Rin-yi gazed at the teacher bustling in the kitchen, wondering why the fluorescent lights felt particularly soft today. Here you go. It's a bit hot, so drink slowly. Clad in an apron and slippers, Hao Manin resembled a devoted wife. Thank you, teacher. Rin-yi felt somewhat awkward under such attentive care. After finishing her tasks, Hao Manin prepared herself a cup of coffee and settled down opposite Rin-yi, sipping her drink while perusing a book. Rin-yi, enjoying his hangover remedy, observed the teacher. In contrast to her graceful presence at the podium, this homey version of Hao Manin exuded a sense of warmth and familiarity. Do you feel any better? Would you like something to eat? Hao Manin inquired, noticing Rin-yi's actions. Thank you. I'm much better now. I'm not hungry, so there's no need to worry about me. Though the two were still somewhat unfamiliar with each other, the teacher appeared remarkably at ease. Perhaps that is the essence of a good woman. My father often drank too much in the past, attending numerous social gatherings. Each time he returned home, he would suffer a headache all night. And my mother frequently prepared hangover soup for him. I watched her do it often enough to learn. And I never imagined I would find myself in a similar situation now. Hao Manin smiled as she regarded Rin-yi, who was cradling the bowl. I'm sorry for the trouble. I will be more mindful in the future. As long as you take care of yourself, there's really no trouble at all. After all, you are my husband. Caring for you is my duty. Isn't it? Should I say yes or no? This question left him quite perplexed, making it difficult for him to respond. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Rin-yi's awkwardness, Hao Manin chuckled softly. Rin-yi, Hao Manin set down her coffee and, with a touch of formality, said, let's talk about you. Since our marriage, we haven't truly connected yet. Now that we have time, we can share our thoughts. Me? It's rather simple. I was sent to my master by my grandfather when I was young. A few years later, I returned to attend middle school, then high school and university. During the summers, I stayed with my master, went through some experiences, and then got married. No rebellion, no early romances, and very few friends. Apart from my parents and grandparents, I didn't have many close relationships. Now, I have you. Rennie briefly recounted his life, realizing that he had little to share. Am I considered a close person to you? How Manon felt a flicker of emotion at Rennie's response. Well, since we are married, you should be regarded as family. Despite feeling shy, he articulated his thoughts. I am honored to be considered your family, How Manon replied with a smile, extending her hand toward Rennie. Rennie reacted, a smile gracing his lips as he clasped her hand. Their fingers intertwined, soft and smooth, revealing that beautiful individuals possess an equally beautiful touch. So am I. You mentioned you've never had an early romance. Is that true? Yes, it's true. I was focused on my studies and had no time for anything else. After saying this, Rennie, curious about How Manon's story, countered with a question. And you, teacher? Have you always been abroad? I left for foreign shores at 18. Missing my hometown, I returned to Haishur University and then got married. Like you, I had no early romances and no rebellious phase. In truth, even if I had rebelled, I wouldn't have known, as my parents treated me exceptionally well and indulged my every wish. There was no reason to rebel. I believe the teacher is concealing something. Rennie remarked with a serious expression. Is that so? How Manon replied, a hint of confusion in her eyes. The teacher is undeniably attractive. It is improbable that no one is pursuing her. Surely, there must be many suitors. Thank you. But at that time my mind was consumed with books, leaving me little energy for such matters. Eventually, I went abroad, and it seemed foreigners were even less interested. I don't believe it, I truly don't. Rennie expressed his skepticism earnestly. Really, if you don't believe it, then so be it, How Manon replied with an unmistakable air of disdain. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time in this harmonious atmosphere until they bid each other good night. Chapter 6. A Student Genuanching. Situated on the most bustling street of Haishur is one of the city's most prestigious high-end clubs. The array of luxury cars lined up outside suggests that its patrons are either affluent or noble. As night fell, the establishment's opulence was accentuated. At this moment, within a room on the top floor of the club, Yuan Xiao, I have thoroughly investigated as you requested. Yuan Hua, still holding his wine glass, took a delicate sip without uttering a word, yet the visitor understood that he was awaiting further elaboration. Rennie is a student at Haishur University, with parents who are professors at Tiandu University. His grandparents are also scholars, and his grandfather is an old comrade of Hao Xingli, reputed to share a deep bond. Their marriage is said to be advocated by the two elders. A student? Indeed, he excels academically. Excels academically? From a scholarly family? Upon hearing such a response, Yuan Hua chuckled lightly, unabashedly revealing his disdain. Advocated by the elder of the Hao family? Does Hao Qingfeng concur with this? That remains unclear. Though it is rumored that the Hao couple also has intentions of matchmaking. Am I inferior to him? Who? The sudden inquiry caught Shenbo off guard. But he quickly regained his composure. There is no comparison. He pales in comparison to Yuan Xiao. Next to you, he is merely a child. To speak of this club, even if he toiled his entire life, he could never attain it. Yet, I have been outdone by a mere child. The Hao family truly lacks vision. Perhaps Miss Hao herself is reluctant, compelled by circumstance, and perhaps harbors feelings for a young master. If she did, it would have been evident long ago. Who do you think the groom would be now? What should we do then? Perhaps we should find an opportunity to teach that Rennie a lesson. Shenbo suggested with a sly expression. No need for you to intervene. The Hao family is not composed of simple-minded individuals. If things go awry, I shall also suffer the consequences. Rest assured, I have a good relative at Haishur University. Such a splendid opportunity should be pursued by him on his own accord. A relative? Is it Li Xiao? You are quite astute. Should anything arise, there would be a pretext for refusal. Given Li Xiao's reputation, a touch of debauchery is only to be expected. Shenbo, satisfied with the answer, did not hesitate to flatter. Ding ding ding. Hello. I am heading home tonight. A serious voice resonated on the phone. All right. Yuan Hua replied before hanging up, his brow furrowed. Is it President Yuan? Yes. That's enough. You have no further business here. Go to the 3rd floor and amuse yourself. You have worked hard today. I wouldn't dare. Thank you, Yuan Xiao. Chen Bo expressed his gratitude with excitement and hurried away, for the young women here possessed extraordinary beauty, and he had long had his eye on one, awaiting the opportune moment. After Chen Bo departed, Yuan Hua picked up the phone to summon a car. Hao Xingli's residence was situated in the affluent district of Haisher, and not far from it stood a villa, meticulously identical, which belonged to Yuan Jinghong. Yuan Jinghong was the head of the Honghai Group in Haisher, a top-tier enterprise. Though not as prominent as Xingli, it spanned a diverse range of industries, primarily real estate and tourism. Yuan Jinghong was also Yuan Hua's father. "Dad, you called for me?" Upon returning home, Yuan Hua went directly to his father's study. What business do you have with Chen Bo?" Chen Bo was a department manager at Honghai Group, known for his astute interpersonal skills, which earned him Yuan Jinghong's favor, and he had subsequently ingratiated himself with Yuan Hua, becoming a trusted confidant. "Nothing much. Just inquiring about a few matters." Merely inquiring is harmless, but it is best not to engage in anything further. "Why?" "I understand your temperament. The Hao family is formidable. When they began their development in Haisher, it didn't take long for them to surge ahead, becoming a leading enterprise in the city. Your grandfather and I could never catch up. Now, the elder of the Hao family insists on marrying off his daughter. It cannot simply be a matter of camaraderie with that old man from the Ren family. Is there more to this? I am uncertain. Just remember to steer clear of this murky water. If you possess the capability to win the Hao family's daughter willingly, I shall support you. However, you must avoid using the unscrupulous tactics employed by your so-called friends. They are beneath dignity. I'm merely a student. Must I truly be concerned? Even if he were a beggar, he would still be the son-in-law of the Hao family. One must respect the master. Discretion is imperative. I understand. As soon as you return, you begin lecturing. Our Xiaohua is exceptional. His business is thriving. The Hao family simply lacks vision. And it is fortunate that our Xiaohua still pays court to their daughter. Yuan Hua's mother, Li Fun, entered the study with 2 cups of tea. Not now, Mom. Dad has important matters to discuss with me. What important matters? ISNT it about that girl from the Hao family? We wouldn't even consider her. Xiaohua. Do not harbor any thoughts. We can always find someone better. Oh, a doting mother can spoil her child, if it weren't for your indulgence with his intelligence. His achievements would far exceed what they are now. How have I spoiled him? What is wrong with Xiaohua? Mom, I'm heading back to my room. I had a bit to drink today and feel a bit tired. Yuan Hua was accustomed to his parents' typical behavior. All right, go quickly. Should I brew you some tea to sober up? No need. I didn't drink much. A good sleep will suffice. You and Dad should also retire early. Go on then. Li Xiao, come. Let me toast to you. Manager Chen, what brings you to invite me for a meal? Li Lin scrutinized Chen Bo with curiosity. Your words are too kind. I just happened to pass by and thought to request the honor of your company for a simple meal. Polite. It is indeed a matter of giving face to Manager Chen. Thank you. Li Xiao, come. Let me toast you once more. With that, Chen Bo downed his drink in one go. As the night wore on and the drinks flowed freely, their conversation deepened. Li Xiao, you have no idea. Recently, my life has been quite challenging, lamented Chen Bo. What happened? My brother has your back. Who would dare to make things difficult for you? It's Yuan Xiao. Why? Have you offended my brother? You wouldn't be asking me to intercede, would you? No, please don't misunderstand. It's just that Yuan Xiao has been in a rather foul mood lately, which has made things difficult for me as well. That is why I've come out to drink away my sorrows. Has something happened to my brother? Alas, it's a long story. Yuan Xiao has experienced a heartbreak. If we count the times he has been the one to break up, he would have been heartbroken 100 times by now. The daughter of the Hao family is married. Your brother was quite fond of her and had been pursuing her, but she has wed another. What? Who did she marry? What kind of person dares to take my brother's girl? Upon hearing this, Li Lin became indignant. Seeing his reaction, Chen Bo sensed an opportunity and took another drink before saying, the crux of the matter is that the suitor is of no particular standing. He is merely a student, which is why Yuan Xiao is feeling so downcast. With that, Chen Bo sighed again. A student? Li Lin pondered. Do you take me for a fool just because I lack formal education? Well, he is still your classmate. Who? So audacious. I have never heard of such a character. His name is Rene. Rene? This news struck Li Lin like a bolt from the blue. Akin to the tale of Sun Bukong marrying Xiao Suner, 2 entirely different worlds. It is Rene, not Rene. No wonder he can only be a scoundrel with such intellect. I know, Rene is indeed Rene. Does he have a background? Not particularly. He is simply a top student, difficult to deal with. It is said that his family has connections in the education sector, and the school treats him like a favored son. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo's eyes glinted as he continued. Oh, then it's nothing serious, in truth. Yuan Shao will only be uncomfortable for a while. He is not unreasonable. How can that be? Rest assured, he may be a top student. But I am the tyrant of the school. Dealing with him will be no trouble at all. Li Lin bristled at this. Does he look down on me? It is unnecessary. Yuan Shao has also acknowledged that matters of the heart require mutual affection. No way. What kind of person is my brother? He wouldn't look twice at a student. That lad must have employed some trickery to win over the naive daughter of the Hao family. Just you wait. My brother's spirits will surely improve afterward. Then I shall truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Come, Li Xiao, let me toast you again. In the future, whatever the matter, I shall leap into fire for you. Well said. The freshmen of Haisher University have begun to arrive, and the welcome ceremony is approaching. As a prestigious university both locally and nationally, the welcome ceremony is naturally of the highest caliber and attracts considerable attention. Dear classmates, this year our welcome ceremony is scheduled to take place following the conclusion of military training, allowing new students to appreciate the charm of Haisher University after enduring hardship. Each department is expected to prepare a performance, and those in our class who wish to showcase their talents are encouraged to sign up. The speaker is a vibrant young lady, full of life and energy, the class monitor, Ning Kijing. The opportunity to shine has arrived. A moment to display my skills and earn the admiration of the new female students. Some classmates have already begun to daydream. You must be joking. What do you have to show besides your looks? Mind your own business. Everyone has a chance. Do not shy away, especially the handsome boys in our class. You may just capture the attention of the new girls. Ning Kijing jested to stir enthusiasm among her peers. Are you going? What a great opportunity. Li Fei nudged Rennie with a shoulder. Why should I go? I have no special talents. Oh please, don't hide your light under a bushel. Don't you love those antique gadgets? That belongs to my grandfather. I just play around with them. It's a great opportunity. Why don't you go yourself? Who says I want tea? I'll use my charm to win them over. As the class bell rang, Rennie felt a touch of anxiety. For it was English class with Hao Manon. A graceful figure ascended the podium with poise. During this lesson, Rennie found himself unusually distracted, hardly paying attention throughout. Gazing at the figure before him, he experienced a surreal sense of infatuation, questioning whether he was merely being vain. As he felt the teacher's gaze occasionally drift toward him, Hao Manon, while explaining the day's lesson, descended from the podium to interact with the students. Approaching Rennie, noticing him lost in thought, she gently tapped his desk, remaining silent before continuing her lecture. Awakened from his reverie, Rennie quickly adjusted his mindset. Feeling a pang of embarrassment. What's wrong with you today? This isn't your usual studious self. Li Fei lightly prodded Rennie. Cough. It's nothing. Just feeling a bit off. Could you be any more dismissive? At last, when the class concluded, Rennie felt a wave of relief wash over him. Helpless against his own state of mind. After the day's classes, Rennie arrived at the parking lot, waiting for Hao Manon to head home together. Today, they were to visit Rennie's grandfather, as his parents had invited them for dinner. Get in. A red Mercedes-Benz rolled up, and the lovely figure of Mei Shouyu leaned out the window to address Rennie. All right, shall I drive? I know the route well. No worries, I remember the way. I'm afraid you'll get distracted. Upon hearing this, Hao Manon cast a sly glance at Rennie. I want tea next time. Just remember, you are the top student in the class. You cannot afford to be careless. Rennie couldn't help but reflect, alongside his elders. He now had another figure to impart wisdom. Upon returning home this evening, should you find that you have not grasped much, I can offer you supplementary lessons. Thank you. But that won't be necessary. My foundation in English is quite solid. Missing one session is not a significant issue. Do you reckon it makes no difference whether you attend my classes or not? Rennie could only helplessly gaze at Hao Manon. Very well, I acknowledge your prowess. I shall cease my jesting. Thank you, dear teacher, for your leniency. Hee. Chapter 7, Life's Interludes, Part 1. After parking the car, the two made their way directly to the hall. Inan has arrived? Come in, come in. We've been waiting for you, Wang Zhuo exclaimed, visibly delighted at the return of his son and daughter-in-law. Hello, Aunt, Hao Manon smiled in response. This child, why still refer to me as Aunt? We are all one family now. Rennie, what are you doing? Hurry up and set down Inan's bag. You should be helping your wife carry it. What happened to your upbringing? It's all right, Aunt. I can manage it myself, she replied casually. Listen to your mother. Do not coddle him. He is still in school and not working. You should be doing more around the house. Idleness begets idleness. Mother, I'm not that incapable, am I? Come, in. Please take a seat. The dishes will be ready shortly. He found himself disregarded by his mother. All right, thank you, mother. Seeing Ren Yi's helpless expression, Hao Manon felt a flicker of joy. Why be so polite with mother? With that, Ren Yi's mother headed to the kitchen to lend a hand. Ren Yi's grandparents and father were already seated at the table, warmly welcoming Hao Manon and Ren Yi. Inan, how have you two been getting along in these past few days? Is there anything amiss with Xiaoyi? Ran Guyuan inquired, directing his question towards his daughter-in-law. Ren Yi had never before realized how sycophantic his family could be. No, Ren Yi is wonderful. We get along splendidly. Please do not worry, father. Good. As long as you are getting along well. Should there be any dissatisfaction in the future, do let us know. Xiaoyi is even younger than you. You should take the time to guide him. Observing the harmonious interaction between his teacher and family, Ren Yi suddenly felt as if he were the son-in-law of the household. Let us all sit down for dinner. Everyone is here. Ren Yi's grandfather cheerfully beckoned everyone to partake in the meal. Yes, quickly take a seat. Xiaoyi's mother should also take a break. It is rare for us all to enjoy a reunion dinner. Ren Yi's grandmother urged. The atmosphere at the dinner table was delightful, as Ren Yi's family did not adhere to the rule of silence while eating. Everyone engaged in lively conversation, predominantly revolving around the married life of Ren Yi and Hao Manon. The reason we invited you both here today is to inform you that we plan to move. When the time comes, you two can stay and live well while we will be heading to Tiandu for a while. Ren Yi's father revealed the primary purpose of the gathering. Father, why the sudden move? Are grandfather and grandmother going too? I, along with your mother, have been working in Tiandu, frequently commuting, which can be quite troublesome. Your grandfather's health is not very good, and fortunately, the medical facilities in Tiandu are excellent, making it easier for us to care for him. Moreover, now that you have established your own family, we can rest assured. When do we depart? Ren Yi feels a twinge of reluctance, but upon reflection, he comes to terms with it. Your grandfather has many lingering ailments from the past. And now that he is older, his health is indeed not what it used to be. We will leave in a couple of days. Haishur is not far from Tiandu. And we will return during festivals. You need not worry. If anything arises, just contact us. I understand. Xiaoyi, after we leave, you must look out for one another. Especially you. As a man of the Ren family, you must never wrong a woman. Although you are young, you must uphold your morals. Ren Yi's grandfather could not resist imparting this lesson. I understand, grandfather. I will remember. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal together, and afterward, Ren's mother engaged in conversation with Hao Manon, likely advising her to take good care of herself. As the evening grew late, the couple prepared to return home. Mother, you should head back now. There's no need for you to see us off, Hao Manon said while bidding farewell to Ren's mother. It's all right. I will return now. Please be careful on the road, Ren's mother replied with concern. Don't worry, mother. Goodbye. Yes, goodbye. Ren's mother waved her hand reluctantly as they departed. Hao Manon drove while Ren Yi enjoyed the evening breeze with the window down. Noticing the serene atmosphere beside him, she too felt the tranquility and they both remained silent, savoring the peaceful night. You really are quite handsome, Hao Manon broke the silence, glancing at Ren Yi with a smile. Huh? I said you're very handsome. Thank you. Actually, it is the teacher who is beautiful. Ren Yi felt a bit shy at the compliment. Really? Yes, you must have heard it before, right? You are a goddess at school, and even when considering the female students, your status among the male students remains unchanged. And you? What is your standing as a teacher? Quite high. Yes, very high indeed. Haha, thank you. I will make you a hangover soup when we return. All right. 2 days later, Ren Yi and the Hao family gathered to bid farewell to Ren Yi's family. My old friend, it will not be easy to share tea in the future. I have brought you some fine tea, which was hard to procure. Once you finish it, I will have someone deliver more, Hao Shenli said, expressing his reluctance to part with this dear friend. Very well. Once I recuperate, I will return to share tea with you. While we are away, I entrust Xiaoyi to your care. What are you saying? We are all family now. Besides, I am quite pleased with my granddaughter's husband. The Ren family's lineage is commendable, haha. With your words, I am at ease. Xiaoyi, in the future, if anything arises, you must heed your grandfather Hao's advice and do not hesitate to seek his assistance. We are not outsiders here. Rest assured, grandfather. I will. Indeed. None of us are outsiders. Pay close attention when you arrive, and do not hesitate to inform me of any issues. It's nothing. We have weathered many storms over the years. What obstacle remains insurmountable? Quite right. What challenge can we not overcome? How Shengli remarked with a sense of reflection. After bidding farewell to the two elderly gentlemen, Renmu and Renyi's grandmother offered some advice to Hao Manan and Renyi. Once they had seen off Renyi's family, Hao Shengli arranged for someone to escort Renyi and his companion back home. Both of them had no need to return to school that afternoon. They had taken a day off specifically to accompany Renyi's family. Now that their task was complete, there was no necessity to return to school. Zhou Gu, please take us to the nearby supermarket. We need to purchase some groceries. As we are out of vegetables at home, Zhou Xiaoqiang, the driver for the Hao family for many years, was well acquainted with each member of the household. Miss, I can drive you to buy things later, he offered. No need for the trouble, we simply wish to browse. After you drop us off, you may head straight back. She replied. Very well. Zhou Xiaoqiang parked the car at the entrance of the nearby supermarket. After Renyi and his wife exited the vehicle, he departed. Are you buying groceries? Renyi inquired. Yes. We are out of vegetables, so we should buy some and see if there is anything else we need, she confirmed. All right. I will leave this task to you, as I am not particularly skilled at it. No problem. You just need to be my assistant, Hao Manan assured him. Rest assured, I have been strong since childhood, Renyi boasted, patting his chest in confidence. Haha, you claim to be strong, yet you are almost as slender as I am. Hao Manan observed, shaking her head as she noted Renyi's somewhat lean physique. Picking up vegetables is still manageable. Then let us proceed. Led by Hao Manan, Renyi navigated through the market, observing as she carefully selected the vegetables they needed, occasionally providing explanations. This is something you must learn. If I am busy in the future, you will need to come here on your own. Understood, I will remember, Renyi replied, realizing for the first time that his goddess-like teacher possessed such an ordinary side. Perhaps it was not merely his imagination. He felt an unspoken connection. As if they were becoming more like family. Hao Manan paused once more at a vegetable stall, engaging the vendor in a business discussion, while Renyi found himself idle. Watching the bustling crowd around him, Qian had not attended school that day, as her mother was unwell, and she was at home caring for her. Her father worked in a governmental agency in Haishur, and her mother was an employee at a company, making for a reasonably well-off family. With her mother ill and her father's work demanding, the responsibility of grocery shopping and cooking fell to her. Qian was not spoiled and was quite capable of managing her own meals. As Renyi aimlessly gazed around, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man behaving oddly. His hand reaching toward a beautiful girl's back, while the girl remained oblivious, intently selecting vegetables. In such places, incidents of this nature are likely quite commonplace. However, Renyi had not encountered such a situation before, thus he approached with caution. Just as the man was extracting a wallet from his backpack, Renyi happened to arrive. And with a deft flick of his pinky, he swiftly pressed the wallet back without the thief even realizing it, who mistakenly believed it had slipped from his grasp. Surveying the surroundings and detecting no anomalies, Renyi's gaze shifted back to the young woman. He found himself in a quandary. Was this a case of robbery for financial gain or something more sinister? Why target such a young girl? In truth, he had misjudged the thief. The choice to steal from her was solely predicated on her youth and inexperience, rendering her an easier target. This time, the man's aim was not the wallet, but rather the mobile phone that the girl had carelessly placed in her pocket, and his hand began to stealthily reach for it. Renyi's brow furrowed in irritation at the thief's audacity, and upon noticing the phone had been drawn out halfway, he flicked his fingers against the thief's hand. The thief felt an acute pain, and, overwhelmed by a sudden force, his grasp loosened, causing him to finally notice the presence of Renyi, a rather handsome young man. Renyi regarded the thief with a calm demeanor, and inexplicably, the thief felt a pang of guilt under his gaze, prompting him to meld back into the crowd. Just as Renyi was about to depart, he noticed that the girl's phone still protruded dangerously from her pocket, which he found quite awkward. With a resigned sigh, he extended his hand to discreetly tuck it back in. At that moment, Qian unexpectedly turned to retrieve her phone to make a payment. While Renyi's hand had not yet retracted, in a moment of panic, he accelerated his movement, inadvertently brushing against her backside with a forceful swiftness. Qian froze, feeling a sharp pain and immediately suspecting she had been inappropriately touched by a pervert, inciting her anger. She whirled around, intent on identifying the offending pervert and preparing to report him. When their eyes met, Qian was taken aback to find herself face-to-face with a youth. Rather handsome at that, which contradicted her initial assumption. Cursing under her breath, she resolved to chalk it up to bad luck. I didn't mean to, Renyi explained, referring to his unintentional manner of retracting his hand, though it was evident Qian regarded it as a mere excuse. You rogue. You're just a student. Aren't you? Why resort to such lewdness? Chi Yan's voice rose in indignation, drawing the attention of those nearby who began to murmur and point. Today's youth lack proper upbringing. Their families have spoiled them beyond measure. I truly did not mean it. Just now, someone was attempting to steal your belongings, and I intervened, Ren-yi replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed under the scrutiny. A thief? Even if you stopped him, was it necessary to touch me? She retorted, her voice laced with bitterness. What? Are you expecting gratitude for this? Ren-yi furrowed his brow, feeling reluctant to provide a detailed explanation, and indeed, he found himself disinclined to elaborate further. Chapter 8, Life's Interlude, Part 2, How Manon was drawn to the unfolding situation. Approaching to listen to the exchanges of others, and she was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? How Manon inquired as she drew closer. Ren-yi found himself at a loss for words. Do you know each other? Your friend here is behaving rather inappropriately yet refuses to acknowledge it. Upon uttering these words, Chi Yan finally noticed the newcomer and was momentarily stunned by the beauty of the woman before her. It's a misunderstanding, Ren-yi interjected, shaking his head at How Manon glanced at Ren-yi, inexplicably feeling a sense of amusement at the sight of this upright young man caught in such a predicament. However, recognizing Ren-yi's discomfort, she opted to resolve the issue, fearing that if she delayed any longer, he might genuinely become anxious. Approaching the woman, How Manon maintained a gentle demeanor as she softly said, Though I am unaware of the details, I believe this is a misunderstanding. Chi Yan, taken aback by How Manon's words, found it hard to reconcile the politeness and civility of such a person with the apparent lack of reason displayed. Before the woman could respond, How Manon earnestly added, I am his wife. We have just been married. She punctuated her statement with a courteous smile. At that moment, if Chi Yan failed to grasp the implication, she would indeed be foolish, as the message was unmistakable. With a wife as beautiful as I, he would hardly engage in such misconduct. In truth, Chi Yan was undeniably beautiful in her own right, though she could not quite match How Manon's distinctive aura. The words spoken by How Manon unsettled Chi Yan, yet they did provoke a sense of doubt within her. However, she could not allow herself to lose face, and feigning lingering annoyance, she replied, I hope that is the case. With a final glare at Ren-yi, she hastily vanished into the crowd. Once the girl had departed, Ren-yi turned his gaze toward How Manon. Thank you. What was that all about? She didn't seem like someone who would cause trouble. A thief was involved. He briefly recounted the incident to How Manon, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating. Haha, so you have this habit, huh? Is this considered obsessive-compulsive behavior? No wonder she misinterpreted you. How Manon laughed heartily upon hearing this. Honestly, that girl was indeed quite beautiful when I first saw her. I almost thought you had truly lost your composure, she continued. She's all right. Quite beautiful, but not to that extent, right? Is that not sufficient? It seems your standards are rather high for someone so young. It was undeniable that under How Manon's influence, Ren-yi had developed an exceptional sense of aesthetics, especially considering he had an older sister figure by his side since childhood. All right, let us not dwell on it any longer. We have nearly completed our shopping, and it seems you're not in the mood anymore. Shall we head home? It's fine. If you wish to continue shopping, I have no objections. There is no need for that. There is nothing to purchase. Let us return home swiftly, where the teacher will prepare a sumptuous meal to uplift your spirits. Upon speaking, How Manon found the situation amusing, unable to suppress a couple of chuckles. Ren-yi wished to impart the lesson of being a role model. Is that the second one? The young lad? Xiangzi inquired of his subordinates, gesturing towards Ren-yi and his companion. Indeed, Brother Chang, that is he. The one speaking is the very man who was caught stealing moments ago. It seems unlikely. That young man appears quite gentle. Xiangzi scrutinized Ren-yi's demeanor, finding it hard to believe he was a hardened troublemaker. Xiangzi was the leader of a local gang of thieves with many members under his command. Most of the thieves in this area were affiliated with him. However, as thieves, they maintained a low profile, especially in this affluent district, engaging only in petty thefts without drawing attention. Today, they had heard of a student who disrupted one of their brother's businesses and displayed a rather arrogant attitude, prompting them to investigate. Yet, upon observing, he did not resemble the description given by his comrades. Brother Chang, truly, do you think I would deceive you? Let us wait and see. Xiangzi remained somewhat hesitant. They had thrived in this area due to their wits and would not make foolish mistakes. Nevertheless, if he truly was an ordinary student, a lesson might be warranted to establish their reputation. Otherwise, if anyone could meddle, how would they sustain their business? Brother Chang, The woman beside him is rather attractive. One of Xiangzi's subordinates reminded him, "Do you think I am blind?" After casting a few more appreciative glances, he conceded her beauty. Brother Chong, they appear to be of modest means, not the type with connections. This assessment held merit, as those with influence typically would not venture into such places, especially young individuals. At that moment, Ren Yi was carrying vegetables and meat, while Hao Manin held a few daily necessities, indeed looking like ordinary folk rather than wealthy elites. Well then, let us proceed. When they reach the corner ahead, do not overdo it, just give them a bit of a scare. Rest assured, we understand this well. The group of underlings replied, filled with a sense of pride. What is the matter? Hao Manin noticed Ren Yi's peculiar demeanor and inquired. It's nothing. Perhaps a minor inconvenience ahead, but it's nothing to worry about. Ren Yi had already spotted a few individuals approaching and guessed their intentions. Just as Hao Manin was about to question the nature of the trouble, a few ruffians had already surrounded them. Hello, handsome and beautiful. Do you mind if we have a little chat? We do mind. We are heading home to prepare a meal. Ren Yi replied candidly. You little brat. Are your hands idle? You think you can just walk away after meddling? The second man grew displeased, mistaking the young man's politeness for an invitation to engage. Hao Manin, puzzled by the exchange, turned to Ren Yi with a questioning look. That is the thief from earlier, Ren Yi pointed out directly at the second man. Retaliation? Shall we call the police then? Hao Manin instantly comprehended the situation, remaining remarkably composed, even finding a hint of amusement in her gaze directed at Ren Yi. Today, his luck was decidedly not in his favor. Indeed, I share that sentiment, she remarked. Observing Hao Manin's tranquility, Ren Yi felt a sense of reassurance. Realizing that the daughter of the Hao family was unlikely to be intimidated by a few small-time ruffians. In truth, Hao Manin was also taken aback by Ren Yi's calm demeanor, considering he was merely a youth, rarely confronting such circumstances with equanimity. Are you too oblivious to the situation? Allow me to demonstrate a bit of authority. If you dare to call the police, I assure you, I can still make your lives miserable, Xiangzi interjected, sensing a shift in the atmosphere and attempting to assert dominance over the duo. Very well, I understand, Ren Yi replied as he retrieved his phone, preparing to report the incident. In an instant, the surrounding individuals were taken aback. Even Hao Manin was momentarily stunned, nearly finding humor in Ren Yi's unexpected boldness, a side of him she had previously overlooked. I see you are seeking trouble, Xiangzi sneered, realizing Ren Yi was a Navi youth, and lunged to snatch the phone away. Ren Yi deftly sidestepped, leaving Xiangzi grasping at thin air, momentarily taken aback by his failure. Xiangzi was about to make another attempt when a delicate arm interposed before him. Hey there, young lady, do you think your femininity will deter me from acting? Do not mistake beauty for weakness. I will not hesitate to retaliate, Xiangzi barked, his anger ignited by the audacity of a young girl standing in his way. Upon hearing Xiangzi's words, Ren Yi's brow twitched slightly, and he suddenly exuded an air of sharp intensity. Xiangzi, is it? Do you see this watch on my wrist? It was a gift from my brother. Just as Ren Yi's demeanor shifted, Hao Manin interjected, her voice steady. Are you showing me your watch as a threat? Xiangzi retorted. Yet his gaze instinctively flicked towards the timepiece. Upon noticing it, his eyes widened, and his brow furrowed in surprise. A thief should possess some discernment. This statement rang true. Despite having never seen the watch before, Xiangzi and his companions recognized its undeniable value, particularly given its prestigious brand. Just because you possess a fancy watch, do you consider yourself exceptional? Xiangzi scoffed, though he begrudgingly acknowledged its worth. Indeed, I am exceptional, he conceded, realizing he had perhaps misjudged the pair. They were not ordinary individuals. While wealth alone might not denote greatness, the ability to gift such a luxurious item certainly implied significance. This is Haisher, and my surname is Hao, she declared. Upon hearing this, Xiangzi's entire demeanor shifted, the weight of her words striking him profoundly. Ren Yi, upon hearing his teacher's declaration, felt a wave of confusion wash over him as he regarded the woman before him, so different from his previous impressions. He found the situation amusing and chose to remain silent, observing with an amused smile. Just because you claim to be who you are, does that make it true? I could just as easily claim to be a Hao. Xiangzi countered defiantly. You may claim to be a Hao, but you are far from one of my family's ilk. Swallowing hard, Xiangzi found himself conceding to the truth. While one could feign bravado, the aura of authority emanating from her was undeniable. In that moment, Hao Manin embodied an air of nobility, her allure magnifying. I shall call the authorities. You are welcome to flee. as the conversation unfolded. Hamanen had already dialed the number. What kind of commotion is this? Are you all part of the same foolish family? This time, Xiangzi dared not make a move, internally grappling with turmoil. Hello? There's a gang of criminals blocking us in front of Tianyi supermarket, attempting to inflict harm illegally. Please hurry. By the way, my name is Hamanen, and my father is Heikingfeng. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end paused momentarily before springing to their feet. Boss. Something major has occurred. After hanging up, Hamanen glanced at Xiangzi and his companions. Do you dare to retaliate against us before the police arrive? Who would be foolish enough to do that? No one wants to jeopardize their standing in Haishur. With no further hesitation, Xiangzi called to his subordinates and prepared to flee. However, as he took a single step, he suddenly found himself face down in the dirt. Rennie slowly withdrew his foot, considering it a fitting punishment for Xiangzi's insolence. Once helped to his feet, Xiangzi did not look back as he led his group away, offering no apologies. He understood that someone of such stature would not stoop to engage with someone as insignificant as himself. Apologies would serve no purpose, and it was far more prudent to vanish from their sight. After watching the group disappear, Rennie looked at Hamanen with admiration, his hands clasped in salute. Teacher, you were magnificent. It's good that you understand. This was a lesson for you. You are now an adult, and you must resolve issues like one, Hamanen replied, adopting an authoritative demeanor. Rennie pondered that the issue of educating habits should be prioritized. Kindness does not guarantee immunity from being wronged, but weakness is inescapable. Therefore, one must demonstrate their strength when necessary to avoid unnecessary troubles. That makes sense, but you truly are impressive, teacher, Rennie nodded, gaining a newfound respect for Hamanen. Haha, do you feel like you've gained something from this? Hamanen joked, as if the incident had never transpired. I always believed I was gaining something. Rennie said earnestly. Really? Hamanen paused for a moment, then shifted the topic. I noticed you were quite calm earlier. What would you have done if I hadn't been here? I would have called the police first, then tried to hold them off while you went to get help. I doubt they would dare to seriously harm me, Ren-yi replied, proudly raising his chin, embodying the spirit of a hero. Ha ha ha, you're quite ambitious. Come on, let us head home and prepare a meal for our great hero, Hamanen said, turning towards home. Thank you. Please forgive my earlier rudeness, Ren-yi replied, performing a gentlemanly bow. Not at all, brave one. You are too courteous, Hamanen responded. Is this how courtship is conducted nowadays? So sophisticated, so refined. I wish to learn. Nearby, a couple exchanged bemused glances at the two. Chapter 9. A visit as usual, Ren-yi rode in Hamanen's car to school, entering the bustling classroom without attracting any attention from his classmates. Amidst the vibrant discussions among classmates, the university atmosphere is vividly illustrated. The diligent scholars engrossed in their studies while the more reclusive individuals engage in conversations about attractive women, ignoring the chatter around him. Rennie sought solace in a relatively quiet corner, promptly seating himself and unfurling his study materials, seamlessly transitioning into the routine of a dedicated student. Li Xiao. This is our class. Ren-yi, like me, is here and should be in the classroom now, remarked Zhang Weishuo, a fellow student of Rennie. Come, let us take a look. Upon finishing his sentence, Li Xiao entered, accompanied by a rather menacing-looking associate. That's him, Rennie, Zhang Weishuo pointed. You need T-point. I recognize him, retorted Li Lin, somewhat irritated by this unnecessary gesture. Zhang Weishuo's expression momentarily stiffened before he feigned a smile. Right, I forgot. Zhang Weishuo's family owns a factory, yet it operates under Li Lin's family's banner. Li Lin's family, leveraging their connection to the Yuan family, has made a significant name for themselves in Haishi's business realm. Now, aware of their relatives' troubles, it was imperative to show some form of solidarity. Though it couldn't be too ostentatious, creating a stir was essential. Ideally, a resolution to the issue would be even more favorable. The arrival of two individuals caught the attention of the classmates. Look who is here. Li Lin? What is he doing here? I don't know. But it can't be anything good. He is not known for his amiability. Sure, keep your voice down. Do you want to ruin your standing? Li Lin's presence significantly quieted the classroom. Boisterous conversations faded into hushed murmurs. He reveled in this atmosphere, although no one dared to act recklessly at Haishur University. The microcosm of the school still existed, where those with wealth and power invariably held sway over the hierarchy, fully absorbed in the sea of knowledge. Rennie was oblivious to the shift in dynamics until a fragrant aroma wafted toward him, causing him to furrow his brow slightly but remain still. Li Lin sat directly across from him, observing patiently. as if savoring the sight of his prey. After a moment, feeling that the enticing scent lingered, Ren-yi looked up, encountering the somewhat roguish yet handsome visage of Li Lin. Noticing Ren-yi's attention, Li Lin maintained his gaze, intensifying the insinuation behind his eyes. Uncomfortable under such scrutiny, Ren-yi inquired with polite curiosity, "Is there something you need, classmate?" With an impassive expression, Li Lin asked, "You must be Ren-yi, correct?" "Yes. What do you want?" "Indeed, I have something to discuss." Just as he finished speaking, Li Lin's demeanor shifted to one of menace. He raised his right hand and viciously lunged toward Ren-yi. Sensing Ren-yi's calm demeanor, Li Lin aimed to catch him off guard. Believing that a studious individual like him would be unaccustomed to confrontation and would likely be taken aback by the sudden aggression, then one might utter a few harsh words, such as a toad daring to feast on swan meat, which would undoubtedly cast a shadow over the opponent. If this were to happen repeatedly, it is likely that they would refrain from attending school in the future. Suddenly, a resounding clap reverberated through the classroom, capturing everyone's attention. Some girls even covered their mouths in astonishment at the scene before them. At this moment, Ren-yi was gripping Li Lin's arm, his eyes filled with confusion and intensity. Realizing that the sound they heard was merely the noise of hands colliding. The reason? No reason. Can't I simply find you displeasing? Li Lin, caught off guard by his abrupt failure, gradually regained his composure and spoke softly. "All right, but if you continue this way, I might also find you unsatisfactory." Ren-yi replied earnestly. "Is that so? What will you do about it?" Li Lin responded with a hint of disdain. Another loud clap echoed, leaving the classmates utterly astonished. "I'll teach you," Ren-yi declared. Li Lin, held by Ren-yi, felt a stinging slap that nearly knocked him down, and he suspected that had his hand not been restrained, he would have already collapsed. "You're courting death." A nearby accomplice snapped back to reality and rushed forward. Another clap resounded, but this time, the individual was not held back and fell to the ground, a menacing face now adorned with a crimson handprint, appearing even more fearsome. "Ren-yi, how can you hit someone?" Zhang Weisha exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Li Fei, regaining his senses, shouted at Zhang Weisha. "What the hell, Zhang Weisha? Are you blind?" Zhang Weisha recognized his own haste, uncertain of how to refute. The surrounding classmates cast disdainful glances in his direction. "Classmate, your reasoning?" Ren-yi remained unfazed by the onlookers, continuing to gaze intently at Li Lin. "Damn it," he said, "you'd better provide a reason. Otherwise, I shall continue." Li Lin, intimidated by Ren-yi's imposing demeanor, ceased his threats. "I excel academically, and the school holds me in high regard. I can see that you are quite capable. But no matter how fiercely we fight, the school will not abandon me. Beyond that, I hold little concern, so you had better say something." "Ren-yi, what are you doing? Let go. We can discuss this calmly." Zhang Weisha felt compelled to intervene, believing it necessary to speak up rather than remain a mere spectator, lest it lead to complications later. Ren-yi glanced at Zhang Weisha, but said nothing. Turning back to Li Lin with a gentle expression and raising his hand once more. Li Lin felt increasingly uncomfortable, realizing he had encountered quite the obstinate individual. "I am merely envious of your academic prowess." Ultimately, not wishing to endure another slap, he concocted a justification, adhering to the adage that a wise man does not court immediate disaster. "Come on. I am, after all, a school bully. Can't you show a hint of tension? Is it really all right to be this composed? If any issues arise, you may ask him to escort you to the infirmary. For any matters, feel free to approach me through him, but it is preferable to keep things private and not disturb our class's learning." Ren-yi gestured towards Zhang Weisha, addressing Li Lin. "Wow, Ren is so handsome. Indeed, I used to think of him as Ning Kaichin, someone to be pitied, but now I realize he is Li Xiaoyao. Utterly irresistible. I think I've fallen for him. Don't you dare compete with me." The girls in the class were utterly captivated by Ren-yi, their eyes sparkling, and they began to chatter excitedly. "All right, remember what you said today. There is plenty of time ahead." With that, Li Lin turned away and left with his followers. "Li Xiao, are you all right? Do you want to go to the infirmary?" Zhang Weisha hurried after him, concerned. "Get lost." Li Lin dismissed him without a glance and continued on his way. Once the commotion subsided, class commenced, and it was once again Hao Manin's lesson. Reflecting on the earlier incident, Ren-yi felt even more anxious than before. "Ren-yi, I had no idea you were so skilled. When did you practice? Teach me, please. You're truly impressive, a scholar defeating a bully. What a historical marvel." Li Fei had been holding back his curiosity for quite some time. Ren Yi found himself at a loss for words due to his friend's exaggerated admiration. In truth, he was not to blame. Others appeared even more astonished. Typically a diligent student and a modest gentleman, today he had transformed into a formidable figure. The contrast was striking. Hurry up and tell us. Why didn't we notice before? I haven't practiced. They are simply too delicate. Are you pulling my leg? Do you think I'm blind? Li Lin may be pampered, but that little follower is not. You must have secretly practiced some secret techniques behind my back. If you say so. As class began, Renee resolved to put the previous incident out of his mind. When Hao Manon entered the classroom, she noticed a rather noisy atmosphere today. It wasn't merely her imagination. Typically, her classes were met with eager anticipation and quiet focus from the students, a rarity in such circumstances. Hao Manon did not immediately quell the students, as she observed that all their attention was directed towards her beloved, except for Jiang Linlang, who seemed to be in a world of her own. Could it be that Ren Yi's charm had grown so immense? She couldn't discern the reason, yet the lesson must proceed. Class is about to start. Everyone needs to focus on the teacher. Upon hearing her gentle voice, the classroom fell silent, redirecting their attention. Renee could not help but smile at the scene. The teacher's allure was indeed formidable, captivating both genders. The class environment quickly improved. After all, it was a prestigious university, and the students exhibited a high caliber of quality, maintaining a strong enthusiasm for learning. Despite the students' regrets, the class inevitably came to an end. Before leaving the classroom, Hao Manon glanced towards Renee, contemplating calling him out to ask something, but after some deliberation, she decided it would be better to discuss it at home later. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to the home they formed together, and rather than feeling resistance, she found a sense of inexplicable comfort in it. On the playground, Li Lin and his companions gathered together. Li Xiao, will this matter just end like this? A youth with a crimson mark on his face spoke up. This unfortunate fellow had a rather unpleasant visage and was particularly targeted by Ren Yi, while Li Lin, due to his youthful demeanor, remained relatively unscathed. Fine. Call Xiangzi and tell him to wait for me at the school gate tonight, and bring a few more people. All right, I'll make the call right away. Ren Yi, just wait. Today I shall repay you tenfold, no, 100-fold, leaving you two ashamed to show your face. Right? Isn't he a student? Let us ensure he can't attend school. After school that afternoon, Brother Chong, what are we doing here? Just wait. We're here to serve the benefactor. Benefactor? Who's that? Lao Er was somewhat perplexed, still recovering from a recent misadventure. Don't ask too many questions. When Li Xiao arrives, keep quiet and be sharp. Li Xiao. Upon hearing the name, Lao Er was overjoyed, for that truly was a genuine benefactor, enough to sustain them for quite some time. Li Xiao, Qiangzi is over there. The red-haired subordinate pointed to Qiangzi and his group. Let us go. Hey, Li Xiao, did you call us for something? Qiangzi hurriedly approached upon seeing Li Lin. Take care of someone. Take care of someone? Who dares to cross Li Xiao? Don't worry. The ones I brought today are all seasoned fighters. Just a student. We can be a bit ruthless. If anything happens, I will support you. All right then, no problem. A mere student. We can handle him. Upon hearing this, Qiangzi was thrilled. It was a simple task with high rewards, and it was the perfect opportunity to vent the frustration built up over the past few days. Chapter 10, Dining Together. Have you been waiting long? Just a bit. A car was blocking the exit. Hao Manon drove up to the school gate and approached Renee. Not really. I walked slowly, so it was just right. Renee fabricated a rather implausible excuse. Walking slowly? That is not a good habit for someone so young. Hee. While the heart ages, the body remains youthful. All right, enough banter, let us get in the car. The feeling of being picked up every day, especially by one's teacher and wife, was something Renee found difficult to describe. It always felt as though he were playing a role in a miscast performance. Meanwhile, Li Lin and his group observed nearby, acutely aware but remaining entirely still. Brother Chong, it's the iron plate group. Lao Er exclaimed with a ghostly expression. Be quiet. Ahem. That Li Xiao, should we still go through with it? Qiangzi asked, a hint of unease in his voice. How could you not feel uneasy? We run into the iron plate group, and they are even tougher than this benefactor. What is the point? Do you even realize who they are? Who among you could handle them? You would fare no better. Of course, Qiangzi only dared to mutter this in his heart. Today had truly been a stroke of bad luck, as if his fortunes had turned foul. What did you mean by iron plate? Have you encountered them before? Upon hearing Li Xiao's inquiry, Qiangzi candidly recounted the events of the past few days, as they were all familiar enough not to conceal anything. So, did Hao Manon truly say that? He chuckled. No wonder cousin is fond of her. She possesses such a unique character. It's unfortunate that Ren Yi seized the opportunity. Li Xiao, shall we head back? Xiangzi asked. Why should we not return? I'm waiting to treat you to a meal, came the reply. I dare not refuse. We shall return at once. Despite his internal turmoil, Xiangzi maintained a cheerful demeanor. Wait, Li Lin exclaimed, signaling the red-faced man beside him to retrieve several thousand yuan and hand it to Xiangzi. Take this. It would be remiss to make the journey in vain. We shall have ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. Yes, thank you, Li Xiao. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call. I am at your service. Xiangzi expressed, genuinely elated by the financial gesture. Once Xiangzi and his companions departed, Li Lin gazed in the direction of Ren Yi and the others. I refuse to believe that you spend every day together. He spat, disdainfully, before turning away with his companions. Upon arriving at the entrance, the two disembarked. And Ren Yi swiftly approached, producing a key to unlock the door and gesturing for Hao Man to enter first. What is this? She inquired, taken aback by Ren Yi's courteous gesture. Having been picked up by the teacher daily, I feel compelled to contribute, such as by opening the door. That is something you cannot take from me. Suit yourself. The teacher, amused, remarked, we are family, after all. Indeed, family. Please, come in, Ren Yi replied earnestly. They exchanged smiles before returning to tidy up and prepare dinner. Teacher, you may take a break today. I shall handle dinner, Ren Yi announced. Are you certain? Yes. Quite certain. Very well. What shall I do then? Understanding that her counterpart was not merely putting on a brave face, Hao Man relinquished the cooking duties. Ren Yi thought to himself, why not just do what you usually do? Perhaps, teacher, you could watch some television for a while. That works. Ren Yi wasted no time and headed straight to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Hao Man settled on the sofa, flipping through television channels until she paused at a poetry program. Captivated by its content, the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables soon drew her attention away from the screen. It seems quite impressive, she mused inwardly. As the television program concluded, the sounds from the kitchen persisted. With nothing else to occupy her, she wandered into the kitchen, eager to lend a hand. Standing at the kitchen entrance, Hao Man chose to observe quietly. Ren Yi moved about the kitchen with unhurried grace, chopping and cooking, though his actions were swift. He exuded an air of tranquility that belied any sense of urgency. It was not merely skillful, it appeared so natural and effortless, complemented by his refined demeanor. Even amidst the smoke and steam, he retained an aura of cleanliness. Clad in a simple white t-shirt paired with a brown apron, he embodied a serene and sunny disposition. Hao Man momentarily found herself taken aback, contemplating how truly admirable a man he was. The teacher could simply await his return. It would not be long. Ren Yi turned back, offering a smile while his hands remained in motion, the knife continuing its rhythmic dance. It's nothing. I just came to take a look. Should you happen to make a mess, I could still intervene, but it seems that's unnecessary now. Only then did Ren Yi cease his activity, turning to present a charming smile. The dishes were prepared with simplicity and would soon be ready. Together, they adorned the dining table with a dish of tomato scrambled eggs, a plate of 3 delicacies of the earth, fish-flavored shredded pork, along with stir-fried potato and beef, and a bamboo shoot and egg flour soup, ordinary yet delightful home-cooked fare. Allow me to serve the rice while you sample the dishes. I may have missed a few steps, but the flavor should suffice. Ren Yi picked up a bowl and went to the kitchen for rice. It looks quite promising. I shall begin. With chopsticks in hand, Hao Man commenced her tasting. Savoring each bite with small, delicate nibbles, she nodded in approval, genuinely impressed. Compared to her own cooking, his surpassed her expectations, reaching her mother's standards, something she had not anticipated. How about it? May I reclaim the role of head chef from you? Ren Yi, noticing the teacher enjoying the meal, ventured a light-hearted jest. Ha ha ha. That simply won't do. You must channel your energies into your studies. I cannot allow the hopes of Haisher University to be buried in the kitchen smoke. Hao Man replied with utmost seriousness. This is a habit you must rectify. Now sit down and eat. Typically, I handle the cooking, as I am newly married. How could I allow a man to manage household duties? However, when I am preoccupied, you may lend a hand, not for any other reason, but because you are still young. And eating well is crucial. I cannot always attend to that. You must take care of yourself. I feel as though I am being spoken to like a child. After all, you are merely a few years my senior. Maturity beyond one's years is not a virtue, as you have said. Being a few years older is still significant. You must heed my advice. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes. Such banter. Hao Man assumed a teacherly demeanor. Rin E adopted a playful student-esque expression. They exchanged smiles and began their dinner. By the way, did anything significant occur today? Halfway through the meal, Hao Manon suddenly recalled the events prior to class. What do you mean? Rin E paused, looking at Hao Manon. Today, you exhibited quite an impressive charm. Hao Manon succinctly recounted her reasons for curiosity. In truth, Rin E was uncertain about it as well, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. Hao Manon remained patient, quietly observing the young man across from her. Do you know Li Lin? After a moment of silence, Rin E finally inquired. Li Lin? I have a vague recollection. He should be a relative of the Yuan family. Is he connected to this? Well, I am unsure of the specifics. Following that, Rin E recounted the events of the day. You struck him? Upon hearing Rin E's account, Hao Manon found it somewhat hard to believe that this gentle and pristine man, who could almost be described as boyish, possessed such a fierce side. Well? At that moment, feeling a bit angered by the inexplicable provocations of an unknown individual, she could not help but retaliate. Was there any trouble? Rin E too felt a tad embarrassed and cast an awkward glance at the teacher. No trouble at all, as long as it wasn't your fault. How you deal with him is inconsequential. His family, due to their connection with the Yuan family, has managed to establish a decent business in Haishur, which is hardly significant. Oh, it's good that there is no trouble. I was worried that you might know each other, and it would be hard to explain. If there is no connection, then it's of no matter. Even if we are acquainted, we should not let ourselves be wronged. Do not fear the ties of human relationships, for we are indeed like family. This time, Hao Manon spoke with utmost seriousness. Thank you, Rin E replied, momentarily taken aback by such a charming teacher. Having just mentioned family, she added, should anything like this arise again, you must inform me. Resolving such matters would be far easier if you do. And most importantly, we must not allow such individuals to tarnish your world. Hao Manon, unbeknownst to herself, had unwittingly assumed the role of a protective wife, even employing the term tarnish. A notion she genuinely believed. My world, you say? What a characteristically expressive remark. All right, enough of this topic. Your sole focus should be on your studies. For any other issues, do not hesitate to inform your teacher. It is entirely reasonable for students to seek the guidance of their teachers. Moreover, the hesitant Hao Manon signaled to Rin E with her eyes, implying that he understood. Well, it seems I have indeed stumbled upon a great fortune. How many years of struggle does this save me? After saying this, Rin E feigned deep contemplation. Understood. However, I too have gained considerable advantage. I truly did not realize that despite your youth, you not only excel academically, but also possess remarkable culinary skills. I wonder what other virtues remain undiscovered. It seems I shall have to inquire with our mother at some point. Teacher, is it appropriate for us to engage in such mutual flattery? The two exchanged knowing smiles and thus moved past the topic, earnestly commencing the latter part of their dinner. After finishing their meal, the couple tidied up the remnants together before settling onto the sofa, watching television while engaging in casual conversation, for the moment, discussing mundane matters. As the night deepened, they bid each other good night and retreated to their respective rooms to rest, marking this evening as one destined to be more delightful than the usual. Lying in bed, Rin E quietly contemplated. It seems the teacher could truly be an exceptional wife. These days are surprisingly more wonderful than I had anticipated. Meanwhile, in another room, the occupant lay lazily in bed, hands behind her head, pondering. What an outstanding individual. Perhaps the future holds even greater promise. Wishing you sweet dreams, Rin E. With this thought, Hao Manon's lips curved into a gentle smile. The moon shone even more beautifully, its light accentuating the depth of the night. Chapter 11. Dormitory Gathering, Part 1. Thank you, she said. You're welcome. As usual, Hao Manon escorted Rin E to the school gate, and after exchanging polite greetings, they parted ways. Upon arriving in the classroom, Rin E found Li Fei had been waiting for quite some time. I've realized that since you've been absent from the dormitory, I haven't been sleeping in anymore. I eagerly await your return each day, Li Fei remarked. I can't bear that. You should find someone else to wait for, Rin E replied. There are plenty of beauties in our department. Go seek another. Huh? Who would look at me when I'm with you? I used to be an exemplary student, but now, anyone who sees me thinks I'm a slacker. Li Fei retorted. Is that my fault? As long as you're happy, Rin E said lightly. Just as the two were engrossed in conversation, a graceful figure appeared before them. Good morning, you two. Ning Kejing greeted them with a smile. Hello. What brings our esteemed leader here? Li Fei responded half-jokingly. Li Fei, all you know how to do is jest, the class monitor said, placing her hands on her hips in mock annoyance. Not at all. I'm being serious. Li Fei quickly adopted a sincere demeanor. I want to bicker with you. I have an important matter to discuss, she said. What is the matter? Renee inquired. Of course it's a good thing. I hope both of you can participate in the welcome party and showcase your talents, displaying your personal charm to bring glory to our class. An important matter indeed, but not necessarily a good one, Renee remarked. Surely you can't be serious. Esteemed leader, what makes you think we possess any talent? Li Fei asked incredulously. You may not, but Renee certainly does, if nothing else. As the esteemed ruin of our department, sharing your study experiences with the newcomers would be a great contribution. Then why do you even need me? Renee countered. You two are a duo. I only need to ask one of you, which is quite damaging to your pride. It's already been damaged. Thank you very much. Li Fei replied, visibly frustrated. Is that so? I truly apologize. The class monitor responded insincerely. What do you think, Renee? This was a suggestion from the student council. I initially wanted to invite Jiang as well, but he declined. If you refuse as well, it would be such a pity. With that, the monitor cast a heartbroken look at Renee. Feeling her gaze, Renee felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he agreed to Ning Qijing's request. He was not averse to socializing. He was simply accustomed to being quiet and preferred not to showcase himself. However, with such a request laid before him, he did not wish to appear ungracious. Wonderful. When the time comes, think about what you would like to present and just let me know. If you wish to share your study experiences, you can write your own script. I believe in you. Upon receiving such a satisfying response, Ning Qijing was overjoyed and did not hesitate to express her praise. Thank you. I will prepare diligently. Renee replied. By the way, Li Fei, if you want to join, just come to me to sign up. With that, Ning Qijing was about to flip her hair and depart. I want to go. I have no talent. Li Fei expressed his discontent regarding his unfair treatment. I suppose that is true. No worries. Just work hard in the future. As the class monitor, Ning Qijing performed a rather perfunctory task in persuading Li Fei. You actually agreed? Surely, you do not intend to share any study insights? No, studying is solely reliant on one's own efforts. There are no insights to speak of. Then what will you perform? I haven't quite decided yet. I'll think about it later. It seems you have much to showcase. At a loss for words, Rennie opted for the pursuit he excelled at, his studies. The morning classes passed swiftly, with the teachers at the school displaying remarkable proficiency. Rennie felt a profound satisfaction in the knowledge he had acquired during this period. This sense of fulfillment served as the spiritual foundation for his relentless pursuit of learning. Let us go eat. We have no classes in the afternoon. Where shall we head after lunch? Li Fei remarked, stretching his back after prolonged sitting. You decide. Ever since Rennie ceased to reside in the dormitory, he had seldom gathered with friends, and he wished to seize this opportunity for a reunion. Let us eat first, and then figure it out. Let us invite Lu Dong and Zhu Feng too. That is a must. Those two have been so engrossed in gaming that they seem almost bewitched. I wonder how they managed to get into Shanghai University. They're doing all right. Their grades are still decent, at least a bit better than yours. The two shared a simple meal in the cafeteria before contacting Lu Dong and Zhu Feng to meet at the school gate. You two have returned from your adventures. How was the heroic canyon? After a lengthy wait, upon seeing their roommates arrive, Li Fei couldn't help but tease. Indeed, after numerous battles, we have triumphed. Hu Jufeng replied with a calm demeanor. So, where are we heading next? I grant you both an opportunity. Li Fei glanced at the two across from him. Lu Dong, suddenly animated, cleared his throat. Well, I have something to announce. From today onward, we are no longer of the same kind. What do you mean? Have you mutated? Are you transforming into a Demetia? Li Fei mercilessly mocked. No, I have become human. I am no longer a dog. Who is a dog? You're getting a bit carried away, young man. I have a girlfriend now. The revelation left Li Fei momentarily stunned. Oh, Hu Jufeng, standing nearby, appeared to be suffering a second blow. Who is blind? Is she insane? Huh, who do you look down upon? It's true. She is from our school's computer science department. I don't know how I managed to win her over. Her name is Wang Ping, I believe. Hu Jufeng clarified for everyone. Wang Peng. Is that a girl's name? It's Wang Yeye. Then congratulations are in order. Upon finishing his statement, Rennie pretended to salute. Well then, whether you have a girlfriend or not, what does it have to do with me asking where we should play? Li Fei retorted helplessly. Of course it matters. What do you mean? You're not planning to accompany your girlfriend and leave us behind, are you? What nonsense. Am I that kind of person? I, the Great One, certainly cannot walk the path of evolution alone. I must bring everyone along, right? What do you mean? This evening. I plan to invite Ye and her roommates for a delightful gathering over dinner. Upon hearing this, Lu Dong raised his eyebrows, exuding an expression that conveyed. You know what I mean. Really? That sounds great. Dongzi, how noble of you. Li Fei exclaimed as he patted Lu Dong on the shoulder in praise. Indeed. East brother is formidable, came the chorus of agreement. Of course, I am an evolved being, Lu Dong replied, a hint of pride in his voice. You've become rather conceited. I assure you, Ren remarked, while Hu Jufeng simply nodded in agreement. On Li Fei's suggestion, the four of them returned to their dormitory. Ready to present their finest selves, although Ren was reluctantly tagging along, as he had little to offer beyond his ability to ascend the stairs without purpose. After an hour of preparation, the trio emerged from the dormitory building. While Ren and Lu Dong appeared relatively presentable, the other two had undergone a complete transformation. Li Fei donned a casual suit, his shoes gleaming, presenting himself as a quintessential urban dandy. Hu Jufeng, on the other hand, was even more ostentatious. His rotund figure accentuated by a tucked-in short-sleeve shirt, clearly embodying the essence of a nouveau riche. Are you two certain this is a gathering and not a massage? Lu Dong observed, utterly bemused by their appearances. Indeed, it is rather extravagant and lacks any semblance of a student, Ren added with a touch of sarcasm. If you don't understand, refrain from making foolish remarks. This is the culmination of generations of experiences, Li Fei retorted disdainfully, producing a designer handbag that further emphasized his pretentious demeanor. During this time, Lu Dong had successfully contacted their destination, confirming a reservation for 6 o'clock at the Yicheng restaurant. As the hour approached, Ren seized the opportunity to call Hao Manon, informing her of their dinner plans and that he might return later than expected, urging her not to wait for him. All right, just don't drink too much. I will come to pick you up later. A gentle voice responded from the other end of the line. No need, teacher. It's not far from home. I can take a cab back, he replied. Well then. Enjoy yourselves, and please be safe, she concluded. All right. Teacher, make sure to rest early, he said before hanging up, just as the other three finished their preparations. The quartet then set off toward their destination. Shortly after 5, they arrived at the Yicheng restaurant, heading directly to the private room they had reserved. The Yicheng restaurant, a hallmark near Haisher University, boasts a modern aesthetic that appeals to the younger crowd. While it may not be the finest establishment, it is certainly luxurious enough for college students. Many can afford to dine there occasionally, though frequent visitors are rare. The group, coming from relatively well-off backgrounds, found it quite suitable for their outing. In the fragrant dining hall of Yicheng restaurant, the four were engaged in lively discussions about which dishes to order. After much debate, they decided to leave the final choice to Lu Dong, as the single ones among them had little say in such matters. Lu Dong casually ordered several meat dishes, along with a few vegetarian options, and called for beverages and beer, ensuring that the girls who abstained from alcohol could enjoy drinks as well. Ultimately, at Li Fei's suggestion, they decided to order a bottle of red wine, as even if it remained untouched, it would add a touch of formality to their gathering. With everything prepared, Li Fei pulled Hu Jufeng outside for a smoke, anticipating the arrival of the girls and wishing to satisfy his craving beforehand. Before long, Lu Dong's phone rang. Are you here? Good. Please wait at the entrance for a moment. I will come down to greet you shortly. After hanging up, he turned to the group and inquired, who would like to join me in receiving them? I'll go. I'm on my way, Li Fei promptly responded, rising to his feet and heading out. The two exited the private room together to greet the girls. Unfortunately, Li Fei was always quick to react in such situations. Hu Jufeng, left behind, felt quite dejected. You could go down as well. Wouldn't that make it more formal? He suggested. That's true. So shall we go together? Hu Jufeng replied. I'd rather stay. If the dishes arrive, someone needs to be here. Ren decided to remain. Then I won't go either. We can't leave our buddy all alone, can we? Hu Jufeng retorted. Who was the one complaining just now? Knock, knock. They've arrived, Hu Jufeng announced, standing to open the door. Come in. Ren called out with a hint of exasperation. Good day, sir. May I bring in your beverages? Asked the waiter, entering with professionalism and a gentle demeanor. Certainly. Thank you, Ren replied courteously. No need for thanks. It's my pleasure, the waiter said before retreating from the room. Hu Jufeng stood awkwardly, feeling quite frustrated. How did you know it was the waiter? Would Lu Dong knock? He grumbled, unwilling to elaborate further. With a click, the door swung open. Ladies and gentlemen, our guests have arrived. Please take your seats quickly. Chapter 12, Dormitory Gathering, Part 2, seeing Lu Dong enter with the guests. The two sprang to their feet to pull out chairs. Right this way, welcome, Hu Jufeng enthusiastically exclaimed. Once everyone was settled, the atmosphere in the room grew lively with the presence of the girls. After all were seated, Lu Dong began the introductions. Ahem. Let me introduce the lovely lady beside me. This is my girlfriend, Wang Yeye. Hello everyone, I am Dongzi's girlfriend. I've heard so much about you all. I hope we can become good friends, Wang Yeye said, rising to greet Renee and the others. Sister-in-law, you're beautiful, they exclaimed in unison, earning a grateful response from Wang Yeye. Next, let us introduce ourselves. This will help us get to know one another more quickly. Let us have the gentleman go first. Hello, beautiful ladies. I am Hu Jufeng, 21 years old, from Funan. It's a pleasure to meet you all, he declared, eagerly standing up as he had been waiting for this moment. Greetings, I am Yang Xin, also a native of Funan, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Following this, a tall and graceful woman stood up to introduce herself. I shall forego the introduction, as we've already met, she said. Li Fei wore an expression that suggested he felt superior for having known them first. Well then, allow me to introduce myself, said Jia Huiqian, hailing from Zhejiang province. While her appearance could be described as ordinary, her demeanor exuded a serene elegance, rendering her a beauty in her own right. As everyone awaited the introductions of the remaining two individuals, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward the duo, who were locked in a silent gaze, neither willing to break the quiet. Aware of the group's attention, Renee eventually chose to rise. I am Renee, a local. And it is a pleasure to meet you all, he stated before taking his seat. No sooner had he settled than a captivating figure rose gracefully. In comparison to the other women, this one was truly stunning, with an almost flawless beauty, save for a slight disparity in stature when compared to Yang Xin. Hello. I am Qian, a local as well, she said, also taking her seat with poise. Once the introductions concluded, the crowd erupted into applause, acknowledging the completion of the introductions. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, let our gathering officially commence, and may we look after one another, Lu Dong proclaimed, eliciting another round of applause. Qian clapped her hands intermittently, and Lu Dong, noticing her subtle change, could not help but inquire, by the way, do you two know each other? No, we do not, she replied. We have met, Ren added. The group exchanged knowing looks, prompting Lu Dong to interject awkwardly. Is there some misunderstanding between you two? No, she asserted. It is somewhat of a misunderstanding, Ren clarified. The group chuckled, easing the tension. It's all in good fun, right? We are friends now, and if there are any misunderstandings, let us clear them up today, Lu Dong said, attempting to lighten the mood. Indeed. Let us first enjoy our meal, and later we can decide on some entertainment, Wang Yeye suggested, diverting the conversation. The dishes have already been ordered and will arrive shortly. If anyone desires anything else, we can order more, Lu Dong announced as he signaled for the waiter to bring the food. Once the dishes arrived, the group officially commenced their feast. With Li Fei and Hu Jufeng providing comic relief, the atmosphere grew lively as they engaged in playful banter with the women, much to the delight of the single men present. However, Renee and Qi Yan seemed like outsiders, offering only brief responses while focusing on their meals. Before long, Hu Jufeng nudged Renee to express his sentiments towards Qi Yan. After some contemplation, Renee, acknowledging his role as a gentleman, lifted his glass towards her. I would like to propose a toast. Although this misunderstanding occurred, I acknowledge my shortcomings and wish to express my apologies to you. As he raised his glass, his earnest gaze met Qi Yan's. Dressed in casual attire that radiated a fresh and pure aura, Qi Yan found herself momentarily taken aback by Ren Yi's unexpected gesture. Deep down, she too believed it was a misunderstanding, yet such matters could bruise one's pride, and it was challenging for someone with delicate sensibilities to admit such truths. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Yan chose to let the matter pass, recognizing that her own demeanor could influence the atmosphere, and she was not one to be self-centered. There is no need for apologies. In fact, I owe you my gratitude, she said, lightly clinking her juice glass with Renee's wine glass. Thank you for your understanding. Upon finishing her words, their eyes met, and they both raised their glasses and drank heartily. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Though uncertain if the misunderstanding had truly been resolved, the tension had certainly eased. That's the spirit. Let us toast once more to the two of you. Lu Dong quickly seized the moment to uplift the mood. Ren-yi, is it? I've heard of you. Truly an academic prodigy, always ranking first. Thus dubbed Ren-yi. We must get acquainted. In the future, I might just seek your guidance in studies, Yang Xian remarked as she raised her glass toward Ren-yi. The other girls, upon hearing Yang Xian's words, cast admiring glances at him, while Chi Yan appeared contemplative, lost in thought. Ren, upon hearing his name mentioned, promptly stood up, refilling his glass and offering it to her. It's not as exaggerated as you think. They're just exaggerating. Don't take it too seriously. Well then, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pleasure, they exclaimed in unison, and as the only girl indulging in alcohol. It was evident that young Xin's capacity for drink was no less impressive. This is no jest. If you don't believe me, inquire around at school. However, excelling academically doesn't guarantee much. I'm still a solitary soul like the rest of us. East brother is truly formidable, haha. After they finished their drinks, Li Fei began to jest. Ren thought to himself, actually, you're still single. I am no longer. He had already moved ahead of everyone else. Chi Yan glanced at Ren in surprise upon hearing Li Fei's comment, and Ren, recalling something, turned back to Chi Yan, offering a supportive glance. He was not yet ready for their roommates to know, lest chaos ensue. Chi Yan understood his intent, though somewhat puzzled. She had no intention of divulging anyone's privacy and returned a reassuring look. Are you suggesting we can make our move? Young Xin teased after hearing this. Indeed. Such a talented and handsome fellow is rare to find. Jia Huixian chimed in, joining the playful banner. Come now, ladies, that's not fair. We all have our own merits. Hu Jufeng interjected, eager to assert his presence. Well, you're certainly different from him. There's quite a weight difference. Young Xin laughed at her own remark. Being heavier is wonderful. This is the perfect physique I've painstakingly crafted, Hu Jufeng declared, standing up to showcase his form. The girls erupted in laughter at his antics. Thus, the gathering proceeded amidst their playful exchanges, during which Ren found a moment to raise a glass to Chi Yan, expressing his gratitude. After indulging in food and drink, the group decided to go singing, with Li Fei suggesting the nearby carnival, to which everyone agreed and collectively headed forth. Chapter 13. Dormitory Socializing, Part 2. Much like the Carnival Hotel, Jiahui City stands as an iconic establishment near Haida University, exuding an air of sophistication and offering reasonable prices, making it quite popular among the crowd. As the group arrived at the carnival, Li Fei approached the front desk to request a large private room along with 2 meal sets. The front desk attendant guided them to their designated room, where they settled in comfortably. Lu Dong found himself seated next to Wang Yeye, while the others arranged themselves with 1 male and 1 female on either side, leaving Ren and Chi Yan the farthest apart. With all preparations complete, Lu Dong, as the host for the evening, initiated the festivities. Who shall commence? Perhaps we should honor the ladies first? He suggested. Li Fei led them in applause to welcome the festivities. Wait a moment. Why not let the sister-in-law take the stage first? As our esteemed senior, shouldn't you and your husband warm up the atmosphere? Hu Jufeng interjected. Rising before the applause had died down, a new wave of applause erupted as he continued. All right, since he called you sister-in-law, I shall sing Autumn Head S Days. Additionally, I propose a duet with our esteemed Dong Gil. What do you say? Before Wang Yeye could finish her thoughts, Hu Jufeng stood up once again, eliciting unanimous agreement from the crowd. Lu Dong glanced at Wang Yeye with a resigned smile, ultimately succumbing to the enthusiasm of the group. Then let us perform Today I Shall Marry You, he declared, sharing a sweet smile with Wang Yeye as they picked up the microphone, preparing to enter the lovebird mode. Ren, seated conveniently near the karaoke machine, naturally took on the role of selecting songs for the group. The display of affection began and concluded with their performance. Although their singing was rather conventional, the heartfelt sentiment resonated well, earning them enthusiastic applause. All right, we've sung our song. Who's next? Lu Dong inquired, not pausing for breath as he encouraged the next performer. I shall take my turn. Scholar, please cue up Slow Cold. Thank you. Young Xin announced, standing to address Ren. Certainly, he replied. Young Xin brushed her hair back, crossed her legs, and began to sing. It seems that everything has been said. Her romantic tone was both tender and captivating. Compared to the youthful exuberance of the other girls, young Xin exuded a more mature, even sensual aura. Her dark long dress making it hard to believe she was still a university student. Gently placing the microphone down, she offered a graceful bow to the audience. Undoubtedly, she possessed the voice of a professional, her emotions perfectly conveyed through melodious notes that enchanted everyone present, who responded with even more fervent applause. Ahem. Now it's my turn, Li Fei began, but before he could finish his thought, Lu Dong and Hu Jufeng silenced him. Brother, let us keep it low-key for now. We mustn't disrupt the atmosphere. We've just enjoyed a heavenly voice. We can't immediately follow it with a dreadful howl. Hu Jufeng pleaded with a tone of desperation directed at Li Fei. The girls beside them gazed in confusion, and upon noticing this, Ren Yi casually remarked, "Destruction of heaven and earth." The laughter that erupted from the girls was infectious, causing even Qi Yan to turn her face away to stifle her giggles. "All right. No more persuasion. I won't sing anymore, okay? Wait until I return to the dormitory, and I'll perform for you then." The boys, feeling utterly despondent, could only lament their misfortune. Rennie felt fortunate to be away from the dormitory, narrowly escaping a predicament. With Li Fei opting out of singing, Hu Jufeng stepped in to replace him, showcasing a commendable vocal ability that garnered no objections. He serenaded everyone with the familiar tune, "Do You Know I Am Waiting For You?" Hu Jufeng's rendition brought a fresh perspective to the well-known song, making it enjoyable and entertaining, significantly enhancing his image. After finishing, he flashed a triumphant smile at Li Fei, who merely responded with a dismissive glance, ignoring him entirely. Next up was Jia Huixian, who performed Unfortunately, It's Not You, delivering a standard rendition that earned her a round of applause. Now it was Ran Yi's turn. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to sing Mode Love Letter. He had not made any special preparations and began singing as he glanced at the large screen in the private room. "I am the oak tree by your window, growing lonely on the street, on the strings of the guitar." Upon completing the song, a silence enveloped the room before applause erupted. Ren Yi's singing skills were nothing extraordinary. He merely stayed on pitch. Yet, his voice was pure, much like his character, and his performance easily evoked nostalgia, making it quite popular. Who would have thought our academic star is also a singing sensation? Truly captivating, Yang Xin remarked with a laugh, continuing to applaud. "Yan, it's your turn. Give it your all." Jia Huixian encouraged Qi Yan as she prepared to sing. At that moment, Qi Yan felt immense pressure. If others sang well, it would be one thing, but Renie's performance made her particularly uneasy. She could only muster the courage to proceed. Looking at Renie, she said, "Warm love song." Renie nodded and cued the song. This was a Cantonese song, and Qi Yan sang reasonably well. The language barrier was not too evident, and she felt relieved. Once the applause subsided, Lu Dong announced, "Now we begin the freestyle session." Li Fei still attempted to fight for a chance to sing Winning in the Jianghu, but Hu Jufeng decisively pressed the button again. What followed was a time for the karaoke enthusiasts to shine, with Yang Xin and Hu Jufeng taking center stage during the showcase. They even performed a duet of Heartfelt Breakup, which was still quite impressive. Lu Dong and Wang Yeye also took turns to sing a song each. Qi Yan, having consumed less beer this time, felt her cheeks flush slightly. The atmosphere in the private room became lively as a few boys stirred up excitement, prompting her to step out for a breath of fresh air. As she emerged from the restroom, shaking off the water from her hands and preparing to return to the private room, she caught sight of Rennie ahead. Feeling a bit awkward yet not wanting to show it, she pretended to walk casually forward. Rennie noticed Qi Yan coming out of the restroom and greeted her naturally. Her complexion appeared rather pallid. Was she feeling unwell? No, it's just that I've had a bit too much to drink," Qi Yan replied. Slightly taken aback by Ren Yi's sudden inquiry, Li Fei summoned some juice, suggesting that a drink might alleviate her discomfort. "Thank you," she replied. "It's no trouble." With that, they parted ways. As Qi Yan was on the verge of returning to the private room, she was drawn to the conversation of two men in their 30s who were chatting in the corridor. "Is that thing effective?" One of the men, wearing glasses, inquired. "Rest assured, there's absolutely no issue. I got it from a friend of mine who has used it many times without fail," the other responded with unwavering confidence. "I hope so. It took a lot of effort to get her out. If it weren't for all these colleagues, she likely wouldn't have come at all. With so many people around, how can we distract them? We can't just knock them all out, can we? I've already thought of a plan. We can divert all the men. I invited only those who are married, and they're likely to be anxious about their wives. The remaining women, we can manage easily. We can take turns. Is this place suitable? What if someone sees us? No worries. I just booked the room for the night, so no one will come. As for what happens afterward, you'll have to figure that out." "No problem. My friend works in loans. We can take a few photos and shoot a video to send him. He has ways to exert pressure, and she'll have no choice but to comply." "All right then. I'll seize the opportunity to stash some things." Chapter 14, Encountering Acquaintances, Part 1. Qi Yan overheard everything clearly and immediately thought of the possibility of drugs. Fear gripped her heart, yet she hesitated to flee, worried about drawing attention. Instead, she looked down, pretending to play on her phone, and slowly made her way back to the private room. "Why aren't you returning?" Rennie casually asked as he noticed Qi Yan lingering in the corridor. "Oh, Chi-Yan gasped at the unexpected voice. Observing her reaction, Renee inquired, "What's wrong?" Once the two men had returned to the room, Chi-Yan anxiously relayed what she had overheard to Renee. "Are you certain?" he asked after considering her words. Chi-Yan nodded vigorously. After a moment of contemplation, Renee advised, "You should head back to the room and remain silent for now. We wouldn't want to create a misunderstanding. I'll assess the situation first. Be careful. What if they decide to act violently? They won't. If it's true, they are likely more afraid than I am. As long as I make a little noise, they won't dare to act recklessly. Trust me." With that, Renee proceeded forward. Chi-Yan contemplated calling him back, but ultimately swallowed her words. Renee approached the door of the room where the two men had entered, pausing before entering, for the sounds emanating from within indicated that everything was normal. Nothing as Chi-Yan described seemed to be occurring, and he could only wait for a moment. Before long, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a man in his 30s who exited while holding a phone, leaving Renee to feign a phone call as he quietly observed. Shortly after the first man departed, another gentleman emerged, also engrossed in a phone conversation as he made his way outside. Following him, a woman clad in professional attire stepped out of the room, her appearance above average. Just before crossing the threshold, she called back into the room, "Ladies, I'm off. My darling awaits, haha," to which a chorus of teasing laughter erupted from within. After she departed, the door to the private room closed once more. This time, Rennie leaned in, straining to catch the sounds from inside. At that moment, 2 men and 2 women remained in the room, nearing the conclusion of their gathering, each showing signs of waning enthusiasm. The bespectacled man produced 3 bottles of beer, proclaiming, "You two can have one each, while we'll each take one. Once we finish, we can all head home," marking the end of this gathering. "Who do you think you're looking down on? Why should we only have one?" retorted a more mature woman. "My apologies, Sister Chow, but there are only 3 left, and we wish to indulge a bit more," the man responded, adopting a demeanor of concession. Sister Chow, at the age of 35, maintained a remarkable figure that exuded allure, enhancing her appeal despite being married. "Let us drink a bit less. We still have children to care for," chimed in a younger woman in support. The bespectacled man cast a grateful glance towards her. As the 4 continued to drink and chat, it wasn't too long before the 2 women began to drowse. The 2 men exchanged glances, revealing a mischievous smile. They stood and softly called out to the women, and upon receiving no response, felt a sense of relief. They were in for a treat, aside from the main attraction. Sister Chow was a true gem. Her figure was remarkable, and there was something distinct about mothers. "Let us not delay, let us savor life." They chuckled. Just as the excitement reached its peak, the door suddenly opened, and a young man stepped inside. "Who are you? You must have entered the wrong room," the bespectacled man called out. Rennie glanced at him but remained silent, redirecting his attention to the 2 women who were now entranced. Upon noticing the younger woman, Rennie furrowed his brow slightly. "Hey, young man, I'm talking to you," the man beside him shouted again. Chi-Yan, still uneasy within the room, decided to step out and investigate. If anything seemed amiss, she planned to summon everyone. Thus, she stealthily approached the door of that very private room. This time, Rennie heeded the man's words, looked him in the eye, and said, "Are you leaving, or shall I call the police?" Upon hearing this, the 2 men felt a jolt of panic. The bespectacled man feigned calmness, responding, "What do you mean? We're here singing with our girlfriends. What business is it of yours?" Rennie did not respond to him and continued to speak to himself. "I can see they are enchanted, and I recognize one of them, so do not deceive me. If you do not leave, I will call the police." The 2 men exchanged glances, their tempers flaring. This matter could not end peacefully. The one without glasses shot a fierce look, and they both charged forward. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the 2 men reeled back at an accelerated pace, rendered unconscious. Rennie lowered his foot, gazing at the fallen individuals, and called out to the young woman, "Lu Yilin, Lu Yilin." The younger woman was a close friend of Hao Manon, whom Rennie had met on his wedding day. Fortunately, Chi-Yan had noticed in time, or it would have been a serious predicament. Seeing that his calls went unanswered, Rennie shouted to the back, "I know you're there, come and lend a hand." At the entrance of the private room, Chi-Yan was covering her mouth, astonished to the point of immobility, as the scene before her was quite shocking. When those 2 men charged at Rennie, she had felt anxious and scolded him for showing off, but in an instant, the roles reversed. If it were not for witnessing it with her own eyes, no one would dare believe that a somewhat slender man could possess such strength. Upon hearing his voice, Chi-Yan snapped back to reality and entered the room. "What should we do? First, let us wake them up, and then see if we need to call the police." Bring some water. Ren first helped Lu Yilin to her feet, then took the water from Qi Yan and poured it into Lu Yilin's mouth. After she had consumed enough, Ren hoisted her onto his shoulder, allowing her abdomen to rest upon it. Lu Yilin, now on Ren's shoulder, began to vomit profusely. Once she finished, Ren instructed Qi Yan to splash some cold water on her face. After vomiting, Lu Yilin regained some awareness and realized she was being carried, prompting her to struggle. Seeing her awake, Ren intended to set her down, but as he did so, Lu Yilin fought back more fiercely, scratching and hitting. "Who are you? Let me go, you rogue." Ren exerted his strength around her waist, unable to evade her movements, and was scratched deeply enough to draw blood on his neck. Am I truly fated to be called a rogue? Qi Yan, overhearing, felt a flush of embarrassment warm her cheeks. Ren, noticing her reaction, realized he had misspoken and quickly added, "Could you please go back and call them for assistance? I am indeed at a disadvantage here." Oh, I will go right away." He intended to inquire about Lu Yilin's plans, but found she had fainted again, leaving him no choice but to call the police. A group of people hurriedly arrived, taken aback by the scene before them. They saw two men lying on the ground, and based on Qi Yan's earlier description, it seemed accurate. However, everyone remained curious about Ren's capabilities. "You did this?" Li Fei asked, uncertain. "They were drunk and hardly put up a fight. Why didn't you say so? I thought he had fallen before I could even make a move." After a flurry of chaotic activity, they finally awaited the arrival of the police. After the police arrived and confirmed the situation, they took the two men lying on the ground away. Ren followed them, and the specifics could only be clarified once they regained consciousness. For now, it was imperative to transport the incapacitated duo to the hospital. After leaving the police station, Ren made his way to the hospital, where he found Lu Yilin lying on a hospital bed. Contemplating the situation, he decided to call Hao Manin. Chapter 15. Encountering an Acquaintance, Part 2. Hello. What's wrong? Aren't you coming back today? A gentle inquiry resonated from the phone. No, your friend Lu Yilin has encountered an incident. Yilin, what happened? Hao Manin immediately sat up on the sofa. She is at the hospital now. If you can, please come to the emergency center. The matter is somewhat complicated and cannot be explained clearly over the phone. I will elaborate further upon your arrival. All right. Please look after her for me. I'll be there shortly. There's no need to rush. She is not in critical condition, and the situation has been largely resolved. Just take care on your way here. Ren, concerned about Hao Manin's safety, offered this cautionary reminder. After a moment of silence, Hao Manin replied, "Yes. Don't worry, I'll be careful." With that, she hung up, grabbed her car keys, and departed. In the hospital room, the two individuals involved had regained consciousness. After the police took some preliminary statements, they left. As both witnesses and evidence were present, this was merely a procedural formality, and it was likely that the two would face certain repercussions for their actions. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Ren sent everyone home, opting to wait for Hao Manin, as having the group present would only complicate matters. Once the others departed, only Ren and the two involved remained in the room. Today has indeed been a revelation. Who would have thought that two seemingly respectable individuals could behave so beastly? Xiao Qing remarked, having regained some composure. It also serves as a lesson. One must know both the face and the heart of a person, or it could lead to ruin. Lu Yilin added with a sense of reflection. I have already contacted your husband, and he will be here shortly to pick you up. The outcome is quite favorable. We should consider how to proceed from here. Ren said to Xiao Qing, "Thank you, young man. Had it not been for you, we would have been in dire straits. Once I have the opportunity, you must come to our home. I would like to repay your kindness." Xiao Qing suddenly remembered her benefactor's presence. There is no need for gratitude. It was merely a small effort on my part, primarily due to that young woman's timely intervention. Indeed, we ought to express our gratitude to her as well. Just then, Xiao Qing's husband arrived in a hurry. Since their home was in close proximity to the emergency center, it didn't take long for family to come and escort her away, showering her with expressions of gratitude as she departed. Once everyone had left, Ren noticed that Lu Yilin appeared to have improved considerably and asked, "Is there anything else bothering you? Would you like me to call the doctor for another examination?" "No more. It seems there are no issues now. I truly must express my gratitude to you, and indeed did not misjudge you. Who would have anticipated your prowess in heroically rescuing the fair maiden?" It appears Lu Yilin sought to convey his splendid state of being with a jest. As long as he is not a rogue, that suffices. Hao Manin hurried into the hospital room, her gaze falling upon her friend seated on the bed and Ren standing nearby, who bore some visible injuries. including marks of blood on his neck from Lu Yilin's earlier encounter. What has transpired? Hao Manon inquired with concern. Ren Yi recounted the events to her in detail. For Lu Yilin had fainted earlier, leaving him somewhat unclear about the specifics. Thank goodness everything is well. How are you feeling now? Hao Manon sighed in relief. Turning her attention to her friend. I'm all right now. I can go home, Lu Yilin replied. That's wonderful. And what about you? Are you all right? Hearing her friend was fine. Hao Manon's gaze shifted to Renee. I feel fine. Renee did not perceive any issue with his appearance. Hao Manon pointed to the bloodstain on Ren Yi's neck, saying, did it happen during your struggle with the assailant? Ren Yi, momentarily at a loss, gestured towards Lu Yilin on the bed, explaining the unexpected incident to both. Lu Yilin's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Hao Manon felt a sense of helplessness for Renee. Recognizing the unwarranted misfortune, approaching Renee, Hao Manon gently touched his arm and suggested, perhaps we should disinfect that with some alcohol later. Given your penchant for nail polish, it would be more hygienic. Standing nearby, Lu Yilin felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow, thinking, my nails are even shorter now. It's all right. I can apply it at home later. There's nothing urgent now. Shall we take her home? Rennie felt warmth in his heart and deftly shifted the topic. All right. You help her downstairs, and I'll go fetch the car, Hao Manon replied. Understood, she said, descending to retrieve the vehicle as Rennie assisted Lu Yilin down the stairs. No need to support me. I feel much better now. All right, but take it slow. Upon reaching downstairs, Ren Yi insisted on driving, allowing Hao Manon to attend to her friend, which proved more convenient. After arriving home, Hao Manon settled her friend on the sofa and went to fetch a cup of warm water, simultaneously retrieving a medical kit, evidently intending to disinfect Ren Yi's wound. Taking out alcohol and cotton swabs from the kit, Hao Manon approached Rennie. Please tilt your head slightly. I shall help you with the medication. No need. I can manage on my own, Rennie replied, feeling a touch of bashfulness. Hao Manon remained silent, her expressive eyes fixed on Rennie. Under her gaze, Rennie found himself at a loss for words, ultimately tilting his head in acquiescence, awaiting her assistance. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, subtle yet captivating, inviting a sense of tranquility. Rennie could not help but acknowledge that he was somewhat relishing the ambience at that moment. Could you two perhaps consider the feelings of the injured party? Seated nearby, Lu Yilin spoke with a hint of resignation. Hearing her words, Hao Manon did not turn around but instead tidied her belongings and placed them into the medical kit. At this moment, Rennie felt somewhat awkward. Noticing that Hao Manon did not respond, he too refrained from replying and dared not meet her gaze, feeling utterly at a loss. It was a self-inflicted predicament. At such an age, he could not even discern the intentions of others. Ultimately, Hao Manon did not abandon her close friend. It was one thing to be unable to identify the villain, but to inadvertently harm the good was another matter entirely. Should this happen again? There would be no one to rescue him. Hao Manon delivered a profound lesson to the injured party. Your family saved me. Your words carry weight, she stated, leaving Lu Yilin momentarily speechless. After applying the medicine to Ren Yi, Hao Manon began to tidy the medical kit while advising, fortunately, it's merely a scrape. It should be nothing serious. Thank you. Rennie thought that at this moment, Hao Manon resembled a devoted wife, and a gentle warmth enveloped his heart. Enough of this. Is saving someone such a grand feat? Where is your humanity towards the opposite sex? Lu Yilin was provoked by their actions, and her previously low spirits lifted at once. Upon hearing her friend's teasing, Hao Manon and Rennie exchanged a glance, their cheeks tinged with a blush. And she went to store the medical kit away. Great benefactor, how should I express my gratitude to you? Lu Yilin said playfully, looking at Rennie. No need for thanks. It was merely a trivial effort, Ren Yi replied modestly, as it indeed felt insignificant to him. That simply won't do. If it weren't for you, my sister might have been doomed for life. Then asked the teacher. I truly don't know, he retorted. No need for thanks. Once you recover, get up and help me prepare a midnight snack, Hao Manon interjected as she emerged. I have recovered, but I'm not hungry. It's not for you. Anin. You wouldn't expect me to cook for your entire family, would you? Aren't you supposed to express gratitude? You wouldn't even be willing to make a meal for your benefactor? Besides, it's just a small favor. I wouldn't dare let Ren eat what you cook. At that moment, Lu Yilin was thoroughly exasperated. Benefactor's younger brother. Prepared to indulge in my heartfelt midnight snack. Before leaving, Lu Yilin playfully teased Ren Yi as if seeking retribution. Thank you, I appreciate it. Upon hearing Ren Yi's words, Lu Yilin tossed her head and headed towards the kitchen. Chapter 16. The Gratitude Dinner. Great benefactor. Dinner is ready. Lu Yilin called out while setting the table. Ren, who had been reading on the sofa, hastily stood up, eager to assist in the kitchen. Just as he was nearing the kitchen, he was halted by Hao Manon, who emerged at that moment. You can sit and wait. There aren't many dishes tonight, and you've worked the hardest today, so just enjoy the midnight snack, she said with a gentle smile. At that moment, the teacher was carrying a pot of soup, dressed in a light-colored apron, and her soft smile brought a wave of warmth and fragrant delight. Ren glanced at the teacher, not lingering intentionally, and smiled. All right, thank you, teacher. Upon hearing Ren's words, Hao Manon feigned seriousness and cast a sidelong glance at him. Moments later, the two exchanged smiles and busied themselves with their respective tasks. What do you think? There isn't much, and an overly sumptuous dinner in the evening is not ideal. I've prepared something simple, though I'm unsure if it suits our benefactor's younger brother's palate. I am not picky about food. As long as it is clean and edible, I am content. Lu Yilin initially intended to comment on a grown man's fastidiousness, but upon noticing Ren's almost pristine demeanor, which exuded an air of purity, she swallowed her words. You should eat quickly. It's been quite a while. You need some nourishment. Observing that Lu Yilin was about to speak again, Hao Manon urged her to eat. Anin, you've finally shown concern for me, Lu Yilin remarked, feeling deeply touched. In truth, Hao Manon merely wished to remind her of the importance of self-care and help her regain her composure, fearing she might be haunted by shadows of the past. After a lengthy period of commotion, with a collective sigh of relief, they all began to eat. Ren's dining manner was steady and rhythmic, neither hurried nor slow, but with a certain cadence. Lu Yilin noticed this distinctive aspect of Ren's eating habits and paused to observe him for a moment longer. It was an indescribable sensation, yet it was aesthetically pleasing. Gently nudging Hao Manon, she indicated with her eyes, urging her to take note of how their guest dined. Hao Manon rolled her eyes in response, having already observed Ren's earnest yet relaxed approach to eating, which was quite delightful to witness. After finishing their dinner, Ren insisted on cleaning up the remnants of their meal. As night deepened, the two women began to feel drowsy. Anin, I want to sleep with you tonight. I seek comfort. You don't mind, do you, dear brother of our benefactor? I shall borrow your wife for the night. With that, Lu Yilin cast a beseeching look at Ren. Uncertain of how to respond, Ren felt a twinge of relief. For explaining the rationale behind separate sleeping arrangements for a married couple could be quite awkward. Thus, Ren retired to his own room, while the two women shared Hao Manon's space. Inen, why is there no trace of his clothing in your room? Lu Yilin remarked while searching for Hao Manon's nightwear. Hao Manon began to doubt the wisdom of having her friend stay over. You two aren't. Lu Yilin's expression shifted to one of astonishment as a thought crossed her mind. Hao Manon shot her a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore her. Inen, I must admonish you. Your benefactor's younger brother is such a wonderful person. How could you leave him to keep an empty room? Don't speak without understanding, Hao Manon retorted. Listen to me. Men also need care. The best way a woman can show affection to a man is by allowing him to love her while they sleep. With that, Hao Manon simply lay down and turned off the light. Oh dear, I haven't changed yet. The following morning, Ren emerged from his room after a brief wash and grooming. Breakfast has been elegantly arranged on the dining table, featuring milk, fried eggs, and sandwiches. Get up. It's time to eat. We'll head to school shortly, said Hao Manon, who emerged from the kitchen carrying a platter of fruit. Many assert that an apron is a woman's most beautiful attire, as it captivates the very souls of men. Ren gazed at Hao Manon, momentarily entranced, having lost count of how many times this charm had drawn him in. Ah, thank you for your hard work, teacher. Allow me, he exclaimed, rushing over to assist in placing the fruit on the table. All right, let us sit down to eat. Don't worry about Elan. She won't be waking up. We can head to school once we finish, Ren mused, pondering how they became such close friends. After breakfast, the two made their way to the garage, preparing to drive to school. Why don't you take your car today? That one is restricted. Do you want to give it a try? Hao Manon suggested, approaching a sleek black vehicle. On second thought, it might not be appropriate for you to drive at school. This car is a bit ostentatious, which could send the wrong message. Let us heed your uncle's advice, she concluded, dismissing the suggestion before Ren could respond. Fine. I feel like I've been schooled again, he replied resignedly. I'm fine with anything. Hao Manon, noticing Ren's demeanor, smiled and added, your uncle only has your best interests at heart. You probably wouldn't enjoy it either. Ren opened his mouth to argue, but ultimately refrained, realizing he could not contest her authority as a teacher. Upon arriving at school, they parted ways as usual. Renee headed to the classroom while Hao Min went to park the car. Just as Renee stepped into the classroom, Li Fei called him over. How did it go yesterday? Did the police award you a Good Citizen award? What award? It was just a minor favor. Hardly akin to apprehending a fugitive, Renee retorted. Surely there must have been some verbal commendation? There is nothing of the sort. The police just took a statement and left. How dull. But that's not the main point. What is the deal with Qi Yan? Li Fei's curiosity was palpable. What do you mean, what is the deal? There is nothing going on. Come on, there is definitely something. Spill it. Is she your ex-girlfriend? Li Fei's excitement grew. What are you thinking? No, we merely crossed paths once before. Impossible. The way she acted yesterday clearly indicates there is a story. Did you abandon her after a fleeting romance? I mean, how could you let go of someone so beautiful? What a pity. Renee mentally tuned him out. Wishing Li Fei would become a journalist instead with his penchant for storytelling. Just as Li Fei was about to continue his relentless probing, the class monitor, Ning Kejing, glided over in her flowing skirt, interrupting the gossip session. Renee turned to her and replied, We've just finalized the performance details. That is splendid. This afternoon. The student council will require participation in a rehearsal. You can simply report for our class upon your arrival. Very well, I shall go this afternoon. You certainly deserve the effort. President Su will be there as well. What? Senior Su Yao will also attend? Before Renee could utter a word, Li Fei excitedly interjected. Naturally. Upon hearing this, Li Fei turned to Renee, his expression brimming with flattery. My dear friend, may I accompany you this afternoon? Chapter 17. Program review in the afternoon. After having lunch in the cafeteria, Li Fei eagerly tugged Renee towards the student council. Is it not a tad early to go now? Renee glanced at his phone, realizing it was just past 12, barely noon. Not early at all. First come. First served. No, I mean, we must report early. Before Renee could resist, Li Fei had already grabbed his arm and was leading him forward. Upon arrival, Renee discovered he was not as early as he had thought. The large classroom was already populated with several students checking in. Look, Su Yao is indeed here. Following Li Fei's pointing finger, Renee cast his gaze in that direction and, without needing to search deliberately, spotted a breathtaking girl with waist-length hair, effortlessly drawing the attention of everyone around her. Clad in a simple white shirt and jeans, her ethereal presence remained unblemished. How beautiful! No wonder she is one of the 4 campus beauties. Encountering her even once is quite a rarity. I wonder if the other 3 will be present? For campus beauties? I have never heard of this before. Though not a newcomer, Renee was neither reclusive nor uninformed, yet he was unfamiliar with such a designation. Perhaps you should spend less time buried in books. You've fallen behind. Renee shot him a quizzical look. Was that even a sensible remark? What else should a student do if not study? This year, a stunning freshman garnered attention during military training with her dance, igniting discussions across the school forum. Subsequently, the most attractive girls from various levels were recognized, leading to the identification of the 4 campus beauties. Would you like to know who they are? Not particularly. It is of no concern to me. Stop pretending. However, I shall share this with you since you brought me here. The first is undoubtedly our senior Su Yao. And the second is someone you are acquainted with, your ex-girlfriend, Qi Yan. We truly have no connection. Please refrain from such conjectures. Humph. With that dismissive remark, Li Fei continued. The third is Zhang Yi from the senior finance department, and the last is a freshman. I believe her name is Mo Xiao. What of our classmate Jiang Linlang? You claim there is no connection, yet you seem concerned about this. I truly have no connection, merely a flicker of curiosity. Renee pondered internally, wondering why Hao Manin was excluded from such discussions. In truth, aside from the 4 campus beauties, there are 2 additional goddesses not included here. One is our esteemed teacher Hao, and the other is Jiang Linlang. I can understand why teachers are not counted. But what of Jiang Linlang? She is also a student, is she not? It is said that once one is deemed a goddess, they transcend mere beauty. Thus, the school recognizes 2 great goddesses and 4 campus beauties. Do you comprehend? University students today are indeed discerning, having already encountered 2 of the 4 campus beauties. Renee wondered if he would be fortunate enough to meet the remaining 2. He disregarded his friend's fanciful musings and made his way directly to the registration area, eager to check in early and conclude his duties, as he wished to spend some time in the library later that afternoon. Hello. I am here for the rehearsal report for the welcome party, he announced. Greetings. Please provide your class, name, and specific performance details for registration, replied a charming girl handling the registration, her smile warm and inviting. Class of Chinese language, Renee, and I will be performing on the transverse flute. Excellent. Please hold on for a moment. After the performance review, you will officially rehearse in the auditorium tomorrow, she responded cheerfully. Ah, understood. Their essay performance review? Rin-yi had not anticipated this, but could comprehend the necessity. Without scrutiny, it would be impossible to ensure the quality of the event. There was no choice but to wait here for a while, and it seemed the afternoon would not allow for other pursuits. As the student council president, Suyao personally oversaw such significant events, her presence today dedicated to reviewing the performances. With the rise of online engagement and the ensuing buzz, Haisher University, as a prestigious institution, drew considerable attention for this year's welcome party. She was determined to uphold the event standards. As time passed, the classroom filled with more and more students. Rin-yi and Li Fei settled into a corner seat, where Li Fei animatedly critiqued the passing beauties. Observing the crowd, Rin-yi felt a twinge of regret for heeding the class monitor's advice, uncertain how long this wait might extend. Those who had already registered could now await their names being called. Those selected would proceed to a small conference room for content review. Fortunately, not all attendees were required to register before proceedings commenced. Otherwise, the wait could have been interminable. Rin-yi realized arriving early was indeed wise, as the roll call seemed to follow the order of registration, and his turn would come soon. Class of Chinese language, Rin-yi, you may enter. Indeed. It was but a brief wait before his name was called. The purpose of the review was not solely to eliminate subpar performances. It also aimed to integrate and arrange the acts based on each individual's strengths. Thus, the nature of the performance was less significant than the opportunity to showcase one's talents. Rin-yi knocked on the door. Please come in. Upon entering, he found the conference room arranged in a semicircle, with several student council judges standing or seated informally in the judging area, and the president, Suyao, seated prominently in the center. Given that this was not a corporate interview, a less formal atmosphere was preferable, fostering a more relaxed environment. Hello, you are Rin-yi from the class of Chinese language, correct? Inquired a girl standing beside Suyao, jotting notes in her folder. Yes. Upon hearing his affirmative response, the girl looked up with a cheerful smile, remarking, I didn't expect a top student like you to participate in a performance. It was evident that this girl was Rin-yi's peer, having heard of his reputation. The others present turned their curious gazes towards him, intrigued by the unfolding interaction. The class required it, so he reluctantly complied. Rin-yi indeed spoke no falsehood. He truly did not wish to perform, but it was solely due to the needs of the class. However, there was no need for such modesty. Rin-yi's humble demeanor elicited laughter from the girl. You are performing a piece on the transverse flute? Yes, but I was unaware of the review process, so I did not bring my flute. No matter, there are some simple instruments here, all new, though their quality may not be exceptional. Suyao, who had been sitting in the center, spoke up. University is not as concerned with academic scores as high school. Yet the top students of each discipline still attract the school's attention. As the president of the student council, she had certainly heard of Rin-yi. In truth, she held little faith in him. Being both the student council president and the head of the Guqin Society, she understood well the challenges of traditional musical instruments. Achieving proficiency in any of them requires extensive practice over a long period. It seemed unlikely that an academic achiever like Rin-yi could spare the energy for artistic pursuits, leading her to believe he was merely filling a spot, at best operating at a hobbyist level. That will suffice. Then Suyao had someone fetch a flute and handed it to Rin-yi. What piece will you perform? The Song of Gusu. Rin-yi chose a widely recognized piece without much thought. Once he received the flute, he briefly tested the sound before taking his position. At that moment, his demeanor transformed. All the onlookers sensed the shift. Rin-yi, who already possessed an extraordinary presence, appeared even more ethereal, akin to a gentleman as refined as jade. The flute's notes floated delicately into the air. As the sound emerged, Suyao straightened her posture. A true expert can discern skill at first glance. With his aura alone, the rhythm gained an additional grace, and the piece itself flowed seamlessly, leaving no room for critique. Simply being able to listen in tranquility was a blessing. Upon finishing the performance, the audience's immediate reaction was one of admiration. Beautiful, handsome, truly remarkable. Suyao could not help but be swept away. Rin-yi had, at that moment, resembled a celebrated scholar from ancient times. It was no wonder that the likes of the renowned scholar Li Xuanhuan were so adored. In that instant, he appeared otherworldly. Everyone erupted into applause. Chapter 18. A familiar encounter. After regaining her composure, Suyao was silent for a moment, her impressions more direct. She clearly understood that such skill was genuinely impressive. Not only the piece, but the individual himself possessed an artistic essence. That was splendid. It is an honor to have heard such a beautiful piece. However, I have a small suggestion. Renee was taken aback by Su Yao's intention to offer a suggestion. Not because he was conceited enough to believe no one could advise him, but rather because he was acutely aware of his own level. Certainly, there were those who could provide him with advice, but they were not typically university students. Nevertheless, he replied politely, "Please, go ahead. Could you consider changing your performance content?" What I mean is, could we collaborate on a program? Upon hearing Su Yao's proposal, others were left astonished. Their president, the campus beauty of High University, had proactively requested to collaborate with a male student for a performance. What a surprising development. Collaboration? Rin Yi was merely curious about how to collaborate. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Su Yao, the president of the student council. As an upperclassman, you must be aware of this, correct? Indeed. I am also the president of the Chinese Music Society, and for the upcoming welcome party, I plan to perform on the guzheng. However, having too many solo performances featuring traditional instruments may not be ideal for the event, so I propose that we combine our efforts into a single program. Are you suggesting a duet? At this moment, Renee realized the nature of the proposal. Precisely. Regarding the piece, if you have no objections, I suggest we perform Butterfly Lovers. I had originally intended to perform it solo, but a duet would undoubtedly enhance its impact, especially since contemporary university students tend to favor this composition. Renee did not ponder this for long, recognizing the truth in her words. Butterfly Lovers has a vivid melody and a poignant backstory, making it more appealing. Thus, he replied directly, "I have no objections. I am here merely to support the performance." Excellent. Let us finalize this. Tomorrow, I will be waiting for you in the grand auditorium for rehearsal. Su Yu was elated. She believed that if they truly collaborated, their performance would undoubtedly be exceptional, possibly even the highlight of the event. Moreover, as an artist, it is a delightful opportunity to share the stage with a talented master. Very well. Is there anything else? May I take my leave now? Certainly. Just remember not to forget the rehearsal tomorrow. I want tea. Goodbye. With that, Renee exited the small conference room, where Li Fei was already waiting impatiently outside. Why did it take so long? Did you pass? Yes, I passed. Come by tomorrow for rehearsal. Renee had no intention of divulging the details to Li Fei, as it would only lead to a barrage of gossip. This afternoon, Renee had no classes and did not spend much time on registration, so he decided to visit the library for a while, planning to return home with his teacher after they finished work. After parting ways with Li Fei, Renee arrived at the library, picked up a book on the history of the Qin dynasty, and found a quiet spot to sit. The quality of a prestigious university is often reflected in its library. The number of students present and whether they are engaged in studying is a direct manifestation of this standard. The quality of High City University was well demonstrated here, although, in any communal setting, there are always a few exceptions. Come sit here, it's less crowded. An incongruous volume stood out in the hushed atmosphere. Li Lin, have you never learned to keep your voice down? I'm here to study, not to dine out. A short-haired, fair-skinned beauty replied impatiently to the former. Li Lin, undeterred, flashed a charming smile and said, my apologies, senior. I couldn't help but forget. Therefore, it would be best if you spoke a little more softly. All right. Zhang Yi, disinterested in further conversation, placed her book on the table and took a seat. She was currently quite vexed. Ever since she attended the Yuan family's business conference with her father and encountered Li Lin, who was from the same school, he had begun to cling to her incessantly, showering her with flattery but lacking any genuine action, leaving her unable to express her irritation. As she settled down, her gaze casually wandered around, only to realize that another individual at the table appeared somewhat familiar. Wasn't he the son-in-law of the Hao family? Renee furrowed his brow, disturbed from his reading, finding it difficult to maintain a pleasant demeanor, particularly in the presence of those he found rather annoying, and it was evident that Li Lin was among them. He noted the beautiful woman accompanying Li Lin. He recognized her well, as his memory was sharp. She must have been a guest at his wedding, a friend of the teacher's family. Naturally, such a refreshing and elegant beauty would leave an impression. He recalled raising a toast at her table during the celebration. Brother-in-law, what brings you to our school? Zhang Yi, who usually addressed Hao Man and his sister, believed it appropriate to refer to Renee in such a manner. Renee had never been called that before and was momentarily taken aback, about to respond when Li Lin, with a look of disdain, interjected. He is just a student at our school. If he is not here, where else could he possibly be? Li Lin had just noticed Renee and, unable to suppress his bitterness, began to taunt him. You're a student? A student from high university? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise, finding the revelation fantastical. How Manon was a teacher at this school, and her husband was, in fact, a student. No wonder he appeared so youthful. Yes, I'm in my third year. Majoring in Chinese language, Renee replied candidly. Just a third year? You're still my junior. You're How Manon's husband? I must be mistaken. Zhang Yi struggled to comprehend, wishing to believe she had made an error in recognition. Renee could understand her astonishment, but had no intention of denying it. I believe not. I remember you from the wedding of my teacher. After confirming, Zhang Yi found herself speechless for a moment. Wait, did you just say you're majoring in Chinese? Yes, I'm in class 1 of the Chinese language program. I recall that sister is. Zhang Yi hesitated, her mind racing with disbelief. This was no ordinary teacher-student relationship. It was the teacher and her student. How playful was sisterin? Upon scrutinizing Renee closely, she noted that he was indeed quite handsome, with a clean and fresh demeanor. Was he a little milk dog? Was sisterin indulging in a relationship that could be described as an older cow eating tinder grass? You're just a loser, a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You better know your place. How Manon is not someone you can match, Li Lin sneered. Perplexed as to why the Hao family would choose Renee as a son-in-law instead of himself. What did he possess? He was merely an ordinary student. At best a good student. Renee shot him a sidelong glance and stated earnestly, I feel compelled to remind you that I do not harbor any fondness for you. So please refrain from deliberately provoking me, otherwise I may inflict harm upon you. Li Lin, under Renee's gaze, felt a twinge of trepidation. Li Lin, the affairs of others hold no significance for you, so why do you feel compelled to belittle them? Before Li Lin could retort, Zhang Yi had already begun her verbal onslaught. Li Lin's face flushed crimson. He dared not retaliate, fearing Renee might inflict harm upon him. As he had witnessed the academic prodigy's physicality firsthand, he could only stifle his anger, forcing a smile as he continued to ingratiate himself, saying, I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense, Senior E. In his heart, Li Lin wished for Renee to suffer 1,000 tortures. Zhang Yi was indeed someone he could not provoke. His family had insisted he pursue her relentlessly. However, what was Renee in comparison? Just wait and see. I doubt you will always depart from school alongside Hao Manon. Zhang Yi was utterly indifferent to Li Lin's emotional turmoil. She turned to Renee, stating, Ignore him. I believe you two are quite suitable for each other, a student-teacher romance. How exhilarating. What do you feel when you see sisterin during class? This girl possessed the gift of conversation. One casual chat led to a desire to converse no further. It feels fine, I suppose. Before she could inquire further, Renee hastily feigned a glance at his phone, saying, It is getting late. You all should continue here. The teacher is likely to finish class soon, and we must head home. Do come by our place sometime. Upon finishing, Renee stood up, preparing to leave. All right, I'll visit sisterin another day to see how you both live, Zhang Yi remarked with eager anticipation. As if she were ready to go at that very moment. Renee inwardly regretted his polite invitation. What compelled him to utter such courteous words? Now she might genuinely come over. Despite his annoyance, he forced a smile, saying, You are welcome, welcome. I shall inform sisterin when I return. He then turned and departed, leaving behind his books. Zhang Yi watched Renee's retreating figure, her smile fading as she murmured, How intriguing, truly intriguing. Senior Yi, what is so intriguing? Li Lin, equally watching Renee leave, inquired upon hearing her softly spoken words. It has nothing to do with you. I am leaving. Do not follow me. With that, she stood up and walked away, leaving Li Lin in a state of confusion. Chapter 19. Welcome New Year's Party, Part 1. After exiting the library, Renee made his way directly to the school garage to await Hao Manon's departure from work. A short while later, a sudden sound emanated from his side, signaling someone had pressed the car key. He looked around. Just as Hao Manon finished her shift and approached the garage, she pressed the key twice, intending to make a light-hearted jest. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Hao Manon approaching with a wave and a smile. Have you been waiting long? Not at all. I just arrived. Get in. Let us go. Sure. After Renee entered the car, Hao Manon drove them home. Upon their arrival, they prepared dinner as usual. Renee eagerly volunteered to take charge. But Hao Manon gently pushed him out of the kitchen, asserting, If I have no other matters to attend to, I shall prepare the meal. You focus on your studies and read. We can discuss these things after graduation. Renee was not a pretentious individual, nor did he deliberately seek authority. He simply sat on the sofa, engrossed in a book for a while. It's time to eat. You serve the rice first, and I will bring out the soup. All right. As Ren Eben rose to approach the dining table, the teacher hurriedly emerged with the soup pot. The pot was exceedingly hot, causing Hao Manon to instinctively retract her hand. Startled, and she let out a shriek. Ren Eben looked up just in time to see the soup nearly spilling, and with a swift stride, he dashed forward. One hand supported the bottom of the pot, while the other shielded the impending spill from reaching Hao Manon. With concern, he inquired, "Are you all right, teacher? Did you get burned?" Hao Manon took a breath, a bit embarrassed, and replied, "I'm fine, sorry, I poured too much soup and couldn't hold it properly." Only then did she notice that Ren Eben was still holding the pot. "Oh dear. Quickly put it down. You'll burn your hand." "It's all right, teacher. My hands have always been a bit rough," he reassured her, finally realizing that he was still holding the soup. However, it was of little concern to him. He simply couldn't show any sign of discomfort, so he hastily placed the pot on the table. Even if they're rough, they're not iron hands. "Let me see." Hao Manon suddenly took hold of Ren Eben's hand, spreading his palm open to inspect it carefully, instinctively blowing on it. "Fortunately, you're fine. Your hands are so tender. Where could they be rough? And you too. Why did you catch it with your hands? If it spills, it spills. At worst, you'll just get your clothes dirty." After saying this, she still felt uneasy and gently examined Ren Eben's palm once more. Ren Eben felt his ears grow slightly warm as she held his hand, and his breathing became a bit erratic. He hadn't thought much of it. Fearing the teacher might get burned, he had stepped in. And now it seemed everything was fine. "Teacher, your hand didn't get burned, did it?" "I'm fine. Just some soup spilled on my hand. Couldn't hold back. Let me see." "Teacher." With that, Ren Eben reached for Hao Manon's hand, but as he was about to touch it, he suddenly realized and halted his movement, saying, "Ahem. It's good that you're okay. Just wash your hands with cold water and let us eat." Oh, all right. I'll go get the dishes." Hao Manon's cheeks subtly flushed, resembling the beauty of white jade kissed by dawn. The two busied themselves for a while before finally sitting down to prepare for their meal. During dinner, Ren Eben recounted the events of the day at the library to Hao Manon. She is the daughter of Vice Mayor Zhang Chun from Haishur. Quite an interesting girl. If she says she'll come, she surely will. The daughter of the Vice Mayor? Yes, Vice Mayor Zhang has a good rapport with my father, so we often spend time together. It's been a while since I've seen her. It's about time she met you, my brother-in-law, haha. She is still my senior. Ren Eben responded with a hint of helplessness. After he finished speaking, Hao Manon chuckled a few times. Indeed, how does that even work? It's perfect. Since I'm usually busy, it would be wonderful for her to look out for you at school. Helpless, Ren Eben gazed at his teacher with resignation. Hao Manon could not help but chuckle again and said, "All right, no more jokes. However, I truly can assist you in resolving certain troubles. Individuals like Li Lin are hardly a concern. These are not troubles at all. Teacher, you need not worry. I can handle it," Rennie replied, dismissing her concerns. Hao Manon ceased her playful demeanor, her expression turning earnest as she addressed Rennie. "Very well, I shall trust your judgment. Nonetheless, do inform me should any issues arise. We are not strangers." Pausing momentarily from his meal, Rennie smiled back at Hao Manon, assuring her, "Rest assured, teacher, I understand. Well then, let us eat swiftly and ensure you rest adequately afterward." The following morning, the two set off for school as usual. Rennie had no classes that day. His purpose for going to school was to attend the rehearsal for the welcome gala, after all. He had made a promise to others and could not afford to disappoint them. Upon arriving at the entrance of the grand auditorium, he suddenly realized that he did not possess Su Yao's contact information. How was he to find her in such a large venue? "I shall inquire once inside," he thought. "Rennie, over here." Upon entering, before Rennie could begin his search, Su Yao, dressed in a light green long dress, greeted him from a distance. Her demeanor poised yet polite. Rennie raised a hand in acknowledgement and proceeded towards her. The attendees in the auditorium turned their heads, whispering amongst themselves. "Who is this person? He seems quite familiar with the campus beauty. I haven't heard of him before." Once Siyu welcomed Rennie, she led him backstage. "This is the equipment room. We have a flute and guzheng here. We can use these for now, but for the official performance, it would be best to utilize our own instruments for superior quality." "Sounds good." Rennie observed the equipment room, noting its somewhat chaotic state, yet appreciating its spaciousness. Given the number of people in the auditorium, having such a dedicated rehearsal space is indeed a rarity. "Shall we prepare the instruments? Do you require any sheet music?" Xiao inquired as she began to set up the guzheng. "No need. I have studied before." "That is wonderful. Let us run through it simply first, and we can refine any issues as we go. Agreed. Once both were prepared, Suyao looked at Ren'yi and asked, "Are you ready?" "Yes. I will begin with the prelude, and then you shall join in." "No problem." A series of elegant guzheng notes floated gently into the air as the prelude commenced. Upon hearing it, Ren'yi recognized that Suyao's skill was undoubtedly remarkable. After waiting for the interlude, he softly played his flute, producing a melodious sound. Suyu momentarily froze upon hearing the flute, nearly faltering in her finger placements. Even having witnessed Ren'yi's performance before, seeing it again was still breathtaking. "He is truly extraordinary," Suyu silently assessed Ren'yi. After a morning of collaboration, both were quite satisfied. Suyao returned the guzheng to its rightful place and remarked, "Shall we conclude here for today? We can touch base again before tomorrow night's official performance." "Certainly, that works for me. Do you have plans for lunch?" "It is nearly noon. Allow me to treat you." Suyao glanced at her white wristwatch, extending an invitation to Ren'yi. "Sister, I won't trouble you any further. I must return home for lunch." In truth, Ren'yi has no particular engagements at noon. He is merely having a meal with the campus belle, which inevitably draws attention, something he is not particularly fond of. "Very well. By the way, for tomorrow's performance, I suggest we don traditional attire." "Do you have any traditional attire?" "Unfortunately, I do not possess any." Suyao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Ren'yi from head to toe before continuing. "No worries. I shall prepare it. This way, I can find 2 outfits that complement you well. Your figure is quite standard, making it easier to find something suitable. Just arrive a bit earlier before the performance tomorrow." "Would that be too much trouble?" "Sister, just send me the style, and I shall purchase an outfit myself. Rest assured, it won't be a bother. Our school has a traditional culture club, and I can borrow a couple of outfits. Buying one would be rather impractical." "Then I must trouble you, sister." "It's no trouble at all. I shall take my leave now." "All right, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Suyao escorted Ren'yi out of the auditorium, her gaze lingering on his departing figure in a trance. To be honest, interacting with Ren'yi feels uniquely special. I have never sensed any overt flattery from him. And there is a certain distance, yet he remains approachable. Throughout the morning's rehearsal, the two engaged in artful exchanges, and Suyao greatly appreciated this camaraderie born of music. Unlike other boys, Ren'yi made her forget she was regarded as the so-called campus belle. Watching Ren'yi's figure fade away, Suyao murmured to herself, "It seems he becomes more attractive the longer I look." Chapter 20, Freshman Welcome Party, Part 2. Today, Haisher University is particularly lively, as all new students have completed their military training and the welcome party is about to commence. "Hey, you're not attending this party for nothing, are you? Can you score some insider tickets?" Li Fei and his companions cheerfully exclaimed, clutching their tickets for the party. "Yes, these are the last few. It's a perk provided by the student council for performers." Ren'yi refrained from mentioning that these were actually given by Suyao, a privilege not extended to all performers. "Fantastic. Now with this ticket, besides the freshmen, everyone else has to book through the school's official website, which is nearly impossible to acquire. Of course it's impossible. They are free, and the spots are limited. Many outsiders are trying to snatch them up. Students from neighboring colleges are eager to see our school's performance. Indeed, the school could at least provide some preferential treatment for its own students." "All right, enough complaining. We have tickets now, and there's an extra one. How about you? Dongge, give it to your sister-in-law?" Ren'yi extended the extra ticket towards Lu Dong, initially intending to offer it to Hao Manan, but reconsidered, thinking the teacher might not be interested. "No, I'm not your brother. I swear fealty to my adoptive father." Lu Dong excitedly accepted the ticket and dashed off with glee. "I'll take my leave now. I need to head to the auditorium for the proceedings." "All right, go ahead." Ren'yi clutched a long box, containing an instrument of his own. Though the school's instruments could also be used, they were bound to be of inferior quality. This flute had been his frequent companion in the past. Upon arriving at the backstage of the grand auditorium, I found Suyao, who was busily directing the preparations. "You're here just in time. I am nearly finished with my tasks. I will hand you your costume shortly, and after you change, we can run through the program together." "All right, no problem," I replied. After hastily delegating her responsibilities to others, Suyao led Ren'yi to the equipment room from their previous encounter, where they discovered 2 boxes. "Here, this one is yours, and this one is mine. Please change in the dressing area," she instructed, handing Ren'yi a large black box while she cradled a white one. "Where is the dressing area?" Ren'yi inquired. "I will take you there." Upon reaching the dressing area, they each entered their respective sections. Ren'yi adjusted his attire in front of the mirror. He wore a splendid white hanfu, exquisitely crafted with delicate silk edges, perfectly tailored and a far cry from the inferior quality garments typically found in photography studios. Once satisfied with his appearance, he took his instrument and exited the dressing area. As Renee emerged, others backstage turned to gaze at him, with some girls stopping in their tracks to admire his presence. Who is that? Dressed in ancient attire, he looks so handsome. Indeed, he is stunning. Resembling a scholar from another era. No, more like a talented young gentleman. He truly is remarkable. His aura is simply extraordinary. Renee, influenced by his family's traditions, already exuded a subtle resemblance to an ancient scholar, and the exquisite costume accentuated his inherent charm, fully revealing his once restrained elegance. Coupled with his good looks, he appeared exceptionally distinguished. Look over there. Su Xiaohua is breathtakingly beautiful today. Su Yao also stepped out, adorned in a similar white hanfu with hints of pale green. A naturally beautiful person, she radiated an added tranquility in her attire, embodying the essence of a refined young lady. Renee couldn't help but reflect on how much more striking Su Yao appeared in traditional garb. Senior, you look stunning in that hanfu, he complimented. At his words, Su Yao paused, momentarily taken aback. Although she had anticipated that he would look splendid in ancient attire, she had not expected him to be so captivating. As she appraised him, she replied, "Thank you. You look quite handsome as well, truly handsome." "Thank you," he responded. "Let us go. Rehearsal is about to commence. And we are the seventh act, so it will be our turn soon." With that, the pair made their way toward the performance stage, leaving others behind to watch them with whispers and even some taking photographs. They are such a perfect match, like a pair of celestial beings. I wish to ship them. Let us post this on the school forum. Shockingly, the president's boyfriend is so dashing. Oh my Suyu. I'm heartbroken, but he truly is handsome. How Manon glanced at her watch. It was nearly time to finish work. Ren Yi had mentioned that he wouldn't need her to wait for him after school, as he was attending the welcoming party. Teacher Hao, would you like to join me for the evening gala? I've heard this year's turnout is particularly large. The other female teachers in the office gathered in pairs, planning to take a look, and upon discovering that Hao Manon would be present, they extended an invitation. Hao Manon was not fond of such lively occasions, and was about to decline when a sudden thought crossed her mind, prompting her to change her decision. All right, let me tidy up my things. The auditorium of Haisher University had been renovated in recent years, boasting a spacious interior and a scientifically designed layout that could accommodate a larger audience. Even so, on a day like today, it would still be filled to capacity. In terms of seating arrangements, the central seats of the first row were reserved for the school's leaders and distinguished guests, while the two sides in the center of the second row were designated for professors and mentors. Hao Manon, along with several colleagues, settled into the center of the second row, where the auditorium was already bustling with people eagerly awaiting the commencement of the program. It was rumored that the opening dance would be performed by Mo Xiaoxiao. Mo Xiaoxiao? Who is that? One person inquired. Brother, do you not have internet access? Haven't you heard of the four campus beauties? Plus, the student council president, Su Yao, will also be performing. Really? Hao Manon listened to the surrounding chatter with mild boredom, glancing at her phone to see that there were still 5 minutes until the start. She wondered how far along Renye's performance would be and hoped it wouldn't be too late. Meanwhile, backstage, a few minutes remained before the show commenced. We still have time. Let's grab a cold drink first, or else we'll get too hot in these outfits, Su Yao remarked, fanning herself with a piece of stiff paper. Renee retrieved a bottle of water from a nearby box, opened it, and handed it to her. Ah, that's refreshing. Fortunately, it's autumn now. Otherwise, I'd be drenched in sweat on stage. Thank you, Su said, taking a few sips. We should be fine, as we won't be moving too much. It shouldn't get too warm as long as we don't get nervous. Indeed, Renee replied. Su Yao then glanced at him, her curiosity piqued. You seem to be wearing more than I am, yet you don't appear to be hot at all. Perhaps a calm heart keeps one cool, Renee offered, unsure of how to explain, and simply made a casual remark. The welcoming evening gala officially began. With the host's announcements, the performances commenced at last. The first act was indeed Mo Xiaoxiao's performance, a fusion of traditional and contemporary dance, where elegance met sensuality. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, catcalls echoing, and some even shouted, Mo Xiaoxiao, I adore you. The subsequent acts included songs and poetry recitations by the leadership. It was evident that the audience's enthusiasm had waned compared to the initial excitement. Next, the audience was informed that they would enjoy a performance of the traditional piece Butterfly Lovers, featuring Su Yao, the student council president, and Ren Yi from class 1 of the Chinese language department. A wave of applause surged through the crowd, highlighting Su Yao's popularity. Hao Manin finally felt a spark of energy, stowing her phone in her bag, adjusting her posture, and focusing her attention on the stage. She silently mused about the instruments and butterfly lovers, wondering how Ren-yi could play them, as she had never seen him do so before. What else is there that she does not know? Chapter 21. The Welcome Party, Part 2. It's our turn, let us take the stage. Seo prompted. Leading Ren-yi as they seized the moment the curtain fell to step onto the stage, adjusting their positions and preparing for the grand reveal. The male students in the audience had been waiting eagerly, ready to admire the beauty of the campus goddess. As the curtain gradually rose, the two figures on stage came into view, eliciting an uproar of cheers from the crowd. Su Yao, I love you. Today, Su's attire is simply stunning. Like a beauty from ancient times come to life. Who is that beside her? So handsome. Indeed, he looks remarkably dashing in that traditional outfit. That's Ren-yi from our class. My goodness, how did I not notice before how attractive he is? Like a jade among men, this gentleman is unparalleled. Have you noticed how well they match? A perfect pair of beauty and talent. Hao Manin, listening to the audience's discussions, furrowed her brow slightly. Are they really that well matched? It can't be better than our wedding day, can it? Yet, she too found herself captivated by Ren-yi's appearance today, clad in traditional garb. He embodied the essence of an ancient scholar, as the gentle notes of the guzheng began to play, accompanied by the sweet sound of the flute. A mesmerizing melody filled every corner of the auditorium, and a hush fell over the crowd as everyone listened intently. Hao Manin gazed at Ren-yi on stage, the delightful music resonating in her ears, and she found herself reflecting on the days that had passed, ordinary moments intertwined with fleeting hints of affection, suddenly feeling their preciousness. As the music softened and came to a halt, the two on stage bowed gracefully, the curtain poised to descend. For a moment, the audience remained silent. But after half a minute, the applause erupted. Fairy, do not depart. Long live Ren-yi. This is the true embodiment of talent and beauty, a perfect match. Let us get married right here. Ren-yi, I want to bear your children. The exuberance of youth is often unabashed and enviable. Mr. Hao, the youth today are truly something, aren't they? Hao Manin tightened her brow further. Hearing someone speak, she replied, Indeed, it's rather inappropriate. They are still students and ought to refrain from such antics. The school must enhance ideological education. That is not what I meant. The teacher who spoke earlier was momentarily taken aback by Hao Manin's response. Mr. Liu, please continue to enjoy the show. I must take my leave as I have matters to attend to at home. As the next performance was about to begin, Hao Manin stood up, preparing to depart. Oh. All right, take care and drive safely. Leaving the auditorium, Hao Manin headed directly to her car, parking it nearby as she contemplated messaging Ren-yi. After a moment of reflection, she texted, Young master, the performance has concluded. Shall we return to the residence? A subtle smile graced her lips as she sent the message. After they exited the stage, Seo, hearing the cheers from the audience, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Ren-yi had indeed heard the conversation, yet he chose not to dwell on it, despite his lack of understanding regarding the fervor some individuals possess for frivolous pursuits. He held a deep respect for the personal passions and interests of others. Are you going to watch the next performance in the audience? He inquired. No, senior sister. I'm a day student. I must return home this evening, came the reply. Oh, very well then. Do take care on your way. All right, by the way. I will send the clothes for washing shortly and bring them back tomorrow. There's no need to go through such trouble. You can simply give them to me tomorrow. It's no bother at all. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Farewell. As Ren-yi was changing in the dressing area, a notification chimed on his phone, prompting him to open the message. Upon reading it, he halted his dressing, scratching his head as if pondering a perplexing thought, and couldn't help but chuckle as he replied. Teacher, I will be there shortly. With that, he hastened his pace, swiftly donning his attire before exiting the changing area. He soon located his family's car beside the auditorium and settled into the passenger seat. Teacher, I apologize for the wait. Not at all. How could we keep the young master waiting? Hao Manin teased with a cheerful expression. I am but a servant. You are the true lady of the house. As he spoke, Ren-yi performed a playful bow. I am merely speaking the truth. The audience proclaims you to be unmatched. Such exuberance is typical of young students. Their excitement often leads to exaggeration. One cannot take it seriously. This is no exaggeration, I concur. You truly do suit traditional attire. I am uncertain. I do not feel particularly remarkable. I even overheard someone mentioning. Hao Manin paused, and Ren-yi felt a sudden unease. What? A match made in heaven. A pairing of talents. They should wed on the spot. Ah, I feel the same way. Has the teacher hindered you? How Manon feigned a sorrowful expression. Please, do not jest at my expense. As an adult, you should overlook my youthful indiscretions. I shall strive to avoid such situations in the future. Rin-yi reflected on this, acknowledging the inappropriateness of his actions. Although it was not his intention, he was indeed a family man and should exercise more caution. Very well. I shall spare you this time. Who knows if you would have hidden such a gifted individual from me had I not attended today. How Manon remarked with a smile before becoming earnest once more. However, to speak candidly, while I am your wife, I shall not interfere with your romantic pursuits. I am not jesting. Truly, you are still young, and your university life is vibrant. Love is a significant aspect of it. And if you happen to find someone you cherish, I would be amenable to you engaging in a romance. I cannot allow our unique relationship to deprive you of experiences that you ought to enjoy. Of course, boundaries must be respected, as that delves into a different realm of considerations. Rin-yi, after listening to How Manon's words, did not respond immediately. Instead, he raised his head and gazed intently into the other's eyes, speaking with a certain gravity. Teacher, I have always taken our relationship very seriously. I am uncertain whether this stems from a respect for marriage or a regard for you as an individual, though I suspect the latter holds greater weight. The prospect of living with you after marriage. He paused, seemingly at a loss for words. How Manon, not wishing to disrupt his moment of contemplation, withdrew her earlier lightheartedness and waited earnestly. Taking a deep breath, Rin-yi continued, I like you. Yes, I truly like you. It may even verge on the realm of happiness. Despite my limited understanding of marriage, I still perceive it as a profound responsibility. Therefore, if possible, I hope you can also acknowledge this relationship with me. After speaking, Rin-yi felt that his tone might have been overly serious and pondered how to ease the tension in the air. All right, How Manon suddenly interjected. What? Rin-yi responded, slightly bewildered. I said I will, and I have always been earnest about this, she clarified. Oh, very well. Let us go home. With that, How Manon started the car and drove out of the school. Throughout the journey, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the vehicle, with no words exchanged between them. As they neared home, How Manon, keeping her gaze fixed ahead, casually inquired, Do you prefer the life of marriage, or specifically, our married life? The suddenness of the question caught Rin-yi off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned before he slowly replied, It should be the latter. Should be? Our married life, she reiterated. Any normal man confronted with such a straightforward choice would not hesitate, clearly indicating that he was indeed a normal individual. Satisfied with his response, How Manon nodded approvingly and remarked with a hint of joy, We have arrived. You performed well today. What would you like to eat when we get home? I'll prepare it for you. Before Rin-yi could respond, she alighted from the car and walked towards their home with a slightly lighter step than usual. Chapter 22. Trouble Approaches, Part 1. The following day, Rin-yi was driven to school by How Manon. I will head back now. Remember to call if you need anything, she said, waving her hand before driving away. Rin-yi had initially intended to come to school on his own since How Manon had no classes that day and could have easily skipped. But her persistent insistence compelled him to acquiesce. Upon entering the classroom, he found all his classmates staring at him, causing his gait to become somewhat awkward. The esteemed gentleman has arrived. You look so handsome. With the laughter of his female classmates ringing in his ears, Rin-yi could only muster the courage to hasten to his seat beside his roommate. Dude, you have really made it big this time. You've officially joined the ranks of the campus heartthrobs. Before Rin-yi could settle in, Li Fei's excited and envious face was already leaning over. Shut up. I already regret it, Rin-yi replied. Stop pretending. You're undoubtedly overjoyed inside. It's clear that the young ladies are now within your grasp. Just look at the girls in our class. Their gazes towards you are almost infatuated. Li Fei's words were not an exaggeration. Nearly all the female classmates were focused on Rin-yi, especially after his remarkable performance yesterday. Of course, there were a few exceptions. In the corner, Jiang Linlang seemed unfazed, engrossed in her book, an embodiment of beauty and solitude. The class monitor, Ninkajing, approached with palpable excitement, exclaiming, Renda, you've truly brought honor to our class this time. You have no idea how many girls have come to me asking for your WeChat since your performance. But I didn't share it with them. We must keep our beautiful girls within our own circle. With that, Ninkajing wore a proud expression. After years of schooling, Rin-yi had never anticipated leaving school as eagerly as he did today. Fortunately, the class time came to his rescue. Otherwise, he would have been stuck waiting in the restroom. Meanwhile, beneath a basketball hoop on the school playground, Li Lin halted his spinning basketball, addressing his lackey with seriousness. Are you sure? Li Xiao, I'm certain. After delivering him in that bins, he left the school directly. Finally, the time has come. You basked in glory yesterday, today. I shall ensure you lose face, Li Lin declared, tossing the basketball aside and wiping his sweat with a towel. He then instructed his follower, call Xiangzi. Forget it. Xiangzi is scared stiff of the Hao family. He is probably too intimidated. Li Lin's expression hardened as he contemplated, call Haigu. Ah, Li Xiao. Do you think seeking Haigu might be too? Just do it. Stop with the unnecessary chatter. All right, I'll make the call. Despite some reluctance, his follower complied. Ren Yi had never felt that time at school could stretch on so interminably. Even if he sought refuge in the library today, whispers would still follow him. He dared not approach Su Yao directly about yesterday's outfit and instead enlisted Ning Qijing's help, fabricating an excuse about having other commitments in the afternoon. Finally, after enduring the last class of the day, Ren Yi exhaled, gathered his belongings, and prepared to head home. At the entrance of the school, a modest milk tea shop appeared somewhat deserted. Moments ago it had been bustling, but now only the staff and 3 or 4 customers who hardly resembled students remained. Haigu, with a straw clenched between his teeth, spat it onto the floor and glanced at the terrified young female staff member, asking, Are you a student from Haida? Why, yes. Do you know a student named Renee? I don't know him. I'm a new student and not familiar with the school. The staff member's voice trembled. Visibly frightened by the intimidating figures surrounding her, especially the one with several scars on his left cheek, which was particularly unsettling. Yet, in a surprisingly good mood. Haigu decided not to intimidate the young girl, given the comedic situation of a wealthy fool seeking to involve himself with a student. To speak frankly, seeking his assistance for such tasks is somewhat disdainful, yet if the remuneration is substantial, it becomes a matter of convenience, akin to collecting interest in the course of everyday affairs. He, known as Black Dog, ostensibly serves as a supervisor at a lending company, but in essence, he operates as a loan shark. Unlike other petty criminals, he is decidedly professional in his dealings. His employer possesses a considerable gray market enterprise in the coastal city, necessitating certain specialized individuals. Cold-hearted and ruthless, he consistently aids his employer in managing peculiar affairs, earning a notable reputation within the underground circles of the city. Black Dog casually discarded his milk tea on the ground as he exited the shop with several subordinates, prompting a sigh of relief from the young female attendant, who subsequently collapsed into a chair. Show me the photo, he commanded. One of his subordinates presented a phone before him, revealing an image of an utterly ordinary university student. Merely fair-skinned, lacking any allure. Burning through cash, Black Dog muttered derisively. He then instructed his subordinate, in a moment, break a leg and mar his appearance. We'll send someone in to take his place. This time, the foolish investor has offered quite a sum. The expressions of the subordinates remained unchanged, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Just as Renee was about to exit the campus, he was intercepted by a group of seemingly benevolent individuals. Hey kid, come with us for a moment. A portly man among them sneered. I'm not familiar with you, and I have no interest, Renee replied coolly. I advise you to be wise and accompany us. I am quite discerning, hence I have no desire to engage in such cliché scenarios with you. The portly man's expression soured instantly, ready to retort when Black Dog intervened. This kid has some spirit. But don't assume that refusing to accompany us will spare you from repercussions. In broad daylight, you wouldn't want your classmates witnessing anything inappropriate, would you? Black Dog smiled insidiously at Renee, his visage growing ever more detestable. We're not acquainted, so tell me, who sent you to trouble me? Of course. We will inform you. We possess no professional ethics, and besides, our employer desires you to be aware. Speak, Black Dog urged. His intrigue piqued by the apparent lack of fear displayed by the youth before him. Just follow us, and you'll find out upon arrival. Nearby students, observing the unfolding scene from a distance, began to murmur amongst themselves. Who is that? Why is he dealing with those individuals? Is this a negotiation? It appears more like he is in trouble. He seems to be that handsome guy from the recent event. Should we help him? Assist in what? We don't even know if they're in cahoots. It's better to keep our distance. The indifference of society often stems not from an abundance of apathetic individuals, but from those who, in their own coldness, wish to see others mirror their own detachment. Not far away, Li Lin observed Renee being taken away, a malicious grin adorning his face. This time, it was a significant payout, and he was determined to reap some reward. Beside Li Lin sat a beautiful woman who, upon recognizing Renee, furrowed her brows and remarked to Li Lin, that must be Renee, right? What's the situation? It's that fellow. He has likely gotten himself into some trouble out there, and now someone has come looking for him. Judging by the expressions of those individuals, it seems today will not be a pleasant experience for him. Haha. Li Lin, unfazed by his own abrupt laughter, graciously addressed the woman beside him, Sister Yi. Let us not concern ourselves with him any longer. I invite you to dine at the nearby restaurant. Zhang Yi shot Li Lin a glare in response, countering. He is still a classmate. How can we turn a blind eye? Besides, he is also Sister An's husband. With that, she followed him while dialing her phone to contact Haoman and Sister Yi. What are you doing? Those are a group of tough characters. It's dangerous. Li Lin called out from behind, hoping Zhang Yi would halt her steps. Upon hearing the news at home, Haoman sprang up from the sofa, her face slightly pale. She immediately contacted a driver to take her bodyguards to the school entrance, then hurried to her car, preparing to head to the school. Chapter 23, Trouble Approaches, Part 2. Rennie followed the gang led by He Go to an alleyway situated between two shops across from the school. Can you tell me who it is? He inquired. He Go, with a keen interest, looked at Rennie and replied succinctly, of course, it's the Li family. Though the Li family is not considered a prominent clan in Haishur, they remain individuals you cannot afford to provoke as an ordinary student. Thus, it would be wise to concede and keep a low profile in the future. Rennie frowned and retorted, Li Lin? Exactly. He Go confirmed without any intention of concealing information for his employer. After hearing He Go's affirmative response, Rennie pondered deeply, perplexed as to how two seemingly unrelated individuals could harbor such intense animosity. The gang members did not appear to be mere petty thugs, particularly the leader. Rennie sensed a hint of bloodlust emanating from him. Well, I have divulged all you need to know, and I shan't waste any more time. I have other matters to attend to shortly. So, what do you intend to do with me? He Go offered no reply, merely gestured to his subordinates with a glance before stepping aside to smoke. One of his rotund underlings, unable to contain his impatience, approached Rennie wielding a well-worn shovel that had been prepared in advance. Hey, you seem rather calm, don't you? Let me enlighten you. I will break one of your legs and ruin that pretty face of yours, and soon enough, you'll know what it feels like to kneel and call someone grandfather. As He Go retrieved a cigarette and was about to light it, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! He Go looked up, and the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. The hefty thug was now kneeling on the ground, his cries of anguish unabated. As one of his feet was twisted at a bizarre angle beneath him, Rennie gazed at the individuals before him, his expression largely devoid of emotion. As he coldly remarked, to be frank, that you are merely hired hands and do not constitute my adversaries, your demeanor suggests you are not virtuous either. Thus, inflicting harm upon you seems justified. Hearing this, the sinister expression on Black Dog's face intensified. He was not a mere pretender but a genuine tough who had faced real danger, and he certainly would not be intimidated by a student, despite the latter's extraordinary appearance. You have provoked my ire. Soon it will not merely be a leg you lose, but I intend to take an arm as well. Upon finishing his statement, Black Dog surged forward with his remaining lackeys. Rennie, unfazed by the onslaught, propelled himself forward with a powerful stride, delivering a straightforward kick. Black Dog, caught off guard, felt himself propelled backward, crashing against the wall, darkness enveloping him as if his breath had been stolen, rendering him incapable of rising again. The two other lackeys, still bewildered, were swiftly approached by Rennie, who dispatched them with a single slap, sending them sprawling to the ground. Their agonized cries echoed, accompanied by the sickening sound of their legs being brutally crushed. Rennie stepped before the now disheveled Black Dog and spoke flatly. Your countenance does not inspire a desire for destruction. Therefore, I shall limit myself to breaking your legs, but you shall lose both. Wait, young man. Black Dog, realizing he had encountered someone formidable, forced a strained smile, and continued, I was blind to your true nature. Please, let us not escalate this. Considering my boss is Lord Huang, grant me mercy. Lord Huang's reputation in the coastal city was substantial. Though his origins were dubious, he wielded power over numerous gray enterprises, effectively straddling both sides of the law and establishing himself as a formidable figure. Black Dog believed that invoking his boss would earn him some leniency, as those of notable capability often afforded respect. I do not recognize him. With that, Rennie advanced without hesitation, raising his foot to strike. The cries of agony erupted anew as Black Dog writhed on the ground, tormented by pain, his inner malice reaching its zenith while he still managed to force a semblance of a smile. Young man, is this sufficient? We are mere errand boys. You are clearly formidable. Any grievances can be directed at the true culprit, and we shall comply. Li Lin, still a student, hesitated to go too far, mindful of the repercussions at school. Yet, his anger was undeniable, and thus he felt compelled to release it upon them. Black Dog's fury towards Li Lin swelled. What kind of person had he provoked? Yet, he recognized that this instance was excessive, and thus, his legs would indeed be shattered. Oddly enough, Black Dog found himself feeling a strange sense of satisfaction at the thought that Li Lin would also face a similar fate. Was it a sense of psychological balance? I am aware that you may seek retribution. However, I remain indifferent. Should any issues arise, feel free to approach me. Nonetheless, if my family were to be affected, I might abandon all reason. Upon reflection, I realized there was no cause for concern, as few would dare to provoke the Hao family in Haishur. Cease this at once. I have already alerted the authorities. At that moment, Zhang Yi rushed over, breathless, her voice preceding her arrival. Once she arrived, she realized the situation had taken an unexpected turn. The scene before her depicted Ren Yi, calm and composed, standing over a villain writhing on the ground in agony. Zhang Yi, momentarily bewildered, found herself at a loss for words. This was far removed from her expectations. Li Lin followed leisurely behind, calling out, "Yi, it's dangerous there. Let us observe the situation." After speaking, he glanced at his watch, pondering whether the ordeal had concluded. He mused that perhaps he could even deliver a few sarcastic remarks, which brought him a sense of joy. As Li Lin entered the alley, he encountered the same sight as Zhang Yi. Before he could utter a word, a throng of individuals surged in behind him. Zhou Xiaoqiang, the chauffeur and bodyguard of the Hao family, had just received a call from the young lady and rushed over in a flurry. After inquiring, he realized the situation might be quite serious. A wave of dread washed over him, fearing he had arrived too late, and that the new son-in-law of the Hao family might have encountered peril, for which he would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Upon entering with a group, he joined the perplexed assembly. Fortunately, the son-in-law appeared unharmed. Once he regained his composure, he hurried over. "Is the son-in-law unharmed?" Rennie shook his head and replied, "I am fine. Zhouge, what brings you here?" The young lady called, stating you were in danger. "So I hastened to bring some people along." "How did the teacher find out?" "Everything is fine now. Thank you for your efforts, Zhouge. I shall call the teacher shortly to inform them. It was my duty. Please return, and we will manage here." As Zhou Xiaoqiang cast a glance at the man lying on the ground, his brow furrowed. He recognized the individual, known as Black Dog, a notorious figure in the underworld. How had he involved himself with the son-in-law? It seemed he had suffered a significant setback at the hands of the son-in-law. Zhou Xiaoqiang regarded Ren Yi thoughtfully but refrained from further inquiries, relieved that the individual was safe. Black Dog lay on the ground, feeling as though half his life had been forfeited. He seethed with resentment upon witnessing the arrival of this group. He recognized Zhou Xiaoqiang, once famed as a formidable expert in their circles, and now, hearing the title bestowed upon Ren Yi, it was evident he belonged to the Hao family. As Black Dog cast a furious glance at Li Lin, he thought, "Li Lin, you have truly become arrogant, daring to provoke the Hao family. Go home and ask your father if he would dare to do the same. I have truly drawn the short straw. These legs are lost for naught. Not to worry. I still have a matter to attend to." With that, Ren Yi made his way toward Zhang Yi and Li Lin. Chapter 24. The Dominant Protector, Part 1. Zhang Yi gazed excitedly as Ren Yi approached, her heart racing as she inquired, "Brother-in-law, did you do all of this? It's so impressive. What a pity I arrived too late to witness it." "Not so extravagant. It was merely a group of ruffians," Ren Yi replied modestly. Before Zhang Yi could voice another question, Ren Yi had already reached Li Lin, his demeanor suddenly shifting. "This time, I require a rational explanation. The previous one will not suffice." Ren Yi's abrupt inquiry left everyone present in a state of confusion, except for Li Lin, who was inwardly panicking and slightly fearful. Had even the Black Dog failed to intimidate him? "What are you saying? I don't quite understand. This has nothing to do with me." Li Lin stammered, his voice betraying his unease. "That explanation is untenable," Ren Yi declared, shaking his head, his expression inscrutable. Without warning, he delivered a swift kick to Li Lin's calf. With a resounding crack, Li Lin collapsed to the ground, clutching his leg in agony and emitting a piercing scream. "Ah, my leg, my leg." The onlookers were taken aback, particularly Zhang Yi, who covered her mouth in shock. Regaining her composure, she rushed to intervene. Despite her disdain for Li Lin, "Brother-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Is there some sort of misunderstanding?" Seeing Zhang Yi block his path, Ren Yi Recognizing her favorable rapport with the teacher, patiently explained, "Senior, there is no misunderstanding. I merely wish to understand why he sought to confront me. Once I ascertain the reason, all will be well." Zhang Yi, not lacking in intelligence, quickly grasped the situation. "Are you suggesting that those individuals were sent by him?" Rennie nodded affirmatively. Zhang Yi glanced back at Li Lin, who was still moaning in pain, her disbelief growing. Since when had the Li family become so audacious? Did they truly believe they could provoke the son-in-law of the Hao family without consequence? Noticing her moment of bewilderment, Rennie circumvented her and approached Li Lin, disregarding his cries of anguish. "I hope you can endure this moment, control your emotions, and calmly respond to my inquiries." Zhang Yi was taken aback. Who needed to endure here? It seemed Rennie himself was the one who should maintain his composure. However, observing Ren Yi's tranquil demeanor, it appeared he was indeed unfazed. Li Lin had never experienced such profound suffering. All he desired was to seek his mother, overwhelmed by the pain that rendered him speechless. Another crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a fresh scream, as Ren Yi, seeing Li Lin's silence, crushed the other leg. "I confess, I wanted to avenge my cousin, as he harbors feelings for Hao Manon." "Cousin?" Ren Yi inquired. "You mean Yuanhua?" "Yet he is unaware of this. It was my unilateral decision, as I deemed you unworthy of the Hao family. That explanation suffices. You may now make a phone call. The fractures are not severe and can be mended." Li Lin felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him, yet he lacked the strength to make the call. Casting a desperate glance at Zhang Yi for assistance, Zhang Yi regained her composure and promptly dialed for emergency assistance. The events of the day had struck her profoundly. A diligent student had transformed into a demon, or rather, a good person had morphed into a capable individual punishing the wicked. It seemed that this son-in-law of the Hao family was no ordinary character. Just as Zhou Xiaoqiang hung up the phone, he received a call from Hao Manon, who had already arrived. Zhou Xiaoqiang's brow twitched repeatedly. This new son-in-law was indeed exceptional. However, it appeared that the situation was rather complicated, a matter that he need not concern himself with. He would merely fulfill his responsibilities diligently. Before long, Hao Manon appeared, dressed in casual home attire with a hastily thrown-on jacket and a pair of mismatched running shoes, clearly having rushed out. Nonetheless, her charm remained unblemished. "Rennie, are you all right?" Hao Manon approached and examined him closely. "Teacher, I'm fine. What brings you here?" Rennie responded. "It was Yi who called me, saying you were in danger, so I came with someone," she explained. Ren Yi glanced at Zhang Yi and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. There's no need to thank me. I hardly contributed," Hao Manon replied as she took in the surrounding scene, filled with groans and cries of the wounded, including a member of the Li family. "Brother Zhou, what is happening here?" Zhou Xiaoqiang, feeling helpless, confessed that he was at a loss for words. Things had not been normal since his arrival. "Miss, the situation here is rather complex." Zhou Xiaoqiang stepped closer to Hao Manon and recounted what he knew in detail. After listening, Hao Manon looked at her husband with astonishment, as she could not fathom that he was responsible for all this. However, that was of little consequence. What mattered was her rising anger. What if Ren Yi had not possessed such abilities? She shuddered at the thought. Turning back to Ren Yi, she asked sternly, "Are you truly unhurt?" "I heard from Yi that the circumstances were quite perilous." She scrutinized him further. Zhang Yi, standing nearby, felt exasperated. Anton should consider that he was the least harmed among those present, while others were far worse off. "Anton, he is genuinely fine. You need not worry. The ones in trouble are all lying on the ground." Once assured of Ren Yi's well-being, Hao Manon relaxed, glanced at the bodies around her, and addressed Zhou Xiaoqiang. "Those who appear to be guilty should be handed over to the police. They must face severe punishment. Those who harm others cannot expect leniency." "But they seem not to have harmed anyone?" Zhou Xiaoqiang dared not voice this thought. He had never seen Miss so enraged, and he certainly did not wish to provoke her ire. Hao Manon then turned her attention to Li Lin, disregarding his pitiful state, and declared, "Return and inform your family that the Hao family has taken note of this. This matter is far from over." Upon hearing Hao Manon's words, Li Lin felt an even greater fear. The Li family could not afford to offend the Hao family, even with their connections. However, he was in too much pain to articulate his fears, resorting instead to louder groans. Zhang Yi remarked incredulously, "Is this not over yet?" Given his current condition, one can only blame Li Lin for his foolishness. The Li family is bound to face consequences this time. At last, Hao Manon smiled at Zhang Yi and said, "Yi, I truly appreciate your help this time. Do come over to my house sometime. We shall treat you to a family feast." "Of course, Sanjia." It's the least I could do. However, I must say, visiting your home is a certainty, Yi replied, glancing at Rennie. You must ensure that my brother-in-law entertains me well. Absolutely. Shall we head home now? Yi asked. Rest assured, I will certainly avenge this grievance. Whatever you wish to eat when we return, I shall prepare it for you. Sounds good. Zhang Yi observed the two departing figures, feeling somewhat speechless. Anjia was far too protective, or rather, excessively devoted to her husband. Yi, has the ambulance not arrived yet? Li Lin gasped, weakly inquiring, unable to contain himself any longer. He felt as though he might perish. It will be here shortly. Just hold on a bit longer, Zhang Yi replied. Looking at the barely conscious Li Lin with a hint of compassion, she understood that the physical pain was manageable. Yet the repercussions of provoking the Hao family could be far more daunting. Reflecting on the earlier events, she realized that even without the Hao family's influence, this brother-in-law was not someone easily trifled with. After all, how could the daughter of the esteemed Hao family possibly marry an ordinary man? Zhang Yi shook her head, choosing not to dwell further on it. The sky was nearly dark, and she wondered why the ambulance had yet to arrive. It wasn't that she was particularly concerned for Li Lin. Rather, without the ambulance's arrival, she found it rather inconvenient to leave, having to endure the discomfort of her aching feet while braving the chilly breeze. Truly, it felt like a stroke of bad luck. Chapter 25, The Fierce Protector, Part 2. How Manon was driving Rennie home when she couldn't help but ask, how did you get entangled with Li Lin? Rennie pondered for a moment before responding. Initially, I wasn't certain, but I believe I grasped the situation today. What transpired? Rennie gazed at his teacher's profile without responding, contemplating whether he should divulge this matter to her. How Manon kept her attention on the road but sensed the gaze from beside her, causing her cheeks to warm slightly. It's because of you, teacher. Because of me? How Manon did not deny it. Given her status, Rennie would inevitably attract more complications, but such trouble certainly did not include someone from the Li family, let alone a spoiled scion. Yes, he is envious of me. Envious of what? Your academic prowess? How Manon thought to herself that this made little sense. He is envious that I am marrying the teacher, the daughter of the Hao family, as beautiful as a celestial being. Upon learning of this, jealousy bred resentment in him, prompting him to seek trouble with me. Upon hearing this, How Manon's face flushed deeper, and she playfully scolded, Oh, please, the more you say, the more absurd it sounds. Then, turning serious, she addressed Rennie, honestly, do not hide anything from me. Rennie contemplated before asking, does Yuanhua know? Yuanhua is aware. The Yuan family in Haishur is not inferior to ours. The two families used to reside in the same neighborhood, so we are relatively familiar with one another. Why? Was he behind this? As How Manon spoke, her brow furrowed with increasing concern. Uncertain, Li Lin asserts that he is aware of Yuanhua's affection for you, and thus took it upon himself to act on his behalf. I sense no falsehood in his words. Upon hearing this, How Manon immediately recognized the likelihood of its truth. Indeed, Yuanhua had previously shown interest in her, yet she harbored no fondness for such affluent young men, or rather, she scarcely appreciated any of the scions from her social circle. After Rennie spoke, he cast a somewhat mischievous glance at the teacher and remarked, one can only say that the teacher possesses an extraordinary charm. How Manon turned her elegant head, her phoenix-like eyes narrowing in a bashful glare at Rennie before refocusing on the road, her mind diligently piecing together the intricacies of the situation. It was nearly certain that Rennie's initial assertion was correct. It truly was because of her. As for whether Yuanhua was aware, How Manon believed he must be. For although Li Lin was indeed a wastrel, he was not foolish enough to provoke the Hao family. It could only be said that there were deeper implications at play. Should such matters arise again, you must inform me immediately. Situations like today can be perilous. Had it not been for your own. At this juncture, How Manon suddenly realized that she had overlooked the fact that Rennie's involvement in today's incident was somewhat complex. She promptly turned to him and asked, what transpired today? Speak. What else have you withheld from me? Rennie, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, what are you talking about, teacher? How Manon remained silent, appearing slightly angered, and shot him another glare. Rennie continued, I haven't concealed anything from you, teacher. I've been honing my skills with my master on the mountain since childhood and have learned some self-defense techniques. Handling a few youthful scions is no challenge. How Manon's expression softened, though she remained skeptical. She did not wish to pry further, for uncovering others' secrets is not a courteous endeavor. If you dare to hide anything from me again, do not blame me for disregarding you. I may just fail you. Rennie recalled that she was indeed his teacher, the guardian of his academic fate. However, rest assured, Such incidents shall not recur, and this matter will be addressed. In truth, Hao Manon wished to convey that she would not permit anyone to disrupt their tranquil existence. Teacher, do not worry. It is nothing to be overly concerned about. Moreover, as a husband, it is my duty to bear the pressures from women. Renee, your words have grown quite sweet these past few days. Have you learned this charm from the campus belle? With that, a faint smile graced Hao Manon's lips as she continued to drive homeward. Meanwhile, in a hospital within Haisher, Li Lin lay on his hospital bed, his face a mask of resentment, while his father, Li Shanfeng, stood beside him, his countenance darkened with fury. Dad, I cannot swallow this indignity. My legs cannot have been severed in vain. Li Shanfeng remained silent, dismissing the other individuals from the room with a wave of his hand. Swallow this. On what grounds do you claim such a right? Your legs were not severed without reason. I could have done the deed myself. Dad, what do you mean by that? Li Lin found his father's demeanor incomprehensible. Could this truly be his father? Li Shanfeng gazed at the foolish object before him, nearly driven to the brink of exasperation. Do not call me Dad. I have no son as dim-witted as you. Dad, is it such a big deal to have offended a son-in-law from the Hao family? So what if he is ordinary? He is still a son-in-law of the Hao family. Do you think our Li family is a prestigious clan? What gives you the audacity to provoke the Hao family? You should be trying to ingratiate yourself with them, yet you have brazenly chosen to offend them gravely. Have you lost your mind? I merely wish to vent for Brother Yuanhua and teach that brat a lesson, but it turns out he possesses some capability. Li Shafeng was utterly exasperated by his son's foolishness and erupted. You imbecile. Do you think Yuanhua is of any worth? If you genuinely fancied a girl from the Hao family, why wouldn't he confront that fellow himself? Why must it fall upon you? Tell me, did he instruct you to act this way? No. I heard that Hao Manon is marrying a common student, and I just wanted to help Brother Yuanhua feel better. How do you know the Hao family as son-in-law is a common student? I only just learned that myself. I heard it while drinking with Qinbo last time. Li Shafeng recognized Qinbo as a trusted confidant of the Yuan family. Realizing that his foolish son had been manipulated, he understood that this matter could not be disclosed. The Li family had benefited too greatly from the Yuan family and could only bear the burden alone. Ah, forget it. It is no longer significant. Once you recover in a couple of days, I will take you to apologize. No, we shall go tomorrow. Even if you must be in a wheelchair, we will go. Apologize? No way. I refuse to go. Upon hearing this, Li Lin became frantic. Having suffered a broken leg, he was not inclined to go apologize. Even at the cost of his life. You will go, whether you like it or not. Do you have any idea how much our family stands to lose because of your foolishness? If the Hao family truly retaliates, we will have no business left. And the Yuan family will be unable to assist us. Li Lin's complexion turned pale as he grasped the gravity of the situation. He hastily defended, Dad, I merely dealt with Renee. He is just a poor son-in-law. I did not truly harm him, and look at the mess I am in. Is the Hao family overreacting by targeting the Li family for this? You understand nothing. Even when hitting a dog, one must regard its master. You have provoked their son-in-law, which shows a blatant disregard. Furthermore, as far as I know, the Hao family places great importance on this son-in-law, so we must pay a certain price for this. Li Lin turned pale once more and quickly added, Then can we seek Brother Yuanhua's assistance? After all, I am doing this for him. Li Shanfeng observed his son's demeanor, feeling both frustration and pity. He sighed, Son, Yuanhua will not intervene. Remember, this has nothing to do with him. All of this is of your own making. How can it be unrelated? I am doing this for my cousin, Li Lin exclaimed, sitting up in agitation. Be quiet. Li Shanfeng gazed sternly at Li Lin, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. Remember, this was your own decision. Do you comprehend? Li Lin, taken aback by the reprimand, nonetheless acquiesced, replying, I understand. Upon hearing his response, Li Fu softened his tone, saying, Rest well today. I will come to fetch you tomorrow. With that, he exited, entrusting his son to the medical staff, as he had preparations to undertake. Fortunately, his mother was not in the country at this time. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more troublesome. Chapter 26. A Visit to Make Amends. Part 1. The following day, after delivering Ren Yi to school, Hao Manon discreetly returned to the Hao family's villa. The events of the previous day had served as a stark reminder. She had numerous suitors, and it was inevitable that some would come seeking trouble with a sense of entitlement. Moreover, while the Hao family had many friends, they also had their fair share of enemies. What if someone unruly sought revenge through Renee? Thus, she could hardly wait and arrived early that morning. Seated on the sofa, with Hao Xingli and Hao Qingfeng on the opposite side, She recounted the events from yesterday, hoping for their guidance in seeking resolution. Is the youngie all right? Upon hearing the full account, Hao Chi-feng felt a pang of anxiety. Had anything gone awry? He would be at a loss on how to explain it to Ren Yi's father. Fortunately, Ren Yi had some skills in self-defense, which not only spared him from injury, but allowed him to retaliate. According to Brother Zhou, that black dog was a notorious figure in the underworld. Regardless, it was clear that Li Lin intended to incapacitate Ren Yi. Such audacity from the Li family. A mere child dares to threaten a member of the Hao family without cause. They truly underestimate us. Hao Chi-feng slammed his hand on the table in indignation. If not for Ren Yi's capabilities and a stroke of luck, the consequences could have been dire. We cannot let this slide. Rest assured, they will pay the price. Otherwise, I would be too ashamed to face your parents, Hao Manon replied, feeling a slight blush creep to her cheeks at the mention of parents-in-law. Yes, I will also remind Ren Yi to be vigilant and not always try to resolve matters on his own. He is not alone anymore. And we must face challenges as a family. Indeed, we are all one family now. He should not feel estranged. Hao Chi-feng observed his daughter's demeanor with satisfaction, sensing that this union was indeed auspicious. By the way, did you mention that Ren Yi knows some self-defense? After discussing the pressing matters, Hao Chi-feng grew curious about what made this prospective son-in-law special. Hao Manon pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, that is what he claims, though I am not entirely certain. I overheard Xiao Qiang mention that those attackers were no ordinary thugs. They were underlings of Huang Zhenhu, known for their bloodied hands and even lives taken, yet Ren Yi managed to break their legs. Hao Chi-feng took a sip of tea, contemplating for a moment before continuing. In that case, it seems Ren Yi's skills are indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Hao Manon felt a flicker of curiosity. Previously, she had been preoccupied with worry and had not delved deeply into the circumstances. Reflecting now, it indeed seemed rather peculiar. Nevertheless, she decided to set aside such thoughts. After all, they were her own kin, and her role was to protect them. If anyone dared to bully him, she would retaliate, and when it came to confrontation, she believed in inflicting real pain. At that moment, the elder of the Hao family spoke up, indicating that the family was prepared to take action. Understood, father. Thank you. Grandfather. Yes, and then, you and the others should focus on your lives. Leave everything to your father. All right, then I shall return to school. Go ahead. Once Hao Manon departed, Hao Shengli instructed Hao Chi-feng to act swiftly. He settled into the sofa, contemplative as he sipped his tea, murmuring to himself, self-defense techniques, perhaps. Li Shanfeng arrived at the hospital, proceeding directly to the ward, accompanied by others, to escort Li Lin away. Father, is it necessary to rush? I haven't finished my 4-drip yet. You may not be in a hurry, but others are. The Hao family has already commenced their actions, declaring that anyone collaborating with us cannot partner with the Shengli group. They intend to ostracize us. Is it happening so soon? What should we do? Li Lin felt a surge of panic. Accustomed to being pampered, the thought of the Li family facing defeat was daunting. It appeared he had underestimated his son-in-law's standing within the Hao family. Hurry, come with me to the Hao family, daughter. This time, Li Lin did not argue further. Fear had gripped him. Li Shanfeng had managed to gather information about Ren Yi's residence, and upon leaving the hospital, he headed straight there. Father, there's no one home. Perhaps we should return tomorrow? Seeing the empty house, Li Lin felt a sense of relief. Nonsense. If no one is here, we wait. We shall remain until they return from school, even if it means waiting until tomorrow. Faced with his father's wrath, Li Lin could only helplessly sit in his wheelchair. Torn between hoping Ren Yi would return soon and fearing they would arrive too early, his emotions in turmoil. In the afternoon, Hao Manon drove Ren Yi home, and upon reaching their doorstep, they encountered the Li father and son who had been waiting. Mr. Li, what brings you both to our doorstep? Hao Manon inquired coldly, her tone betraying her frostiness towards the unexpected visitors. With a beaming smile, Li Shanfeng pushed Li Lin forward, exclaiming, Mr. Ren, Miss Hao, we have come to make an uninvited visit. I hope we are not intruding. Indeed, it is somewhat intrusive, despite the saying that one should not strike a smiling face. Hao Manon's demeanor remained less than cordial. Li Shanfeng, seemingly oblivious to her tone, smiled even wider and, with a hint of obsequiousness, replied, I sincerely apologize. Yesterday, my son had a regrettable encounter with Mr. Ren. As a father, I am well aware of my son's character, and my conscience has been troubled at home. Thus, I felt compelled to bring this disappointing child to offer apologies to Mr. Ren. Listening to his father's words, Li Lin felt his pride severely wounded. He could only grit his teeth and avert his gaze from Ren Yi. It truly is considerate of you, Mr. Lee. You came early this morning, and now it is already afternoon. Why don't we invite you inside for a chat? Renee observed the somewhat sarcastic demeanor of Hao Manon, finding it exceedingly amusing, as he had never witnessed such a side of a gentle and elegant goddess. Not at all. It's only right. Allow me to assure you both that we come with utmost sincerity, replied Li Shanfeng, still wearing a broad smile. Mr. Li, I understand your intentions, but this matter is not so easily resolved. Hao Manon returned to her initial aloofness, unwilling to engage in further circular discussions with the Li family. Li Shanfeng, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and earnestly stated, of course, Miss Hao, please believe that even without the Hao's intervention, we would still have come to apologize today. Shaolin has been spoiled by his mother and lacks common sense. This time, he has truly outdone himself in foolishness. Hence, we are here to extend our apologies to Mr. Ren. With a fierce expression, he gestured for Li Lin to hasten his apology. Under pressure, Li Lin, suppressing his sense of humiliation, addressed Ren Yi, saying, Ren Yi, I apologize. It was entirely my fault. I implore you to be magnanimous and spare my family. Please express any demands you have, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate them. Li Lin had initially intended to add, whatever it is, let it come at me. Breaking both my hands would suffice, but upon glancing at Ren Yi, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He feared that Ren Yi might actually break his hands. The memory of that day still vivid in his mind. Ren Yi chose not to respond to Li Lin, instead turning his attention to Li's father. Uncle Li, greetings. Li's father, taken aback by the address, replied, Oh dear, how could I possibly deserve such respect? Mr. Ren, we are of the same generation. There is no need for such formalities. Li Lin and I are classmates, so it is not inappropriate to address you as uncle, Ren Yi remarked. Yes, we are indeed classmates. Mr. Ren exhibits great courtesy. I am truly ashamed. At this moment, Li Shanfeng genuinely felt a sense of shame as he compared their demeanor to that of his own family. Ren Yi cast a glance at Li Lin, who sat in a wheelchair, and continued addressing Li's father. To speak candidly, up until now, I had no intention of causing him harm. My actions yesterday were merely to seek the answers I desired, hence the extreme measures taken. I hope you can understand, uncle. Li Shanfeng exhibited no hint of reproach, sincerely responding to Ren Yi, not at all. Were it not for your lesson, he would remain utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He deserves this. Anything less would be too lenient. Breaking his hands would be justifiable, to spare him the embarrassment of venturing outside. All right. You are noble. You seek honor. While I am nothing, Li Lin muttered. In Chapter 27, A Visit to Apologize, Part 2, Ren Yi had to acknowledge the sincerity of Li Shanfeng's demeanor. Yet it did not deter him from what he was about to articulate. However, had I not been somewhat fortunate, it would be me in that wheelchair today. And perhaps even more. I heard from that ruffian that your son's demands extend beyond merely breaking my legs. He also wishes to mar my appearance. Is that not so? Upon finishing, Ren Yi directed his gaze at Li Lin, clearly seeking confirmation. Li Lin felt a surge of guilt under that scrutinizing look, his mouth opening and closing in silence, unable to articulate a response. Upon witnessing the scene, it was evident to all that the truth had been established. After Ren Yi affirmed the situation, he continued, Thus, I believe our actions are not excessive. What is your opinion? Hao Manon, listening intently, felt her expression darken further. Her sharp gaze fixed upon Li Lin, her anger palpable and almost tangible. Li Shanfeng, taken aback by the exchange, leaned forward, glaring at his son. Are you truly my progeny? How dare you exhibit such audacity? Why have your hands not been encased in plaster? I wish to find justification for delivering punishment. Seated in his wheelchair, Li Lin found escape impossible. He lowered his head, evading the gaze that threatened to extinguish his very existence. Certainly not excessive. You even spared 2 arms, a testament to your kind heart. The blame lies solely with this wretch. I implore you, Mr. Ren, to overlook this minor transgression. And I assure you such an incident shall never recur. Ren Yi, however, had no intention of directly addressing Li Shanfeng's query. Uncle, I am not one to harbor grudges. Since I have already enacted punishment, I shall not dwell on it. However, I do have family to consider. With that, Ren Yi glanced at Hao Manon beside him, continuing, I cannot selfishly disregard the fears and worries of my family. You too have a family. I trust you can empathize with those sentiments. At that moment, Li Shanfeng found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, he too had family. And if the roles were reversed, he would not easily let matters rest. Mr. Ren, I completely understand. Thus, my presence today is primarily to convey our sincere apologies. Moreover, if the Howe family could grant us another opportunity to alleviate our situation, we are willing to make greater sacrifices to compensate your family in a more favorable manner. With that, Li Shanfeng bent to bow, but Ren Yi intercepted him, saying, Uncle, there is no need for such formalities. This matter is contingent upon my family. They hold the reins. Hao Manon, initially cold in demeanor, softened slightly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. She discerned that Ren Yi was inclined to show leniency towards the Li family, and she too had felt a flicker of compassion. Li Shanfeng, positioned as the elder, had indeed shown sufficient humility, making it unwise to press too hard. Very well, we shall refrain from targeting the Li family, yet conditions must be established. Certainly. Feel free to state your terms. As long as the Li family can meet them, we shall comply without hesitation. Li Shanfeng felt an immense relief wash over him. First, you must ensure that the Li family harbors no thoughts of retribution. Of course, should such thoughts arise, it would lead us to a point of no return. That is out of the question. If this wretch dares to harbor resentment again, I shall render him a mere vegetable, confined to a bed for eternity. Li Lin interjected. Who am I? Where am I? Second, all hotels and businesses owned by your family near Haisher University must be transferred to my husband's name. While Ren Yi wished to convey that he did not require such assets, he recognized that the instructor's authority was paramount, and he would not disrupt the negotiations' momentum over trivialities. Agreed. Li Shanfeng showed no hesitation, producing several contracts that had evidently been prepared in advance. These are the certificates and contracts of those industries. Once signed, they belonged to Mr. Ren. Both Ren Yi and Hao Manon were somewhat astonished, indeed. Li Shanfeng is quite the astute individual. Li Shanfeng then presented another contract to Ren Yi, stating that this is a contract for a high-end club near the university town, which is currently performing well financially. He offered it as a wedding gift for the two of them, a token of his sincerity. Li Lin, observing from the side, was growing anxious. This club is notorious for its extravagant spending, with substantial annual profits, and is a favorite hangout for him and his friends, filled with stunning service staff. If this was given away, it would be difficult to return in the future. Before Ren Yi could take a look, Hao Manon snatched it away. And after reviewing the contract, she coldly glanced at Li Shanfeng and slammed the contract back into his hands, saying, You may keep this for your family. I appreciate the sentiment. Li Shanfeng stood there, bewildered, wondering why the sudden displeasure. Had he erred in his generosity? Hao Manon turned to Ren Yi, saying, This industry is unhealthy and could lead you astray. The other ventures are sufficient, lest they interfere with your studies. Ren Yi and Li Shanfeng realized this was the crux of the matter. It indeed seemed inappropriate. Li Lin, on the other hand, felt a sigh of relief. Thirdly, he is not allowed to appear before my husband at school. Very well, I shall arrange for his withdrawal immediately. That will not be necessary, despite your circumstances. He should prioritize his education. Moreover, there is no intersection between us at school. Thank you immensely. I must express my gratitude. Ren Xinji is truly a gentleman, remarkably poised. If that boy ever becomes a nuisance at school, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall promptly rectify the situation. Li Lin, after hearing Li Shanfeng's remarks, received a slap on the back and was urged to thank his classmate. Thank you, he said somewhat dismissively as his father pushed him out of Ren Yi's home. Once father and son were in the car, Li Lin questioned, Dad, did we give too much? What nonsense. This is already a generous gesture on our part, for us. These ventures are treasures, while the Hao family would hardly regard them. This is a representation of our stance, and we must offer sufficiently. With that, Li Shanfeng's mood settled. And he advised Li Lin, regardless of your feelings, you must endure and show respect to Ren Yi at school, even to the extent of being obsequious. Absolutely do not cause trouble, otherwise, I shall accompany you in your misfortunes. Li Lin felt truly oppressed. He had never faced such indignity throughout his life. Dad, surely it isn't necessary? Can I simply avoid him? Li Shanfeng gazed at his foolish son, recalling Ren Yi's demeanor earlier. Indeed, comparisons could be disheartening. Just as the anger had subsided, it flared up once more. I must insist that you adhere to my directives, whether you are inclined to do so or not. It baffles me how you fail to grasp this. Observe others, the exemplars of humility and grace, and then compare them to your own foolish demeanor. How can such a beautiful woman as your mother have borne a son like you? Li Lin, am I truly your biological son? The reflection of my appearance must surely stem from your genes. Silently, he scoffed within, yet dared not retort. Once Li's father finished his reprimand, he spoke calmly to his son, explaining that due to his mother, they had established a connection with the Yuan family, receiving numerous favors from them. Thus, they bore the burden of the consequences fully and entirely. However, it is essential to understand that their benefits from the Yuan family were a result of their service. Their gain mirrored the Yuan family's gain. This is fundamentally a partnership, not merely sycophancy that guarantees care. Profit is the most steadfast bond. Li Lin listened with a semblance of understanding, his thoughts consumed by how he would confront Renee, feeling utterly humiliated. Li Shanfeng, oblivious to Li Lin's inner turmoil, continued, although the losses are substantial, the gains are not insignificant. What gains? Li Lin pondered. I nearly lost my sanctuary of joy. What gains could possibly come from this? Although the several enterprises were modest, the Hao family would ultimately take over, necessitating a transfer of business operations, which would take time and thereby establish a connection with the Hao family. Moreover, there would certainly be compensations for these losses. With that, he closed his eyes to rest, having indeed had a tiring day. Chapter 28. The Yuan family's intentions. Yuan Hua was in a foul mood today. Having just learned that the Hao family had begun to target the Li family, his father had called him over, further aggravating his irritability. Although Li Lin's actions had no direct bearing on him, they were indeed a consequence of his subtle instigation. He had not anticipated that this cousin would be so foolish. Initially, he merely wished for this debauched youth to create some trouble for Renee at school. It would have been even better if he could bully him out of attendance. Little did he know that Li Lin would resort to involving unscrupulous individuals like He Go, intent on crippling Renee. Frankly, the Yuan family would never dare to engage in such reckless behavior. Upon returning home, Yuan Hua went directly to Yuan Jinghong's study. Father, you called for me. Yuan Jinghong, with an impassive demeanor, gestured for Yuan Hua to take a seat, refraining from uttering a single word before directly questioning. Was this your doing? Yuan Hua was taken aback but did not feign ignorance, for such tricks would not work before his father. No. It has nothing to do with me. This was Li Lin's unilateral decision. In response to his father's inquiry, Yuan Hua clarified, not lying, for he had not orchestrated the events. Do you consider yourself clever? No, father, I do not. Do not? So self-righteous. Yuan Hua, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and countered, I truly am not. This matter does not involve me. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jinghong's expression darkened as he slowly remarked, do you think that by merely sending Chun Bo to instigate without explicit instructions, no one would be the wiser? I certainly did not mean that. The Li family merely seeks to ingratiate themselves with us, acting on their own accord. Yet they did not anticipate that Li Lin would be so foolish as to enlist the aid of Huang Zhenhu's associates. Do you think others are naive? Unless the Hao family is composed entirely of fools, they must certainly perceive your influence in this matter. Is that truly the case? Yuan Jinghong pondered as he prepared a cup of tea for himself, gazing at his son. Do you realize what your gravest mistake is? Yuan Hua considered for a moment before responding, I should not have taken matters into my own hands and ignored your advice. That is of little consequence, Yuan Jinghong replied. Young people are often driven by emotion. It is not unreasonable to act impulsively. As elders, we can extend an apology or offer a conciliatory gesture without much trouble. But what is it that you truly failed to grasp? Before the Hao family directed their ire towards the Li family, why did you not step forward? Wouldn't it be more troublesome to entangle us now? Yuan Jinghong sighed deeply and continued, your involvement or lack thereof will invariably impact you. Should you choose to shoulder the responsibility, then this affair becomes a trivial matter of youthful rivalry. Harboring affection for a young lady from the Hao family is hardly reprehensible. After all, such attractions are commonplace in Haishur. He offered his son another cup of tea and continued, yet, by opting to avoid any association, you not only appear petty but also invite scrutiny from the Li family. It is undeniable that we have supported them, but what motivates our support? Is it merely because they are relatives of your mother? Yuan Hua's confusion deepened. What, then, is the reason? Because of mutual benefit. The Li family aids us in our endeavors, and we, in turn, provide them with support. This symbiotic relationship is undeniable, while they may gain more. We are not at a loss. In fact, we are also reaping rewards. Now, if you wish to distance yourself, the Li family will naturally bear the brunt of it. But is it worth allowing a minor dispute to sow discord between our families? Moreover, there are others who assist us. How will they perceive us? Yuan Hua then experienced a moment of clarity and, with a hint of regret, asked, should I then approach the Hao family and, at the very least, offer an apology to Renee? It is too late. Li Shafeng is a clever man and has likely resolved the matter by now. What should we do then? There is no need for action. When the time comes, Compensating the Li family for their losses will suffice. After all, a relationship built on mutual interest is the most stable of all. Upon hearing this, Yuanhua exhaled in relief, realizing that he had underestimated the situation. However, remember this lesson. Never regard others as simpletons, especially those whose accomplishments rival or surpass your own. Otherwise, you will be the greatest fool of all. I understand, father. The anniversary celebration of the group is approaching, and the Hao family will be in attendance. I entrust you with the responsibility of hosting the young guests. This misunderstanding must be resolved. A jest and an apology can transform it into a matter for your generation. Understood. Now, finish your tea and be on your way. Yuanhua then noticed the cup of tea before him, now lukewarm, yet he lifted it and drank it in one go. After dinner, Renee and Hao Manon sat together as Hao produced the property contract gifted by the Li family. The documents had already been scrutinized, and the specifics organized for review. They pertained to lucrative ventures, demonstrating the audacity of Li Shanfeng. Renee, however, did not peruse the contracts. Instead, he placed a cup of freshly brewed apple water before his teacher. I don't require these, just delegate the management to someone else. I have classes to attend and lack the time to oversee these enterprises, he stated. This was intended for you, so simply accept it. As for management, there is no need for your concern. The Li family will handle it. We are family, after all, if not for a man. Then who else should these assets be entrusted to? Without giving Renee a chance to refuse, Hao Manon pressed the contracts into his arms and, with a smile, sipped her apple water. Renee glanced at the contracts nestled in his embrace, choosing not to return them, for that would seem overly pretentious. Very well. But these are not just mine, they're ours. Indeed, ours, she agreed. Hao Manon then recalled something and remarked, tomorrow we shall dine at grandfather's. As there may be matters to discuss. Renee pondered for a moment before responding, all right, but I must take a leave of absence. I have classes scheduled. With a mischievous smile, Hao teased, of course, you have classes, my class, to be precise. However, you need not request leave, as the teacher has taken the day off. Finding this amusing, Renee quipped, that eases my mind. It's rather fortuitous, as I can neglect one subject altogether, and the teacher will simply pass me. In response, Hao Manon feigned seriousness, declaring, so that is your intent? Not a chance. You will have to double your efforts. Otherwise, prepare for failure. After exchanging playful banter, Hao Manon warmed a cup of milk for Renee. I almost forgot to mention, the day after tomorrow marks the anniversary of the Yuan family. There will be a banquet in the evening, likely attended by prominent figures from the business and political realms. Renee gulped down the milk in one go. Are we expected to attend? Slow down, it's still hot, she admonished. The Hao family will certainly be present. However, I typically do not attend. This time, it is essential that we go. As she prepared to wash the milk cup, Renee preempted her, filling a glass of water for her in the process. What is the reason? Is it related to me? Indeed, it is. As a newlywed, one must be introduced by her husband. With a gentle smile, she continued. I am the only young member of the Hao family present, and with my brother absent, I cannot possibly attend such a formal occasion alone. Renee readily agreed. I see. Then I shall accompany you. I can tell that such events are not to your liking, but as part of the Hao family, we cannot be too casual. Thus, I must impose upon you. We need only make an appearance at the banquet, and afterward, we can indulge in some barbecue. What do you think? After Hao Manon finished speaking, she gazed gently at Renee, awaiting his response. I have no objections. I am quite happy accompanying the teacher, and I am willing to follow her lead. Renee thought to himself, how could anyone refuse such a normal and gentle request? Very well, then it is settled. I will return home tomorrow and take the opportunity to help you select a few formal outfits, and perhaps purchase some casual wear as well. For your current attire lacks the youthful vitality. All right. Renee intended to decline but hesitated, not wanting to dampen the teacher's spirits. As night deepened, the two exchanged their usual goodnights, preparing to return to their respective rooms. Suddenly, Renee paused and said, Teacher. Upon hearing this, Hao Manon was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. Could it be that he wished to share the same room? She felt a twinge of panic, yet there seemed to be no resistance within her. Only an inexplicable sensation. What is it? I have no classes tomorrow. Let me prepare breakfast. Oh, all right. I will help you in the morning. Hao Manon sighed in relief, though she realized she was not entirely pleased. Then good night. Good night. Chapter 29, Family Matters, Part 1. Xiaoyi has arrived. Come in quickly. It's hot outside. After a brief breakfast, Ren-yi and his companion made their way to the Gao residence, where Gao's mother eagerly greeted them at the door. Mom. It's fine. We came out early today. Ren-yi found it surprisingly natural to address her as Mom now. It's better to come early. You have nothing to do at home. It's nice for you to visit us. Yes, Mom. I will accompany the teacher more often from now on. No need to accompany her. Just come by yourself. It's enough to share a cup of tea with your father. All right, as you say, Mom. Jiangmin felt a surge of joy listening to this. Her child's handsomeness making her smile even more broadly as she gestured for them to sit. Good, good. Have some tea. Your grandfather and father will be back soon. Gao Manon watched the affectionate interaction between her husband and mother-in-law, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I heard about the incident a couple of days ago. It was truly unacceptable. Had it not been for Xiao Yi's kind heart, the Li family would not have escaped unscathed. Jiangmin suddenly recalled the matter, her anger rekindling. It's fine, Mom. Hasn't everything turned out well? The Li family has also paid a price. It's best to move on. Ren-yi hurriedly explained the situation. Humph. They got off too easily. His mother-in-law still bore some resentment and then addressed Gao Manon, and then, this is no trivial matter. You must pay more attention to Xiao Yi's affairs. You are a university professor, not a kindergarten teacher. Your energy should primarily be devoted to the family. Mom, I understand. Don't worry. Gao Manon had been quietly observing the harmony of the family, not expecting to suddenly find herself embroiled in the conversation. What good is knowing? After all, you are a bit older, and Xiao Yi has yet to graduate. As a daughter-in-law, can you not take more care? Gao Manon turned to Ren-yi with genuine concern, saying, Xiao Yi, please do not mind my words. You have yet to experience the complexities of society and the treachery of human nature. If anything arises, do not hesitate to confide in it and let her assist you. We are all family, and you must not bear your burdens alone. All right, I understand, Mom, Ren-yi replied, sensing the sincerity of his mother-in-law's concern, which touched him deeply, excluding the unique circumstance of marrying a teacher. How many men in this world could be fortunate enough to have such a wonderful wife and an exceptional mother-in-law? Once the serious matters were discussed, it was well known that the conversation would shift to more significant topics. Jiangmin asked her aunt to prepare some fruit and then addressed the couple. When do you plan to have children? Upon hearing this, Ren-yi straightened his posture, his relaxed demeanor suddenly tightening. Gao Manon's cheeks flushed slightly as she anxiously replied, Mom. Ren-yi hasn't even graduated yet. I am also quite busy. We can plan for that later. As an elder and a maternal figure, it would be remiss for her to be dissuaded by such excuses. Clearly, Gao's mother was a responsible one. How much later? Xiao Yi is still quite young. What about you? How old are you? Gao Manon responded, I believe I am only 26, which is still quite young, right? Even with her mindset, she was nearly taken aback by the implications. 25 is the golden age. Delaying could lead to more challenges. Having a child will not hinder your pursuits. Wang Zhuomei still has her teaching career. I am available to help with childcare, and there is also your aunt. You both should focus on your studies and teaching. Faced with her mother's earnest counsel, Gao Manon was about to retort, but before she could utter a word, she was silenced. Childbirth is indeed a painful experience. The younger you are, the easier it is to give birth naturally. Do you know how difficult it is to have a cesarean for the second child? Let alone the third or fourth. Mom, we haven't even had the first child yet. Why are we discussing 3 or 4? Gao Manon regretted coming home, feeling embarrassed with Ren-yi present. It would be utterly mortifying for her mother to discover that they had yet to consummate their marriage. Why not? Our families are well off. Having more children should not be a concern. Besides, Xiao Yi's family has only one heir, as a daughter-in-law. It would be inconsiderate not to add more members to the Ren family. Gao Manon was at a loss for words, bewildered by the sudden seriousness of the situation. Ren-yi, who had been quietly observing, felt the need to speak up before the conversation spiraled further. Taking a deep breath, he said, Mom, we actually have a plan. We intend to wait until I graduate. Our relationship is not yet public at school, and having a child now might complicate things. As soon as he finished, noticing that his mother-in-law was about to speak again, he quickly added, however, please rest assured, Mom, that my teacher practices yoga regularly to stay fit and is preparing thoroughly for the future. Upon hearing this, Mother House sighed and remarked, as for the matters concerning you young people, it's best that you have your own plans. However, if it drags on too long, it may not be ideal. The girl will become anxious, and what mother does not yearn to cradle a grandchild sooner? Rest assured, Mother, I have discussed this with my own mother, and she supports me. The matter of having children is a lifelong commitment, and being well prepared is undoubtedly wise. Rennie exerted his mental faculties to the utmost, conjuring these plausible excuses, though he could already feel a slight dampness on his back. Manon, initially feeling somewhat embarrassed, found her spirits lifted inexplicably upon witnessing Rennie's demeanor. Very well. As long as you have your own plans, that is sufficient. We should also have our meal. As your father will be returning shortly, Mother Hao concluded, prompting the aunt to bring forth the dishes. Indeed, before all the dishes had been served, Hao Qifeng returned, accompanied by the elderly patriarch of the Hao family. Ah, Rennie is here. Please, take a seat. No need for formality in your own home. Have you been waiting long? Let's hasten to our meal. As soon as Hao Qifeng entered and spotted Rennie standing, he warmly beckoned him. Not long after, having just arrived, he engaged in a brief conversation with his mother. All right, quickly sit down and eat. Today, I have brought out my cherished fingio for us to enjoy. Just as Rennie was about to acquiesce to Hao's father, Hao Manon interjected, Dad, Rennie is still a student. Drinking is not advisable, and overindulgence can be uncomfortable. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Hao Qifeng immediately softened his stance. Since we are finally all together, let us indulge a little. It's merely for enjoyment. And I assure you we won't overdo it. Hao Manon wished to further persuade him, but at that moment, the elderly patriarch of the Hao family spoke up, Manon. Let them have a drink. They are fine young men, and it is only fitting that they partake. With that, Hao Manon found herself at a loss for words and could only cast a warning glance at her husband and Rennie, urging them to exercise moderation. Once seated, the elderly patriarch invited Rennie and his wife to sit beside him. The meal was nothing short of lavish, akin to dining at a high-end establishment. After several rounds of drinks, Hao Qifeng addressed the couple, saying, The primary reason for inviting you both here today is to discuss some matters. I intend for Xiaoqiang to accompany you in the future. It would be beneficial to have someone looking out for you, to avoid encountering similar situations again. Dad, there's no need to trouble Brother Zhou with this. I can manage on my own, Rennie replied. Let's see Dad's suggestion. Xiaoqiang is familiar with you, so having him as a driver will provide an extra layer of assurance. Upon hearing this, Rennie glanced at his teacher, and Hao Manon nodded in agreement, signifying her acceptance, after which Rennie no longer hesitated. All right, we shall follow Dad's advice. Suddenly, Hao Qifeng seemed to recall something and continued, Speaking of which, regarding the recent incident, I heard from Xiaoqiang that your skills are quite remarkable, aren't they? As Rennie listened, he did not ponder much, humbly responding, Brother Zhou, you flatter me. I have merely spent a long time accompanying my master in the mountains, which has allowed me to develop some self-defense skills. But I cannot claim to be particularly skilled. Before Hao Fu could speak further, the elder of the Hao family interjected, Let us not dwell too much on these matters. Xiaoyi has his own plans. With that, he gestured for everyone to sit down and continue their meal. Chapter 30, Domestic Affairs, Part 2. After Rennie and the others finished their meal, Hao's mother could not help but shower them with additional advice. Before they departed, she prepared numerous gifts for them, all local specialties sent from various regions, instructing the driver to deliver them directly to their home. Mother, there is no need for all this. We will visit often, Rennie assured her. With that, the two departed from the Hao residence, this time with Rennie at the wheel. Now that they were no longer at school, it was only natural for him to assume control of the vehicle. Hao Manon, seated in the passenger seat, appeared somewhat distracted, lost in thought. After a moment of hesitation, she finally inquired, Is what you told my mother true? What did I say? Rennie momentarily failed to grasp her meaning. Hao Manon continued to gaze out the window, seemingly casually remarking, You know, the plan about having children after graduation. No, that is not the case. Teacher, please do not misunderstand. I merely wanted to alleviate my mother's worries, hence the fabrication. Rennie recalled the emergency tactic he had employed earlier, realizing he had yet to explain it to her. You seem quite reluctant. Is it that you dislike children? Or perhaps your wife? Hao Manon observed that since being with Rennie, her own personality had transformed significantly, and she now particularly enjoyed teasing and jesting. Neither. Not at all. I merely fear that you may not be ready, and I too worry about my own preparedness. Such significant matters ought to be approached with utmost seriousness. Hao Manon nodded in response, remarking, I did not expect our family to be so small, yet our thoughts are quite mature. Rennie then added, So? The support you mentioned from my mother is also fabricated? Yes, she has never brought up such a topic, which is why I have not discussed these matters with her. Upon hearing this, Hao Manon fell silent, turning to look at Rennie earnestly as she asked, She truly has never mentioned it? Though Renee's eyes remained on the road, he could sense her intense gaze. After a brief pause, he replied, "She has brought it up twice. But I told her I wanted to wait, and she did not press further." "Well, you have begun to deceive now," she teased. "That is not the case. I simply believe it unnecessary to let these matters weigh on you. The times have changed, and my mother is not one to hold outdated views. She is actually very supportive of us." In truth, Renee did not reveal the full extent of his mother's intentions. She had already resolved to retire upon the arrival of a grandchild, as the Ren family lineage was thin and relied heavily on this generation. "Very well. I will trust you for now, but we cannot continue to keep this from them. Time is long, and we must eventually face the truth. Teacher, there is no need to worry excessively. Let things unfold naturally." "Let things unfold naturally?" For both you and me, the distinction between intentionality and naturalness holds little significance. Are you contemplating the idea of taking another wife? At this, Renee, even while driving, quickly extended a hand in protest and added, "Absolutely not. That is utterly inconceivable. Unless the teacher wishes to depart, such a day will never come to pass. It may be momentarily unrelated to love. Yet I believe the bond of marriage should transcend to a higher dimension. Thus, from the day we wed, one of the essential conditions of my life has been the presence of my teacher." Hao Manin was momentarily struck by Ren Yi's heartfelt declaration, though he himself did not perceive it as romantic. A man in earnest is at his most attractive, and a man who speaks sincerely of love is utterly captivating. With a hint of infatuation, Hao Manin responded earnestly, "Likewise." He reiterated, "I am just like you." After a brief silence, a more prolonged quiet enveloped them, the atmosphere within the car gradually thickening with intimacy. Finally, while waiting at a traffic light, Hao Manin spoke again. "I apologize, since our marriage. I have not fulfilled my duties as a wife. Please, do not say that. I genuinely feel the warmth of home every day. In the past, I often went out with classmates, yet now I yearn to return home early each day." Hao Manin gazed warmly at Renee, smiling as he suggested, "Shall we allow each other some time? It seems we have yet to experience the joys of courtship. Perhaps we could travel together during the National Day holiday. Visit my parents, and when winter break arrives, we could enjoy a honeymoon. By then, we might truly embody the essence of a qualified couple." "All right. I will heed the teacher's advice. If, by then, we are both prepared, we shall consider having a child." Upon finishing his words, Hao Manin quickly diverted her gaze to the window, the afternoon sun casting a glow upon her face, obscuring the rosy hues and adding a touch of brilliance. "Yes, sounds good." Renee's heart, too, found it difficult to remain calm, as thoughts spiraled uncontrollably, causing the car to speed up slightly. Upon their return home, Zhou Xiaoqiang, accompanied by a young man, had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "Young master, miss, you have returned. Madam asked me to bring these local specialties over." Hao Manin glanced at the vehicle Zhou Xiaoqiang had driven, noting that the luxury car was nearly filled to capacity. "Thank you, Zhou. Let us take these upstairs together. Our refrigerator is empty anyway." "Very well. Xiao Zhang, come help me carry these upstairs." Zhou Xiaoqiang instructed the young man accompanying him as they made their way up, while Ren Yi trailed behind to avoid requiring a second trip. Once everything was settled, Zhou Xiaoqiang addressed the couple. "President Ren has entrusted me with your safety. I will be here tomorrow to escort you to school. Should anything arise, feel free to call me. I am available 24 hours a day." "Zhou, there's no need for school pickups. It might create an unwanted impression at the school, and besides, our relationship has yet to be made public." Hao Manin sought a reasonable excuse to decline, not wishing for others to intrude upon their shared journey. "Understood. We have relocated nearby and are at your service whenever needed. If I am preoccupied with my studies or attending other engagements, I may have to trouble Brother Zhou. The young lady is being too polite. It is only natural." After saying this, Zhou Xiaoqiang departed with Xiao Zhang. Following a brief respite, Hao Manin took Ren Yi out to procure some clothing. They first arrived at an upscale bespoke brand store, clearly a favored haunt of Hao Manin. "It has been quite a while since my last visit. Welcome back." A beautifully attired woman approached them. After a warm embrace, Hao Manin introduced her, "Fong Ying. This is my husband, Renee." Upon hearing this, Fong Ying was instantly exhilarated. "You are already married?" She scrutinized Renee, noting his remarkable demeanor and physique, which were simply extraordinary. Though he was clad in ordinary attire, her professional eye discerned the impressive qualities of this man. "Yes, we just recently wed." Hao Manin then remarked to Renee, "This is my friend, the owner of this establishment, Fong Ying. What do you think?" Isn't she beautiful? Indeed, she is quite lovely. It seems that like attracts like. Your friends are all as beautiful as you, Ren-yi replied. Oh my, such flattering words. I dare not claim to be beautiful in front of your wife. I would be overjoyed to possess even half of her charm, Fong jested with them. Another joke at my expense, Hao Manon laughed, continuing, we are here today to have 2 tailored suits made for him. We are in a bit of a hurry. Could you manage to complete one by tomorrow evening? Since you, Miss Hao, have made the request, how could I possibly delay? I shall take his measurements right away. And we will commence work today, ensuring completion by tomorrow afternoon, Fong assured them. Thank you very much. No need for thanks. Fong called for her tools and personally took Ren-yi's measurements. As she did so, it became evident that her initial assessment was correct. His physique was indeed exceptional. Nearly a perfect embodiment of golden proportions. Moreover, his aura was striking. He exuded a cleanliness that was almost ethereal, and though he bore no particular scent, there was an impression of freshness about him. No wonder he had captured the attention of the esteemed Miss Hao. All right, for the colors, I suggest simply black and white. Your husband possesses such a fine presence that understated colors will only serve to enhance it, Fong advised after completing the measurements. Sounds good to me, Hao Manon replied. Then turned to Ren-yi. What do you think? I have no objections, Ren-yi stated, as he generally had no particular preferences regarding clothing. As long as it was clean. Very well, then. We shall proceed with that. You can collect the black suit tomorrow afternoon. And the rest can be picked up in a few days, Fong concluded. Thank you once again. Please, no need for further thanks. After expressing her gratitude, Hao Manon led Ren-yi out of the store. Chapter 31. Attending the banquet, Part 1. After departing from Fong, Hao Manon accompanied Ren-yi to explore several high-end brand flagship stores, assisting him in selecting attire for everyday wear. As twilight approached, Hao Manon decided to conclude their shopping, deeming their acquisition sufficient. You can wear these from now on. The old clothes should be reserved for less frequent use to avoid waste, she advised. At this moment, Ren-yi underwent a remarkable transformation. His previously concealed charisma was accentuated by the slightly luxurious garments he donned. Together with Hao Manon, he captured the attention of passers-by along their journey. Notably, Ren-yi carried no burdensome bags, as Hao Manon, aware of men's limited stamina while shopping, had arranged for the store to deliver their purchases to their residence. They returned home laden with their finds, having enjoyed a day that was leisurely yet fulfilling. The Yuan family's enterprises are widespread throughout Haisher, with the Wanhua Hotel being one of the most renowned, serving as the largest luxury hotel in the city center. The Yuan family's gala was set to take place there this evening. This year, the Yuan family introduced an innovative approach by establishing a separate venue for the younger generation, featuring facilities and themes that catered to a youthful audience, with the Yuan family's young master, Yuan Hua, presiding over the event. The main venue was filled with prominent figures from Haishi's business community, many of whom were familiar acquaintances, engaging in idle chatter and discussions of potential collaborations, which proved rather dull. Mr. Hao, you seem to have lost some weight recently, with your daughter married off. I suppose your little cotton-padded jacket is no longer by your side, joked a familiar acquaintance of the Hao family, referencing the recent notable event of Hao's daughter's marriage. In response, Hao Qingfeng laughed heartily. My daughter's marriage brings me joy. She and her husband visit me daily, filling my days with happiness. You jest too much. The middle-aged man, who had spoken, sported a prominent belly and chuckled in reply. All right, I'll concede. But what sort of son-in-law have you found? You seem quite delighted. That's none of your concern. You should worry more about your daughter, Yueshin, Hao Qifeng teased, prompting the middle-aged man to lose his jovial demeanor. Wearing a wry smile. Don't even mention it. It troubles me to no end. I have no idea how her mother raised her. She has turned into quite the little tyrant. Have some shame. Was it your sister-in-law who raised her? It's all your indulgence. She behaves like a little emperor. Hao Qifeng replied, dismissing him. The middle-aged man, surnamed Hu, was also a notable tycoon in Haisher, having collaborated with the Hao family for many years, making them old acquaintances. In the alternate venue, the atmosphere was markedly livelier among the younger generation compared to the elder-s social niceties. Some were sampling spirits at the bar. Others were engaging in flirtatious banter with young women, while small groups gathered in conversation. I heard that Hao Manon will be attending today, along with her husband, remarked a young man clad in a somewhat flamboyant pink suit, directing his inquiry towards Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua, having received 2 glasses of red wine from a server, handed one to Wu Nao and replied, I'm not entirely sure. This banquet does not require prior notification. Beside them, Zhang Yi spoke up. I asked sister and both she and brother-in-law will be attending. Oh, so it's brother-in-law already. How displeased must young Master Yuan feel upon hearing this? Wu now. When will you learn to control your loose tongue? Zhang Yi showed no tolerance for his antics. How could I not be happy? Inan is getting married. They are a perfect match, and it is only fitting for Yi to call him brother-in-law. Yuan Hua timely interjected. Otherwise, these two might have gotten into a quarrel, which would indeed be troublesome. Humph. Wu now expressed his boredom. In his mind, Yuan Hua was simply a pretentious show-off. Zhang Yi, though somewhat skeptical herself, did not wish to display her doubts as openly as Wu now. Ren Yi and Hao Manin arrived at the Wanhua Hotel, both resplendently attired for the occasion. Hao Manin wore a delicate light-colored gown, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, while Ren Yi was dressed in a bespoke black suit. Standing together, they exuded an aura that left onlookers envious. The reception staff, taken aback by their charm, forgot to check their invitations and allowed them to enter. Upon stepping inside, Ren Yi noted that the DCOR was not merely opulent but modern and sophisticated. The gathering was unlike what he had imagined. Rather than a congregation of business magnates exchanging pleasantries, it was a vibrant assembly of youthful voices. Hao Manin explained, this is the Yuan family's arrangement, separating the elders from the younger generation to ensure the latter can enjoy themselves. This was indeed a commendable idea. Ren Yi couldn't help but admire the Yuan family's ingenuity. After all, no young person would willingly engage in the mundane affairs of middle-aged individuals. With their arrival, all eyes at the gala turned towards them. The couple truly captivated the audience. Isn't that the daughter of the Gao family? She is stunningly beautiful. Someone murmured. Who is that beside her? He is incredibly handsome. Could he be her boyfriend? No way, buddy. Are you back from Africa? The Gao family's daughter is married. He must be her husband. Ah, what have I missed? Humph. Just a pretty boy climbing the social ladder. Guests whispered among themselves about the newly arrived couple, expressing astonishment, praise, and, for some who were more informed, disdain. As they entered, they spotted familiar faces. Zhang Yi was waving from afar, but Hao Manin did not immediately approach with Ren Yi. Instead, she introduced him. The one in the blue gown with Yi is Yuan Hua from the Yuan family. And the one in the pink suit is Wu Nao from the Wu family of Haishur, which primarily operates in the entertainment industry. The largest entertainment company in Haishur is owned by the Wu family. Ren Yi glanced over. He had seen both of them at the wedding. Yuan Hua appeared amiable and courteous, engaging warmly with others, while Wu Nao seemed carefree, joking with a nearby beauty who appeared to be a star he had seen on billboards. Hao Manin continued, it's best to avoid that Wu Nao. His character is questionable, and his lifestyle is even more concerning. He changes female companions daily, and spending too much time with him could lead one astray. Ren Yi interjected. And then there's the one in the red dress, Lu Qin from the Lu family. It's wise to steer clear of her as well. She's notoriously alluring and could easily ensnare your heart. Ren Yi noted Lu Qin, clad in a striking red gown with a high slit. Her figure voluptuous and her beauty captivating, exuding an undeniable charm in her every gesture. What I just introduced you to are the younger generation of the so-called four great families of Haishur. Four great families. To be honest, Ren Yi was unfamiliar with them. Yes, the Hao, Yuan, Wu, and Lu families comprise the four great families of Haishur. The Zhang family, where he resides, does not count as they are connected to the government and their involvement complicates matters. Oh, this is the first time I've heard of it. Just as Hao Manin was about to elaborate further, Yuan Hua and a few others approached. Anin is here. Is this your brother-in-law? Welcome. Hao Manin slightly furrowed her brow at Yuan Hua's address, as she was not fond of being referred to in such a manner, particularly in front of Ren Yi. However, she refrained from expressing her discontent, simply nodding in a perfunctory manner to acknowledge the greeting. Wu now observed this exchange with a smirk, finding it quite amusing. Thank you. Ren Yi politely shook hands with Yuan Hua, while pondering the previous incident, uncertain if this individual could be considered a rival. Yuan Hua then enthusiastically said, no need for formality. Come, let us find a place to sit. Chapter 32, Attending the Banquet, Part 2. Once everyone was seated, Yuan Hua instructed the staff to bring over some fruits and beverages. He raised his glass first and addressed the gathering. Today is truly a rarity. It has been quite some time since we last gathered. He added, if you want to eat or play anything later, just let me know. Then, turning his attention to Ren Yi, he continued, Ren Yi, right? My cousin had an unpleasant encounter with you recently, and I would like to apologize on his behalf. This is my fault. A few years back, I did pursue an and it became widely known. My foolish cousin just, oh, that's all in the past. In any case, I owe you an apology. Let us drink to that. With that, Yuanhua downed his drink. Zhang Yi looked at Yuanhua with discontent. Bringing this topic up was hardly appropriate. Meanwhile, Wu Nao and Lu Qin exchanged knowing smiles, finding this gathering quite entertaining. Rennie offered a polite smile, saying, "It's nothing significant." As if disregarding the potentially awkward remarks, he raised his glass to toast. Hao Man furrowed her brow and gently stopped Rennie, who was about to drink. "Don't overindulge. It's uncomfortable to drink too much. A sip is fine, especially since the Yuan family seems to have prepared good wine." Then, turning to Yuanhua, she coldly remarked, "As for apologies, let him drink alone. My husband doesn't drink much. A little for enjoyment is fine. But he cannot partake in your social niceties." Upon hearing this, Rennie obediently took a sip and then subtly gestured to Yuanhua with a smile before placing the wine cup down. He realized that the teacher's gentleness seemed to be reserved solely for him, while the true essence of the Hao family's eldest daughter was directed towards outsiders. Yuanhua was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her cheerful demeanor, laughingly exclaiming, "Ah, yes, it is all my fault. I shall drink another cup to spare everyone the embarrassment." At this, the others followed suit, taking a sip as well, attempting to ease the atmosphere and prevent the host from feeling too awkward. However, the couple, Ren-yi and his wife, remained oblivious to the situation. "Please, take a seat. If you require anything, do not hesitate to call for me. I shall attend to the other guests now," Yuanhua said before moving to greet the newcomers. "Anan. Upon my return to the country, I heard you have married without even informing me," Lu Qin began to tease as soon as Yuanhua departed. "I did notify the Lu family. It's not my fault you did not come," Ren-yi replied. "Shouldn't we have been informed privately, given our relationship?" "It's not as if we are that close," she retorted, feigning hurt with her words. Ren-yi noticed the teacher's evident discontent towards Lu Qin, who completely disregarded the other's enthusiasm. After Lu Qin finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Ren-yi, her flirtatious demeanor becoming more pronounced as she unabashedly appraised him from head to toe. "So, this must be your husband? So young and handsome. When did you meet him? Sneaking around to find such a charming gentleman?" Hao Man's expression grew colder, and she replied, her tone devoid of warmth, "This is a personal matter. There is no need for your concern." Wu Nao, who typically dominated conversations and enjoyed stirring the atmosphere, remained unusually quiet today, as he sensed that the entertainment of the evening was far from over. Zhang Yi, unable to bear the tension any longer, decided to pull her two sisters away to have some fun. "Injie, Xinjie, shall we go over there? Many of our sisters are waiting. You both have not been around, and it's a rare occasion for us to gather." Lu Qin had no objections, and after a moment of contemplation, Hao Man agreed, recognizing they all belonged to the same social circle, and it would be unwise to appear too distant. She turned to Ren-yi and said, "I will be over there for a while. This is not something you can refuse. If you need anything, just come find me. We will head home once I return." "All right, teacher, please do not worry about me. I have no matters to attend to," he assured her. Before leaving, Hao Man cast a pointed glance at Wu Nao, laden with warning. Wu Nao, feeling unjustly accused, muttered, "I haven't spoken a word today, Mississippi. What does your glance mean?" Once Hao Man departed, only Ren-yi and Wu Nao remained. Wu Nao raised his wine cup towards Ren-yi, taking a sip as a form of greeting. Ren-yi reciprocated with a sip of his own, and then they both lapsed into silence. He was adhering to the teacher's advice, trying to minimize contact, while Wu Nao, warned by Hao Man, had lost his desire to engage in conversation. In truth, it was only Ren-yi who maintained the silence. Wu Nao was continuously approached by others, whether to exchange greetings or toast, while Ren-yi found himself enveloped in an almost profound stillness. At the soiree, many affluent young gentlemen showed little interest in making the acquaintance of the Hao family's son-in-law. "That must be the son-in-law of the Hao family, right? Should we go over and extend our greetings? Why bother? Just a fortune-seeking pretty boy. What's the point in engaging with him? Regardless, he is still the Hao family's son-in-law. It wouldn't hurt to get to know him. Humph. If he were to marry into the Hao family, that might warrant some attention. But since it's the Hao family's daughter marrying into their clan, they are merely from a lesser household that I've never even heard of." "Oh, I see." Rennie sat quietly, fully aware of the surrounding chatter, yet he remained unfazed. In a certain sense, their words held truth. The Ren family, though respectable in the eyes of ordinary folk, paled in comparison to the elite present. For a family of their standing to secure the hand of a daughter from one of the four great families was indeed a remarkable feat. Such self-important young lords and ladies, not only would they not seek his company, but it was a sign of their refinement if they refrained from mocking him. After enduring the atmosphere for some time, Wu now could no longer contain himself and turned to Ren-yi, saying, "Brother, may I ask you a question?" Confused, Ren-yi nonetheless replied, "Of course, please go ahead." Wu now glanced around to ensure that Hao Manon was out of sight, then leaned in closer and whispered, "How did you manage to win over Hao Manon? I just saw how tenderly she treated you." Ren-yi was taken aback by the question, hesitating to respond as he scrutinized Wu now for any ill intent. Noticing Ren-yi's silence, Wu now quickly added, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I genuinely want to know. Please don't overthink it. I'm not like Yuan Hua. If I wanted trouble, I wouldn't be so subtle." Realizing that Wu now was merely curious, Ren-yi admitted, "Well, I didn't pursue her, nor was there any courtship." Wu now scoffed, regarding Ren-yi with skepticism. "Don't tell me it was Hao Manon who pursued you. I refuse to believe that. Brother, there are better ways to boast. Of course, she didn't pursue me. Our acquaintance is quite recent, actually. Then how did it come about?" Wu now's curiosity piqued, pressing further. Ren-yi pondered briefly, deciding there was no harm in sharing, and replied candidly, "We were betrothed as children by our families. We had no objections, and simply honored our family's wishes to marry." Betrothed as children? Really? Yes. Wu now still found it somewhat hard to believe and probed further. "You had no objections, but what about Hao Manon? Did she feel the same way?" After careful consideration, Ren-yi concluded that indeed, she had no objections, affirming, "She truly had none." Wu now's interest surged, and he exclaimed, "Wow, not many are privy to this inside information, are they?" "Not many, indeed. We haven't shared it with anyone else." There were certain details Ren-yi chose not to disclose, particularly that apart from him, no one else had inquired about it. "Brother, I did not inquire about this information in vain. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Particularly if you wish to become acquainted with that starlet or fresh model." Wu now once again affirmed that his visit today was indeed worthwhile. Ren-yi, upon hearing his words, merely listened, recognizing that this individual possessed a rather peculiar temperament. Heeding the advice of his mentor, it would be prudent to maintain a distance. Chapter 33, The Evening Gala Incident, Part 1. Hao Manon, having lingered for a brief moment, returned alone. Upon her arrival, she observed Wu now engaged in animated conversation with Ren-yi. Their discourse revolved around the actress, who appeared innocent yet was quite uninhibited in reality. Hao Manon's complexion shifted from pale to dark as she heavily sat beside Ren-yi. Wu now, noticing Hao Manon's return, inquired, "You're back so soon?" "I have no particular matters to attend to. You two should enjoy yourselves a while longer." "There is not much to enjoy, merely a brief meeting and some light conversation. Hence my early return," she replied. At that moment, in the main venue, Yuan Jinghong was presiding over the gala. "First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for attending. The achievements of Yuan Corporation today are largely attributable to the support of friends present here. I sincerely thank you all." As Yuan Jinghong spoke, he drained his glass of wine and continued, "I apologize for any shortcomings in our preparations and hope for your understanding. Additionally, it is my honor to introduce a distinguished guest, Mr. Zheng Zhong from the illustrious Zheng family of Tiandu. The Zheng family is indeed a venerable lineage, and he is here today to meet our esteemed business associates from Haisher. Let us extend him a warm welcome." The audience erupted in applause. Although most were unfamiliar with the Zheng family, they recognized the significance of such a lineage, distinct from the affluent families of Haisher. The Zheng family had deep-rooted heritage, setting them apart from ordinary clans. A distinguished middle-aged man, upon Yuan Jinghong's introduction, stepped forward, and even those unaware of the Zheng family could perceive their exceptional status. Hao Qingfeng, observing the arrival of the Zheng representative, furrowed his brow and murmured, "What brings the illustrious family of Tiandu here?" Zheng Zhong approached the assembly with a gentle smile, saying, "There is no need for such formality. You are all leaders within the Haisher business community. My purpose here today is twofold. First, I am honored by Mr. Yuan's invitation. Second, I hope to explore potential business collaborations in Haisher, and I look forward to your guidance in the future." The crowd offered a token applause. Yet inwardly, they pondered the implications of the Zheng family's intent to penetrate the Haisher market, weighing the potential benefits and drawbacks. Simultaneously, at a subsidiary venue, a similar scene unfolded. "Allow me to introduce this gentleman beside me, a scion of the Zheng family from Tiandu. While many may not be aware of the family, I trust you all understand the concept of an esteemed lineage. The Zheng family is indeed a notable heritage from Tiandu, and he is here to partake in the anniversary gala of the Yuan family. Yuan Hua made a somewhat grand introduction. The younger generation might not have known, but he had heard his father mention the existence of the distinguished families from Tiandu. Unbeknownst to him, his own family had some connections to such esteemed lineages. Zheng Ning casually waved his hand to the crowd, speaking with a tone of nonchalance. I am Zheng Ning, not particularly fond of conversation, so please, continue your festivities. After uttering these words, he paid no heed to the reactions of those present, glanced around, and then sought a nearby sofa to recline upon, displaying no intention of mingling with the attendees. In truth, he felt no necessity to do so. Ordinary individuals could hardly comprehend the distinction between noble families and common households. To claim that the disparity was as vast as heaven and earth would not be an exaggeration, even though the Zheng family was merely a typical noble lineage. It stood unparalleled when compared to ordinary families. This fellow truly exuded an air of superiority. The Zheng family of the heavens is indeed illustrious. Were you of noble birth, you might also possess such swagger, or perhaps even surpass him in pretentiousness. Nobility is indeed formidable. Hush, brother, keep your voice down. Whether nobility is truly formidable, I have yet to witness, but we certainly cannot afford to provoke them. On ordinary days, they were all young masters, each proud and arrogant, upon encountering someone so brazen. It was only natural they would feel a sense of resentment. How Manon, who had initially intended to depart with Renée, found herself momentarily delayed by this spectacle. Although a distinguished guest had arrived, her interest was non-existent. Just as she was about to leave with Renée, she noticed Zheng Ning approaching and taking a seat on the sofa beside her. Uninterested in the unfolding drama, she stood with Renée, preparing to bid farewell to friends and Yuan Hua, as such courtesies could not be overlooked. Just as the two were about to leave, an unsettling voice interrupted the moment. How Manon halted and turned towards the source of the voice, her expression one of indifference. Yes, what is it? Zheng Ning lounged with his leg crossed, appraising How Manon with a smirk. You are indeed quite lovely. How Manon's countenance grew even colder, and Ren Yi's expression turned equally frigid. What do you mean by that? Ah, it seems you are indeed married. My cousin has taken a liking to you. It is a fortune for your How family. I did not anticipate your family to be so intriguing. Rather than expressing gratitude, you hastily entered into matrimony. Zheng Ning maintained a playful demeanor, seemingly unconcerned about offending the two before him. He then cast a glance at Ren Yi and continued. So, this is your husband? Not bad, quite handsome. Would you call him a little puppy? He chuckled to himself. The crowd was drawn to the commotion, sensing that this noble scion bore a grudge against the How family and had come to stir trouble. How Manon's expression was as frigid as ice. This was no longer mere rudeness, but a blatant insult. Ren Yi's demeanor sharpened. He was now furious and resolved to teach this man an unforgettable lesson. Yet, at this moment, he also wished to uncover some secrets regarding the alliance between their families, and the man before him was clearly well informed. The expressions of the onlookers were equally compelling. Some were indignant, others entertained, and a few reveled in the misfortune. Yuan Hua, as the host, furrowed his brow. Logically, he should intervene, but he was reluctant to offend Zheng Ning. However, should Zheng Ning's behavior become too egregious, it would certainly reflect poorly on him as well. As he pondered his next move, Renée spoke up, revealing that this gentleman seemed to possess some knowledge of significance, which warranted a conversation later. The others, upon hearing Ren Yi's words, felt a wave of disdain. After all, one could hardly expect to foster camaraderie after such blatant humiliation. How Manon, though somewhat perplexed, chose to remain composed, harboring faith in Renée. Zheng Ning chuckled, relishing the moment. The sight of his adversary seething with suppressed fury brought him a sense of delight. An experience he seldom enjoyed within the circles of aristocracy, yet here it was effortless. Renée, undeterred by the others' reactions, continued, however, before we proceed. An apology is in order for your earlier behavior. I trust it will be sincere. Zheng Ning paused, momentarily taken aback as if he had heard a jest, then erupted into laughter. What constitutes sincerity? Bowing down, perhaps? The onlookers sensed a tension in the air. Could this son-in-law of the How family truly be out of his mind? Such folly, believing that an alliance with the How family would elevate him beyond measure. Human nature often reveals itself in contempt. Once you regard someone as beneath you, any action they take will be cloaked in the guise of folly through your own wisdom. Renée maintained an unruffled demeanor, as though negotiating a business deal. This method is not my preference, yet kneeling indeed conveys a sense of sincerity. So I cannot oppose it. The crowd collectively felt that this man was finished. Zheng Ning laughed even louder, his countenance morphing into something sinister. Very well. Soon you shall kneel and bow before me. With that, he charged forward, the opulent flooring beneath him fracturing upon his haste, leaving the crowd to witness a mere shadow darting away, indistinct and swift. What is this? A superhero? A martial arts master? How Manon, equally astounded, felt only concern and anxiety. She wished to intervene, but Renee had already positioned himself before her. In a swift exchange, Zhang Ning closed in, poised to strike. Envisioning his opponent sprawled on the ground, begging for mercy, the onlookers thought surely this would result in grievous injury. Yet, at that moment, Renee too made his move, launching a kick with even greater speed, arriving first despite Zhang Ning's initial momentum. The impact resounded. Zhang Ning was propelled backward with an even swifter force, shattering 2 glass coffee tables in his wake. A collective gasp echoed through the assembled guests. Such force surely could not leave him unscathed. The entire gathering fell into a hushed silence, the background music having vanished unnoticed. Chapter 34, The Evening's Turmoil, Part 2, How Manon rushed to Renee's side. Her voice laced with urgency. Are you unharmed? Did he injure you? Zhang Yi, observing the scene from the crowd's rear, felt an unsettling familiarity with the unfolding events. Renee, his initially impassive expression now serene, smiled reassuringly. I am fine, teacher. Do not worry. He will apologize shortly. How Manon exhaled in relief, though her concern lingered. No more. It's nothing. The power of the aristocratic families is vast. There is no need to seek this trouble. Teacher, I disapprove of the tone in which he just called you beautiful. I do not wish for him to say such things in the future. How Manon stood momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was somewhat inappropriate at this time, yet she felt an overwhelming joy. What is the current situation? It feels as if you two are in a romantic liaison. Zhang Ning painfully crawled up from a pile of shattered glass, blood trickling from his mouth and nose, and angrily exclaimed, How could this be? Before he arrived, I had investigated. The Ren family is merely an ordinary household. Not to mention the Ren family, even the Hao family is an average clan. How could anyone possibly injure me? Rennie glanced at him without acknowledging his words, turning to Hao Manon and assuring her, Do not worry. Teacher, I am here. Nothing will happen. With that, he strode towards Zhang Ning. Hao Manon was inexplicably enveloped in a sense of security at that moment, allowing her to place her trust in Renee. Many bystanders considered him to be somewhat deranged. What are you thinking? You're challenging a scion of an aristocratic family. Isn't that courting death? The Hao family cannot protect you. Renee approached Zhang Ning, his expression tranquil as he stated, Your previous question is trivial. I wish to inquire about something of greater significance. To hell with you. Zhang Ning, disregarding his injuries, summoned the strength to strike again. But before he could make a move, Renee had already acted. A resounding slap echoed as Zhang Ning was knocked to the ground, his face swelling instantly. You need to apologize first, in the manner you described. I hope for your cooperation, otherwise, I may not cease my actions. Zhang Ning rose from the ground, pointing at Ren Yi and challenging, Do you dare? Another slap sent Zhang Ning crashing back down, this time blood oozing from his face. Not cooperative enough, Rennie remarked, his expression still unyielding. Li Lin, who had been avoiding Rennie, found himself in a corner of the gathering, his lips twitching inexplicably. This scene felt eerily familiar. Almost identical. This fellow is so fierce. It's one thing to strike me, but even the aristocrats are being treated this way. Originally, Li Lin had entertained thoughts of revenge, but now those feelings had evaporated. If the aristocrats were being struck so easily, what was his plight in comparison? Enough, Renee. Yuanhua could no longer bear to watch. If anything were to happen to Zhang Ning here, the Yuan family would also bear responsibility. In truth, it was already too late. The events had unfolded too rapidly for him to process. He is my guest. Can you show me some consideration? It would be beneficial for both of us. Wu now cast a disdainful glance at Yuanhua, thinking, Now you realize the situation. Why didn't you act sooner? Ren Yi turned to Yuanhua, his expression largely unchanged. Had you been present from the beginning, I could have granted you face, but now, I'm afraid I cannot. Yuanhua was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. After Rennie finished, he did not look back at Yuanhua, continuing to address Zhang Ning. I hope for your cooperation. I do not wish for this conflict to escalate. At this moment, Zhang Ning found himself unable to rise. Yet he could not accept being defeated by an ordinary individual. He glared fiercely at Rennie. With a chilling scream, Rennie crushed Zhang Ning's left leg. Li Lin, hiding in a corner, felt tears welling in her eyes. Just like this, soon there would be another leg. Stop. A thunderous shout rang out. reverberating in the ears of those present, causing many to cover their ears, with some ladies shrieking in fright. The voice belonged to Yuan Jinghong and others who had hurried over from the main venue upon receiving the news. And the shout had come from Zhang Zhong of the Zhang family. The scene descended into further chaos as Yuan Jinghong and Zhang Zhong approached the howling Zheng Ning, while Hao Qifeng moved to Ren Yi's side. "Xiaoyi, what is happening?" "Dad, I will explain later," Ren Yi replied, softening his demeanor towards Hao's father. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, Hao Qifeng intended to inquire further, but his daughter pulled him aside. "Dad, let us wait a moment. We'll discuss it later." Yuan Jinghong glanced at the disheveled Zheng Ning and addressed Ren Yi. "Do you comprehend what you are doing?" "Yes, quite clearly. The Hao family has indeed found a fine son-in-law. Do you think the Hao family can protect you?" Yuan Jinghong was infuriated. Having invested considerable resources to align with a prestigious family, only to encounter this unforeseen debacle. "Whether my family can offer protection is not for others to worry about," Hao Qifeng remarked from behind Ren Yi. At this moment, the Hao family could not afford to retreat. He could not bear the shame, especially if the elder returned to learn of this incident. "Hao Qifeng, this is no jest," Yuan Jinghong stated earnestly. "Do you believe I am joking?" Ren Yi turned to face Hao's father and reassured him. "Father, rest assured, nothing will happen." He then looked towards Zhang Zhong, who was examining Zheng Ning's pulse. "But Mr. Zheng? Uncle, he dares to harm me. Make him pay for it." Zheng Ning, previously breathless, seemed to find his resolve and sought assistance from Zhang Zhong. Silence. Zhang Zhong disregarded his nephew's words, merely confirming that the injuries were not too severe before turning to confront Ren Yi. Initially, upon seeing his nephew in such a state, he had wished for the perpetrator to face dire consequences. However, upon encountering Ren Yi, he had reconsidered. With a hint of resignation, Zhang Zhong said, "Mr. Ren, it is a pleasure to see you. Is there a misunderstanding here today?" The audience was taken aback. What was occurring? It appeared as though there was some prior acquaintance. And was this an attempt to ease tensions? Ren Yi calmly responded, "It should not be a misunderstanding. As you can see, it is an irreconcilable conflict." Wu Nao, observing from the side, exclaimed in delight, "This brother is truly unexpected. He appears to be the lamb, yet speaks boldly, as if he were a wolf." Lu Qin displayed a trace of disdain, having initially regarded Ren Yi with a measure of respect for his courage. She now viewed his failure to seize the opportunity as sheer foolishness, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Zhang Zhong's expression revealed his unease, yet he still spoke. "I am uncertain how my nephew has offended you to such a degree." The onlookers had grown somewhat numb with shock today. Who was this son-in-law of the Hao family? He was certainly no ordinary individual. The Hao family, too, found themselves bewildered. They were well acquainted with the Ren family and had never heard of any substantial background. Ren Yi, disregarding the crowd's reactions, stated, "It matters not that he has offended me, but rather that he has affronted my wife." As he spoke, he gestured toward the beautiful Hao Manon standing aside. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhong recognized the gravity of the situation, though he remained puzzled. While the woman was indeed striking, his nephew was not a lecherous man. Such behavior was unexpected. "Mr. Ren, if that is indeed the case, I shall personally apologize to this lady." He spoke of kneeling to beg for forgiveness, yet has yet to do so. The atmosphere instantly became tense, even though Zhang Zhong feared Ren Yi. He could not allow the Zheng family to endure such humiliation. "However, I care not for his apology. My sole desire is to understand the situation. And he should be the one with knowledge." At these words, Zhang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. "What is it that you wish to know, Mr. Ren?" "If I am aware, I shall speak candidly, as a form of atonement." Ren Yi pondered for a moment, realizing that the other party likely understood as well. "My wife belongs to the Hao family." Upon hearing this seemingly cryptic statement, Zhang Zhong grasped the implications, including why his nephew had provoked Ren Yi. Casting a glance at his unconscious nephew sprawled on the ground, he inwardly cursed him as a fool. "I understand now. Mr. Ren, may we step outside?" Of course. After their departure, the room was left in a state of astonishment and disbelief, particularly among the Yuan family and the Hao family. One filled with concern and the other with doubt. Chapter 35, The Turmoil of the Evening, Part 2. Yuan Jinghong instructed Yuan Hua to take Zheng Ning to the hospital and address the assembly. "I apologize for the disturbance that has occurred, which has affected everyone's spirits. However, there is no need for concern. The event shall continue. Feel free to enjoy yourselves tonight. The rooms upstairs are prepared for anyone who may indulge a bit too much." With that, Yuan Jinghong offered a few light-hearted laughs. Though Zheng Zhong and Ren Yi claimed they were going outside, They could not possibly venture beyond the hotel, so they retreated to a private room. Mr. Rin, how is the esteemed Mr. Chiu faring? My master is quite well. He has recently traveled to the north for leisure. The elder gentleman seemed to be enjoying a tranquil life. Zhang Zhong reflected that this outing had not been well timed, especially since he had brought Zheng Ning along. Had the conflict involved another, daring to offend the Zheng family, it would have resulted in dire consequences. Yet, this individual was not someone to be trifled with. Nor was his master. Few could afford to confront such an eminent figure. At the very least, the Zheng family could not. At this moment, Ren Yi was not inclined to reminisce, but instead wished to inquire about matters of interest to him, so he could return and explain to his master the unfolding issues. Mr. Zheng, could you enlighten me about the matters concerning the Hao family? Zheng Zhong pondered for a moment, then sighed and replied, in truth, this is not a secret among the aristocratic families. I wonder how much Mr. Ren knows about these families. Not much, Rennie admitted. My master has not divulged much information to me. My understanding of the aristocratic families is merely slightly more than that of an ordinary person, as my master has not spoken of it, although my senior sister has shared some insights. The so-called aristocratic families are essentially families of qi refiners. The true rulers of this world are the qi refiner practitioners, who transcend the limitations of the human species compared to ordinary individuals, resembling a new breed of humanity. Qi refiners are almost exclusive to these families, as commoners cannot become qi refiner practitioners but can only inherit from these families, resulting in their exalted status. Therefore, ordinary families cannot possibly compare to the aristocratic families, not merely due to differences in power and wealth, but a far deeper disparity. Zhang Zheng continued. Have you heard of the Qian family? Rennie contemplated for a moment and confirmed, indeed, I have heard of them. They are also an aristocratic family. Are you implying there is a connection to the Qian family? Precisely, there is indeed a connection, Zheng Zhong affirmed. This matter traces back to the Tian Du Hao family's desire to form an alliance through marriage with the Qian family. Before Zheng Zhong could elaborate further, Rennie interjected. The Tian Du Hao family? Yes, the Tian Du Hao family is also an aristocratic family, but it no longer holds that status. After the passing of the elder of the Hao family, there have been no qi refiners, thus they can no longer be considered an aristocratic family. What relation does this Hao family have with the Haisher Hao family? Ren Yi inquired. The Haisher Hao family is likely a branch of the Tian Du family. However, I cannot ascertain the reasons for their separation. Rennie furrowed his brow and urged, please continue, Mr. Zheng. The reason the Hao family sought to ally with the Qian family through marriage was to regain their aristocratic status. However, since the Tian Du Hao family did not possess a suitable woman, they intended to use a daughter from their branch for this alliance. Naturally, this was the plan of the Hao family, and the Qian family would not ordinarily agree, as the branch is merely an ordinary family. What transpired thereafter? Rennie asked. Interestingly, the second young master of the Qian family found it acceptable. Qianli, the second young master, is a prodigy and absolute talent in cultivation. Hence his words carry considerable weight within the Qian family. By now, Rennie had pieced together much of the story and remarked to Zheng Zhong, then, the daughter of the branch Hao family married someone else, thus inciting the ire of both the Tian Du Hao family and the Qian family. Indeed. Yet it was not as grave as it seems. These were merely the intentions of the Tian Du Hao family, and no formal agreement had been made with the Qian family. Furthermore, the Qian family was not inclined to pursue the matter, so their response was minimal. As for the Hao family, I am not privy to their current stance. Rennie, still grappling with certain aspects, queried. What does this have to do with your Zheng family? Why does your nephew harbor animosity towards my wife? My elder brother's wife is from the Qian family. Thus Qianli, being from the Qian family, is Ning Er's cousin. He has always held great respect for this cousin, Zhang Zhong clarified. Ren Yi then comprehended the connections and inquired, if I may ask, is the Qian family stronger than the Zheng family? Zheng Zhong acknowledged the truth, noting that there exists a hierarchy among prominent families. His own Zheng family could only be categorized as a lower-tier lineage, while the Qian family held a more respectable middle-tier status, ranking amongst the foremost in that category. Ren Yi, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of helplessness, contemplating how fortunate his younger cousins were. I understand now, he said gratefully. Rest assured, my approach will not be excessively harsh, as long as your nephew receives timely treatment. His cultivation will remain unaffected. Thank you. Perhaps a bit of hardship will serve him well. He often neglects diligent practice and squanders his time. There is no need for concern. As long as Mr. Zheng does not harbor resentment towards me, I am content. How could I? Although noble families are often aloof, we are not devoid of reason. Indeed, I may have been biased in my perspective. As the hour grew late, it was time for both to depart. However, Zheng Zheng had one final inquiry he wished to pose. Mr. Ren, I noticed your energy is remarkably contained yet versatile. If I may be so bold, have you already attained the innate stage? Ren met Zheng Zheng's gaze, revealing no intention to conceal the truth. Indeed, my master has instructed me to engage with the world, to comprehend the nuances of inner peace. Zheng Zheng was taken aback, although he had sensed it earlier. Hearing the admission still struck him as astonishing. He chuckled wryly. Mr. Ren, you must be in your early 20s, am I correct? 22, came the reply. Your prowess humbles us. I am grateful for your restraint, as my nephew indeed deserves discipline. To provoke someone at the innate level and emerge unscathed is nothing short of luck. Your nephew has indeed been fortunate. Initially, I was wary of Mr. Chiu, but it seems that your family alone is formidable. These are mere trifles. I merely hope your nephew does not trouble me in the future. That is utterly impossible. Rest assured, upon my return, I shall ensure my elder brother administers strict guidance. Zhang Zhong spoke sincerely. Provoking an innate master could lead to dire consequences. Very well. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave with my wife. One matter remains that I wish to bring to Mr. Ren's attention. Yes? While the Qian family may not show any overt reaction, the Hao family is quite dissatisfied with their branch in Haisher and may take some action. Of course, this should not pose any trouble for you, but I felt it prudent to inform you. I appreciate your warning. With that, Rennie performed a respectful bow and turned to depart. Sighing, Zheng Zhong left as well, for he still needed to visit his nephew in the hospital. After the Yuan father and son tidied up the aftermath, they chose not to disperse the gathering, opting instead to conduct the proceedings here, as the space was ample enough to accommodate even double the current attendees. It must be noted that the esteemed business magnates present soon engaged in amiable conversation, their laughter resonating throughout the venue, creating an atmosphere of harmony. Were it not for the absence of 2 tea tables, one might have believed that nothing untoward had occurred. Upon Ren-Es return, all eyes turned towards him, pondering his true identity. Could he also be a scion of a prominent family? The guests at the soiree each harbored their own thoughts, particularly Yuan Jinghong, whose brow furrowed in confusion, struggling to comprehend the situation. Seeing Ren-Es return, the Hao father and daughter hurried over. What is it? Is everything all right? Teacher, it's nothing, merely a misunderstanding. The family is quite reasonable. Hao Qifeng remarked. I trust the family's reason, but I have little faith in the words of E. He has seen enough, perched high above, as if he were a deity. It's good if it's a misunderstanding. You all should return home to rest early today. Although Hao Qifeng harbored distrust towards Yi's words, he refrained from probing further, deciding to consult his father first. All right, Dad, we shall take our leave. Remember to come over for dinner with Nen tomorrow. After saying this, Hao Qifeng cast a meaningful glance at Rennie. Certainly, father. I also have some matters to discuss with Grandpa. Rennie, fully aware of his father-in-law's implication, intended to clarify today's events anyway. Very well, be cautious on your way. Goodbye, Dad. Hao Manan naturally linked her arm with Rennie's as they walked out together. Hao Qifeng watched the couple's retreating figures, smiling thoughtfully as he muttered, Ren, my dear brother, your son is quite remarkable. Chapter 36, the whole story at 10:30 p.m. Rennie and Hao Manan sat on their own sofa. Speak, my fellow student, how many matters do you still conceal from me? Hao Manan inquired, her demeanor stern. In truth, there is little to conceal. I simply do not know how to articulate it. Rennie felt a pang of anxiety, wishing to scratch his head. Then speak at your leisure. I am eager to discover just how exceptional my husband truly is. After a moment's contemplation, Ren-E decided to explain today's events to his teacher. Are you suggesting that we are a branch of the Hao family from Tiandu? Yes, that seems to be the case. So, today's Zhengning is yet another Li Lin? Indeed. Hao Manan furrowed her brow, letting out a sigh. It appears to be my doing again. Is it troublesome? Do you regret marrying me? Upon hearing this, Ren-E straightened himself, declaring earnestly, Teacher, it is not like that. This is no trouble at all. Even if it were, I would willingly accept it and have no regrets. Hao Manan gazed at Rennie, her eyes softening. Thank you. No need for that. This is not solely your burden, but ours. You are becoming increasingly eloquent. Leaning back on the sofa, Hao Manan smiled at Rennie. I'm not eloquent. I merely excel at speaking the truth. Rennie's words elicited a cascade of laughter from Hao Manan. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. How did you come to know the Zheng family? I encountered Zheng Zhong while I was with my master. The Zheng family acknowledges me due to my master's reputation. So, your master must be an extraordinary individual. Indeed, I share that belief. Recalling the incident wherein he injured Zhang Ning, she inquired, was your skill also taught by your master? Yes, I learned under his guidance from a young age. Ah, you have kept this from me for so long. I was terribly worried today. I apologize. It was not my intention to keep it from you. The attitude is commendable. Let us leave it at that for today. You seem weary. Do take some rest. Well then, good night, teacher. Wait a moment. Just as Renee was about to rise, he paused upon hearing the words. How Manon slowly approached Renee, leaning down, her hair brushing against her fragrant shoulder, gently caressing his face. As Renee was enveloped in her delicate scent, he was about to speak when he suddenly felt a fleeting wetness upon his cheek. How Manon, slightly blushing, stood up and softly remarked, this is a reward for a man who protects his wife. Having said that, she swiftly turned and returned to her room. Renee remained seated on the sofa, unresponsive, simply gazing at the swaying silhouette of the teacher, eventually breaking into a silly smile after a while. The following day, at the Hao family villa, Dad, Xiaoyi, and Inan have arrived. Hao Qifeng led the couple into the inner hall. Xiaoyi, Inan, come. Sit down and share some tea with me, Hao Shenli said, savoring the tea in his hand. All right, Grandpa. After the couple took their seats, Hao father and Hao mother also settled beside them. I heard about yesterday's events from Qingfeng. I never imagined that after leaving Tiandu for so many years, we would still be entangled with such antiquated aristocratic families. Dad, what exactly is going on? How did we come to be associated with the aristocracy? As the current spokesperson for the Hao family, Hao Qifeng was also unaware of the underlying details. The old master of the Hao family sighed, as if reminiscing about the past, and said, indeed, we have a connection with the Tiandu Hao family. The original head of the Tiandu Hao family was my elder brother, who has since passed away. So, in a sense, we are also members of the Tiandu Hao family. In a way, yes, but the story is rather long. The old master continued, back in the day, the country was rife with prominent families, and the Hao family, too, was among them, albeit a lower-tier family. At that time, the Hao family had no heirs, and only my elder brother was able to accept the legacy. My father, fearing the decline of the Hao family, sent me to develop my career in the military, as a war was underway. If I could achieve some military merit, it might help the Hao family maintain its position, albeit nominally. After I joined the military, fortune smiled upon me, and I gained considerable military achievements. It was during this time that I met Xiaoyi's grandfather, and we became sworn brothers. After the war concluded, I returned to the Hao family, but in aristocratic circles, those who could not cultivate qi were not respected. My wife was already pregnant when I left for the military. One can imagine her treatment in my absence. In a fit of anger, I severed ties with the family and established myself in Haishur, which led to the current family business. The old master took a sip of hot tea and continued, later. When my father passed away, my elder brother became the head of the family and wished for my return. However, Qingfeng's mother had not been well cared for at that time and succumbed to her ailments within a few years. How could I possibly return? This marked a complete rupture. And we have had no contact since then. Then why have they reached out to us now? Hao Qingfeng asked, somewhat perplexed. The venerable patriarch of the Hao family spoke with a countenance filled with fury. Recently, my elder brother has passed away, and with him, the Hao family has been entirely stripped of its qi practitioners. We are on the verge of being disqualified as a noble lineage. The current head of the family intends to resort to a marriage alliance, hoping to enable the Hao family to indirectly inherit the legacy of other noble families. Unfortunately, my brother's lineage has no daughters, thus leading to the consideration of an. At this juncture, Hao Shenli cast a glance at his granddaughter and continued, naturally, I refuse this proposition. A woman from an ordinary family marrying into a noble house has no dignity, and besides, your grandfather and I have long since arranged a betrothal for you. How could we possibly breach such a promise? Hence, we are hastily arranging your marriage, which is ultimately an inevitable affair. Now, everyone comprehended the situation, aligning closely with Renee's thoughts. However, he still harbored many unanswered questions and inquired, Grandfather, why is there no one in the Hao family capable of inheriting the role of a qi practitioner? I have heard from my master that noble qi practitioners can pass on their qi to their descendants, enabling them to become practitioners as well. The father and daughter of the Hao family were utterly perplexed, but chose to listen patiently. Hao Shenli then looked at Ren Yi and asked, Xiaoyi, you injured someone from the Zheng family yesterday. You must have also cultivated qi, correct? After a moment of hesitation, Ren Yi replied affirmatively, yes. Ha ha ha, splendid. Hao Shengli laughed heartily and continued, could it be that you have condensed your own qi? Ren Yi confirmed, indeed. No wonder you are unaware. The so-called inheritance of qi actually involves an elder of the same bloodline passing a thread of qi to their descendants, who then use this qi as a foundation for cultivation. However, not everyone can cultivate. Most descendants are unable to condense qi before it dissipates, with only a select few achieving success. The Hao family has faced a lack of successors precisely because none of the younger generation can condense the borrowed qi, leading to our imminent removal from the ranks of noble families. Ren Yi finally grasped the situation. It turned out that not all noble families were composed solely of qi practitioners, a fact his master had never disclosed to him, leaving him with scant knowledge. Is there no one who has condensed their own qi? He asked. Hao Shenli's expression grew increasingly solemn as he replied, Shao Yi. Remember not to disclose that you have condensed your own qi to others. The history of qi practitioners is ancient. It is said that in the beginning, all were able to condense their own qi, but that has since faded. The qi practitioners that currently exist are likely those who borrow qi, meaning that apart from noble families, practitioners are nearly non-existent. Ren Yi had never heard his master speak of this. He always assumed that noble families could inherit qi more effortlessly than others. Grandfather, is there a distinction between the two? He inquired. I have never practiced qi myself, so I cannot say for certain. It is likely that your master knows about it, he mused. Ren Yi contemplated this but decided not to press further. He would ask his master during their next meeting. Meanwhile, Hao Qifeng furrowed his brow and asked, will the Tiandu Hao family come to cause trouble? Humph. The old man snorted disdainfully. When they were a noble family, they were already not to be feared. Now, we have even less reason to regard them. After speaking, he turned to the couple Ren Yi and Manon, saying, Shao Yi, you and Inen should simply enjoy your lives together. There is no need for you to worry about these matters. While the old man is still around, it would be splendid to bring me a great-grandson soon. Haha. Hao Manon, who had earlier displayed a trace of worry on her face, was suddenly flushed, gazing at her grandfather with playful reproach. Grandfather, you are still quite young. Why the rush? Ren Yi is also quite young, and we should wait until he graduates before discussing such things. The term young was not always pleasant for Ren Yi to hear. What do you mean by young? By the time your father was your age, your brother was already running errands. Chapter 37. Campus Life, Part 1. The following morning, Hao Manon was driving Ren Yi to school. Soft, gentle music filled the air, and both seemed to be intently listening. The atmosphere in the car much quieter than usual. Since the last time Ren Yi had been kissed, he found it difficult to interact with his teacher as naturally as before. That lingering warmth seemed still to grace his cheek. Hao Manon felt similarly. Whenever she caught sight of Ren Yi's left cheek, a subtle blush crept onto her face. Here we are. Take the keys. I will be a bit late this afternoon, so please wait for me in the car for a while. After parking, Hao Manon handed him the keys. All right. Ren Yi accepted the keys, their fingers brushing against each other. In that small space, a delightful tension filled the air, yet they both instinctively held on to each other's hands. Quickly put the keys away. Hao Manon's cheeks flushed once more. Oh right. Ren Yi seemed to snap back to reality and hastily tucked away the keys. Just as he was about to exit the car, that delicate hand reached out again. Do you wish to hold hands? Hao Manon asked softly, turning her head slightly away. As a carbon-based being, Ren Yi understood exactly what to do. He clasped her hand firmly and earnestly replied, yes. Hao Manon did not turn back, but gently stated, if you wish to hold hands, you may do so without needing to ask for my permission. Ren Yi felt a surge of warmth rise within him, struck by a wave of tender affection, momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively replying, all right. Hao Manon turned to face him, observing his somewhat foolish expression, and smiled gently. Silly, what does it feel like? It smells wonderful. Can your hand even smell? Ren Yi chuckled, a hint of shyness creeping in. All right, it's time for class. Otherwise, we will be late. Hao Manon continued to smile. Yes, sure. See you this afternoon, teacher. No, we will see each other shortly. Ren Yi realized they would indeed meet soon. As he had class with Hao Manon that day, it was hard to discern who was more reluctant to part. Nonetheless, they released their hands and stepped out of the car, heading towards the classroom building. Ren Yi, you haven't been around for several days. Is something the matter? Li Fei inquired of his long-absent friend. There is nothing much to report. I merely took a few days off to visit a distant relative. Ren Yi casually fabricated a lie, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Did your parents not go to Tiandu? Do you have any relatives? Yes, I first went to my parents' place. And then we went together, he replied. Is that so? Li Fei scrutinized Ren Yi with a sidelong glance and continued. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with you lately. Are you concealing something from your brother? What could I possibly have to hide? You're overthinking it. You really need to curb your gossiping tendencies, Ren Yi replied with a serious air, spinning tales. Li Fei was about to inquire further when class commenced. And then Hao Manon, clad in a light-colored long dress, entered the classroom, interrupting his questioning. Instinctively, Ren Yi's gaze drifted to Hao Manon's right hand, which appeared even more fair and delicate from a distance. Suddenly, he recalled the teacher's words, but found it hard to believe that this was a hand he could simply take. Hao Manon seemed to notice Ren Yi's gaze. Her cheeks flushed once more, and her right hand formed a fist, warning him with her eyes. Ren Yi hastily averted his gaze and quietly listened to the lesson, though he could not help but steal glances in her direction, uncertain if the teacher had noticed. Thus, the class passed in a blur of alternating focus and distraction. This afternoon was designated for physical education, more aptly called a free activity period. After the physical education teacher organized a collective warm-up, the students were free to engage in their chosen activities. Most classmates participated in various sports clubs, so the remaining time was typically filled with club activities, such as basketball, soccer, tennis, and even shuttlecock kicking. Ren Yi was also part of a club, as the school mandated that students enroll in at least 2 clubs. Consequently, he joined the calligraphy and basketball clubs. The calligraphy club was his own choice, while the basketball club was a result of his roommate's insistence. Come on. Let's go watch our match later. We're playing against the business and management department today, Lu Dong and Li Fei exclaimed. Already dressed in their jerseys and eager to play, while Hu Jiufeng followed behind with a resigned expression. All 4 of them in the dormitory were part of the basketball club, including the hefty Hu Jiufeng, though he and Ren Yi were merely there to fill the numbers. Let's go, Dada. You always find a place to sit during PE. Sitting there is no different from watching with the fat guy while the brothers dominate the game. Li Fei shouted as he dragged Ren Yi toward the basketball court. Ren Yi had little interest in basketball and initially did not wish to go. However, the words were left unspoken as they made their way to the court. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the considerable turnout. The spectators on both sides resembled a sea of people. Today, both departments had their physical education classes, so the match was scheduled for this afternoon. Lu Dong and Li Fei were indeed skilled at basketball. At least within the Chinese language department, few could surpass them. Thus they were representing their department in the game. I'll take you to find a good spot, Hu Jiufeng said, guiding Ren Yi through the crowd. Just as they were about to reach the business and management team section, they halted. Ren Yi glanced at the sun overhead, perplexed, and remarked, Is this really the good spot you were looking for? Of course, he replied. This is neither a shaded spot nor an ideal location to watch the match. What is so good about it? Hu Jiufeng, with a mischievous grin and a head drenched in sweat, leaned in and said, You can see the cheerleaders from the Department of Management here, and the view is splendid. We are both single, my friend, so I'll generously share the benefits with you. What do you say? Isn't that chivalrous? Ren Yi replied, I apologize, but I haven't been single for quite some time now. However, it was too late to lament, as the prime spots had already been claimed by others, leaving them to stand under the sun. Fortunately, autumn was approaching, making it less sweltering than summer. The basketball game was about to commence, and Hu Jiufeng was suddenly filled with excitement, though not for the match itself. He pointed towards a distant figure and exclaimed, Look, who is coming? Ren Yi followed his gaze, noticing a multitude of people, unsure of whom he was referring to. I see many people, he replied. Didn't you see? Ying Tai has arrived. Is that really appropriate? We're here to watch the game. Where is your focus? At that moment, Ren Yi found himself at a loss for words, as he indeed suspected that he was referring to Su Yao. Su Yao had been exercising on the playground, and upon seeing the activity here, she initially intended to leave after discovering it was a basketball game. Yet, just as she was about to depart, she spotted Ren Yi among the crowd, seemingly pointing in her direction. Ever since the last party, she hadn't seen Ren Yi and had planned to invite him to join the traditional music club. Now that fate had brought them together, she approached him. Look. She is getting closer. Hu Jiufeng excitedly whispered in Ren Yi's ear. Ren Yi was about to tell him to focus on the game when he was interrupted. Ren Yi, long time no see, CEO greeted him, clad in a light purple sports outfit that added a touch of vitality to her beauty. Senior. It's been a while, he replied. Do you like basketball? CEO inquired, pointing towards the match. Not particularly. I just came along with classmates to watch, he responded. Indeed, Your demeanor doesn't quite align with the essence of basketball. Just as Suya was about to ask Renee about joining the traditional music club, a commotion erupted on the court. A basketball flew out from the game, hurtling directly towards her. In a moment of panic, Suyao instinctively closed her eyes, forgetting to dodge and bracing for impact. With a resounding thud, accompanied by an unexpected sensation, she cautiously opened her eyes to find the basketball perilously close, nearly striking her. Yet it had been caught by a hand. Following the arm, she discovered its owner was none other than Renee, who had indeed made a rather handsome catch. Chapter 38, Campus Life, Part 2. On the basketball court, a player from the Business Administration Department exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched his thrown basketball get caught. He realized that the ball had nearly struck President Su. Had it not been intercepted, the game would have been unnecessary, and he would have ended up hurting himself instead. "I'm so sorry, Senior Su. It was unintentional," he quickly apologized, shaken by the near miss. Su Yao gently waved her hand, signaling that it was all right, and then turned to Renee, saying, "Thank you. I was a bit startled and forgot to dodge." "No problem, just a small effort," Renee replied before tossing the basketball back onto the court. The player caught the ball and said to Renee, "Thanks, buddy," before the match resumed. The game on the court was indeed intense, yet oddly, the crowd's noise was rather subdued. Many girls were enthusiastically cheering for their department, while the male students, who possessed a better understanding of basketball, seemed somewhat distracted. Among them, Rennie felt particularly disengaged. Hu Jufeng glanced between Ren-yi and Su Yao, sensing that there was definitely something brewing between the two. Others began to take notice as well, wondering if the two had already made their relationship public. Ever since the last welcome party, rumors had circulated that Ren-yi and Su Yao were a couple, although there had been no concrete evidence until now, perhaps. At that moment, Su Yao remained blissfully unaware of the speculation surrounding her, happily conversing with Rennie. "Are you interested in joining our traditional music club?" she inquired. "I'll have to pass. Since I'm commuting, I can't participate in the activities, so it would be a waste of a spot," he replied. "What a pity. If you were to join, the members would surely be thrilled," she responded. "Don't tease me, senior. I can only play the flute." "The traditional music department certainly doesn't need me," he chuckled. Seo smiled in return, saying, "Excessive humility won't do, but it's all right. I was merely asking. If you're not interested, I can't force you." Rennie smiled back, choosing not to elaborate further, as his attention returned to the court. The current score showed the Chinese language department at a disadvantage, trailing 34-42. A male player from the Business Administration Department was performing exceptionally well, contributing significantly to their score. Dewey Feng felt rather disheartened as he watched the campus belle he had pursued for so long standing with someone else. Consequently, he channeled all his energy into the game, directing his teammates to launch aggressive attacks. "Business Administration, let us go. Yifeng, keep it up." Encouraged by the cheers from the cheerleaders, Dewey Feng executed a jump shot, scoring a three-pointer, 34-45. "Is Dewey Feng playing well?" "Yes." "Should we expect another?" "Yes." The cheers from the female cheerleaders soothed Dewey Feng's spirits somewhat. "You seem to be losing," Suya remarked to Renee as she glanced at the scoreboard. "Yes. It appears they are at a disadvantage," he replied. "You don't seem too anxious about it?" she asked. "In every game, there are winners and losers. The opposing team is indeed performing well. To be honest, I'm not particularly skilled at basketball, so who knows what could happen." Rennie observed as Li Fei and his teammates on the court gasped for breath, clearly nearing exhaustion. The opposing team, under the guidance of a single strategist, worked in harmonious coordination. Although the technical skills of the 5 players on Rennie's side were relatively comparable, their lack of frequent practice together naturally led to their trailing score. The intensity of the match escalated, and this time, with the assistance of Lu Dong, Li Fei managed to secure 2 points. However, they were swiftly countered by Dewey Feng, prompting another round of cheers from the rival cheerleaders. In stark contrast, the Chinese department's supporters had grown somewhat silent. Suya shook her head beside him. Although there was still ample time before the conclusion, the outcome seemed all but certain. She had heard that Dewey Feng's brother was a professional basketball player, likely having undergone rigorous training, making victory for them seem elusive. "Dewey Feng? That name sounds familiar," Siyu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Renee. "Of course you would recognize it. He is the vice president of our student council. As a senior, do you truly spend all your time studying?" It then dawned on Renee that he had often encountered this name in student council notices. "My apologies. It slipped my mind," he replied. "As an exemplary student, neglecting the student council is unbecoming. Be wary of potential grade deductions, Su Yao teased with a gentle smile. Let this be the last time. I genuinely respect the work of the student council. I find that hard to believe. Du Yifeng glanced over casually. The elation from scoring dissipating instantly as he barked, focus on defense, and continued to press after regaining possession. The pressure on the Chinese department team intensified. Li Fei stepped forward to block Du Yifeng, with Lu Dong providing support from behind, managing to maintain a tenuous stalemate. Ren Yi noticed Wang Ye shouting encouragement to Lu Dong, yet Lu Dong was too preoccupied to acknowledge the external commotion. Seeing their efforts thwarted, Du Yifeng's gaze hardened as he leveraged his height to charge forward. Li Fei, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground, his right knee scraping against the floor, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Lu Dong promptly signaled for a timeout. Furrowing his brow, Ren Yi rushed over to Li Fei's side, discovering that the knee abrasion was quite severe. How are you? Are you all right? Ugh, it's nothing serious, just a scrape. It hurts a bit, Li Fei replied with a wince. Lu Dong hurried over, his concern evident. Is there any damage to the bone? Can you stand? Ugh. Li Fei's attempt to rise was unsuccessful, indicating he could not continue. The other teammates, witnessing the situation, inquired, what do we do now? We have no substitutes. At that moment, Du Yifeng approached, nonchalantly stating, are you all right? My apologies for being a bit too aggressive. Rennie shot him a glance but remained silent. Lu Dong, growing agitated, retorted, how do you play? Is it about evasion or collision? Physicality is an inherent part of the game, Du Yifeng replied calmly. Lu Dong seethed, yet found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Just then, Su Yao also arrived, enlisting a few boys to help Li Fei to the infirmary. Rennie initially intended to follow, but was restrained by Lu Dong. Come on, just fill in. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, just finish the game. After some contemplation, Rennie consented. Although he did not particularly enjoy team sports, he was not the type to stand apart from the collective. He was more than willing to contribute to his group. Rennie changed into a jersey, thereby officially joining the team as the timeout concluded and the match commenced. Isn't this unfair? Forcing us scholars to play basketball, what if someone gets hurt? Several girls from Ren Yi's class voiced their concerns on his behalf. Even Su Yao exhibited worry. A frail scholar participating in such a vigorous activity, what if he got injured? But it was too late. The game had begun. The Chinese department possessed the ball, and several players coordinated their attack as they advanced into the opposing half-court. The ball passed through multiple hands before reaching Rennie. With the ball in hand, he executed a single-handed shot without any superfluous movements. It was a considerable distance, so he prepared to rebound. A player, noticing Rennie shooting from half-court, shouted loudly. Just as his voice faded, the ball swished through the net, a three-pointer, 39-47. Wow, that was incredible! Exclaimed the player who had shouted earlier, momentarily stunned before jubilantly declaring, You're amazing, what a half-court shot. Du Yifeng, witnessing this, furrowed his brow and called out to his teammates, Don't rush, take your time. The next possession belonged to the Economics and Management Department. As they attempted to pass the ball to Du Yifeng, Ren Yi intercepted it mid-air, his figure a mere blur. After securing the ball, Ren Yi, just as before, executed another single-handed shot, nearly from half-court again. All gazes were fixed on the soaring ball, which traced a perfect arc before descending into the hoop, another three-pointer, bringing the score to 42-47. The Chinese department erupted into thunderous applause, while the opposing players stood dumbfounded. What was this? He didn't even dribble. Just shot it straight away? Su Yao, standing nearby, was equally astonished. How could he excel at everything? Yet, that was undeniably impressive. Chapter 39, Campus Life, Part 2. Du Yifeng, observing Ren Yi in the center of the court, who appeared as if he hadn't even broken a sweat, was left speechless. What on earth was happening? He could tell that Ren Yi was a novice at basketball, his movements awkward, yet his accuracy was astonishing. Lu Dong dashed over, playfully wrapping his arm around Ren Yi's neck, exclaiming, Aren't you supposed to be bad at this? Just messing around with the guys? Ren Yi, unable to clarify as he was being pulled along, silently acknowledged that he indeed didn't possess much skill in basketball. He was merely tossing a ball into a hoop, a task that posed no challenge for him. Concerned about fouling, he intentionally avoided dribbling. The game continued. With the ball now in the hands of the Economics and Management Department, Du Yifeng received the ball passed by a teammate and launched an aggressive drive. Ren Yi, replacing Li Fei, was supposed to guard Du Yifeng, yet he refrained from stepping forward to intercept him, partly out of fear of committing a foul, and partly because he deemed it unnecessary. Du Yifeng dribbled fiercely, approaching the basket for a layup, and it seemed the ball was destined to swish through the net. Suddenly, with a resounding smack, the ball was intercepted by René. While he was cautious about committing a foul when blocking an opponent, he showed no hesitation in thwarting the shot. "Bravo! I adore your skills," exclaimed Lu Dong, nearly beside himself with excitement, and the other teammates shared his enthusiasm. The height of Ren Yi's jump was astonishing, his head nearly surpassing the rim. Upon catching the ball, Rennie initially contemplated tossing it directly into the opposing basket but quickly dismissed the idea, deeming it too audacious. Instead, he opted to pass the ball to Lu Dong. Witnessing this, Dui Feng nearly voiced his frustration but managed to restrain himself, calling out to his teammates, "Fall back, quickly." However, it was too late. Lu Dong had already positioned himself beneath the opponent's basket, executing a straightforward layup to secure 2 points. Xiao couldn't help but applaud, genuinely impressed. This junior seems to embody both intellect and athleticism. The prestige of the title campus prince is surely on the rise. Dui Feng called for a timeout. With only a few minutes left in the final quarter, the current trajectory was unsustainable, and they risked being overtaken. A change in strategy was imperative. As the timeout concluded and the game resumed, the management team retained possession. Dui Feng held the ball while Ren Yi attempted to position himself under the basket, only to be obstructed by 2 players from the management team. Dui Feng's tactic was to use these 2 players to restrict Ren Yi's effectiveness while he relied on his stamina and skill to score, subsequently stalling the game. Ren Yi found himself in a predicament surrounded by 2 opponents. Evading them was impossible as they tightly guarded him, and forcibly pushing through was not a viable option. Yet, his teammates were not mere bystanders. With 2 players preoccupied with him, they faced the challenge of a numerical disadvantage. Dui Feng made several attempts, but still found no openings. Nonetheless, this was acceptable as long as the opposing team did not score. He ceased aggressive plays and opted for a high shot, reasoning that it would be less likely to be blocked. However, the ball struck the rim and all eyes were on it as it descended, ready for a rebound, except for one individual. Rennie, witnessing the ball ricocheting off the rim, leaped into action before it reached its apex, snatching it deftly in midair. The 2 management players, tasked with containment, stood dumbfounded. No one anticipated Ren Yi would jump at that precise moment, and his leap was astonishingly high. Dui Feng, exasperated, shouted, "What were you 2 watching?" They could only respond with confusion. What were we supposed to do? Jump and touch his chin? Ignoring their bewilderment, Dui Feng shouted to the others, "Quick, fall back." Before he could finish, Ren Yi sprinted to the midcourt, leaped, and shot, scoring effortlessly. Dui Feng cursed under his breath. "I completely forgot this guy can shoot from midcourt." In truth, Ren Yi didn't need to jump to shoot, but given the nature of the game, it certainly added a more authentic flair to his performance. With the score now tied and the clock ticking down, Ren Yi approached Lu Dong and quietly instructed, "Wait by the opponent's basket. I'll pass the ball to you shortly." Lu Dong, slightly taken aback, replied, "Is this still the model student speaking? Come on. This makes me seem utterly useless." The players from the management team are shrouded in doubt, hesitant to attempt a 3-point shot, opting instead to drive towards the basket in search of opportunities beneath the rim. Lu Dong has not arrived, leaving them at a disadvantage of 4 against 5. It wasn't long before Dui Feng seized the moment, executing a jump layup. Ren Yi once again initiated the play, but this time, Dui Feng displayed wisdom. Upon seeing Ren Yi leap, he swiftly retreated to prepare for defense, and as expected, the ball was snatched away. While running back, Dui Feng noticed Lu Dong already positioned under the opposing basket, realizing that there was indeed a scheme at play. With little time remaining, victory seemed unattainable. So he aimed to at least secure a tie. After acquiring the ball, Ren Yi passed it directly to Lu Dong. Just as Lu Dong received the ball, the opposing team's defense closed in rapidly, forcing him to take a challenging shot. With time running low, he retreated beyond the 3-point line and attempted a jump shot. But interference caused the ball to veer off course, striking the rim. Just when everyone anticipated a tie, Ren Yi dashed beneath the basket, leapt, and deftly caught the rebounding ball, gently placing it into the hoop. After a brief silence enveloped the arena, a thunderous roar erupted. "Incredible! What a dunk!" No. This subtle layup was even more impressive than a thunderous slam, exuding an effortless grace. "Dude, wow!" Lu Dong exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Ren Yi, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the moment. How many aspiring basketball players dream of such a day? Hu Jufeng shouted nearby, "Dude, that was insane. Are you trying to kill us with that level of skill?" The girls from Ren Yi's class were even more exhilarated, exclaiming, "Wow, Ren Yi is so handsome." At that moment, Su Yao's typically serene demeanor flushed with a hint of color, her body trembling slightly, her gaze fixed on Ren Yi with newfound admiration. As the student council president and the school's belle, she had never experienced romance, not due to lack of interest, but because she was exceptionally drawn to strong individuals. In her position, very few boys could match her prowess. Yet now, Rennie appeared nearly perfect to her, his masterful artistry, distinctive charm, attractive features. And the athletic talent he had just displayed convinced her that he possessed even more extraordinary qualities hidden beneath the surface. Just moments ago, Ren Yi's unruffled demeanor upon landing nearly ensnared Su Yao completely. She felt an overwhelming urge to learn more about him, to uncover his secrets. After the defeat, Deepening, already simmering with anger, turned to glance at the goddess only to find her gazing at Ren Yi with an unusual expression, nearly causing him to explode. What kind of game was that? Unable to contain his frustration, Deepening hurled the basketball aside and stormed off. How can he be like this? He can't handle a loss. And he is the vice president of the student council? What a disgrace. Meanwhile, Rennie found himself enveloped by his two perspiring roommates. Feeling utterly uncomfortable, his mild case of obsessive cleanliness made it hard for him to bear. You two, enough already. You're drenched in sweat. It's unbearable. What do you expect? Who doesn't sweat while playing basketball? Lu Dong was about to retort when he noticed that Ren Yi was indeed quite unperturbed. With only a hint of perspiration gracing his fair and handsome visage, likely a result of his own efforts. You both performed exceptionally. Hurry back to the dormitory to cleanse yourselves and rest, Su Yao approached, her tone as the student council president resonating without discord. Lu Dong and his companion instinctively nodded in agreement. To their surprise, she remarked, I didn't anticipate your skills to be so refined, yet you claim ignorance. As university students, you ought to refrain from feigning modesty. As she spoke, Su Yao retrieved a tissue from her pocket to dab the perspiration from Ren Yi's face. This scene rendered the surroundings momentarily silent. What a situation this was, undeniably confirmed. Ignoring the onlookers, Su Yao intended to continue, but Ren Yi gently interjected, Senior, it's quite all right. I can manage on my own. I assure you, I truly lack proficiency. I merely have a knack for jumping high since childhood. Ren Yi was ever mindful of his marital status, striving to maintain propriety. Observing this, Su Yao produced a pack of tissues, addressing Ren Yi. Is this sufficient? If not, I have more. That's enough. Thank you, Senior. I must take my leave now, as I need to return home shortly. I'll head to the dormitory to freshen up. All right, be quick about it. Farewell. As Su Yu watched Ren Yi's retreating figure, a subtle smile graced her lips as she murmured, Is this him maintaining his distance from me? Chapter 40. The escalation of feelings at 5 p.m. In the school parking garage, Ren Yi awaited his teacher's departure, this time seated in the driver's seat. Having preemptively turned on the air conditioning and music to savor the tranquility. Meanwhile, Deepening arrived at the garage, his demeanor rife with irritation as he approached a nearby vehicle. Young Master Du, what seems to be the matter today? Are you feeling unwell? The somewhat brash driver, noticing his foul mood, inquired, though his concern came off as more of a jest. Nothing, just lost a basketball game. Oh, young master, surely you jest. It's just a game, not a street fight, the driver quipped, his tone irreverent yet not disrespectful, for that was simply his way of speaking. What do you know? Deepening responded with little reaction, clearly accustomed to the driver's audacity. I have not been educated, so naturally, my understanding pales in comparison to yours, the driver laughed, delivering a rather uninspired flattery. As the vehicle began to move, Deepening, still simmering with residual anger, instructed, Dice, gather a few people for me. Upon hearing this, Dice perked up, eagerly responding, Understood. What's the matter, young master? Who has offended us? Just say the word, and we shall deal with them. At that moment, the car passed in front of Ren Yi's vehicle. Deepening, initially gazing out the window, chanced upon Ren Yi seated inside. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before they parted ways as the vehicle continued on its course. Seeing Ren Yi made Deepening quite displeased. However, he had just noticed the other's vehicle, which, while not particularly luxurious, bore an unusual license plate, one that could easily rival his own. Deepening furrowed his brow and said to the Dice, Forget it, it's not necessary. Initially, he had intended to teach a lesson to the boy who had been stealing the limelight today, but after witnessing the earlier scene, he sensed that the individual was no ordinary person. His goal was to pursue Su Yao, and punishing that lad would ultimately serve little purpose. Upon reflection, he decided it was best to let it go. Most importantly, his father had advised him to maintain a low profile at school recently, just a few days prior. His uncle's subordinate, Black Dog, had seemingly crossed paths with someone he shouldn't have at their school, resulting in a broken leg and, as it stood, incarceration for several years. Don't, exclaimed the dice. Young master, we can't let this slide. It's been ages since we've had any fun, and finally. There's a reason. We can't just let it go. Consider our status. We cannot stifle ourselves, he continued. Did you not see how that boy irritated you? Can you really endure that? Dewey Feng shot him a glance and replied, don't stoke the flames. Dad told me to keep a low profile at school. Are you even being low-key? You're practically becoming a model student, retorted the dice. Enough with the chatter. Keep your eyes on the road. All right then. Renee had noticed Dewey Feng earlier, though he paid him little mind, perhaps unaware that being seated in his own car had spared him from potential trouble. Shortly thereafter, Hao Manon arrived at the garage, and upon spotting Renee from a distance, he directly alighted to wait. Have you been waiting long? Why get out? It's quite warm under the car. Hao Manon approached, smiling as he saw Renee waiting beneath the vehicle. Renee assisted in opening the car door and replied, I didn't wait long. I saw you coming and stepped out to wait. As soon as Hao Manon settled into the car and felt the temperature inside, he remarked, You say you didn't wait long, yet it's so cool inside. The interior was particularly warm. The air conditioning had kicked in rather quickly. Fine. If you say so, Hao Manon conceded. After taking her seat in the passenger side and fastening her seatbelt, she suddenly realized that Renee had taken the driver's seat. You've secretly usurped my driving privileges, she remarked with a smile. To which Renee chuckled in return. After the meeting, the teacher must be quite tired. I can drive, he explained. All right then, I'll grant you this opportunity. She replied, and with that, Renee started the vehicle and slowly drove out of the garage. On the road, a silence enveloped them as Renee pondered the teacher's words from the morning. When one wishes to hold hands, one need not ask for permission or seek approval. Meanwhile, Hao Manon seemed lost in her thoughts, occasionally glancing at Renee before finally asking, When you were in the passenger seat, did you ever sneak a look at me? Renee contemplated for a moment before responding. No, not sneakily. I believe my gaze was quite natural, so it shouldn't count as sneaking. At his response, Hao Manon laughed and asked, Is sneaking the key point? After speaking, he couldn't help but chuckle, then continued, So you're running to the driver's seat now. Are you not keen on watching? Renee quickly waved his right hand, clarifying, No, it's just that on the way back. I wouldn't want the teacher to drive. It's fine, we just had a brief meeting, and home is quite close. It's not tiring at all. Hao Manon assumed that Renee was concerned about her fatigue, so she remarked. Renee felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, yet still spoke. It's not solely because the teacher is tired. Oh, then what else could it be? After a moment of silence, Renee continued, because when the teacher drives, both hands are on the steering wheel. Hao Manon found this reasoning somewhat perplexing. After a brief pause, she suddenly realized, her face instantly flushed. A mix of shyness and amusement overtaking her as she said, Oh, are you hinting at me? Laughing, she playfully tapped Renee, who was driving. No. I was just thinking that if the teacher is driving with both hands on the wheel, I wouldn't be able to. Renee also felt a bit flustered, momentarily at a loss for words, as his right hand fidgeted with the gear lever. It was then that Hao Manon noticed Renee had been driving with one hand. The flush on her cheeks returned as she teased. So, according to you, I can only drive with one hand from now on? That's quite a tall order, classmate Renee. No, safety comes first. After their playful banter, Hao Manon looked at Renee's hand resting in the middle and gently placed her own atop it, saying, You've learned some mischief. Wanting to hold your wife's hand and scheming for me to take the initiative, right? That one do. You must be the one to take the lead from now on. As Renee felt the warmth of her hand, he gently grasped hers. A hint of awkwardness in his voice as he said, All right, I'll remember, teacher. Next time, I'll be the one to initiate. Upon hearing this, Hao Manon gave Renee's hand a firm squeeze as a playful reprimand, then turned her gaze to the window, feigning interest in the scenery, while actually savoring the warmth and moisture of his palm. Their hands, though slightly warm, seemed to exist in a bubble of oblivion, naturally intertwined until they arrived at the doorstep. For the first time, Renee felt that living too close to school might not be ideal. After exiting the car, he helped Hao Manon with her bag, initially holding it with his right hand before switching to his left, then reaching over with his right. Hao Manon felt the warmth from his left hand, a slight smile curling at her lips, though she quickly concealed it. She turned to Renee and asked, Haven't you held enough? No, not enough, Rin Yi replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Hao Manin no longer hid her smile and softly confessed, me too. Oh, it's nothing. Chapter 41, The Yuanhua Project, Part 1. The next day, at the headquarters of the Yuan Group, Yuan Jinghong was listening to a report from the group manager. Mr. Yuan, here is the detailed proposal and project report following our collaboration with the Zheng family. The general manager handed over the proposal and continued, since the commencement of our partnership, the volume of orders and projects provided by the Zheng family has been substantial. Furthermore, we have encountered no obstacles in land acquisition, development, or financing. It has been a smooth journey. At this rate, within 3 years, our market value is bound to ascend to a new echelon. Upon hearing this, Yuan Jinghong did not exhibit much enthusiasm. Instead, he remarked, such advantages do not come easily. Let us maintain our cooperation, and please keep me informed of any developments. Understood, the general manager replied before departing. Once alone, Yuan Jinghong gazed at the proposal and report in his hands, reflecting with a sense of awe. Indeed, the influence of a prestigious family is beyond the reach of ordinary clans. Recalling the events of the last gala, he felt relieved that the Zheng family had not held a grudge and chose to continue their partnership, for otherwise, the investments of recent years would have been a complete loss. Knock, knock. Enter. Yuan Hua stepped in. Father, how is the cooperation progressing? Well, we are beginning to see results, but we are still far from recouping our investments over the years. Yuan Hua responded, isn't this just the beginning? As long as we maintain our course, it's merely a matter of time. Yuan Jinghong did not respond immediately. After pondering, he gestured for Yuan Hua to sit and said, it's not as straightforward as you think. How did your investigation go? Yuan Hua frowned. I looked into it, but no matter how I searched, I found nothing unusual. Nothing at all? Yuan Jinghong reclined in his chair, deep in thought. It can be said that Rin Yi's background is rather unremarkable. His family has not produced any notable figures over 3 generations, merely a well-off lineage. As for how he came to know Zheng Zhong, that remains a mystery. However, I did learn from Zheng Ning that the Hao family is actually a branch of the Tiandu aristocracy. Yuan Jinghong's brow furrowed deeper upon hearing this. Recently, Zheng Zhong informed me that Rin Yi is not to be underestimated, and it's wise to avoid antagonizing him. It seems there must be some truth to his warning. This revelation made the Hao family's son-in-law seem even more enigmatic. Yuan Hua, looking grave, asked, what should we do now? Yuan Jinghong contemplated for a moment and replied, for now, let us refrain from any actions and observe the situation. Although we have had some disagreements with him, it has not reached an irreconcilable point. So there is no need for alarm. As he spoke, he picked up the phone and instructed, please bring in 2 cups of tea. After hanging up, he continued to Yuan Hua, however, we cannot afford to be complacent. Our family has invested so much over the years for what purpose? It is solely to surpass the Hao family and reclaim our leading position in Haishur. At that moment, the secretary entered, carefully placing 2 cups of tea on the table before quietly exiting. Yuan Jinghong lifted 1 cup and took a gentle sip, then spoke slowly. If that Rin Yi is indeed exceptional and remains closely tied to the Hao family, he could certainly become a significant obstacle for us. However, we must deliberate on how to proceed. Yuan Hua pondered for a moment and softly suggested, should we seek Huang Zhenhu for assistance? Upon finishing his thought, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Yuan Jinghong set down his cup and replied coldly, when did you become so foolish? Yuan Hua was taken aback by the remark. Father, did you not witness Ren Yi's prowess that day? He is far from an ordinary person. Relying on Huang Zhenhu's methods would be futile and could even backfire. Yuan Jinghong pointed at Yuan Hua and continued, I warn you, do not commit such foolishness again. Confronting Ren Yi head-on is not an option. I will contemplate a long-term strategy. Bury your thoughts and do not let a woman cloud your judgment. Understood, father. Yuan Hua replied. During this time, we can find ways to ease the relationship. There is ample time to plan meticulously. You may leave now. All right. Yuan Hua said no more and walked straight out of Yuan Jinghong's office. Once outside, Yuan Hua's expression bore a hint of resentment as he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Young master, you called for me? Came Chenbo's voice from the other end. Yuan Hua wasted no time with pleasantries and directly inquired. Last time you mentioned that Hao Manin and Ren Yi were married without prior acquaintance. Are you certain? Young master, it should be accurate. Li Lin inquired with Zhang Yi. And there was no prior knowledge of any relationship between Hao Manin and Ren Yi. It seems they only began to be mentioned together post-marriage. I suspect they were acquainted for no more than a month. All right, I understand. With that, Yuanhua hung up the phone, standing still for a moment, murmuring to himself. Not even a month? If a confrontational approach won't work, then what about a softer one? As if struck by inspiration, a slight smile crept across Yuanhua's lips. He summoned a car and left the company. In the afternoon, Li Lin, having no classes, brought a few companions to his private club. Although he had grown somewhat weary of the place, the recent scare of his father nearly giving it away rekindled a sense of possession within him, prompting him to visit more often. Today, a new arrival caught his eye. She was quite striking. He promptly headed upstairs to her room to indulge in a high-end massage service. Just as he had finished his shower, the phone in his room rang. What is it? Li Lin, clad in a bathrobe, answered irritably. Young Master Li, young Master Yuan has arrived, came the anxious voice on the line. Who? Young Master Yuanhua from the Yuan family. At this, Li Lin abruptly hung up, hastily dressing and racing downstairs. What is going on? Why is my cousin here instead of at his Golden Source city? Hastily descending to the ground floor, I spotted Yuanhua seated in the lobby and promptly approached him. Cousin, what brings you here? Are you here to have some fun? I hope I'm not intruding. Yuanhua rose from the sofa, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Not at all. I have no classes today. Just came to relax with some friends. It's nothing significant. That's a relief. I, too, have nothing on my agenda. I just had a meal with friends nearby, and upon hearing from Uncle that you often frequent this place, I thought I would stop by to see if you were around. Li Lin replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I don't come here often, really. It's just an occasional visit, Yuanhua replied, choosing not to expose the truth behind Li Lin's words with a knowing smile. That is good to hear. Being young, one must take care. Indulging too often can be detrimental to your health. I understand, cousin. Well then, since you're here, let us have a meal together. I was just preoccupied with business matters earlier and haven't eaten much, so I'm feeling a bit hungry. He patted his stomach as he spoke. Not a problem, cousin. Come upstairs with me for a moment. I'll have someone prepare the food. Thank you. Just order whatever you like. You're too courteous, cousin. Li Lin felt particularly at ease. The bond with his cousin was refreshingly different, devoid of any pretenses. Such is the nature of people when encountering those of merit. One is inclined to accept their favors with joy, yet when faced with those lacking ability, even their offers may seem burdensome. After Li Lin finished speaking, he promptly instructed the staff to prepare the meal, leading Yuanhua to the luxurious private room upstairs. Chapter 42. Yuanhua's Plan, Part 2. Once seated in the private room and after the dishes had been served, Li Lin prepared to pour wine for Yuanhua. However, Yuanhua playfully halted him, stating, let us refrain from drinking today. It's sufficient to fill our bellies. I still need to drive back later. Very well, cousin. Are the dishes to your liking? If there is anything you wish to have, I can ask them to prepare it. No need. Didn't you say to order freely? This spread is too lavish. We might not finish it. It's no trouble at all. Cousin, it's the least I can do. All right. Please sit and enjoy your meal as well. Yuanhua appeared genuinely hungry, diving into the food without uttering a word. After a while, once the meal had progressed, he inquired, how is your injury healing from last time? Li Lin glanced at his leg, which still throbbed occasionally, and replied with a hint of grievance, it's getting better. But there is still some pain. He was rather brutal. Yuanhua's expression shifted to one of guilt as he responded, this is my fault. I've caused you distress. Not at all. This has nothing to do with you. It is I who have troubled you. What are you saying? Yuanhua's tone softened as he continued. However, you did act rather impulsively in this matter. While I do have feelings for Hao Manon, and it is true that I was displeased to see her with someone else, I still possess the grace to wish others well. As the conversation unfolded, a smile broke out, accompanied by a teasing remark. Well, you certainly have taken it upon yourself to seek trouble, making it seem as if I'm trying to steal your affections. Now, it seems everyone is aware of my fondness for Hao Manon. With that, Yuanhua took another bite of rice. In truth, it was nothing to be ashamed of. My affection for Hao Manon was not a disgrace, and I held no fear of others discovering it. However, your actions, which have offended the Hao family, are indeed unwarranted. I understand that you have done this for my sake, but can I, as your brother, bear the weight of your suffering? I had intended to confront the situation on your behalf, yet we find ourselves lacking justification, and your uncle does not support me either. Alas, I feel I owe you an apology for this matter. Listening to Yuanhua's grievances, Li Lin would have typically felt a mix of guilt and gratitude in the past. Yet now he sensed an inexplicable impatience. Nevertheless, he replied, "Brother, how can you blame yourself? It is entirely my fault for acting on my own accord. As long as I haven't caused you any trouble, that is what matters. My father has also reprimanded me, advising me to temper my impulsive nature. Sigh. We are family after all. My aunt was particularly fond of me in our childhood, so among our relatives, we are undoubtedly the closest. Please, do not treat me as a stranger." With that, Yuanhua feigned anger. Upon hearing this, Li Lin felt a sense of agreement and cheerfully affirmed, "Indeed, we are family. There is no need for such formality." At this, Yuanhua wiped his mouth and remarked, however, that Rennie truly is rather ruthless. What kind of person would an ever be attracted to? Surely, it cannot simply be because of his looks. Hearing this, Li Lin's irritation resurfaced, and he retorted to Yuanhua. Who could argue otherwise? I find myself avoiding him now. In school, he puts on the facade of a model student, but I see right through the act. As he spoke, he adjusted his posture and continued to vent. Brother, you have no idea how he treated me that day. He struck me as if I were some noble scion. He bore no semblance of a good student. How Manon must have been deceived by his outward appearance. As for his looks, Li Lin stroked his chin, recalling the evening of the welcome party. He added, he is indeed quite handsome. It is not impossible that Hao Manon was swayed by his charm. Yuanhua cleared his throat and inquired, "Pray tell, what is Ren Yi standing at school? After all, he has harbored feelings for a girl for so many years, only to see her become another's bride. There must be some lingering resentment. I wish to understand where I have faltered. Brother, how can he even be compared to you? This is entirely a matter of Hao Manon's perception. Ren Yi has an ambiguous relationship with that Su Yao. It is rumored they are involved romantically, a true scoundrel in every sense." Yuanhua paused, taken aback by the mention of Su Yao. Su Yao? Indeed, she is the belle of our school, remarkably beautiful. I wonder what Ren Yi possesses that could attract even her. Is it merely gossip? He is married now. How can he still pursue a girlfriend? It cannot be false. Many at school say they are a couple. The key is that Hao Manon is a teacher. Had she been a student, the news would have spread like wildfire. How could she possibly overlook Ren Yi? As Yuanhua heard this, he chuckled and said, "Oh, I see. Let's refrain from idle speculation. It might just be mere rumor. And we should take it lightly." Li Lin concurred, replying, "Isn't it also irrelevant to me? After all, my father forbids me from provoking him, and I wouldn't dare either. Who would have imagined that a model student could be so fierce in a brawl?" Yuanhua remarked, "Is it merely about being fierce in a fight?" He's almost like Zhang Wuji. Internally scornful of his cousin's ignorance, he then smiled wryly. "I wouldn't dare provoke him either. You saw what happened at the last party. Even the prominent families are at a loss with him, and our family is wary as well. He simply refuses to show me any respect. And I have no choice but to accept it. We truly have become brothers in adversity." Li Lin, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother? Even your Yuan family doesn't dare to confront him? What kind of background does this fellow have?" Yuanhua replied, "I'm not certain, even if he lacks notable connections. The Hao family is not to be underestimated. I can only grudgingly acquiesce." Li Lin, upon hearing this, expressed his disappointment, saying, then I must accept it even more." Yuanhua glanced at the time and said, "Let us not dwell on that. If he troubles you further, come to me. I will face my father's wrath if necessary. But I will demand an explanation from him." Li Lin felt a surge of gratitude and said, "Thank you, brother." Yuanhua waved his hand dismissively, replying, "We are family. It's only right. By the way, keep an eye out for me at school. The only person I have ever truly liked is Zenon. Although she doesn't share my feelings, I want to ensure she remains unharmed. If that Ren Yi is truly a scoundrel, you must inform me. I cannot allow Anon to leap into the abyss. Brother, does she truly deserve such devotion from you? You're still concerned for her?" Yuanhua responded solemnly, "You wouldn't understand." Li Lin replied, "I truly do not understand. How can one genuinely love someone while merely residing in your gilded city?" Before Li Lin could retort, Yuanhua continued, "It's about time. I must take my leave. I have a meeting shortly, so remember what I told you. Rest assured, brother, I will keep it in mind." Yuanhua said, "Well then, I'm off. No need to see me out. All right, travel safely, brother. Drive carefully on the road. Yes, do head home soon." Watching Yuanhua's car disappear, Li Lin scratched his head, feeling troubled. Since Yuanhua had said so, he would certainly help, yet facing Ren Yi made him somewhat apprehensive. Never mind. He decided to set aside his thoughts, as he still had unfinished business. Li Lin turned and returned to the clubhouse, heading straight to his room. Meanwhile, Yuanhua drove. Contemplating Li Lin's words, furrowing his brow before relaxing it again, a smile creeping onto his lips as he murmured, "Su Yao, the campus belle. Sometimes one must learn to think inversely. Resolving the Ren-yi situation might be challenging, yet addressing the relationship between Ren-yi and Hao Manon could prove to be rather straightforward. However, that alone would not suffice. As if struck by inspiration, Yuanhua picked up his phone while driving and made a call. Before long, someone answered, "Young Master Yuan. What can I do for you?" "Professor Wang, I apologize for the intrusion. There is a matter I wish to inquire about. No need for formality. Please feel free to speak your mind." Chapter 43, The School Bell's Turmoil, Part 1. The following day, Ren-yi and his spouse, as customary, enjoyed breakfast together before heading to school. Hao Manon had chosen a delicate, milk-white short-sleeved jumpsuit for herself and had also chosen an outfit for Ren-yi, urging him to wear the clothes they had purchased previously. It must be said that once donned in those designer garments, Ren-yi's handsomeness was not only preserved but accentuated. Today, it was still Hao Manon at the wheel. However, she drove at a somewhat reduced speed, feeling a bit unaccustomed with one hand on the steering wheel, thus prioritizing safety. "Teacher, I do not necessarily need to hold your hand. If it feels awkward, you may drive as you prefer, or I can take the wheel," Ren-yi said, holding Hao Manon's hand, observing her slightly awkward driving posture with a hint of shyness. Hao Manon turned to glance at Ren-yi and playfully remarked, "It's only been 2 days. Have you grown weary of holding hands?" "Oh, Ren-yi, you seem to be rather fickle." "Not at all. I could never tire of it. I merely worry about your comfort while driving," he replied. "It's merely a matter of habit. In 2 or 3 days, you will adapt." For the sake of our family leader, altering a few habits is trivial, she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Ren-yi ceased to insist and instead gripped Hao Manon's right hand with both of his, gently squeezing it. Observing this interaction, a broader smile spread across Hao Manon's face. And with her left hand still on the wheel, she reciprocated the gentle squeeze with her right. Ren-yi often heard others speak of the bittersweetness of love. Previously, he did not comprehend to whom this description referred. Now, he was confident it did not apply to him. For he perceived the essence of love not as sourness, but rather as a fragrant, beautiful, and rich aroma that ensnared one's senses. In pondering this, Ren-yi could not help but wonder, do he and his teacher count as a couple? It seemed so. Casting a glance at the beautiful profile of Hao Manon, he found no definitive answer, though he contemplated the possibility of formally inquiring at a later time. Hao Manon drove at a leisurely pace today. Yet their home was in such proximity to the school that in mere minutes they arrived. As per tradition, one exited the vehicle while the other parked. Ren-yi entered the classroom, where the previously raucous atmosphere had quieted. Many students had witnessed his prowess on the basketball court. It was challenging to remain unnoticed. "Ah, our dashing gentleman has arrived," exclaimed the class monitor, Ning Kurson, as she stepped forward to tease him, prompting laughter from others, all in good spirits. Li Fei, already seated, expressed his excitement upon seeing Ren-yi. "My esteemed big brother, I heard you nearly left everyone breathless with your charm yesterday." With a hint of exasperation, Ren-yi replied, "Who told you that? I merely played a bit of basketball. Who in our class hasn't he heard? I was the only one who missed it." At first, I was skeptical, but then someone posted a video on the school forum. "Brother, you truly are enchanting. I feel utterly captivated." "Thank you. But I have no need for your infatuation. I would prefer you to remain silent." After Li Fei finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Ren-yi's neck and whispered in his ear, "Are you hiding a relationship from your brother?" "That girl, Su Yao." Ren-yi pushed him away, perplexed, and asked, "Who told you that?" "I have only met Su Yao a few times. We aren't even acquaintances." "Come on, you think you can keep this from me?" The forum is abuzz with it, complete with videos. The way you two gazed at each other on the basketball court. How could you not be a couple? "What video? You still don't believe me?" Li Fei exclaimed, pulling out his phone and showing Ren-yi the video. Ren-yi watched the footage, indeed capturing that afternoon when he conversed with Su Yao, including the moment she wiped the sweat from his brow. The video was of remarkably high quality. If it weren't for the noise at the scene, one might even discern their conversation. Shortly thereafter, Li Fei directed his attention to the trending posts on the forum, nearly all of which revolved around him and Su Yao. "I can't believe my goddess has a boyfriend. Life is no longer worth living. Well, they are simply a perfect match." Ren-yi furrowed his brows as he read the content on the forum. He truly could not comprehend why. As a student of a prestigious university, one would invest such interest in this. Were these matters truly more significant than studying? Moreover, the commotion seemed rather substantial. Ren-yi now worried whether the teachers might notice. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow even tighter. What expression is that? You seem quite unhappy. Brother, why fear others knowing about such good news? I dare say, from now on, you shall be the most dashing lad in school. Li Fei spoke excitedly beside him, as if he were the one dating the campus belle. I can assure you with utmost certainty that there is no such affair. My relationship with Su Yao might not even qualify as a friendship, so please do not stir the pot. Typically, Ren Yi would have refrained from such explanations. Yet for some reason, he felt compelled to clarify, as if fearing something. Observing Ren Yi closely, Li Fei said, "Come on, be honest with me. Are you still hung up on Zhang Er? Take my advice, be content. Dating the campus beauty is already more than enough for you. Do not covet the goddess." Ren Yi should have known it would come to this. Further explanation felt unnecessary. At the library of Haishu University, Siyu was engrossed in her studies when her phone suddenly buzzed incessantly. Upon checking, she discovered numerous messages from the student council. "President, you must see the forum. Many are spreading rumors. Yao Yao, you can't be seriously dating, can you?" Su Yao furrowed her brow at the messages, then opened the school forum. There was no need to search. The hottest thread was directly related to her. President Su has officially announced her relationship. Upon reading this post, Su Yao felt no significant surprise. Throughout her years at school, any interaction she had with the opposite sex seemed to spark various rumors, leading her to maintain a certain distance and even display indifference towards them. Thus, such posts rarely captured her attention. She initially intended to ignore them until she noticed a video accompanying the content, prompting her to click and watch. The video showcased her and Ren Yi conversing on the playground, where she even helped him wipe away his sweat. After viewing the video and the ensuing comments, the furrow in Su Yao's brow relaxed, and a subtle smile crept upon her lips. She found herself repeatedly enlarging the video, watching it again and again, ultimately downloading it to her phone and even liking it beneath. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she reopened the video for another viewing. After watching, her brows knitted slightly once more. Unfortunately, the footage only captured her silhouette while assisting Ren Yi, leaving her unaware of her own demeanor or whether she appeared gentle. After shutting off her phone, Su Yao murmured to herself, "Had I known, I wouldn't have worn sportswear that day." Chapter 44, The School Bell's Turmoil, Part 2. Teacher How, have you seen the school forum? It's quite lively. Being young is wonderful. Even a love affair stirs up such a commotion. How Manon was busy revising her teaching materials when a female colleague approached her with a phone in hand. She paused her work, glanced at the screen symbolically, and chuckled. Indeed, there are quite a number of comments. Of course, that girl is the president of our student council. I've seen her before, and she is truly beautiful, almost rivaling you. At this, How Manon quickly responded with modesty, "Do not jest. How could I possibly compare to the students, so young and lovely? I'm not joking. Besides, you are quite youthful yourself, just a few years older than them." How Manon intended to offer further humility, but her colleague continued, "Look at that young man in the video. Isn't he the charming guy from the evening gala? They actually seem quite suited for each other." The colleague leaned in closer, allowing How Manon a clearer view. Upon hearing this, a realization struck How Manon as she focused intently on the screen. Indeed, confirming her suspicions, it was her husband. Her brow furrowed slightly. Yet she could not help but laugh at the sight of Ren Yi evading Su Yao's attempt to wipe his sweat. What a lovely pair. If only my eldest could find a beautiful girlfriend like that. Her colleague lamented, interrupting How Manon's musings. To be honest, it might not be a couple at all. It's probably just the students stirring things up with their gossip. Today's youth seem to devote their energy to such matters. Where do they find time to study? Is that so? I think they appear well matched, and they seem to enjoy each other's company. How Manon responded, "You should focus on your son. He may already have a girlfriend. By the way, Teacher How, do you have a boyfriend yet? Never have I heard you mention this. With such beauty. Surely you are not still single?" Upon hearing this, How Manon smiled and replied, "I truly have no boyfriend, but I am already married." Oh. This revelation astonished not only a colleague but also several teachers nearby. How Lauscher, when did this happen? How come there was no news at all? Indeed, this simply won't do. We haven't even tasted the wedding sweets. Seeing their surprise, How Manon quickly fabricated an excuse, saying the wedding was held in Tiandu, and it was quite a modest affair. So I didn't inform everyone. Rest assured, there will be plenty of wedding sweets for all of you. One colleague remarked, "I wonder who is fortunate enough to marry our How Lauscher. It must be like a dream come true. It is not that exaggerated. My husband is quite wonderful as well." "Oh really? How did you meet?" The allure of gossip seems to be an innate pursuit for women. Even those with profound cultural backgrounds like university professors. It was through family introductions. Family introductions are great. You know each other well. When will you bring him out for us to meet? You can't just take our goddess of high university away without a proper introduction. The colleagues jested. Hal Manon laughed along, saying, "Sure. I'll make sure he treats everyone to a meal." Imagining the scene, Hal Manon thought that everyone present would likely be left in awe. All right. We shall wait for that. After chatting with her colleagues, Hal Manon opened the forum, found the video from earlier, took a screenshot, and sent the image to Renee, followed by an angry emoji. After sending it, she couldn't help but chuckle before returning to her work. Mo Xiao was exceptionally joyful today. Even more so than being crowned the school beauty, for the previous afternoon, her mentor had approached her, stating that a powerful entertainment company wished to cultivate her, offering generous compensation. They inquired whether she had any interest. If so, a formal meeting would be arranged the following day to sign a contract based on the circumstances. Naturally, Mo Xiao was eager. As an art student at Haisher University majoring in dance choreography, her aspiration was to become an artist or perhaps a star. With such an opportunity presented, she would not let it slip away, so without much contemplation, she readily agreed. Thus, today she dressed exquisitely and arrived at the agreed meeting place. Soon, a very capable middle-aged woman approached her. Seeing the newcomer, Mo Xiao felt her previously anxious heart settle. This was someone she recognized. Having aspired to enter the entertainment industry, she was aware that the individual was a celebrity agent associated with Starry Entertainment, a formidable entity in the field. "Hello, are you Mo Xiao? I am Li Jinjin from Starry Entertainment." "Hello, I am Mo Xiao. It's a pleasure to meet you." "Well, I will get straight to the point. Please, go ahead. We appreciate your credentials and qualifications, and thus, we would like to extend an invitation for you to join our company as an artist. We are prepared to offer terms that will satisfy you. And if you have no objections, we can proceed to sign the contract today. It is indeed an honor to be valued by the company." "And I am eager to become one of your artists," replied Mo Xiao, somewhat exhilarated. "Very well. You must be familiar with the various contract tiers for artists, correct?" "Yes. I'm somewhat acquainted with them." Li Jinjin nodded, her professionalism evident. "That's good. Typically, we offer new contracts to newcomers, as you should know." "Certainly. I understand and can accept that. At present, I wish to inform you that we can offer you a tiered contract, potentially even at a prestigious level." "Really?" Mo Xiao exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, fully aware of the significance of such a contract, which many second-tier and even first-tier artists only dream of attaining. "However, there is a condition. Should you agree, after the arrangements are made, we can negotiate the contract based on circumstances, at a minimum level." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiao felt a flutter of anxiety. She feared that there might be unfavorable terms involved. She was aware of the industry's chaotic nature. Yet in her determination to become a star, she steeled herself and inquired, "What are the conditions?" After departing from the designated meeting point, she returned to school in a daze, her mind consumed with the conditions she had just agreed to. They were not as she had envisioned, no unspoken rules or hidden agendas, but rather an inexplicably simple stipulation, to use her charm to attract a young man and become his girlfriend. If she desired better treatment, such as a higher contract tier, she would need to have a child with him. Once accomplished, they would part ways, undergo a termination of the pregnancy, and erase all traces of any negative implications, leaving everything to the company, ensuring it would not hinder her path to stardom. Had it been anyone other than Li Jinjin, Mo Xiao might have thought she had encountered a scammer. Even so, she felt a twinge of fear until the other party presented her with a living allowance of 1 million, at which point she began to believe in the reality of the situation. Thus, despite the absurdity of the conditions, she agreed for the chance at fame and pledged to accomplish it by the end of this year. Mo Xiao opened her phone to review the information about the young man, momentarily taken aback, murmuring, "He does look quite appealing." Chapter 45, Conspiracy Plans, Part 1. Renee opened his phone, examining the message from Hal Manon with a furrowed brow. After some contemplation, he replied, "It is a misunderstanding," adding an expression of pleading. He was not particularly concerned that Hal Manon would genuinely misconstrue the situation, despite their brief time together. He knew the teacher was not that type of person. However, glancing at the recent messages left him feeling somewhat melancholic, as it would be awkward to hold the teacher's hand on the way home this afternoon. After school, he approached the teacher, saying, "Have you been waiting long? I was verifying some information in class, which delayed my departure." As he settled into the car, he fastened his seatbelt while speaking. "No. I just arrived a little earlier than you. Let's head home. After saying this, Hao-man started the car. Once they left the school premises, Rin hesitated for a moment before finally speaking up. Teacher, what happened that day was a misunderstanding. In truth, nothing occurred, and I do not understand why it was spread in such a manner. Hao-man appeared to be oblivious to his words and continued driving. Noticing her indifference, Rin felt a surge of anxiety. He wanted to speak, but could not find the right words. Just as he was at a loss, Hao-man burst into laughter and said, "All right, I was just teasing you. No need for such elaborate explanations. I believe you." "Thank you, teacher," Rin sighed in relief. After a brief moment, Hao-man suddenly remarked, "Have you perhaps found a new love and forgotten your old one?" Rin was taken aback by her words. Wasn't she the one who believed in him? "Teacher, what do you mean?" Hao-man waved her right hand and replied, "I've been driving with one hand for quite a while now, Rin." Realizing the implication, Rin instinctively grasped her hand, but then felt it was too abrupt. Contemplating whether to let go, but reluctant to do so. "I'm sorry, I was just thinking. I was afraid you might be upset, so I didn't dare to act." Upon hearing this, Hao-man paused for a moment, a wave of guilt washing over her. As a husband, holding his wife's hand should be a natural act, yet here it felt like a rare occurrence. Her expression softened as she gently said, "Its owner is not just me. If you like it, it should heed you, unless you grow weary of it." Hao-man looked at her right hand being held by him. Rin straightened up and earnestly declared, "I could never grow weary of it. No need to be so formal. I was joking when I told you before. Your wife is quite magnanimous. How does that make you feel? Happy?" As Rin gazed upon Hao-man's Tinder profile, he felt a sense of calm and replied, "Yes. Very happy, but not because of your generosity. It is because you are my wife." Hao-man smiled deepened as she responded, That sounds lovely. Your words are becoming increasingly charming. I'm glad you like it. I will strive to maintain it. All right, I will be watching for your actions. Sometimes." Rin pondered what it would be like to hold hands openly at school. He considered himself above base desires. Yet he could not help but fantasize about whether the vanity of that moment would be magnified infinitely. Once they arrived home, they prepared dinner as they usually did. At the dining table, Hao-man did not forget to serve Rin more food. "Eat more vegetables. The last batch from Mom will go to waste if we don't finish it." Hearing this, Rin took 2 large bites and then looked at her, who was leisurely enjoying her meal at the same table, and suddenly asked, "Why are you so kind?" This unexpected question left Hao-man momentarily stunned before she replied with a smile, "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" Rin set down his chopsticks and remarked, "In truth, I am certain that I have not wronged the teacher, yet I feel remorse towards you. Therefore, I truly appreciate your understanding and kindness." Upon hearing this, Hao-man also laid down her bowl and chopsticks, inquiring, "Between me and that girl, who is your legitimate partner?" "Without a doubt, it is you. My relationship with her barely qualifies as that of friends," Rin replied. "Who is more beautiful?" "You," he answered without a moment's hesitation, for he relished such questions that allowed him to speak the truth while delighting the other party. "Who has more wealth?" Still you." "Who treats you better?" The teacher. After completing her queries, Hao-man resumed eating, saying, "Then I suppose I should understand you, shouldn't I? That makes sense. Is this the formidable confidence of a goddess?" Just as Rin mind began to wander, Hao-man continued, "And I haven't even mentioned your figure." At this, Rin instinctively looked at her, surveying her from head to toe. Indeed, it was as she said. Realizing this was inappropriate, he hurriedly took a few bites of his meal. Hao-man, appearing completely at ease, seemed unaffected by Rin's gaze, though the blush behind her ears lingered, leaving her uncertain when it would fade. The next afternoon, Rin went to the cafeteria with Li Fei, while the other 2 roommates, exhausted from their gaming battles, opted to catch up on sleep. "Come on, over there is a spot," Li Fei said. "All right, let's go." After they collected their meals, Li Fei led Rin to a relatively quiet place to sit. "Come on, bro, spill the beans. Are you and Su Yao an item?" "I hardly slept a wink last night." Almost as soon as they sat down, Li Fei asked with a furrowed brow, "Really, there is nothing between us. If I were dating her, why would I hide it from you?" Rin was accustomed to such inquiries. They hardly disrupted his dining pace. "That may be true. Yet there are still rumors on the forum claiming they saw you 2 on a date yesterday." "Huh? Bro, don't play games with me. Is it true? Did you really go on a date yesterday? At that hotel?" Li Fei's curiosity had reached its zenith. "False. I didn't see her at all yesterday." As Rin spoke, he pondered how the initial rumors could be attributed to classmates' teasing or banter, yet now they had escalated to outright slander, leaving him bewildered and unable to comprehend the motives behind such fabrications. All right, brother, I'll trust you this once, but you could always make it a reality. Just in case, Li Fei remarked as he earnestly urged Renee. Just then, a youthful and striking beauty took a seat across from Renee. Hello. May I sit here? Mo Xiao asked sweetly, despite already having settled in. Upon hearing this, Li Fei immediately abandoned his attempts to extract information from Renee and turned his attention to the newcomer, saying warmly, Hello, beautiful. Of course, you can. We were just lamenting the lack of company here. Meals are far less enjoyable without a lively atmosphere. As she spoke, she nudged Renee's plate closer to the edge of the table, creating a more spacious dining environment for him. Renee, if you push it any further, the plate will end up in my lap. Thank you, but there's no need for that. My arms are short, and I don't require much space to eat. Mo Xiao replied, gradually reaching out to pull Renee's plate back, stopping just before it nearly touched her own. There's no trouble at all. Feel free to do as you wish. My movements while eating are quite minimal, so I don't need much room. With that, Renee shifted his plate inward once more. Mo Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, Thank you, senior. If the opportunity arises, I would like to treat you to a meal. After realizing there was another senior present, she added, and to you as well, senior, we should all go together. Chapter 46, Conspiracy Plan, Part 2. Li Fei had always believed himself to be reasonably attractive, never experiencing any anxiety regarding his appearance. However, just moments ago, he felt a sudden pang of insecurity. Despite this fleeting discontent, he remained composed and gently inquired, What year are you in? You look stunning. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Renee couldn't help but glance at his close friend, thinking that this approach to flirting was rather kitsch. Nevertheless, Li Fei was not merely attempting to flirt. He genuinely recognized her from somewhere. Really? Thank you, senior. I'm a freshman. My name is Mo Xiao. It's a pleasure to meet you both. You are Mo Xiao? Li Fei responded in surprise. You're one of the 4 campus beauties. No wonder you look familiar. I saw you at the orientation gala, but unfortunately, I couldn't see you clearly then. What's wrong? Have you heard of me, senior? She was well aware he had heard of her and was feigning ignorance. Initially, she thought she would be recognized simply by sitting there, but regrettably, she encountered these 2 individuals. One seemed like an exemplary student likely focused on academics, while the other appeared lacking in conversational skills. Haha, I've heard of you. No wonder you're so beautiful. Turns out you're a campus beauty. Li Fei chuckled with a carefree demeanor. Not at all. Mo Xiao feigned shyness in her response. This, in turn, bolstered Li Fei's confidence as he realized that mere good looks were not enough. One must also possess charm. I haven't even asked about you yet. He then turned to Renee and asked, What about you, senior? Renee finally recognized he was the subject of inquiry and replied, My name is Renee, and I'm majoring in Chinese language. Renee? What a lovely name. It's both simple and pleasant to hear. Thank you. It was only fitting to express gratitude when receiving a compliment about his name. You're too kind, senior. I know about you. Your performance at the orientation gala was outstanding. I still can't forget it. Mo Xiao concluded, gazing at Renee with admiration. She emerged today, deliberately adorned in her school uniform paired with a coffee-colored short skirt, exuding both innocence and allure. With such a captivating appearance, even the most hesitant of boys would seize the opportunity to pursue her. Thank you. But it really doesn't concern me. I merely play the flute, while everything else is crafted by others. Your performance is genuinely the one that captivates the audience. However, I was backstage and missed it, Renee stated candidly. Mo Xiao found this response somewhat amiss, quite divergent from her expectations. That is still impressive. She replied with a chuckle, then turned to Li Fei, asking, What about you, senior? In truth, had she not been concerned about appearing too forward, she would have refrained from addressing the boy beside her. Li Fei perked up instantly. It was finally his turn. He cast a sympathetic glance at Renee. Look at what you've been discussing. You squandered your opportunity. Observe how I charm the ladies. No need to call me senior. That is too formal. Just Li Fei will suffice. Like him, I am a native speaker of the Han language. If you ever wish to explore or have questions, feel free to seek me out. With those words, a palpable sense of confidence enveloped him. All right, thank you, senior. After saying this, Mo Xiao turned to Renee and inquired, Are you also from here? Li Fei interjected, Where's my encouragement? I need you to warm me up. This is getting chilly. Renee glanced at his nearly finished meal and replied, Yes. Guess where I'm from? Guangzhou. How did you know? You are impressive. Mo Xiaoxiao seemed quite amused by Ren Yi's response. The way people from Guangzhou speak is well known, Li Fei remarked. Ren Yi suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Lowering his head to finish his meal, then added, "It's nothing. The accent of Guangzhou speakers is quite distinctive, making it easy to recognize." "Is that so? I can't tell when I'm outside." Mo Xiaoxiao laughed again, looking exceptionally charming. Li Fei, observing from the side, felt an early onset of autumn's chill, the coolness surprisingly palpable. "By the way, Senior, are there any good spots at our school? I'm not very familiar with the place and haven't explored many areas." Ren Yi pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm not really sure about that. You might want to ask him." He gestured towards Li Fei. It wasn't that he was unwilling to share. He truly lacked knowledge about the school, having only frequented the library. At that moment, Li Fei felt as if spring had returned after autumn, fueled by the warmth of camaraderie. Touched for a brief second, he immediately addressed Mo Xiaoxiao. "Well, I know a few places, like the swimming pool and the botanical garden. They're quite enjoyable. If you need help finding them, I can show you the way." Li Fei spoke with the air of a local guide. "Oh, thank you, Senior. I'll just have my roommate take me. I wouldn't want to trouble you." Mo Xiaoxiao kindly declined with a smile. In her heart, she silently lamented her misfortune. Today was not the right time, as an emotionally inept individual lingered near her target. She had already contemplated retreating. Mo Xiaoxiao was just about to concoct an excuse to leave when she glanced down at her new attire. No. She could not let her efforts go in vain. She must achieve some progress, no matter what. "Senior Ren, I heard that Sister Su Yao is your girlfriend. Is it true?" "No, Sister Su and I are merely acquaintances. We are not particularly familiar." Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Otherwise, competing for a man with another campus beauty would have significantly raised the stakes. That's a relief. It's nothing at all, Mo Xiaoxiao stammered. Feeling a bit awkward, Rennie furrowed his brow. He was certainly not a vain person, yet he sensed that this girl seemed to be intentionally drawing closer to him. After some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. After all, it was their first meeting, and perhaps the young girl was simply quite enthusiastic. "Senior, is it convenient for me to add you on WeChat? I mean no harm. I'm new to this place and unfamiliar with my surroundings. I would like to make more friends, and if I have any questions, I could consult a local." As she spoke, Mo Xiaoxiao wore a pitiful expression that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ren Yi felt a pang of discomfort and glanced at Li Fei, formulating a plan. "If you're looking for someone, you found the right person. He is a native of High City." He gestured toward Li Fei, giving him a knowing look, and continued, "As for me, I'm somewhat of a half-breed. I've spent a bit more time in Tiandu and am not too familiar with High City." With this, Ren Yi felt it was a suitable arrangement, and he spoke the truth. "I grew up in High City, so feel free to reach out to me if you need anything. Would you like me to scan your code, or vice versa?" Li Fei quickly took out his phone, thinking that while he might not be able to charm this campus beauty, adding her on WeChat would at least allow him to boast to his friends later. Mo Xiaoxiao wondered how this person could be so dismissive. Had she been rejected? How could that be possible? Seeing Li Fei take out his phone, she felt compelled to relent, mustering the courage to say, "You can scan my code." "All right. Is it Meow Meow the cat?" "Yes." Li Fei was elated, hastily adding a note, already envisioning how he would flaunt this encounter upon returning. Observing this, Rennie smiled and said, "We've finished our meal, so we'll be heading back now. Goodbye." He signaled to Li Fei, who stood up with his tray. Reluctantly, Mo Xiaoxiao could do nothing but wave, saying, "Goodbye, Senior." After they departed, she gazed at Renyi's retreating figure, questioning her own life choices. Chapter 47, The Conspiracy Plan, Part 2, in Jinyuan City, within a suite not open to the public. Yuanhua shed his bathrobe and reclined on a massage waterbed, accompanied by two female attendants who also removed their garments, treading barefoot on the opulent carpet, approaching him silently, prepared to offer a full-body treatment. It was difficult to fathom that these two blossoms of femininity were merely technicians in this establishment. Yuanhua was not a person who felt particularly secure, and thus, in his state of undress, he preferred that others shared his lack of attire. This was a rule of the room. In truth, he was not particularly enthusiastic about such indulgences. His visits were more about alleviating physical fatigue. Of course, maintaining health and regulated release was necessary, yet he did not frequent this place often, certainly not as much as his cousin did. Just as Yuanhua was savoring the warmth of the essential oils, a knock echoed at the door. With a gesture of his right hand, he signaled to the beautiful woman massaging his legs, who then called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a strikingly competent female manager. Rather than immediately reporting her business, she swiftly tidied her attire, placing it neatly in the corner, and approached barefoot, making no sound. "Young Master Yuan, I have been instructed by the team at Starry Entertainment to inform you that everything has been arranged as per your request," she stated. This manager not only oversaw the daily operations of Jinyuan City, but was also one of Yuan Hua's confidants, managing his personal affairs. Yuan Hua did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned over, and the two lovely women quickly assisted him, with the manager lending a hand as well. Once turned over, he lay on the bed and said, Understood. Has Li Lin been here before?" The manager's gaze remained unwavering, filled with respect as she replied, "He has not visited. Young Master Li is not yet our member." Yuan Hua pondered for a moment and then declared, "Enroll him as a member and inform him that he is welcome to come at any time." Before the manager could respond, he added, "Never mind, I will notify him myself." The manager noted this on her phone and replied, "Understood. Do you have any further instructions? If not, I shall proceed with my tasks." With his eyes closed, Yuan Hua felt the meticulous techniques rejuvenating his body, each vein becoming more permeable, and he found himself with other desires. Addressing the manager, he said, "There is no rush. Accompany me to wash first. Let us stay here today. We can handle it tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the manager involuntarily shivered slightly, quickly masking her reaction with a smile as she said, "Of course, I will assist you." In stark contrast to Yuan Hua's indulgent experience, Li Lin had not fared as well in recent days. His cousin had tasked him with observing Ren-Yi at school, and he was determined to fulfill this duty. However, he dared not confront Ren-Yi, which left him in a state of inner turmoil, resulting in his inaction. Today, however, fortune smiled upon him. From a distance in the cafeteria, he spotted Ren-Yi, and to his dismay, he noticed that the latter was once again flirting, this time with a campus beauty. What gave him the right? That was Mo Xiaoxiao. Sitting across from Ren-Yi, the alluring figure exuded an irresistible charm, leaving Li Lin utterly perplexed as to why such beauty would pursue him. Was it merely because of his looks? Why did it seem that attractive women were drawn to him? Fortunately, his senior sister Yi Zhang was not among them. However, it appeared that she held a certain admiration for him as well. What a curious situation. After pondering for a moment, Li Lin decided to call his cousin. After a considerable wait, the call was finally answered. "What is it?" came Yuan Hua's slightly impatient voice, accompanied by faint sounds of breathlessness. Li Lin paused momentarily before speaking. "Cousin, it's me. I wanted to inform you about Ren-Yi." There was a brief silence on the other end before Yuan Hua responded with a smile, "Li Lin, I was just in the shower. What about Ren-Yi?" "Oh, I saw him with Mo Xiao from our school earlier, and it seemed a bit ambiguous. So I thought I should let you know." "Really? Is it a misunderstanding?" "Absolutely not. I witnessed it with my own eyes," Li Lin affirmed confidently. "Is that so? All right. I understand now. Thank you. Family is family. No need for formalities, cousin. By the way, I've set up a membership for you at Jinyuan City. Feel free to come over whenever you want." Upon hearing this, Li Lin was ecstatic. He had longed to visit that splendid place, far superior to the club at his home. He excitedly exclaimed, "Really? Thank you so much, cousin." "It's nothing, really. I have some matters to attend to. We'll talk later." "Okay, goodbye, cousin." As Li Lin ended the call, he thought to himself how fortunate he was. He could hardly contain his excitement to visit Jinyuan City, but after some contemplation, he decided to wait until the next day. Whistling softly, he prepared to seek out his senior sister Yi. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaoxiao returned to the dormitory, looking utterly dejected. She had never experienced such indifference from a boy since her childhood. To her, Ren-Yi's aloofness was palpable because he had not shown any initiative to court her. Nonetheless, she refused to give up on her quest for fame, especially since she had already accepted a sum of 100,000, which was no trivial amount for her family, who could hardly be considered affluent, merely middle class at best. Having learned from her earlier misstep, she resolved to take action again after school, hoping for a chance encounter that would allow her to invite him to dinner, thereby expressing her admiration. She was confident that it would not be long before she won him over. With a plan in mind, Mo Xiaoxiao retrieved her phone to review Ren-Yi's class schedule before preparing for her next move. She stood up, scrutinizing her outfit and furrowing her brow. She suspected he might not favor her current style. After some deliberation, she opted for a more mature and alluring ensemble. Mo Xiaoxiao gazed at her reflection in the mirror, satisfied with her appearance, thinking, "Perfect. I'll captivate that indifferent boy." In the afternoon, Mo Xiaoxiao arrived early at the teaching building where Ren-Yi was located, waiting for her target to appear. to create an opportunity for a private interaction. She planned to have a chance encounter just outside the school gates. Moments later, a throng of students emerged from the teaching building, and Mo Xiao stood at a distance, her gaze fixed intently upon them. At last, her target appeared. Damn, that emotionally inept individual was still around. She decided to follow for the time being, thinking it would be rather dull to return to the dormitory every day. It would be far more enjoyable to join them for an evening of amusement. Before Li Fei bid farewell to Ren-yi, he made a few comments of jest. Ren-yi replied that returning home daily could indeed be quite interesting. After Li Fei departed, Ren-yi made his way directly to the school's garage. Seeing this, Mo Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, continuing to follow from afar. She thought to herself that she would wait a little longer, perhaps until he was about to exit the school gate, assuming no one would disrupt her plans then. However, as she trailed behind, she noticed Ren-yi heading towards the school garage. Could it be that he drove to school? That would be advantageous. She could find an excuse for him to give her a ride, and they might even dine together, a splendid beginning. Ren-yi had noticed Mo Xiao earlier and felt that she was following him, though he couldn't be certain. It seemed unreasonable to think that she might be interested in him. He was quite confident of his own lack of charm. As he entered the garage and confirmed her presence, he furrowed his brow but chose to ignore it, walking directly to his car. Mo Xiao, seeing him approach an extravagant vehicle, was about to reveal herself when she suddenly noticed another person inside, a woman, and a beautiful one at that, visible through the glass. Instinctively, she concealed herself again, only emerging once Ren-yi's car had left the garage. Standing alone, she murmured to herself, she can't be his sugar baby, can she? Chapter 48. The Teacher Steps Out, Part 1. That evening, after returning home, Ren-yi and his wife, Hao Manon, took a brief rest before heading out together. Hao Manon expressed a desire for barbecued food, and Ren-yi readily agreed. Dressed in comfortable home attire and casual sandals, they opted for a modest night market stall rather than a high-end barbecue restaurant not far from their home. Hao Manon took a sip of her chilled beer and remarked, "It's been ages since I enjoyed a drink like this. It feels delightful. Indeed, sitting on this little stool with a cold beverage is truly a pleasure." Ren-yi replied, downing his beer in one go, feeling his spirits lift and his hunger grow. "Drink slowly. It's cold," she advised. "It's fine. The weather has been hot and humid these past few days, so this is quite refreshing," he countered. "Even so, you should take your time," she said, handing him 2 skewers of meat. "These are freshly grilled. Eat them while they're hot." "Thank you." Ren-yi accepted the skewers, eagerly taking a couple of bites before washing them down with another sip of beer. Watching him, Hao Manon chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so casual with skewers. It's quite a contrast to your usual demeanor." At that moment, Ren-yi, clad in loose shorts and a short-sleeved shirt with casual sandals, indeed appeared quite different from his usual self. "Is that so? Perhaps it's been a while since I indulged like this. I might be a bit out of character," he chuckled, wiping his mouth with a napkin. "This is quite delightful. We shall frequent this place for our meals in the future." Hao Manon picked up 2 skewers of meat, savoring a few bites before taking a sip of beer. The two exchanged knowing smiles, raising their glasses in a toast, clinking them together and downing the contents in one go. Hao Manon then refilled the glasses for both Ren-yi and herself, stating, "There is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Ren-yi paused his eating, turning his attention to her. "It's nothing of great significance. Merely that in the next few days, I will be traveling to Sioux City with the school's team for a higher education exchange event." At this, Ren-yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering before inquiring, Aren't such events typically reserved for specialized disciplines?" "Indeed, but this particular exchange is open to external participation. To enhance the school's influence, they occasionally choose professors with notable public profiles to attend." After speaking, Hao Manon took a sip of beer, somewhat bashfully. "I see. That makes sense," Ren-yi replied, understanding the implications. "It's true that such representation could be quite impactful. This is just one reason. Another is that the exchange has invited several prestigious foreign institutions. Given my role in teaching foreign languages and my extensive time spent abroad, I also play a significant part." Hao Manon implied that she was not merely a decorative figure. Ren-yi nodded thoughtfully, responding, "Indeed, in that case, there could hardly be a more suitable candidate than a teacher." Hao Manon chuckled. "Have you learned to flatter me?" "Not at all. I speak only the truth." With a playful glance, she requested a few skewers of roasted green peppers from the owner. As Ren-yi enjoyed his meal, he observed his teacher, unconsciously reflecting on how they had not been apart since their marriage. The thought of returning home without her stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Yet he managed to smile and ask, "When do you leave?" "Tomorrow afternoon," she replied, looking at him with a playful grin. "What's the matter? Are you eager for me to depart?" Understanding her jest, Ren-yi laughed lightly. "Not at all. It's simply that the prospect of not seeing you at home tomorrow feels rather strange." At this, Hao Manon teased, "Do you find it difficult to part with me?" Just as she was about to burst into laughter, Ren-yi interrupted her thoughts. "Yes." He placed the freshly grilled green peppers onto the plate in front of Hao Manon. Continuing, "I think so. I've been dining at home recently, which I thought I enjoyed, but it seems that tomorrow night, I might not feel the same." Listening to Ren-yi's gradual confession, Hao Manon instinctively filled in the unspoken words. It wasn't home he cherished, but rather the company of his teacher. Her smile broadened as she tasted a piece of the roasted pepper. Wondering why it lacked spiciness and instead had a hint of sweetness, perhaps it had been cooked a tad too long. Then he said, I understand. I initially intended to visit a friend along the way, but I will forego that plan. I shall return as swiftly as possible." Having spoken, he poured beer into Ren-yi's glass and added, "I wonder where they learned to speak so indirectly." Upon hearing this, Ren-yi swiftly downed his beer to alleviate the awkwardness and replied, "No need for that, teacher. You haven't been out in a while. If you wish to explore, feel free. It's of no concern to me. I merely mentioned it. I, too, enjoy dining at home." At that moment, the alcohol slightly flushed Hao Manon's cheeks, making her stand out amidst the bustling, lively street. The following day, as Hao Manon was to leave in the afternoon, she did not have to attend school in the morning. Ren-yi also requested a half-day off, and after they finished lunch, they drove to school together. This time, Ren-yi was at the wheel, steering with one hand while his right hand held tightly onto the teacher's hand. Both could feel the sweat forming in their palms, yet neither felt uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the school parking garage, Hao Manon turned to Ren-yi and said, "You can take these 2 days to relax. Go wherever you desire. Rest assured, I will not check on your duties." Ren-yi smiled and responded, "Understood. If anything arises, do remember to call." "Yes. Even if nothing happens, I shall report back to our family head," Hao Manon jested, then unbuckled her seatbelt to exit the vehicle. Just as she opened the door, she suddenly turned back, leaning towards Ren-yi. Ren-yi felt her presence draw near, enveloped in a fragrant allure. Her delicate visage gradually obscured his view, and once again, a damp warmth was pressed against his face. Unlike the previous fleeting encounter, this moment lingered. He could distinctly sense the gentle flow of breath between them, the soft fragrance seemingly guiding his vital energy, awakening within him and surging upwards. Hao Manon slowly raised her head, her cheeks still tinted with a blush. However, she did not exit immediately. Instead, she gazed at Ren-yi and said, "Should anything arise, do remember to call. The 11th holiday is approaching. Let us venture out together and visit my parents and grandparents in Tiandu. All right, I shall come to pick you up the day after tomorrow. Farewell." With that, Hao Manon turned and exited the car. As Ren-yi watched her figure recede into the distance, he began to grasp the profound value of happiness, realizing why some would dedicate their entire lives in pursuit of it. After Hao Manon departed, Ren-yi attempted to park the car, pressing the brake and accelerator. But the vehicle did not budge. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he had forgotten to shift gears. Once the car was properly parked, he remained seated, closing his eyes to meditate, reflecting on the recent changes. After a moment, he opened his eyes, bemused. It had been over a year since he had made any significant progress, yet under such circumstances, he experienced a notable breakthrough. How should this be interpreted? His mentor had urged him to seek opportunities in life. Could this moment be considered one? As Ren-yi pondered, a sudden thought struck him. What if he faced the teacher, like soldiers arrayed for battle, with no umotba to shield him? He murmured some unknown incantation, dispelling the wicked thoughts from his mind, before alighting from the vehicle to attend class. Chapter 49, The Teacher Steps Out, Part 2, in the afternoon. As the final class came to a close, the class monitor, Ninkajing, announced to the students that a class party would be held tonight in classroom 607, celebrating the upcoming National Day holiday. Such gatherings had become customary. University life was filled with various activities that enriched the somewhat leisurely intervals. At last, another party. The last one was in May. "Our class's parties are far too infrequent," exclaimed Li Fei, visibly excited. He spoke the truth compared to other classes. "There's hosted relatively few gatherings. You're not going home today, are you?" Ren-yi mused, realizing he had nothing pressing to return to, and replied, "No. I want to be going back." "Splendid. Let us go, gather those two and head for a meal." In college, parties organized by one's own class were rather unremarkable. The class monitor would request a large classroom from the school and then arrange for sound equipment through the student council, and that was essentially all that was required. As for decorations, a simple electronic backdrop on the screen sufficed. Balloons and the like were typically only seen during the freshman year, as upperclassmen found the aftermath of cleanup too cumbersome. After dining with his roommates, Renee proceeded directly to the large classroom, where many students had already gathered and were setting up tables. Newcomers, don't just stand there, lend a hand, Zhang Weishua commanded from the podium, appearing quite busy. Renee and his companions barely acknowledged him, with Li Fei audibly muttering, "What a nuisance." The group joined the setup team, as they couldn't simply stand idly by. Ninkajing arrived with others, bringing the sound equipment along. As more participants arrived, preparations for the party were nearly complete. However, one individual was conspicuously absent. Jiang Linlang had never attended these events since enrollment, and everyone had grown accustomed to her absence. Dear classmates, the National Day holiday is upon us, and many of you will be returning to your hometowns. Though our farewells may be brief, our sentiments remain profound. Hence, let us gather here for a lively celebration, Ning Kujing declared. With a round of applause and cheers, the party officially commenced. The number of attendees in the large classroom had, in fact, exceeded the class size, as many brought their partners or friends from other classes seeking a bit of revelry. On the podium, some extroverted students had already begun to showcase their vocal talents, while the atmosphere was enlivened by the presence of enthusiastic participants, including Hu Jiufeng, who continuously whistled and shouted, perspiring profusely despite his hefty frame. To the other students, it felt more akin to an unrestrained study session. The atmosphere of the party had reached a fervent crescendo, particularly after Hu Jiufeng performed Dare to Love, Dare to Act, which elicited a noticeable shift in the cheers and applause. The class monitor, accompanied by two others, returned with several boxes of snacks, one of whom was Zhang Weishua. Upon entering the classroom, he exclaimed, "All male classmates, come help distribute these snacks. I've brought some goodies for everyone." His expression radiated pride and mischief. Ninkajing stood to the side, her brow furrowed. She had intended to use the class funds to purchase the snacks and had hoped to recruit two boys to assist her. However, Zhang Weishua insisted on joining. And upon arriving, he insisted on paying, as if he were quite affluent. Just then, as Zhang Weishua basked in his moment of glory, a graceful figure appeared at the classroom door. Beneath her stunning and delicate visage, she wore an oversized short-sleeve shirt paired with ultra-short shorts, her slender, radiant legs seemingly eclipsing the overhead lights, casting Zhang Weishua, who stood smugly nearby, into the role of a jester. "Hello, may I join our class party?" Mo Xiaoxiao inquired with a bright smile. Only then did Zhang Weishua notice her presence, and after a moment of astonishment, he warmly replied, "Of course. You are most welcome. Feel free to sit wherever you'd like." He even handed her 2 bags of snacks to take along. Ning Kajing, observing the scene, rolled her eyes in frustration, wondering who exactly was the class monitor here. "Thank you." Mo Xiaoxiao beamed at Zhang Weishua, and without reservation, she clutched the snacks and made her way toward the back of the classroom. "No need for formality. You can sit over there, where there are fewer people," Zhang Weishua indicated eagerly, neglecting his earlier pride as he wished to escort her himself. Mo Xiaoxiao smiled at his suggestion, but chose not to follow his direction, instead heading straight for Ren Yi's location. Along the way, the male students were all aflutter with excitement, hoping she would choose to stop beside them. "Isn't that Mo Xiaoxiao? I saw her at the welcome party." "Really? No wonder she's so beautiful. She truly deserves the title of our school's flower. Look at that figure. She is stunningly fair." A few familiar faces could no longer restrain their whispers, while many others felt that today's party was indeed worthwhile. Upon reaching Renee, Mo Xiaoxiao paused gracefully, slightly bending forward to bring her lovely face closer to his. "Senior, hello. Do you remember me?" Renee frowned slightly and replied honestly, "I remember. That's wonderful. May I sit here?" With her gentle words and sweet smile, who could resist? Before Ren Yi could respond, Li Fei stood up and declared, "Of course, it's no problem at all. Junior, please take a seat." He shifted over, pulling Renee along to create an open space on his right. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, "Thank you, Senior." As she slowly settled down, her long hair inadvertently brushed against Renee's face. Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to sense it and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "Senior, I apologize. Let me tidy up." With that, she swiftly gathered her hair into an effortless bun. During this process, her elbow lightly grazed Ren Yi a couple of times. Once finished, her flowing locks transformed into a casual yet charming hairstyle, enhancing her beauty and adding a touch of innocent allure. Confidently, Mo Xiaoxiao believed that the seemingly unremarkable display of feminine charm held immense power. She doubted anyone could remain indifferent under such allure. Meanwhile, the boys in the class were already despondent, with Zhang Weishuo wearing a face that suggested he had swallowed something bitter, consumed by jealousy that twisted his features. The girls glared at her. Indeed, many were captivated by Ren Yi's charisma, his academic prowess, handsome looks, and admirable character made him quite popular. It was not just that. Mo Xiaoxiao's beauty overshadowed the entire class, further aggravating the girls, who wished fervently that Jiang Linlang were present to temper this young lady's spirited confidence. Unperturbed by the surrounding emotions, Mo Xiaoxiao placed the snack she had brought in front of Ren Yi with a smile, saying, "Senior, please have some. I'm on a diet and won't indulge in these snacks." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, easily heard by most in the vicinity. Upon hearing this, the girls glanced at the snacks in their hands, suddenly losing their appetite. Zhang Weishuo, unaffected by the commotion, politely replied, "Thank you, but I'm not fond of snacks. You can share them with the others." The other boys, witnessing this, were in awe, thinking, impressive. In Chapter 50, The Teacher Steps Out Part 2. Mo Xiaoxiao nearly choked on her words, her eyelids twitching in disbelief. Was he putting on an act? She could not fathom that he had no interest in her, and suspected he was merely playing hard to get. "All right, let us see how long you can keep up this charade," she thought, adjusting her mindset and feigning disappointment. "Senior, you're not eating? Had I known, I wouldn't have brought them." Consequently, Mo Xiaoxiao pushed the snacks towards Li Fei, saying, "Then, Senior, you all enjoy." Li Fei, snapping back to reality, quickly accepted them. Grinning widely, "Thank you. Mo Xiaoxiao is so kind. No worries, if he doesn't want them, I certainly do." Meanwhile, Hu Jufeng and Lu Dong were still trying to comprehend the situation. "What is going on here? Big guy, you really seem to be floating. You haven't even resolved the matter with Su Yao, and now the rest this?" At that moment, the party's atmosphere hit a freezing point, with everyone's attention drawn towards Renee. Ningke, noticing this, quickly sought to revive the mood. "We have snacks now, but we can't just eat. The boys sang earlier, now it's our turn. Ladies, what are we waiting for? Let us liven things up." With that, she led the applause and, along with a few girls, playfully pushed a somewhat shy but beautiful girl forward to sing for everyone. As the music played, the ambience continued to flourish. One must admit, being a class leader in university is no simple feat. The previously cool gathering suddenly regained its warmth. Mo Xiaoxiao also joined in the applause, not forgetting to say to the nearby Ren Yi, "Senior, your class has such a wonderful atmosphere." "Yes, it's quite pleasant, really. The performance by that girl earlier was exceptional, and she is truly beautiful." So, am I more beautiful than her?" Mo Xiaoxiao asked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ren Yi. After a moment of contemplation, Ren Yi replied earnestly, "It's difficult to define, but by the standards of most, you are likely the more striking one." Mo Xiaoxiao, feigning innocence, thought for a moment before saying, "Senior, you mentioned you missed my last performance, so I shall dance for you again today." Without waiting for Ren Yi's response, she flashed him a sweet smile and walked up to the stage. "Hello everyone. I am Mo Xiaoxiao, a freshman majoring in dance. I am delighted to meet you all. To express my gratitude for your invitation to this party, I would like to present a dance." The male students in the audience erupted with excitement. "Wow, it's Mo Xiaoxiao, one of the 4 campus beauties. Watching her dance up close is a sheer delight." Mo Xiaoxiao connected her phone to the sound system, casually selected a piece of music, and positioned herself near Renee. As the music began, her graceful form came alive, performing a modern dance that, paired with her alluringly short shorts and delicate, fair legs, was utterly captivating. Outside the classroom windows, many boys from other classes pressed their heads to catch a glimpse. Inside, the boys stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape in awe, with Li Fei even excitedly slapping Ren Yi's thigh. Ren Yi could not deny that her performance was indeed remarkable, clearly a result of diligent practice. As the dance neared its conclusion, Mo Xiaoxiao cast a flirtatious glance at Ren Yi, made a heart gesture in his direction, and bowed to the audience, saying, "Thank you." The applause erupted instantaneously, reverberating through the classroom. Ningke nodded in acknowledgement of Mo Xiaoxiao's presence, having no objections after witnessing such a splendid performance. This dance had certainly made the party a resounding success, and the boys in the class would surely reminisce about it long after graduation. Mo Xiaoxiao happily descended the stage and sat beside Renee. "How did I do? Was it good?" The dance had brought a rosy flush to her cheeks, and beads of perspiration glistened at her hair tips, her breath slightly labored. This was the effect she desired. To be honest, Rennie did not dislike this girl. However, her somewhat deliberate approach left him feeling skeptical and even resistant. Nonetheless, he refrained from uttering falsehoods and replied, "Yes, it was very good and quite beautiful." "Really?" Mo Xiaoxiao's face lit up with joy. "Indeed, it was very professional. That's a relief. I was quite nervous, fearing I might not perform well." As Mo Xiaoyao playfully tugged at her slightly low neckline, she fanned herself gently, the soft pink of her undergarment barely visible, while the sweet fragrance of youth wafted more intensely around her. Her hair danced lightly in the air, and the once casual bun now appeared slightly disheveled. Yet it only heightened her allure. The other male classmates observed this spectacle, swallowing hard in unison, but dared not look directly at her. They could only occasionally divert their gazes to Ren-yi, a mixture of envy and jealousy permeating the atmosphere among the boys. This was yet another of her tactics, an enticing blend of visual and olfactory allure, the most primal means of attracting a mate among mammals. Ren-yi noticed her as well and caught a whiff of the scent she exuded. He frowned slightly. The mingling of sweat and perfume was not to his liking. Sensing the gaze of his classmates upon him, he realized he could not wait until the party concluded and decided to leave early. Just as he contemplated heading to the restroom, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a video call from his teacher. Perfect. That saved him the trouble of an excuse. "I'll step out to take a call. You all continue having fun," he said, not waiting for Mo Xiaoyao to respond before hastily exiting the room. Mo Xiaoyao, having caught a glimpse of the word teacher, did not suspect anything amiss. Thinking it might be a school matter, and resolved to wait a moment longer, the effects of her recent charm offensive had yet to be assessed. After leaving the classroom, Ren-yi walked towards a brighter area to take the call. "Ren-yi, what are you up to? Why did it take you so long to answer?" The video revealed how Manon, freshly emerged from a shower, clad in a bathrobe, her complexion slightly flushed, a towel wrapped around her hair, with a few damp strands precariously dangling, smiling sweetly at the screen, an epitome of beauty. For a moment, Ren-yi was taken aback, momentarily speechless before responding. "The class was having a party. I only answered after stepping out. I hope I didn't disturb you." "Not at all. I was just about to head home," she replied. "Is it too early for you not to stay a while longer?" he inquired. "No, I actually prefer quietness," she nodded, smiling as she added. "Just so you know, this isn't a check-in. It's merely a way for the head of the household to report their safety." She laughed lightly after her remark. Ren-yi chuckled in return, saying, "Even if it were a check-in, it would be warranted. I'm always prepared." Her laughter rang out again, brightening the moment. "Have you eaten?" she asked. "Yes, I had dinner with my roommates. What about you?" "I just dined at a hotel with some other teachers and then took a shower," she replied. "Make sure to take care of yourself, and remember to call me if anything comes up," he said. How Manon smiled at his words, replying, "I wish to say the same to you, but you beat me to it." "It's mutual," he affirmed. They exchanged light banter for a while longer, and finally, she advised, "You should head back soon. Drive carefully on your way home and rest early." "All right, you too. Make sure to wish the teacher good night when you return," he responded. He chuckled softly. "All right, then I shall bid you good night." After ending the call, Ren-yi felt a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Could this be considered concern? He then chose not to return to the classroom, but instead sent a message to Li Fei, preparing to head home. Upon arriving home, Mo Xiaoxiao, growing a bit impatient, inquired of Li Fei when Ren-yi would return. Li Fei informed her that Ren-yi had gone home. "Yes, he just messaged me," Mo Xiaoxiao replied, almost exasperated, feeling her efforts had been in vain. "You two enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Li Fei's response, she turned and departed. Chapter 51, An Unexpected Visitor, Part 1. As Ren-yi left the school and drove to his apartment, he gazed at the darkened windows, a fleeting sense of loneliness washing over him. Not far from his location, a black car was parked quietly by the roadside. Had one been closer, they might have discerned the presence of occupants within. "Someone has returned." "Ah, it must be their son-in-law," one of the young men in the car remarked. "Not bad-looking, yet nothing particularly special, just a pretty boy. I truly wonder what that so-called second master is thinking." "Humph, merely a bunch of inconsequential individuals. Where's that Hao Manon? Perhaps she is not with them. Well, it's just this lad's misfortune. Consider it a wake-up call for them." After sharing a laugh, the two young men prepared to exit the vehicle when suddenly another car approached, causing them to pause. As Ren E ascended the steps and was about to open the door, a red sports car sped towards his residence. Even without an affinity for automobiles, he could discern that this vehicle was extraordinary. The car came to a halt, and a man donned in a striking red suit stepped out, swaggering towards Ren E. "Brother, long time no see," Wu now exclaimed, lighting a cigarette for himself. Ren E scrutinized the man before him, particularly discomforted by the sight of his ankle peeking from beneath his red shoes. Nevertheless, he maintained his politeness, responding, "Mr. Wu, it has indeed been a while. I wonder if your visit to my home is of any particular significance?" "Oh, nothing pressing," Wu now replied casually. "A friend of mine also resides in this community. I just left and heard you lived here, so I thought I would drop by. It seems I caught you just as you returned." He then offered Ren E a cigarette. Ren E, considering the possibility that it might be that celebrity, dismissed the thought and waved his hand. "Thank you, but I do not smoke. I have just returned from school. Would you care to come in for a moment? That won't be necessary. It is rather late." Wu now replied. "However, since we have fortuitously met, I have something to share with you." "Go on," Ren E urged. Wu now pondered briefly, taking a drag from his cigarette before stating, "How Manon has likely mentioned what my family does, has she not?" Ren E nodded, confirming that she had indeed brought it up. Ren E nodded thoughtfully as Wu now continued. "So, regarding the entertainment industry, there are a few matters, big or small, that I am unaware of. Recently, I heard an intriguing piece of gossip. A certain entertainment company is looking to sign a newcomer from your university, Haisha University, who is apparently the campus belle." Ren E pondered for a moment, realizing there were only 4 candidates for the title of campus belle at their school. But he was indifferent to the matter. "I haven't heard of this. I'm not particularly interested in such things, and honestly, it's not that remarkable, is it?" Wu now dismissed his apathy. If that were the case, it would indeed be unremarkable. However, the intriguing part lies elsewhere. I heard that when signing this campus belle, an interesting condition was proposed. Can you guess what it was? If it concerns some sort of unspoken rule or scandal, it shouldn't be surprising in your circle, right? To be frank, I can't guess, nor do I wish to. You are quite the reserved one. How dull. I can hardly be bothered to mention such trivial matters." Wu now retorted before continuing, "Since you don't want to guess, I'll tell you. The condition apparently involves your campus belle seducing a man who is also from your university. If she succeeds, she will secure a rather lucrative contract." "Interesting, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Ren E initially found it quite peculiar, but suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he frowned, asking, "Do you know who it is?" "I can't say for sure. However, that company is a collaborative investment between my family and the Yuan family. I only just learned of this, so it's not my family's intention," Wu now replied. Ren E furrowed his brow even deeper, connecting the dots with the strange occurrences of the past few days, and he could almost ascertain the identity of the campus belle. Not wanting to delve further while Wu now was present, he glanced at him with a hint of confusion and said, "Thank you. Thank you for what? I merely shared some gossip with you. You shared one with me last time, so consider this a reciprocation. I just wonder if this gossip has any relevance to you." Wu now said, looking at Ren E with anticipation. Ren E realized Wu now was attempting to unveil another piece of gossip through this exchange. "It probably has nothing to do with me. How uninteresting. I'm leaving." With that, Wu now turned and walked towards his car, waving goodbye. Ren E watched him in his tight, short pants, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but out of courtesy, he still saw him off as he got into the vehicle. After Wu now departed, Ren E stood in place, reflecting on Mo Xiaoxiao's deliberate approach over the past few days, which suddenly made sense. However, if this truly was the Yuan family's intention, what could it possibly be? Were they trying to gift him a campus belle? To disrupt his relationship with his teacher? As these thoughts circulated, he recalled the exaggerated rumors circulating on the school forum about him and Su Yao. Was it truly an attempt to undermine their marital relationship? Was this the desire of the Yuan family or Yuan Hua himself? The questions have become rather numerous, and for the moment, Ren E found it difficult to comprehend them all. He decided not to dwell on the matter any longer. He simply needed to restrain himself. When soldiers arrive, one must meet them. When water comes, one must block it. With that thought, he opened the door and entered his home. The 2 individuals in the car saw this and approached Ren Yi's residence. "Who was that just now? Quite the show-off," remarked one to the other, who was slightly taller. "Who knows? It's of no concern to us. What shall we do now? That brat has gone upstairs. Let us follow him, but be quick about it. A lesson is in order. We've been waiting long enough, so let us treat it as a pastime." "Very well. And remember, aim for the face. Let us turn that pretty boy into a pig's head." The taller one finished speaking and looked up at the building, preparing to scale it. Excuse me. Gentlemen, what are you doing outside my house? Upon hearing this, the two were startled and quickly turned around. Rennie had already noticed them and initially thought they were merely keeping watch, but now it seemed they intended to cause him trouble. In truth, Rennie felt a certain confusion. He did not perceive himself as particularly handsome. He wondered when it was that people began to comment on his looks. Perhaps it was due to the clothes his teacher had purchased for him. Ever since how Manon had bought him clothes, he had worn them consistently, which led him to question this newfound attention. It appears this pretty boy is not entirely without merit, is he? When did you realize we were here? The pair relaxed a bit upon recognizing Rennie. And the shorter of the two responded. Rennie did not answer them directly, instead stating, I am the one asking the questions. I would appreciate it if you could respond to mine first. The two young men erupted into laughter, as if they had heard a great joke. The taller one composed himself, his expression turning serious as he said, I like your attitude. I hope you can maintain it. Recognizing the arrogance typical of aristocratic youths, Rennie surmised their lineage and inquired, which family do you belong to? The taller one hesitated for a moment before responding, not bad. You possess a degree of insight to recognize us as signs of noble houses. As for which family, there is no rush. You will find out shortly. Before he could finish, Rennie interjected, just provide a straightforward answer. I do not wish to hear your superfluous chatter. The interrupted young man's gaze darkened. And through gritted teeth, he declared, I've made up my mind. I will break every single one of your teeth. Brother, stop wasting time on this fool. Let us subdue him first, the other exclaimed, charging forward. Chapter 52, Uninvited Guests, Part 2. As Rennie observed the oncoming attack, he thought to himself, indeed, these are men of noble birth, but this one is even less capable than Zhang Ning. With a resounding thud, the assailant was sent flying backward at an astonishing speed. Crashing into the villa's courtyard wall, spitting blood and struggling to speak, he leaned against the wall, barely clinging to consciousness. Upon witnessing the scene, Rennie instinctively glanced over, relieved to see that the courtyard wall remained intact. Indeed, the quality of high-end neighborhoods is assured. The tall young man stood frozen, regaining his composure, and thought to himself, this is it. Looking at Rennie, he tremulously inquired, are you at the chi condensation stage? Don't you think it would be prudent to answer my questions first? The tall young man, not lacking in wit, immediately altered his demeanor and cheerfully said, please, ask away. Wait a moment, Rennie declared before charging forward and delivering a powerful punch. The tall young man barely had time to react before he felt a tremendous force strike his chest, sending him flying beside his brother, both of them spitting blood. Rennie approached the two and stated, now, you may speak. The tall young man queried, which family do you belong to? We are from the Hao family, the brothers replied. Rennie paused, astonished, and asked, the Hao family from Tiandu? Indeed. I am Hao Tianming, and he is Hao Tianqi. What brings you here? Rennie inquired. Hao Tianming seemed at a loss for words, stammering. Our family sent us to visit the Hao family in Haishur. We just wanted to see the new son-in-law, so we came, and I apologize for the abruptness. Feeling somewhat guilty, he coughed up blood while forcing a smile. Rennie disregarded his words and asserted, you intended to confront the Hao family. So you sought me out first to give them a warning, am I correct? Yes, Hao Tianming admitted, slumping against the wall and spitting blood again, looking utterly deflated. Rennie pressed on, what if my wife were here today? What would you do? Coughing as he struggled to catch his breath, Hao Tianming replied. Then we wouldn't have shown up. I swear, since she is my sister, we wouldn't go too far. Seeing sincerity in his eyes, Rennie remarked, well, under those circumstances, you were destined to become a punching bag, but I shall let it pass. Startled by the realization that Rennie had overheard everything, Hao Tianming expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your mercy. Rennie dismissed him and turned to the other unconscious individual, stating, he has only sustained internal injuries and a few broken ribs. After a long rest, he should recover in about half a year. Hao Tianming was astonished. After all, Tianqi was a mid-tier martial artist, yet he had been so easily injured. This person truly had reached the chi condensation stage. May I inquire which family you belong to? He asked. I am not from a prominent family, Rennie replied. How is that possible? Hao Tianming exclaimed, utterly surprised. Nothing is impossible, Rennie stated firmly. Without waiting for further questions, he declared, you may leave now and inform your family to refrain from seeking trouble. Hao Tianming understood that the other party was not speaking boastfully. Currently, the Hao family had no cultivators, making it indeed unwise to provoke the individual before him. Furthermore, it would not be long before his family could no longer even be considered a noble house. With this thought in mind, he could only manage a bitter smile and replied, "I understand. I will inform my family." After speaking, Hao Tianming hoisted his younger brother onto his back. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. Otherwise, in Haishur, with only the two of them, they would have had no choice but to call for an ambulance. "Wait." Rin Yi suddenly called out to the two. "Is there anything else?" Hao Tianming asked, his leg trembling at the sound, nearly dropping Hao Tianqi in the process. "Are you a high-grade martial artist?" "Embarrassingly, I just entered the high grade this year." "How can you not feel embarrassed? The person before you is younger and has already reached the qi condensation stage. Surely, it cannot be that easy to be defeated by someone in the qi condensation realm?" With this realization, Hao Tianming felt a chill run down his spine. Ren Yi pondered for a moment and said, "So, you are considered among the elite of the Hao family in Qiandu? Brother, are you mocking me?" "Ahem, I suppose so. My father and uncle have been high-grade for many years and are much stronger than I. Unfortunately, they are unable to condense qi. So a high-grade martial artist in the Hao family is indeed considered elite." Upon finishing his words, Hao Tianming wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in, utterly humiliated. Ren Yi nodded, saying, "It's all right." Hao Tianming felt a sense of relief and quickly said, "I take my leave." After the two departed, Ren Yi returned home and sat on the sofa, organizing his thoughts. Tonight, the information provided by Wu Nao was indeed useful, as it at least made him aware of a potential adversary, or perhaps merely a rival in love. If it were the latter, there was no need for excessive concern. However, if it were the former, vigilance was necessary, as the Yuan family might have some schemes in play. Another matter to consider was the arrival of someone from the Hao family in Tiandu. Fortunately, they had initially targeted him, which was a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, even martial artists would be unable to resist against ordinary people. Now, a troublesome situation had been resolved, and as long as the Hao family in Tiandu was not foolish, they should not seek further trouble. Nonetheless, he still found certain aspects perplexing. Could it truly be that the offspring of noble families could not condense qi on their own, aside from inheriting it? According to Ren Yi's understanding, the origins of qi condensation could be traced back to the pre-Qin era, evolving into contemporary times. Qi practitioners were divided into 7 realms, the 3 grades of martial artists and the 3 realms of qi condensation, culminating in the innate stage. The 3 grades of martial artists consist of low grade, mid grade, and high grade. Among the 2 individuals from the Hao family in Tiandu, one was mid grade, while the other was high grade. The 3 realms of qi condensation include qi condensation, qi gathering, and qi transformation. In the realm of cultivation, reaching the stage of qi condensation signifies one is truly a qi practitioner. The master once said that after noble families cultivate to high-grade martial artists, elders who have gathered qi would pass a strand of qi to their juniors, who would then nurture it with their own vitality. If successful, the qi would merge with their being, allowing them to truly inherit it and step into the qi condensation realm. If unsuccessful, the qi would disperse, resulting in a failed inheritance. Achieving completion as a martial artist would then become the endpoint. Ren Yi cultivated his own qi, without anyone assisting him in this endeavor. From Grandpa Hao, he learned that such practices have become rare in the present day. This raises the question, why is this so? It seems he must pay a visit to his master soon. As for the innate realm, Ren Yi currently occupies this state, albeit with limited understanding. He knows that within this realm, there are no distinctions of higher or lower, relying solely on one's perception for continuous enhancement. After much contemplation, he found himself at an impasse and decided to rise for a shower and rest, when suddenly he recalled an important matter. He quickly took out his phone and messaged Hao Manon, "Are you asleep, teacher?" In a moment, a reply came through. "I couldn't possibly sleep without your good night. Why are you up so late?" Ren Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "I ran into Wu Nao when I returned last night. He engaged me in conversation for a bit. I still feel it's better not to inform you about the Hao family's matters just yet. We can discuss it later." What could Wu Nao possibly have to talk about? It's either gossip or girls. It's best to keep your distance from him to avoid bad influences. Ren Yi chuckled at the message. This time, the teacher was mistaken, but he replied, "Rest assured, it was merely a chance encounter with no significant interaction." "That's good to hear. Apologies for keeping you waiting. You should get some rest." "No problem. You should sleep early too." "All right. Good night." Good night. Chapter 53. Each has their ambitions, Part 1. The next day, Ren Yi entered the classroom. Following the previous night's gathering, The male classmates regarded him with a peculiar glint in their eyes. Even with René's calm demeanor, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Had he not been known for his amiable nature, he might have been subjected to their silent scorn. Spotting his roommate, he approached and sat down, only to have Hu Jufeng lean in closely. "Big guy, you're quite the charmer now. I thought you were just a pure, good student. But it seems you've been quite the flirt behind our backs." René quickly evaded the heavy breath of his friend, saying, "Who have I flirted with? Still pretending? Let us not even mention Su Yao. What was going on with Mo Xiaoxiao last night? I'm not too familiar with either of them. Are you blind, my friend? It turns out you're the real heartbreaker among us, and with not one, but two campus beauties." Hu Jufeng's animated speech forced René to retreat further. "I genuinely don't know them well. Please stop making wild guesses. Big guy, we can't control your dalliances, but if you can charm them so effortlessly. It's downright unfair not to teach us your ways," Li Fei chimed in from the sidelines, nodding in agreement. René mused to himself. If they were to discover that my fiancé is Hao Manon, I wonder what their expressions would be. They would likely go mad. Amused by the thought, he decided to disengage from the two. René needed to contemplate how to address the two predicaments he faced at school moving forward. The concerns regarding Mo Xiaoxiao are rather trivial. Even if she remains oblivious, her endeavors are unlikely to succeed. Moreover, now that his intentions are known, exposing her will be a straightforward task. However, the rumors surrounding Su Yao, seemingly inconsequential, present a far more complex issue. Currently, there is no effective strategy to address it. He can only rely on time to dissipate the curiosity of the onlookers. Mo Xiaoxiao did not attend class today. Instead, she sat alone in her dormitory. After experiencing several setbacks, doubt began to creep in, not about herself, but about René. She even contemplated whether his situation stemmed from his sexual orientation. Yet, recalling the scene she witnessed in the garage led her to a different hypothesis. Mo Xiaoxiao meticulously reflected on that day when René drove a luxurious Benz. The license plate now escaping her memory, but she distinctly recalled it being extraordinary. From this perspective, he could either be a wealthy heir or someone who is being supported financially, and she believed he possessed the means for either scenario. The information Mo Xiaoxiao managed to gather about René was rather scant, merely photographs and basic details, with no mention of family background. Initially, she was indifferent to such particulars. When she accepted the conditions, her hesitation centered on whether the benefits were worth the effort, rather than the feasibility of success. Realizing now that her earlier considerations were overly simplistic, she undertook some inquiries at school regarding René. What she discovered was limited, encapsulated in the phrase outstanding in both character and academics. However, none had suggested he was a wealthy heir, coupled with the deliberate distance he maintained from her, which was atypical for a normal young man. She concluded that René was likely being financially supported by someone. Frowning at this thought, Mo Xiaoxiao recognized the significant challenges ahead. Yet, could a kept man truly warrant such a considerable investment? After all, this involved a substantial contract and $1 million in hard cash, merely for her to entice him? Despite her confusion, Mo Xiaoxiao resolved to give it a try. Even if René was indeed under the patronage of a wealthy woman, she believed in her allure and was confident she could lead him astray from his current path. The notion of relinquishing this opportunity was simply out of the question. In the afternoon, René had no classes and could have returned home. But with nothing to do there, he opted for the library. Among all the venues at Haisher University, the library was his favorite. Not only for his love of reading, but also for the tranquility it offered. The scent of paper and wood always brought him a sense of peace. Unfortunately, this serenity was short-lived. Mo Xiaoxiao had learned from Li Fei that René might be at the library, so she decided to investigate. She prepared to make her move. Previously, she had merely showcased her charm, waiting for someone to pursue her, but now she resolved to actively court René. Understanding the adage that a woman pursuing a man is merely a veil away. Fortuitously, after wandering the library for a short while, Mo Xiaoxiao spotted René seated in a corner, engrossed in a book. A subtle smile graced her lips as she approached him. "Senior, I knew I would find you here." René furrowed his brow upon hearing the words, and out of courtesy, he looked up and asked, "What is it?" Mo Xiaoxiao, appearing shy and reserved, sat beside René and said, "I learned from Senior Li Fei that you might be in the library, so I came to see." René thought to himself that he should have guessed it. Maintaining his calm demeanor, he inquired, "What do you need from me?" Mo Xiaoxiao's shyness became more pronounced as she slightly lowered her head, feeling a bit bashful as she said, "I have something to tell you, Senior." "Speak," he prompted. Mo Xiaoxiao sensed René's demeanor was somewhat aloof, which infuriated her. She thought to herself that one day he would beg her not to break up, and at that time, she would kick him aside. Despite these thoughts, she gritted her teeth and feigned extreme shyness as she finally confessed, "Senior, actually, I like you." After speaking, she dared not look at Renee, her head bowed like a blooming rhododendron. Renee, seemingly oblivious to her embarrassment, gently closed his book and replied calmly, "Is this about signing a contract? Or perhaps about becoming a star?" Mo Xiaoxiao's head shot up in shock. How did he know? She hesitated, wanting to continue the pretense. But the words remained unspoken. Realizing her intentions were discerned, Renee concluded that the campus belle we now mentioned must be Mo Xiaoxiao, and continued, "In truth, I do not quite understand your values. If it were unrelated to me, I might respect it. However, since it concerns me, I must apologize. For I may not be able to fulfill your desires." Mo Xiaoxiao concealed her previous shyness and, feeling somewhat lost, asked, "When did you find out?" "Last night. A friend informed me," he stated. "How did your friend know?" "This matter should be quite secretive," she replied. Mo Xiaoxiao felt her pride severely wounded as she was exposed. He belonged to that circle, and his connections must be extensive. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. After he told me, I thought of you. As I do not believe I possess such allure," she added. Mo Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to speak but found herself at a loss for words. Feeling that he must look down on her for being willing to sell herself for fame, even to the extent of risking pregnancy. In reality, Renee did not have complete clarity on the matter and was unaware of any pregnancy aspect, so he felt no disdain for her, merely classifying such phenomena as personal aspirations. Seeing Mo Xiaoxiao fall silent, Renee stood up and said, "I want to disclose this to anyone, and I trust you won't to either. We are not in the same year, and our chances of interaction are limited, so it should be easy to pretend nothing happened. In this sense, you haven't lost anything. Let us just move on. Goodbye." With that, he left without looking back. Mo Xiaoxiao watched Renee's departing figure, her hand gripping the hem of her dress. She felt unwilling to accept this outcome. She was just a step away from her dreams. How could she bear to give up, especially since she had already spent a significant amount of the 100,000, sending some back home? How would she repay that? Mo Xiaoxiao rose from her chair, as if she had made a momentous decision. Her gaze transformed from one of confusion to one of resolute determination, and she strode purposefully out of the library. Chapter 54. Individual Aspirations, Part 2. Upon exiting the library, Renee found himself disinterested in lingering at school, opting instead to head straight home. With his teacher absent, he had not driven to school and was now left to take the subway. As he reached the school gate, he prepared to make his way to the subway station. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned to see a white car slowly approaching him, coming to a stop beside him. "Brother-in-law, where are you headed?" came Zhang Yi's voice from within the vehicle as the window rolled down. Renee, upon hearing her voice, politely greeted her. "Hello, I have no classes this afternoon and was just planning to go home. Is sister not with you?" "No. She has gone on a business trip to Sioux City." "I see. Then hop in. I can give you a ride home," Zhang Yi offered, extending her hand out of the window to pat the side of the car. Renee smiled and replied, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I can take the subway. It's not far." He was reluctant to impose on others, especially since there was another person in the car. A woman in the driver's seat whom he couldn't see clearly, but could tell was indeed a woman. "Not a bother at all. When sister-in is around, I surely need to pay her a visit, so you must let me familiarize myself with the route first." Faced with this, Renee felt it was difficult to persist in his refusal. After all, the distance was not great. "All right then, I appreciate it," he conceded, opening the rear door and settling into the vehicle. Once inside, he noticed that the driver was an exceptionally beautiful woman. Zhang Yi leaned towards the back of the car and inquired, "Brother-in-law, where do you live?" "Just drop me off at the entrance of Yuan Mansion," he replied. "Oh, I know that. It's south quite close and conveniently on the way," Zhang Yi remarked, turning her attention to the driver. "Cousin, just keep going straight and then take a right at Xingrong Road." "Understood," the woman responded with a gentle smile. Zhang Yi then introduced, "This is my cousin, Zhou, who has come from Tiandu." Renee smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Renee. Thank you for the ride." Zhou maintained her smile and replied, "Not at all. It's no trouble." She then focused on driving, clearly not intending to engage in conversation with Renee and Zhang Yi. Once the introductions were complete, Zhang Yi continued, "I originally intended to drive my cousin around for some fun, but she deemed my driving skills inadequate and took the wheel from me." She laughed as she spoke. Renee chuckled in response and humbly remarked, "I'm not much better. My driving is rather poor as well." In truth, he admired Zhang Yi's personality, lively, cheerful, and refreshingly genuine, with a touch of loyalty and ease, qualities that were quite rare for someone of her status. Is that so? Indeed, you can ask Olden. She usually drives us. Renee was not bothered by this somewhat smooth manner of speaking. He believed that as long as it did not affect principles, saying things to cheer up friends was rather pleasant. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi chuckled, finding Ren Yi quite agreeable. Initially, her calling him brother-in-law was mostly in jest, as he was handsome and had a humble disposition, making him rather appealing. Ever since she witnessed this brother-in-law decisively dealing with Li Lin and Zhang Ning, she genuinely began to call him brother-in-law. He was both literate and skilled in combat, truly worthy of Njia. The two engaged in idle chatter, the nature of which was befitting of classmates, easing the mood that had been affected earlier for Renee. We have arrived. My residence is in building number 6. Let me drop you off downstairs, Zhou said as she parked the car at the entrance of the community. No need, you can drop me off here. My home is in the adjacent villa, Ren Yi replied, pointing to his own house. All right, I'll remember this. I'll be sure to visit you, Zhang Yi said, eyeing the location carefully. Upon hearing this, Ren Yi smiled and said, You are welcome. I'll take my leave now. Please drive safely. After Ren Yi exited the vehicle, he waved goodbye as he watched the car drive away. Is he the one who injured Zhang Ning, the son-in-law of the Hao family? Zhou whispered after Ren Yi had left. Zhang Yi nodded, saying, Yes, I witnessed it myself. He kicked Zhang Ning away with one swift motion. Zhang Ning is considered a genius of the Zhang family and quite skilled among the martial artists. Thinking for a moment, Zhou continued. So this Renee is no ordinary person. He must have at least reached the qi condensation stage. Zhang Yi yawned, her interest waning as she replied. I don't understand. You aristocrats only focus on studying such matters. Zhou chuckled at this and chose not to elaborate further, concentrating on driving. Upon returning home, Renee poured himself a glass of water and settled onto the sofa, murmuring, Martial artist? He must be from an aristocratic family. After pondering, he concluded it bore no relevance to him and decided to search for the television remote, intending to catch the news. Just as he turned on the TV, his phone buzzed with a message. Assuming it was from Hao Manin, he eagerly checked his phone. However, his brow furrowed slightly upon realizing the message was not from his teacher but from Mo Xiaoxiao. It seemed that Li Fei had even sold his phone number. Mo Xiaoxiao's message read, Senior, it's Mo Xiaoxiao. I have something important to tell you. Can we meet? I'll be waiting for you at the CAF near the school. Please make sure to come. After reading the message, Ren Yi chose not to reply and continued watching television. Shortly after, his phone rang. Seeing the incoming call, he presumed it was Mo Xiaoxiao and answered directly, believing there was no need to avoid her. Senior, is that you? Mo Xiaoxiao's voice came through, tinged with a hint of grievance. Yes, that's good. Senior, I would like to propose a deal with you. I do not believe there is anything we could trade. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxiao remained composed and continued, Please allow me to finish before you respond. It will undoubtedly benefit you. Renee, intrigued, replied, Go on. Taking a deep breath, Mo Xiaoxiao declared, I shall be frank. I do not wish to relinquish this opportunity. The previous condition was to somehow become your girlfriend and conceive. Now that you are aware, why not consider an alternative? Upon hearing this, Renee's brow furrowed deeper. He realized the extent of the sacrifices this young woman was willing to make for fame. At that moment, he felt a tinge of disdain towards Mo Xiaoxiao. Unaware of Renyi's thoughts, Mo Xiaoxiao pressed on. As the original plan is now unfeasible, my sole requirement is to become pregnant. Once I fulfill that condition, I shall terminate the pregnancy, and you will bear no responsibility, nor will we have any further connection. From now until the time of conception, I am entirely yours. And you may do as you wish. What do you say? There is no detriment to you. Ren Yi found it hard to believe that this vibrant university student, who had dazzled the night before with her singing and dancing, could be so swayed by self-interest. It was lamentable that there might be many such women, whom he could neither comprehend nor respect, and he felt no desire to pass judgment. Noticing Ren Yi's silence, Mo Xiaoxiao grew anxious, presuming he desired more. If you feel unsatisfied, once I have signed my contract, we can maintain this arrangement, provided it does not interfere with my career. If you doubt my intentions, I can provide photographic evidence, thus placing you at my mercy. Furthermore, I promise that once I achieve fame, I shall reward you handsomely. As her excitement escalated, she seemed almost entranced by her own words. Once she had finished, Ren Yi responded calmly, I apologize for disappointing you. Your proposition is not without merit, with determination. You could certainly succeed without resorting to such shortcuts. Mo Xiaoxiao, in a fit of fervor, retorted, "What are you pretending to be noble for? Are you not also being supported by someone?" Taken aback, Ren Yi was momentarily stunned. Realizing the implication, he could not help but chuckle, replying, "You are overthinking it. Yet. It matters not. Enjoy yourself. Farewell." With that, he ended the call. Seated in a CAF corner, Mo Xiaoxiao listened to the incessant busy tone on her phone, feeling as if her soul had been lost. Chapter 55, The Teacher Returns Home, Part 1. The following morning, Ren Yi made a point to get a haircut. His hair had grown a bit long, and he was also preparing to greet Hao Manin. Her flight was scheduled to arrive at 11 o'clock a.m., and Ren Yi arrived at the airport by 10 o'clock, although the school would send a vehicle for her, which would take her directly to campus. He preferred to meet her at the airport, primarily because he genuinely wished to see Hao Manin as soon as possible. Arriving early at the arrivals area, Ren Yi casually surveyed his surroundings. The crowd was sizable yet orderly. Most individuals were absorbed in their phones, resulting in minimal interaction among them. While the sound of rolling suitcases rang out sharply against the otherwise quiet atmosphere, Ren Yi once again spotted a man holding a bouquet of roses, pacing back and forth. He too must be waiting for someone, he thought. Before long, a woman emerged, and the man rushed over to her, presenting the flowers. Upon receiving them, the woman's face lit up with joy. Witnessing this scene, Ren Yi couldn't help but reflect on the fact that since marrying his teacher, he had yet to present her with a single flower. This prompted two questions in his mind. Should he indeed give her flowers? Would she appreciate them? The answers seemed evident to him, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away, feeling a sense of urgency that compelled him to hurry. The commercial area of the airport was quite expansive, though the exit was a fair distance away. Ren Yi strode briskly through the shops, searching for a florist. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as he soon discovered a shop. It appeared to be quite sizable, and he entered without hesitation. Inside, there were only a few patrons, and rather surprisingly, they were predominantly men. The shop assistant noticed his arrival and approached him with a warm smile, politely inquiring, "Good sir, are you looking to purchase flowers?" "Yes," he replied. "Are they for someone special? May I assist you in selecting them?" Ren Yi pondered for a moment before responding, "They are for my wife." The assistant, taken aback for a brief instant, continued to smile brightly. "Oh, you are already married? You look quite youthful. Your wife must be exceptionally beautiful." Her words were not mere flattery. She genuinely believed that such an attractive man would have a remarkable partner. Ren Yi chuckled softly and nodded. "Indeed, she is very beautiful." The assistant's smile grew even wider as she suggested, "May I recommend tulips? They are perfect for an elegant and lovely woman." She gestured towards a pot of tulips. While Ren Yi was not particularly knowledgeable about flowers, he found them visually appealing and nodded. "Yes, let's go with the tulips." "Excellent choice. I will wrap them for you," the assistant said cheerfully. As she prepared the bouquet, she asked, "Are you here to pick someone up?" "Yes," he replied. "Your beloved is fortunate indeed," she remarked. Ren Yi smiled in acknowledgement, perhaps. Once the bouquet was wrapped, he paid for it and hurried off, clutching the flowers. If he were an ordinary person, he might have been drenched in sweat from the exertion, but Ren Yi felt no such discomfort. Glancing at the time, he noted that he still had a bit of leeway and decided to wait patiently. As Hao Manin disembarked from the plane, she saw Ren Yi's message stating that he was waiting for her at the exit. She bid farewell to her fellow teachers and made her way towards the exit. This marked their first separation since their marriage, and the anticipation of their reunion filled her with excitement. The thought of someone arriving early to greet her imbued her with a delightful sense of warmth, causing her steps to quicken unconsciously. Ren Yi had just learned something from a man, concealing the flowers behind his back. Imitating the gesture, he tucked them away, only to catch sight of a stunning figure in the distance. Although surrounded by a crowd, she appeared as though the others were mere background. Ren Yi quickly straightened himself, instinctively hiding the flowers more securely, despite not knowing why. He turned to face the direction from which Hao Manin was approaching, standing quietly. Hao Manin, pulling her suitcase, noticed Ren Yi at the exit and thought to herself that the outfit she had chosen was indeed beautiful, a slight smile gracing her lips as she approached. "Have you been waiting long? I told you not to come so early," she said, gently brushing back her hair that had been tousled by the wind. "No. I had nothing to do at home, so I came out early," Ren Yi replied, quickly taking the suitcase from her and presenting the flowers he had prepared. "These are for you. Welcome home." After this, he adjusted the suitcase slightly. Hao Manin gazed at the bouquet before her, her eyes sparkling with joy. The late summer heat transformed into the gentle warmth of early spring. Stealing another glance at Ren Yigong, who was pretending to busy himself with the suitcase, her smile widened. She remained silent, observing him. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Ren Yigong could no longer pretend to be busy. He raised his head to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Hao Manon smiled and said, "Thank you. They are beautiful. What made you think to give me flowers? It's not quite like you." After pondering, Ren Yigong responded honestly. "I saw someone giving flowers here earlier, and the recipient looked so happy. I wanted to make you happy too, so I bought a bouquet." Despite her status and beauty, Hao Manon had undoubtedly heard countless sweet words, yet she found herself touched by this simple sentiment, which was hardly romantic. She clasped the flowers tighter. "I'm very happy. What can I do to make you happy in return?" she asked playfully, her gaze fixed on him. Ren Yigong thought for a moment before saying, "You don't have to do anything. Your return home is enough to make me happy. Is that so? Then I wish to bring you even more happiness," she replied. Her tone teasing, leaving Ren Yigong somewhat perplexed. Hao Manon looked at him, smiled again, and then opened her arms wide. Her long hair and the soft scent of her cream-colored blouse enveloped him as she gently stepped into his embrace. A few strands of her hair brushed against his face, tickling him, yet he couldn't bear to pull away. Ren Yigong felt a gentle pressure against his chest, and the only rational part of him recognized this as a manifestation of happiness. He cautiously raised his arms to wrap around her, afraid to exert any force lest he harm her delicate skin. Just as he struggled to calm his racing heart, he felt the warmth of her breath near his ear. Hao Manon whispered softly, "Are you happy? It's the first time I've received flowers from you, and I want to let it go to waste." Ren Yigong was momentarily stunned. But as the realization dawned on him, he held her even tighter. Realizing that there were some obstacles at the exit, Hao Manon gently suggested, "Shall we head home?" "All right." The two released their embrace, and Ren, glancing at the possibly heavy bouquet, offered, "Let me carry the flowers for you." Hao Manon, cradling the flowers in her arms, shook her head with a smile. "That won't do. I can't bear to part with them. I want to hold them myself." Seeing this, Ren smiled in return, not insisting, and naturally took her other hand as they walked towards the parking lot together. As they strolled down the path, hand in hand, one pulling a suitcase, the other holding a bouquet, they resembled a picturesque scene. Passers-by turned their heads, envious of the couple, with some even surreptitiously capturing their moment on camera. Unfazed by the attention, the two were solely focused on returning to their home. Chapter 56. The Teacher Returns Home, Part 2. Once they reached the car, Ren asked, "Are you hungry? Shall we grab a bite to eat first?" Hao Manon shook her head, replying, "I'm not. I ate on the plane. What about you? Did you have breakfast?" "Yes. I had a meal before coming. If you're hungry, I can accompany you to eat something." "I'm not hungry. I had a late breakfast. Let us head straight home." "All right." After Hao Manon finished speaking, she glanced at the flowers in her hands and smiled, asking, "Why did you choose to gift me tulips?" While driving, Ren explained, "The florist told me that tulips are suitable for elegant and beautiful women." "So, you think I'm an elegant and beautiful woman then?" "Yes. I have always thought so." Upon hearing this, Hao Manon's smile widened as she gently placed her hand on Ren's right hand and closed her eyes to rest. "The house is quite clean. Do you clean it every day?" Upon returning home, Hao Manon felt the air in the house was fresh and inquired. Ren set down the luggage and replied, "Well, I don't have much to do at home, so I tidy up the rooms." "That is very good of you." With that, Hao Manon smiled. "Teacher, you should rest for a bit. I'll take care of the things." "Thank you. Then I'll take a shower and change my clothes first, and later I'll prepare lunch for you." "Teacher, I can manage. Once you're done, you can take a nap." "It's all right. I'm not tired. I rested a bit on the plane. I'll be fine soon." "Okay." Hao Manon, holding the flowers, lightly ascended the stairs, while Ren followed with the suitcase and then headed to the kitchen to start steaming rice. After a while, Hao Manon descended the stairs wearing a comfortable long dress, one hand cradling the flowers and the other holding an exquisite vase. She found a suitable spot to arrange the flowers and then turned to Ren, asking, "How about placing them here?" Ren, holding out a glass of water, replied, "That sounds lovely." Hao Manon smiled upon hearing this, took out her phone, and snapped a photo of the flowers. She then handed the phone to Ren and said, "Could you take a picture for me? This is the first time you've given me flowers, and I'd like to commemorate it." Ren gazed at his teacher's smile and earnestly replied, "I will make it a habit to bring you flowers." As he reached for the phone, ready to ask her to unlock it, before he could utter a word, Hao Manon said, "The password is 112112. For reasons unknown, upon learning the teacher's password, Ren felt a subtle sense of satisfaction. After entering the password and unlocking the phone, he was momentarily taken aback. The wallpaper displayed a photo from their wedding, where he held her hand, waiting on stage. Rin-yi suddenly admired the photographer, whose skill captured a moment when they were still strangers, yet made them appear as if happiness overflowed from the screen. Noticing Rin-yi standing still with the phone, Hao Manon inquired, "What's wrong?" Coming back to his senses, Rin-yi glanced at her and said, "Nothing, I just saw your wallpaper. It's quite beautiful." Hao Manon chuckled and asked, "Are you referring to yourself or to me?" "Of course, to you. I just didn't expect you to use our photo as your wallpaper." "What is so surprising about that? I see other teachers using their wedding photos as wallpaper. I'm married too, so I opted for something similar. I can't be treated differently." After saying this, Hao Manon stood beside the flowers and said to Rin-yi, "I'll stand here. Please take my picture." "All right." With that, Rin-yi adjusted the camera settings and took several photos of Hao Manon. "All done. Let me see," she said. After they finished lunch, the two sat at the dining table. "Teacher, could you send me one of your photos?" Rin-yi suddenly asked while eating. What is that about? I'd like to use it as my phone wallpaper, learning from you." After speaking, Rin-yi took a couple more bites of rice and then served Hao Manon a bowl of soup. Hao Manon laughed at this and replied, "All right. I'll find you a nice one." Rin-yi quickly interjected, "It doesn't have to be so elaborate. Any picture will do. Your photos are all quite lovely." "Is that so? Then I'll have a look as well. Please wait a moment." "No rush." Hao Manon pondered for a moment while holding her phone, suddenly recalling something. "And sent a photo. How about this one?" Rin-yi opened the image and realized it was the very photo he had just taken of her. He found it quite meaningful and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's good." He then began setting it up on his phone while Hao Manon watched, smiling and saying, "There's no need to hurry. You can do that after we finish eating. I'm almost done. It's ready already." Rin-yi tapped the screen of his phone repeatedly, turning it on and off, performing the experiment twice. Each time he opened it, he was struck by its brilliance, even though the photograph was one he had taken himself. Hao Manon, observing from the side, smiled more gently and remarked, "If you like it, I will take a few more shots and send them to you. Perhaps in some more fashionable attire." Rin-yi quickly replied, "One is sufficient. I seldom change my wallpaper." The two continued to dine leisurely, engaging in light conversation about their recent experiences. Suddenly, Hao Manon recalled something and inquired, "Aren't you going to school this afternoon?" Rin-yi responded, "I have taken the day off." "What shall we do then?" she asked. "I am open to anything. I will follow the teacher's lead." After a moment's contemplation, Hao Manon suggested, "Why don't you rest at home this afternoon while I finalize the exchange report? How about a barbecue tonight?" Upon hearing this, Rin-yi readily agreed and began to tidy up the dishes, with Hao Manon assisting him. After their meal, they proceeded to the study together. One organized the report while the other read a book. Once she completed her report, Hao Manon stretched, and Rin-yi, ever perceptive, poured her a glass of water. She took a sip and remarked, "The National Day holiday is just 2 days away. Do you have any places in mind to visit?" Rin-yi pondered for a moment before replying, "I am fine with anything. Wherever the teacher wishes to go, I will follow." In truth, Rin-yi did not have a particular destination in mind. He was not one to yearn for poetry in distant lands, although he had traveled extensively with his master. Visiting renowned mountains and rivers, he found little allure in the commercialized aspects of nature. Comparatively, he preferred the simplicity of his current life, the warmth of familial ties, and the comforts of everyday conversations, which brought him peace and a sense of solidity day by day. Upon hearing his thoughts, Hao Manon leaned back in her office chair and suggested, "Let us go to Tiandu. Although I've been there many times for work, this time we should enjoy ourselves without visiting other places. It will be nice to spend a few more days with my parents." "All right. I'll follow the teacher's suggestion," Rin-yi agreed. "Let us make it official. I will book the tickets now and call my mother tomorrow to inform her." "Sounds good." Suddenly, Hao Manon added, "By the way, you need to accompany me tomorrow to buy some things for my parents." Rin-yi smiled at the authoritative figure of his teacher and said, "That's unnecessary. They lack for nothing. Your presence alone will bring them joy." "That won't do. We haven't visited since our marriage. For this first trip home, we must bring some gifts. I will ask my father to prepare some delicacies." "All right. I trust your judgment." Chapter 57, National Day Holiday, Part 1. The following afternoon, Rin-yi and Hao Manon emerged from the school, both free from classes, and set out to shop. Hao Manon guided Rin-yi directly to the largest international supermarket in Haishur. As they browsed, she picked up various exquisite gifts, constantly inquiring, "Do you think this one is nice? Will Dad like it?" This will suffice. My mother is sure to appreciate it. Such inquiries have been repeated numerous times. And Rin-E has consistently responded, stating that there is no need for so many items. 1 or 2 will suffice, as it is the thought that counts. It is nearly adequate. Having too many items can be cumbersome. Ultimately, Rin-E's voice often resembled background music, present yet inconspicuous, failing to sway the teacher's decisions. After an extensive shopping excursion lasting over 2 hours, the two finally emerged from the supermarket. Rin-E loaded the items into the car, the trunk nearly brimming to capacity. Tomorrow, let the driver take us to the airport. Assistance will be provided for the check-in, and once we arrive in Tiandu, someone will be there to greet us. We need not worry about having too many items, he remarked. Hao Manon gazed at the full cargo space, unconcerned about the potential limitations of transport for the Hao family. This was indeed not a dilemma. They decided to have a meal nearby before driving home. Upon arriving at their doorstep, Zhou Xiaoqiang was already waiting. Miss, son-in-law. The boss sent some items over, he announced. Rin-E had forgotten that the teacher had instructed his father to procure some fine goods the previous day. Thank you for your efforts, Hao Manon replied with a smile. It was the old master who requested some tea leaves to be brought for Rin-Yi's grandfather, Zhou added. Very well. Tomorrow, I will trouble you to take us there, she replied. Of course, he affirmed. And then Rin-E assisted Zhou in transferring all the items to his vehicle. Once completed, Zhou Xiaoqiang said, Miss, shall I leave the car here? If there is nothing else, I will take my leave and return tomorrow to take you to the airport. Hao Manon nodded in agreement. Yes, that sounds good. Rin-E also acknowledged with a nod. Upon returning home, Hao Manon did not linger idly. She began to pack her luggage. Observing this, Rin-E, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to pack lightly as well, considering the extended National Day holiday ahead. I shall also prepare, he declared. But just as he was about to head upstairs, Hao Manon intercepted him. You need not pack. Simply place your essentials in my suitcase tomorrow. There is no need to bring clothing, she instructed. Surprised, Rin-E responded, but won't we be away for several days? What if I run out of clothes? As she continued to organize her belongings, Hao Manon smiled and replied, the weather will soon turn cooler. I shall buy you a few new outfits. So you need not burden yourself with extra luggage. In truth, it is unnecessary. Teacher, I have sufficient clothing, Rin-E remarked. As he has never been particular about his attire, cleanliness is all that matters to him. Hearing this, Hao Manon paused her task, casting a playful glare at him. The clothes we purchased last time are no longer in season. You cannot possibly wear your old garments. As your wife, it would be remiss of me if your wardrobe did not reflect my choices. Oh, very well then, he acquiesced. At this point, Rin-E truly found himself at a loss for words, compelled to acquiesce. He crouched down, assisting the teacher in tidying up. In truth, Hao Manon's belongings were not numerous. A few sets of clothing, a pair of shoes, a camera, along with some stationery and undergarments. As Rin-E was organizing the items, he noticed a pack of sanitary pads. Both of them shared an unspoken understanding, one feigning ignorance while the other maintained an air of nonchalance. Once they had finished packing, Hao Manon clapped her hands and remarked, all right, the remaining space can be reserved for our toiletries tomorrow. This single suitcase will suffice and will be convenient for us to carry. Yes, indeed. You should sit down and take a rest while I prepare some fruit. Rin-E replied, setting the suitcase aside before heading to the kitchen. Before long, the two of them were seated on the sofa, enjoying the fruit. Suddenly, Hao Manon's brow furrowed as a thought struck her. Noticing her expression, Rin-E inquired, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Shaking her head, Hao Manon replied, no. It's just that I recalled something. I remember my grandfather mentioning the Hao family in Tiandu. I am somewhat concerned. Will there be any issues when we travel to Tiandu? Rin-E looked at his teacher, smiling reassuringly as he said, there is no need for concern, teacher. Trust me, everything will be fine. Seeing the lingering worry on Hao Manon's face, he continued, even if complications arise, I will ensure your safety. You need only enjoy your holiday without any worries. After saying this, he playfully thumped his chest, adopting a robust demeanor. With a soft chuckle, Hao Manon found her earlier anxieties dissipating. Although Rin-Yi's voice was gentle, it inexplicably instilled a sense of comfort. Is that so? If the head of the household assures me, then I feel secure. But you must tell me honestly. Regarding what you call qi refiners, are you quite skilled in this realm? In a buoyant mood, Hao Manon couldn't help but tease. Rin-E pondered for a moment before responding candidly. My master has said that I am relatively formidable. At the very least, I need not fear ordinary families. How intriguing. I've always thought of you as merely an ordinary student, Yet it seems you've been keeping this from me. How Manon pretended to be indignant. Rennie hastily clarified, no, it was my intention to conceal anything from you, teacher. I believed we would lead a simple life. One that would never intersect with such matters, hence I did not wish for you to be aware of these things. Observing Ren Yi's anxious explanation, How Manon decided to relent, smiling as she said, all right, I was merely teasing you. Knowing you possess such capabilities makes me quite delighted. Rennie finally breathed a sigh of relief, softly stating, I'm glad you're not upset. Am I truly that petty? However, considering your prowess, I am merely an ordinary woman. By that logic, I am the one who has overstepped, she quipped. How Manon, with a beaming smile, jested lightly. However, since the last soiree, she indeed felt a certain way. Ren Yi, taken aback by her words, responded, in truth, that is impossible. To me, a teacher is akin to a celestial being, and being able to share moments with you feels like a blessing earned over several lifetimes. Even now, I often find myself enveloped in a dreamlike sense of unreality. Upon hearing Ren Yi's words, a faint blush crept onto How Manon's cheeks. Such candid praise, so genuine, brought a gentle curve to her lips as she replied, I am not a celestial being. I am simply your wife. In dreams, yes, but even more so in reality. And it shall be for a lifetime. With that, she picked up a piece of fruit and delicately fed it to Ren Yi, then softly inquired, Darling, is it delicious? Ren Yi seemed momentarily frozen, gazing at his teacher, who was smiling so sweetly, feeling somewhat at a loss. The happiness arrived so suddenly that even his innate composure was thoroughly shattered. Is it pleasant? Is it tasty? Of course it's pleasant, he chuckled. This must be the most delightful fruit I've ever tasted. Chapter 58, The National Day Holiday, Part 2, the following morning. The couple quickly tidied up and were driven to the airport by their chauffeur. After enjoying breakfast in the VIP lounge, they entered their designated cabin. Naturally, the esteemed daughter of the Howe family traveled in first class. Having retired early the previous night, both felt quite refreshed. The flight to Tiandu would only take 2 hours, so they had no intention of resting. Rennie took out his phone to message his mother. Mom, we should arrive at Tiandu Airport around 10. After waiting a while, as the plane was about to take off, he noticed he hadn't received a response, which stirred his curiosity. Turning slightly, he caught sight of How Manon, who was joyfully engrossed in her phone. Ren Yi leaned a bit closer to discreetly glance at her screen and discovered she was chatting with none other than his mother, Wang Zhua. Feeling the presence of Ren Yi's gaze, How Manon looked up and playfully asked, Why are you sneaking a peek at my conversation? A bit embarrassed. Ren Yi replied, I just messaged my mom that we would be arriving shortly, but she hasn't replied, so I wanted to see if she was chatting with you. After sharing a laugh, How Manon reassured him, It's fine. I already informed her. She mentioned she would come to pick us up, but I told her it wasn't necessary. Oh, all right, Ren Yi said, feeling a bit disheartened, as it had been a while since his mother had shown any concern since their marriage. Once the plane leveled off, How Manon excused herself to the restroom. While waiting for her return, Ren Yi requested a cup of tea and an Americano from the flight attendant. Would you prefer an Americano or tea? An Americano, please. As he took a sip from the Americano, he noticed a label on the cup with a series of numbers, resembling a green signal. At this moment, Ren Yi also noticed the situation. Although he seldom flies, he comprehended the implications of what he was witnessing. It was undoubtedly not intended for the teacher. It was most likely reserved for himself, which rendered him somewhat embarrassed. How Manon cast a teasing glance at Ren Yi and jested, Should we add one more? The flight attendants here are quite attractive. After all, such an opportunity is rare. This ironic remark was easily discernible to any man, and Ren Yi was no exception. He promptly replied, No need. They are certainly not as charming as the teacher. I didn't pay attention to them earlier. Upon hearing this, How Manon ceased her playful banter and spoke more seriously. Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen first class. Today's girls are far too forward. Ren Yi could only nod in agreement. Afterward, How Manon, as if asserting her claim, extended her hand, which Ren Yi naturally took in his palm. The two maintained this posture, leaning against their respective seats, while passing flight attendants cast curious glances. This couple exuded a certain allure. One flight attendant, as she walked by, caught sight of How Manon beside Ren Yi and felt a pang of inadequacy wash over her, her cheeks flushing slightly. Instinctively, she quickened her pace, wishing to disappear from the scene. It seemed that the earlier attention had been bestowed upon her, initially. She had thought Ren Yi handsome and affluent, eager to make his acquaintance. However, upon realizing the stunning beauty of his companion, she felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. Before they knew it, the plane had landed. Upon exiting the airport, a vehicle awaited them. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a stop beside them, and a middle-aged man emerged, swiftly approaching with a respectful demeanor. "Miss Hao, Mr. Ren, welcome to Tiandu. Please, step into the car and take a moment to rest while we retrieve your belongings. We shall depart shortly." Hao Manon graciously responded, "Thank you, I appreciate it." The Hao family's stronghold is in Haishur, yet they possess some enterprises and acquaintances in Tiandu, so Hao Manon had arranged everything well in advance. After loading their belongings into the car, they departed from the airport, heading towards Ren Yi's parents' residence. The Ren family's abode in Tiandu is conveniently located near Tiandu University, thus not far from the airport, allowing them to arrive swiftly at their destination. Upon disembarking, Ren Yi's parents awaited them downstairs, joyfully welcoming them as they descended. "Inen, you finally made it. You must be weary from the journey. Come, let us head upstairs to rest." Ren Yi's mother grasped Hao Manon's hand, her eyes brimming with delight. "Mom, I'm fine. I'm not tired." She then called out to Ren Yi's father, "Dad." Yes, welcome Inen. Quickly follow your mother upstairs." After greeting them, Ren Yi's father assisted in carrying items upstairs. Ren Yi felt unsure whether to interject or remain silent. Ultimately, he decided to be discreet and joined his father in transporting the belongings. The Ren family's residence in Tiandu, much like that in Haishur, occupies a prime location, though it is not a luxurious villa. Nevertheless, the home is spacious, featuring a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room flat. Soon, the two arrived home, where Ren Yi's grandparents were already waiting in the living room. Hao Manon greeted them politely, bringing joy to their hearts. The entire family gathered around Hao Manon, while Ren Yi stood by like a mere specter. After everyone had exchanged pleasantries, Wang Zhou turned to Ren Yi and said, "Don't just stand there. Quickly help Inen organize her things. That is your room, so hurry and finish. And then we can eat." With that, Ren's mother pointed towards their room and led Hao Manon to sit on the sofa. Ren Yi, left with no choice, silently took his suitcase to the room to tidy up. Observing Ren Yi's forlorn figure, Hao Manon couldn't help but smile, yet she didn't want him to handle it alone. She turned to Ren's mother and said, "Mom, may I help with the packing? I have my cosmetics and such in there, and he may not know how to handle them." Upon hearing this, Ren's mother nodded and replied, "All right, you go ahead. Once you finish, come out for dinner." "Sure," said Hao Manon, and she headed towards the room. The members of the Ren family exchanged knowing glances, sensing the couple's good rapport. While Ren Yi was busy organizing in the room, he noticed his teacher enter and asked, "What's the matter, teacher?" Hao Manon smiled and replied, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to help you. There's no need. It's not much. I can manage on my own. Then I shall keep you company here." Ren Yi chuckled and said, "All right, you can sit on the bed for a while." As Hao Manon perched on the bed, she surveyed the surroundings and noted that the room had clearly been tidied up, appearing both clean and cozy. Once Ren Yi finished organizing, he joined her on the bed. They both suddenly realized something but chose not to voice it, though Hao Manon's cheeks flushed slightly. "Inen, have you finished packing? Come out for dinner." Ren's mother called gently from outside. "Okay, Mom, we'll be right there," Hao Manon quickly replied, then turned to Ren Yi and said, "Let us go eat." "Oh, all right." Ren Yi responded instinctively, suddenly feeling as though he was the guest in this house. As they emerged, Ren's mother noticed the slight flush on Hao Manon's face. Assuming the two had been up to something in the room, which made her smile even brighter, she quickly instructed, "Inen, sit next to me, and Xiao Yi, you can sit beside Inen." Chapter 59, The Honeymoon Period, Part 1. Once everyone was seated, Ren Anmin raised his glass and said, "Today the whole family is gathered. Let us raise our glasses together. Xiao Yi, you need not drink, as you will take Inen out for a stroll this afternoon." "All right," came the chorus as everyone lifted their glasses, clinking them together. Then, Ren Yi's grandfather continued, "I was initially concerned about how well you two would get along, but it seems that worry is unfounded. This allows us, as elders, to rest easy." Upon hearing this, Hao Manon smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, grandfather. Ren Yi is a truly wonderful man. Being with him is delightful, and we shall coexist harmoniously in the future. You need not worry at all." The entire family laughed in unison, and before long, the dining table buzzed with lively conversation, enhancing the familial atmosphere. After the meal, Hao Manon presented the thoughtful gifts she had brought, each item carefully chosen and precious, much to the delight of Ren Yi's family. Subsequently, Ren's mother took Hao Manon aside for a private conversation, while Rin Onmin and Rin's father summoned Rin E to the study for tea. As evening approached, the plan to take Hao Manon out for a stroll fell through. After dinner, Rin's father addressed the two. Have you decided where you would like to go tomorrow? This place may not rival the bustling metropolis, but it is steeped in history. You might enjoy visiting the museum. Rin's father continued. The places you mentioned might be more suitable for your age. I wonder if they would appeal to young people. Just as he finished speaking, Ren's mother interjected, advising Ren E and Hao Manon, do not heed his words. He tends to sound rather antiquated. If you prefer a lively atmosphere, you could visit Universal Park or Happy Valley, and an evening stroll in Shirley Tun would also be quite pleasant. Hao Manon, smiling, responded, Mom, it's perfectly fine. We can go wherever you wish. Our main intention in coming is to spend time with you. Honestly, being at home is quite enjoyable. Renee can share tea with Dad while I chat with you and Grandma. All right, wherever you feel comfortable is best. Your happiness is what matters. Ren's mother beamed at Hao Manon's words, her smile wide with delight. To have such a daughter-in-law is truly a blessing from our ancestors. Not only is she beautifully poised, but she is also remarkably considerate. Glancing at Renee, she could not help but add, you ought to heed in more often. Now that you are married, you must not act like a student any longer. You need to learn to care for others, understand? Understood, Mom, replied Renee. Ren's mother observed her son, once seen as exceptionally accomplished, now appeared rather ordinary in comparison to his remarkable bride. Hao Manon watched quietly, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she noted Renee's somewhat helpless expression. Time, it seems, does not withstand the test of moments. Soon, the night deepened, signaling the hour for rest. Ren's mother entered their room, cradling a newly purchased humidifier, and said, I just bought this humidifier today. Having grown accustomed to the humidity of the south, you may find the northern air a bit dry. Please remember to turn it on tonight. I have already filled it with water. Renee accepted the humidifier and placed it on the nearby table, while Hao Manon rose to say, Thank you, Mom. We will remember, and you should get some rest as well. Of course, you both should retire early. You must be tired after today, she replied. All right, they chorused. Once Ren's mother departed, the room was left to the two of them. Rennie switched on the humidifier, and Hao Manon remarked, I'll take a shower first and change into some fresh clothes. Yes, please use the bathroom in our room. I will just freshen up in the living room. He replied, All right. After finishing her conversation, Hao Manon took a nightgown and headed for the shower. Observing this, Renee decided to wash up in the living room. Once Renee completed his shower and returned to the room, he noticed that the teacher was still not finished. Glancing at the bed, he saw it was covered by a single large thin quilt and contemplated finding another one. As he rummaged through the wardrobe, Hao Manon emerged, clad in her somewhat sheer nightgown. Noticing him, she inquired, What are you looking for? Renee, feeling a bit awkward, replied, I was just checking if there are any other quilts. At her words, Hao Manon's face flushed slightly, and she responded, somewhat uncomfortably, if you can't find one. It's all right. This quilt is quite large, sufficient for us both. Renee quickly countered, It's fine. I can just ask Mom. Hao Manon, taken aback, rolled her eyes playfully and chided, What are you saying? It would be quite inappropriate for Mom to know we're using two quilts. Oh. Then I can manage without one. It's not cold now, Renee replied. In response, Hao Manon teasingly said, What is this? Do you find me bothersome? I haven't complained about you not showering. He hastily assured her, No, not at all. I could shower if you want. Ah, no need. Just lie down, she said. All right. As Ren E observed Hao Manon's delicate nightgown, he caught a glimpse of the dampness on her neck and the slender form beneath the fabric, stirring feelings within him despite his attempts to maintain composure. Hao Manon lay on the bed, her face growing more flushed as she noticed Renee's gaze. Feeling embarrassed, he quickly averted his eyes, chastising himself for losing his composure. Unexpectedly, Hao Manon remarked, Have you seen enough? Then I'll cover up. Ren E instinctively replied, I've seen enough, but immediately felt embarrassed for saying so. Hao Manon, unable to suppress a laugh at his awkwardness, teased, How long have you been looking? And you say you've seen enough? You said it, so I'll cover up. With that, she pulled the quilt over her legs and smiled at Renee. He could only muster a small laugh, not daring to say anything further. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and lie down, she urged. Okay. He cautiously approached the other side of the bed and lay down, not bothering to cover himself with the quilt. Hao Manon, watching him, chuckled softly and lifted the quilt, sharing a portion with him. Ren E was enveloped by a captivating fragrance, invigorating all his senses, momentarily forgetting what he should do next. Noticing his silence, How Manon suggested. You should sleep early. Good night. With that, she turned away, presenting her back to him. Good night. I'll turn off the light, he replied. Rin-yi switched off the light and settled down beside her. The room was merely illuminated by the faint light from outside, casting a hazy glow that obscured clarity. Though silence enveloped them, neither of the two felt drowsy. Rin Yiping lay supine, gazing at the ceiling, while Hao Manon kept her eyes wide open, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she softly inquired, Teacher, are you asleep? No, what is it? Rin Yiping replied quietly. Hand, he murmured again. Upon hearing this, Hao Manon's cheeks flushed instantly. Nevertheless, she turned slightly and gently placed her delicate hand beside Rin Yiping, only to be instantly enveloped by a warm palm. While they often held hands, the sensation of their intertwined warmth in that moment was entirely different. Hao Manon felt her face grow hot, and a slight sheen of perspiration appeared at the tip of her nose. Rin Yiping inhaled deeply and called out once more, Teacher, before he could finish. Hao Manon suddenly turned toward him and nestled into his embrace. Rin Yiping felt a brief gasp escape him. Upon regaining his composure, he tightened his hold on her. Through the thin fabric of her nightgown, he could distinctly sense her warmth, leaving his mind in a whirl while his body reacted instinctively. Noticing Rin Yiping's response, Hao Manon's face reddened to the point of nearly bursting, and she bashfully remarked, I am not in a convenient situation today. Please don't rush. With that, she buried her head against his chest. Rin Yiping recalled seeing the sanitary pads earlier that day and instantly understood. He gently patted her and said, I am already very happy now. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry. You should rest easy. Thank you, dear. At her words, Rin Yiping made an effort to calm himself and replied, The one who should be thanking is me. Good night. Good night. Chapter 60. The Honeymoon Phase, Part 2. In the bustling morning of the metropolis, your awakening is not necessarily heralded by an alarm clock. Rather, it is often the clamor of the streets. Fearing she might oversleep, Hao Manon had set an alarm before retiring for the night. Yet she was roused not by the alarm, but by the blaring horns of cars outside. As she opened her bleary eyes, she was met with a pair of clear, gentle eyes gazing back at her. Only then did she realize she was still nestled in Rin Yiping's embrace, her head resting on his arm. Her cheeks flushed, and she said, Good morning. Good morning, he replied. Rin Yiping had actually woken up quite early, but had refrained from stirring, unwilling to disturb her peaceful slumber, thus maintaining their position. Hao Manon, perceiving this, guessed correctly that he had not moved at all, and remarked, Have you not moved all night? Is your hand numb? Not really. I tend not to move much while I sleep, and besides, your head isn't heavy, he answered. Hao Manon chuckled and replied, Of course. My head isn't heavy. But does that mean it won't go numb? Next time, just wake me up directly. Rin Yiping smiled at her and said, It's nothing. What do you mean, it's nothing? After speaking, Hao Manon slightly tilted her head, her delicate lips gently brushing against Rin Yi's mouth's corner as she softly murmured, You have worked hard. This is your reward. With that, she swiftly rose from the bed and hurried into the bathroom. Rin Yi remained in his position, lightly touching the spot where the teacher had just kissed him, an involuntary, dazed smile appearing on his face. By the time Hao Manon emerged from the bathroom, Rin Yi had already tidied the room and was holding a glass of water, which he offered to her. Thank you. How did you know I prefer a warm glass of water in the morning? She inquired. Rin Yi hesitated for a moment before replying, I didn't know. I just noticed your lips seemed a bit dry, so I thought you might be thirsty. Upon hearing this, a subtle blush crept back onto Hao Manon's freshly washed face. As they exited the room, Rin Yi's mother and grandmother had prepared breakfast. Seeing them come out, they quickly beckoned them to the table. After their meal, Rin Yi's father handed him the car keys, saying, You two can take my car wherever you wish to go these next few days. No need to stay home with us, take in and out for some exploration. He then handed Rin Yi a card, continuing, You should link this card to your phone. Although an doesn't lack for money, we mustn't be stingy, spend as needed. Rin Yi declined his father's generosity, returning the card with a smile. Dad, it's all right. I have my own money. You need not worry. What money could you possibly have? His father questioned. Dad, I earn quite a bit during the summer by working with my master. Trust me, I truly have it, Rin Yi assured him. His father, though still somewhat skeptical, ceased his insistence but reminded him, Just make sure to tell me if you need anything, all right? Yes, don't worry. Rin Yi genuinely wasn't deceiving his father. His years spent traveling with his master had indeed yielded a decent sum, enough to last him a lifetime. though he wouldn't boast of how much. Once his father had finished advising him, Renee led Manon out. There were countless places worth visiting in the city, but they all shared one common flaw. They were overcrowded, especially during the holidays. Neither of them favored bustling crowds, so they opted to wander through historical alleys and aged lanes instead. When mealtime arrived, they indulged in local delicacies or strolled through snack streets, embracing the city's cultural ambience without a rigid itinerary. In the afternoon, Manon helped Renee pick out several outfits, and after their shopping, they continued to explore. When fatigue set in, they would rest at a tea house, and Renee even took her to enjoy a comedy performance. It was only when dinner time approached that the couple returned home, where the family gathered around the dining table, engaged in lively conversation as they enjoyed their meal. After serving Manon some dishes, Renee turned to his grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, when are you all returning to Haishur?" Hearing this, Grandpa Ren pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's wait until spring next year. The old Chinese physician your father consulted mentioned that it would take at least until the new year for proper recuperation. However, that gentleman's medical skills are indeed remarkable. I already feel significantly better. Perhaps I won't even need to wait until the new year." "That's wonderful," Grandma Ren remarked with a smile. "Rest assured, we both wish to return soon. By then, when you have children, we will be eagerly awaiting to hold our great-grandchildren." As soon as Grandma finished speaking, Ren's mother became quite animated and chimed in, Yes. Once you have children, I will return to Haishur to help take care of them. You young folks should venture out and explore. Enjoy yourselves without worrying about inconveniences, for your grandmother and I will be here to assist." Manon, listening attentively, gently sipped her soup, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue that extended to her ears. Observing this, Ren hurriedly interjected, "Mom, this matter is still far off. Your plans are too premature. What are you saying? A year or two passes in the blink of an eye. Having children is a significant affair, of course. We must prepare in advance." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Manon with a smile, saying, "Manon, although I say this, please do not feel pressured. Nowadays, young people have their own plans. Follow your hearts. Whether you wish to enjoy a world for two or pursue a career, your mother fully supports you." Manon, still blushing, smiled back at Ren's mother, saying, "Thank you, Mom. But please rest assured, once Ren is nearing his college graduation, we will be ready. We will certainly ensure that you and Grandma can hold a little one soon." Very well. Both Ren's mother and Grandma were overjoyed. After dinner, the family engaged in light conversation, and before long, it was time for bed. Lying together, Ren took the initiative this time, wrapping his arms around Manon from behind, his hands gently resting on her abdomen, occasionally brushing against her soft curves. With her eyes partially closed, Manon savored the warmth of the moment. Despite the lingering heat of the day, Ren felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. With such a wife, what more could he desire? He couldn't help but lean in closer, softly asking, "What you mentioned earlier about preparing for children before graduation, was that sincere?" In response, Manon playfully nudged him with her elbow and softly replied, "Yes. As a wife, I certainly cannot forget my responsibilities. Actually, you need not rush. Follow your own desires. Our parents are open-minded and do not impose expectations. I support whatever you choose." As soon as he finished speaking, Manon turned to face him, whispering, "In truth, I have never opposed the idea of family life and raising children, which may set me apart from many modern women. However, it is simply my reality. Moreover, with such a wonderful husband, of course, I wish to bear him a son or daughter." Having said this, Manon smiled and caressed Ren's cheek, gazing at him in silence. One must ask, with such an extraordinary beauty and tender affection, which man could resist? Ren reflected inwardly that he was utterly defenseless against her charm. In the dim light of a bustling city night, Renee found himself profoundly injured by a gentle touch. Unsure of how to express his feelings, boldly, and without prior consent from his teacher, he softly pressed his lips against her forehead. The urban night was never devoid of radiance. Even with curtains drawn, a sliver of light seeped through, illuminating their faces and granting them the opportunity to gaze into one another's eyes. Good night. Good night. Chapter 61. A Reunion with Su Yao, Part 1. During this holiday, Su Yao ventured to Tiandu and seized the occasion to visit her aunt. Previously, her aunt had always traveled to Haishur to see her family, making this her first visit to her aunt's home. The Su family was considered prominent in Haishur. Yet the family often remarked that her aunt had married well, with her grandfather even claiming it was a blessing from their ancestors. Su Yao was not well versed in these matters, knowing only that her uncle's surname was Sun, which piqued her curiosity about the extent of her uncle's family's influence. Reality, at times, proved to be more astonishing than imagination. Though Su Yao spent merely 2 days at her aunt's residence, the experiences she encountered during this short time utterly transformed her perceptions. She realized the existence of aristocratic families in this world. Before this, she had been a person of immense pride, never deeming herself inferior to anyone, whether in studies or appearance. Even though her family background was not of the highest caliber, she remained confident in her ability to forge her own path. However, after participating in various activities alongside her aunt and meeting new people, she began to comprehend the limitations of her prior confidence, which gradually morphed into a subtle sense of inferiority. The wealth and power wielded by these prominent families were beyond her imagination, and Su Yao understood that what she had witnessed was likely just the tip of the iceberg. A previously strong-willed individual, she felt an uncontrollable desire rising within her to enter this realm. Su Yao was astute. She had begun to grasp why her aunt had chosen to bring her to the Sun family as a guest. Firstly, they were indeed close relatives, not mere outsiders. Secondly, it was likely due to her own striking beauty. Her aunt, Su Liqing, had once caught the eye of Sun Shangqing due to her stunning looks. And after learning of his exceptional nature as a fellow overseas student, she had pursued him ardently, quickly winning his affection and securing her place in the Sun family. In her aunt's eyes, Su Yao surpassed her own youthful beauty, and by introducing her to the sons of prominent families, there was a significant possibility that she would attract attention, even from a second-generation heir. Should this occur, Su Yao could potentially follow in her aunt's footsteps into a prestigious family, thereby elevating the Su family status. While Su Liqing's intentions were somewhat transparent to Su Yao, she felt no aversion to them. She had always been drawn to strength, and in her view, the offspring of aristocratic families epitomized excellence and power, far beyond any male she had previously encountered. Thus, she had eagerly accompanied her aunt to various events over the past 2 days, not only to showcase her own charm, but also to engage in a discerning selection process. Indeed, she was intent on choosing wisely. If she were to enter this elite circle, she would not settle for just any second-generation heir, preserving a modicum of pride in her standards. As Su Yao pondered, the shadow of her knee suddenly flickered through her mind, prompting a self-deprecating smile. She realized that she had been a student for far too long, nearly captivated by an exemplary pupil. In her eyes, Ren-yi might indeed be remarkable, yet among the ordinary, he paled in comparison to those she now interacted with. This visit to Tiandu was not solely to see her aunt. Su Yao had her own mission. Today marked the debate competition between Hai University and Tiandu University, and as the president of the student council, she was obliged to assist in leading the team. In previous years, she had eagerly participated in such events, relishing the opportunity to meet new people and showcase her capabilities to the administration. However, this time, she felt rather disinterested, even reluctant to occupy the position of student council president. Nonetheless, she remained in office and needed to fulfill her responsibilities, as she would soon be stepping down upon her return. Ren-yi, accompanied by Hao Manan, arrived at Tiandu University as per their teacher's suggestion. Being an educator, it was only fitting for him to tour Tiandu. Additionally, Hao Manan had her own agenda, as she was invited to observe the debate competition between the students of Hai University and Tiandu University. After ambling around the campus, Hao Manan glanced at the time and said, "Let us go see the debate. After all, you are also a student of Hai University." "All right," Ren-yi replied without hesitation, feeling it was only right to accompany his teacher, especially since he harbored a keen interest in debates. Upon reaching the venue, they found it already filled with attendees, and the stage was nearly set, with some participants already seated. Due to the arrangements made by Tiandu University for Hai University's mentors, Ren-yi and Hao Manan could not sit together, leaving him to find a seat at the back. Meanwhile, Su Yao had just returned from discussing details with the professors from Tiandu and was conveying the information to the participating students of Hai University. As she concluded her message and prepared to descend, she spotted Ren-yi and his companion entering, leaving her momentarily perplexed. "What brings him here?" she mused, recalling that Ren-yi was not on the list of attendees. She then noticed the individual beside him. Could it be that Hao Manan had brought him along? Ren-yi, noticing Su Yao as well, was not surprised. It was entirely normal for the student council president to be present in such settings. Acknowledging her gesture with a brief wave, he returned his attention to the proceedings. The debate commenced, and Ren-yi settled into an empty seat, watching intently and mentally engaging in the discourse. Yet, he could not deny the professionalism displayed, The responses and analytical perspectives were truly admirable. The duration of the debate was brief, and soon it was time to announce the results. Regrettably, High University lost by a narrow margin of 2 points, yet they received enthusiastic applause from the audience, a testament to their commendable performance. After the competition concluded, Hao Manin was to join other professors for a summary discussion with the Tiandu University professors, engaging in polite exchanges, to speak frankly. Observing this, Renee chose to wait alone at the entrance of the venue. "Renee, why haven't you left yet?" Su Yo, who had intended to depart, happened to see him just as she exited the hall. "Hello, Su Senior. I'm waiting for someone." "Ah, how come you're at Tiandu University?" "My parents live in Tiandu. I came over for a few days during the holiday, and since there was a debate competition here, I thought I would come and watch." "I see. How was the competition earlier?" "It's quite unfortunate, but both sides were formidable, and the match was truly exciting." "Indeed. It was quite thrilling." Upon hearing this, Siyu silently shook her head, realizing he still bore the demeanor of a student, her expression becoming more neutral. Ren-yi sensed an unfamiliar distance between them, though he dismissed it as mere perception. They weren't particularly close to begin with, and such nuances in attitude seemed inconsequential. Just as Su Yao was about to find an excuse to leave, Hao Manin emerged from the venue and approached Renee. Upon seeing Su Yao, she smiled and said, "You must be Su Yao, right?" "Yes, Professor Hao. Hello." Su Yu was somewhat acquainted with Hao Manin, the daughter of the Hao family and a goddess at High University, the only woman who had overshadowed her there. "You're too kind. We are in tea at school." "Do you know Renee?" Hao Manin asked, seemingly already aware of the answer. "Yes, we collaborated at the welcome party previously." Noticing the familiarity between Hao Manin and Renee, Su Yao's curiosity piqued. "Professor Hao, are you Renee's teacher?" Hao Manin chuckled softly, placing her hand on Renee's shoulder, and replied to Su Yao, "Well, my primary role is actually being his wife." At that moment, Su Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing Renee was married and his wife was Hao Manin. It was utterly astounding. How could this news be delivered so casually? If other students were to learn of this, it would surely send shockwaves through High University. After a long pause, Su Yao finally regained her composure. Looking at the smiling woman before her and the somewhat helpless Ren-yi beside her, she had to admit they were indeed a perfect match. A twinge of jealousy flickered within her, yet she restrained herself and said, "Congratulations. I truly didn't expect this. It's quite incredible." Hao Manin smiled and replied, "There's nothing incredible about it, but I would appreciate your discretion, as it might affect Ren-yi's life at school." Su Yao instinctively nodded. Was this a display of affection? Before she could respond further, Hao Manin continued, "Thank you for your understanding. We must head home now, but if you have time, we could share a meal together." "Certainly. Ren-yi must treat us to a meal after quietly marrying our goddess of a teacher. It would be remiss to neglect such an expense." Upon regaining her composure, Su Yao could not resist making a jest. Hao Manin chuckled at her words and replied, "What goddess? It's all mere talk. Well then, we shall take our leave. Farewell." Su Yao waved her hand, watching the two depart, her expression gradually returning to its previous indifference. She could hardly fathom that Ren-yi was indeed Hao Manin's husband. Could his family background also be extraordinary? Unable to decipher this enigma, she chose not to dwell on it further. Initially, she felt a twinge of discomfort, but upon reflection, she dismissed it from her mind. Even if Ren-yi were unmarried, she would harbor no further notions. Whether it be Ren-yi or the Hao family, they ultimately resided within the realm of ordinary people, unworthy of her concern. "Is it that you wish to keep our affair hidden from others?" On their way back, Hao Manin, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at Renee and inquired. Renee turned his face to regard her, contemplating before responding, "Not at all. At times, I actually wish for others to know." Taken aback by his answer, Hao Manin teasingly remarked, "How is it that I never noticed? You are usually quite discreet. We hardly exchanged words at school. That was primarily out of concern for our teacher's reputation. After all, should the school learn of a teacher marrying a student, it would undoubtedly lead to complications, and whispers from other teachers and students would be inevitable." Upon hearing this, Hao Manin withdrew her hand from his grasp, only to clasp it again with a smile, saying, "The school is not the issue, especially since our father has made substantial donations. As for others, I suspect they would be more inclined to gossip about you." Ren-yi acknowledged this with a candid nod, recognizing its truth. Hao Manin continued, "I am genuinely concerned about how this might affect you. Students lack the same latitude as teachers. Jesting and teasing have their limits. If your studies were to suffer, it would be a regrettable loss." Rennie pondered for a moment before replying. I truly do not mind these matters. They won't impede me. My only fear is that my roommates will discover it. If they find out, I might be drowned in their incessant chatter. Manon couldn't help but laugh at Rennie's playful remark, and she joined in the jest. That would indeed be quite frightening. If you were to be drenched in their words, I would certainly find it off-putting. With that, she chuckled again. And Rennie followed suit. After returning home, the couple shared a meal with their parents before swiftly transitioning to bedtime. Like the previous night, it was another warm evening. The following day, Rennie took Manon to the imperial palace. Upon arriving at the capital, it would indeed be a shame to miss the palace. So despite the throngs of people, they ventured forth. Fortunately, Rennie's father had arranged for them to bypass the queues, saving them time. During their visit, Rennie provided a succinct and orderly narration of the palace's historical tales, enriching Manon's experience. Unexpectedly, you possess such remarkable knowledge of history. Manon listened intently throughout the journey, generously expressing her admiration. Fortunately, she had perused numerous eclectic books at the library, retaining particularly vivid memories of the more significant ones. Truly, one cannot help but commend you, Rinda. Her charming laughter drew the attention of those nearby. Upon exiting the royal palace, they had no intention of visiting other locales. After enjoying lunch, they returned home. Both believed that traveling and unwinding were akin to one another. A meticulously planned journey lacked spontaneity, thus losing the essence of relaxation. Upon returning home, while engaging in conversation with his family, Rennie unexpectedly received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he discovered it was Zheng Zhong on the line. Mr. Run, I apologize for the interruption. It is I, Zheng Zhong. There was no disturbance, but Rennie was curious about the reason for Zheng's call. He was surprised that Zheng Zhong sought him out. Yet he was not astonished that Zheng had acquired his phone number as a member of a prominent family. It would be surprising if he could not achieve such a feat, Mr. Ren, regarding the misunderstanding from last time, although it caused Xiao Ning considerable harm. It also resulted in unexpected fortune. He has risen from the ashes and officially embarked on the path of qi cultivation, becoming a qi master, and for this, we owe you our gratitude. Rennie responded with a calm demeanor. There is no need for gratitude. I had no intention of it at the time. It was his own talent. Zheng Zhong, undeterred by this remark, continued to smile and said, gratitude is one reason. The other is to extend an invitation to you for the celebration hosted by the Zheng family in honor of Ninger. Most of the lower-tier families from Tiandu will attend. And my elder brother, Ninger's father, wishes to resolve the misunderstanding between you and Ninger. I will forego the celebration. I have little interaction with prominent families, and besides, the misunderstanding has already been cleared. It no longer weighs on my mind. As long as your nephew refrains from troubling the Hao family, that is sufficient. Such occurrences will certainly not arise again. You need not worry. The reason for my invitation is another matter. Rennie's brow furrowed slightly, intrigued. The Qian family will also be present at this banquet. While most members of the Qian family are inclined to support the Hao family, a small fraction may feel disgraced and could potentially take action against them. At this, Rennie's gaze sharpened, and he inquired, which Hao family? It may involve the entire Hao family. Hence I wish to seize this opportunity for you to personally address this misunderstanding. I do not believe I possess that kind of influence. Mr. Ren, you typically maintain a low profile, so many prominent families may not recognize you. However, Mr. Chiu is known to some. At the very least, the Qian family, as a mid-tier family, should have heard of him. As long as you clarify your status as his disciple, I believe this should not pose an issue. Zheng Zhong, receiving no response, continued, I understand that Mr. Ren, with his formidable capabilities, is likely indifferent to such matters. However, they remain a nuisance. Furthermore, the power of a prominent family extends beyond mere martial prowess. It encompasses authority as well. Should any actions be taken, the Hao family might suffer the consequences. Hence resolving this matter swiftly would indeed be beneficial. Why share this with me? Zheng Zhong inquired. I hope to leverage a personal favor from Mr. Ren. My family, the Zhengs, deeply aspires to cultivate a friendship with him. His tone on the phone was rather serious. Rennie pondered for a moment before responding. Very well, I shall attend. Thank you. Then I shall await your esteemed presence. Zheng Zhong replied, after which Rennie ended the call. Chapter 63, A Meeting with Suyo, Part 2. After hanging up, Rennie noticed the puzzled expression on Hao Manon's face and proceeded to relay the details of the conversation. Is there a possibility of danger in your attendance? Hao Manon asked with a hint of concern. Rennie shook his head and smiled reassuringly. Not at all. My master is quite formidable. Simply invoking his name carries substantial weight. He then assumed a demeanor suggesting he had powerful backing. Seeing this, Hao Man chuckled. Have you learned to be quite the charmer now? Not at all, he replied modestly. After a brief bout of playful banter, Hao Man regarded Ren-yi and asked, Do you require my company? No need. My teacher is resting at home, and I can manage these matters on my own. Very well, I shall await your return. Indeed. If all goes well, I shall return early. Please inform your parents before you leave. Of course. With that, Ren-yi took a moment to brief his parents before departing. The Sun family also received an invitation from the Zheng family. In such circumstances, it was customary to send a representative. Thus, Sun Xiaoyong, the son of Sun Liqing, who was somewhat acquainted with Zhang Ning, was naturally designated to attend. Consequently, Sun Liqing suggested her son take Suyao along to broaden her horizons. Sun Xiaoyong had no objections. His cousin from Haisher was quite beautiful, and bringing her along would certainly reflect well on him. Moreover, as she was his mother's niece, he felt an inherent responsibility to look after her. Here we are, cousin, Sun Xiaoyong announced as they arrived at the venue of the Zheng family banquet. Indeed. Suyao replied, gazing at the somewhat antiquated architecture before her. It felt unfamiliar compared to the towering skyscrapers of Haisher. This building stood only 3 stories tall but was remarkably spacious, resembling a bungalow from a distance. Come, let me show you inside. All right. As they walked, Sun Xiaoyong explained. The Zheng family is also a prominent clan, much like our Sun family. This banquet is being held in celebration of Zhang Ning's successful condensation of qi, marking his ascension as a true qi practitioner. One could say that all attendees are from esteemed families. This is a customary practice among the elite. Condensation of qi? Suyao had recently learned about the existence of qi practitioners. Though her understanding was superficial, she merely associated them with martial experts, lacking knowledge of the finer distinctions. Hearing this, Sun Xiaoyong smiled and remarked, It is indeed a realm that is difficult to attain. Once reached, one transcends the ordinary. I find myself but a step away. Yet Zhang Ning has already seized the opportunity. I cannot help but feel envious. Upon hearing these words, Suyao nodded, albeit somewhat vaguely, then smiled and said, Cousin, you will surely reach that state eventually. There is no need to rush. I shall borrow my dear cousin's auspicious words, he replied. And the two proceeded to the banquet hall. As they stepped into the hall, Suyao was taken aback by its exquisite decor, an elegant blend of antiquity and opulence, with intricately carved balustrades and jade-like embellishments. Though she hailed from a wealthy family herself, she found the grandeur astonishing. Cousin, let us sit here, she suggested. Very well. He agreed. Suyao noticed that their table was situated prominently in the second row, while the first row contained only one larger table. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, Cousin, why is there only one table in the first row? That table is reserved for the Qian family, he explained. The Qian family? Ah, I see. They are a prominent lineage, deserving of such special treatment. Suyao was somewhat taken aback. Her aunt had previously enlightened her on the hierarchy of noble families, and the Qian family, being a prestigious one, wielded significant influence. Nodding in understanding, her gaze lingered on the empty seats at the first table, lost in thought. Ren-yi arrived at the venue, observing the low-rise building before him. The lights from the second floor glimmered through the windows, indicating that the banquet was soon to commence. As he was about to enter, a receptionist approached him. Sir, may I ask who you are? I was invited by Zheng Zhong, he replied. The receptionist hesitated, surprised by the young man's informal address of the second master, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor and ushered Ren-yi inside. At this moment, the banquet hall was already teeming with esteemed guests. Nearly all who were expected had arrived. However, the festivities could not commence as the Qian family had yet to appear, and no one seemed to mind this delay. Sun Xiaoyong was engaged in introducing the notable families present to Suyao, who observed the distinguished heirs with keen interest. Each person exuded an air of nobility and distinction. While scanning the room, Suyao suddenly caught sight of Ren-yi, momentarily taken aback. What is he doing here? Ren-yi entered the banquet hall, noting that the event had not yet begun. As he surveyed the surroundings, he sought a quiet corner to sit, and fortuitously spotted Hao Tianming seated alone at a table in the back row. Understanding the circumstances, he recognized that soon he would no longer belong to this elite circle, and thus found himself overlooked. With no other acquaintances present, he approached the corner table and took a seat opposite Hao Tianming. Ren-yi, what brings you here? Hao Tianming asked, feeling a pang of discomfort in his chest, almost compelled to rise and leave. The Zheng family invited me, Ren-yi replied. Seeing that your table had fewer guests, I decided to join you. Hao Tianming and Su Yao observed Ren Yi seated in a corner, prompting Su Yao to inquire of Sun Xiaoyong, cousin, which family does that table belong to? Sun Xiaoyong glanced over and remarked with a smirk, that is the Hao family. The Hao family? Su Yu pondered, surprised to discover that even among the noble families, there existed a Hao family. She wondered if there was any connection to the Hao family of Haishur. However, seeing Ren Yi at that table suggested some affiliation. It was unexpected that the Hao family had ties to the aristocracy. Noticing her curiosity, Sun Xiaoyong elaborated, well, one could say they are the least esteemed of the noble families. In fact, they have fallen so far that they can scarcely be considered a noble family anymore. It would be more accurate to refer to them as a regular family. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's gaze towards Ren Yi gradually returned to neutrality. When Ren Yi glanced her way, she merely offered a perfunctory nod, devoid of any intention to greet him. Ren Yi, surprised to see Su Yao here, wondered if the Su family had connections to the nobility. Unable to discern the essence of the situation, he dismissed the thought and returned a nod, acknowledging her presence. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall shifted to silence as a somewhat aloof young man, escorted by Zheng Zhong and the head of the Zheng family, Zhang Zhe, entered slowly, followed by the day's guest of honor, Jiang Ning, who proceeded directly to the front row and took his seat. How could it be him? Sun Xiaoyong exclaimed in astonishment. Who is he? Su Yu asked, puzzled. He is Qianli, the prodigy of the Qian family, who condensed his qi at the age of 20. Among the younger generation of noble families, few can rival him, aside from the scions of the highest-ranking families. I never expected that he would be the one to represent the Qian family. Upon hearing this, Su Yao turned her attention to Qianli, who walked with a steady gait and an austere expression. Even without understanding what a qi practitioner was, she could sense his exceptional nature. And her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. After Qianli was seated, Zheng Zhong signaled for the servers to begin bringing out the dishes, then stepped to the center of the hall to address the guests. Welcome, everyone, to my nephew's celebratory banquet. You are all outstanding talents of our noble family. Gathered here together, it is only fitting that we indulge in joyous revelry. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause. Zheng Zhong continued, now, as a middle-aged man, I shall not dampen your spirits. Soon, my nephew Zheng Ning will join you for a night of drinking until we are inebriated. In such a gathering of the younger generation, it was somewhat inappropriate for the head of the Zheng family to take the lead. A gesture from an elder would suffice. Had it not been for Qianli's presence, it is likely that Zhang Zhe would have refrained from attending. Chapter 64. The Zheng Family Banquet, Part 1. As Zheng Zhong concluded his remarks, he spotted Ren Yi in the corner and approached Qianli to relay some instructions before standing alongside Zhang Zhe and moving towards the back. Zheng Ning, however, did not follow. He still had to greet other guests and, catching sight of Ren Yi, felt a tumult of emotions. Uncertainty mingled with resentment or fear. Nevertheless, he rose to acknowledge the young people present. At today's banquet, all prominent families are welcome to attend, even if they have not received an invitation. Guests bearing gifts are considered part of the elite, and thus, their presence cannot be dismissed. Typically, the host will extend invitations to ensure no family is overlooked. Adhering to the established etiquette, although the Hao family was not formally invited, they were keen to remain within the social circle of the elite. Consequently, they sent someone with gifts to make their presence known. Hao Tianming, tasked with this duty, reluctantly attended. Had it not been for Ren Yi's company, he would have found himself utterly alone at the table, an embarrassment so profound that he would have wished to vanish into the ground. Thus, he felt a deep sense of camaraderie with Ren Yi, frequently seeking opportunities to engage in conversation. Ren Yi, ever the polite individual, reciprocated his efforts with genuine interest. As they conversed, the Zheng brothers, Zhang Zhe and Zheng Zhong, arrived at their table. Mr. Ren, allow me to introduce my elder brother, the head of the Zheng family. Zhang Zhe, Zheng Zhong said as they approached. Upon hearing this, Ren Yi stood in acknowledgement, extending his right hand and greeting, head of the Zheng family. It is a pleasure to meet you. Hao Tianming, feeling flustered, also awkwardly stood up beside him. Greetings, Mr. Ren. I appreciate your presence at my son's celebration. Zhang Zhe said warmly, though internally he was tumultuous. He could hardly believe that such a young individual could possess innate talent. Observing him closely, he noted that there was no trace of a qi practitioner. Indeed, there was an astonishing purity about him. Previously, upon hearing that his son had been gravely injured, Zhang Zhe had been furious, vowing to seek justice. However, after learning more about the situation, His stance had shifted dramatically. He even chastised his son, advising him to avoid further trouble. Zheng Ning felt deeply wronged, but as his injuries began to heal, his distress inadvertently propelled him to a breakthrough in his cultivation, offering him some solace. Once introductions were complete, Zhang Zhe and Zhang Zhong took their seats, drawing the attention of all the young elites present, who began to speculate about the identity of this notable guest who had the honor of sitting with the Hao family. Su Yao, observing intently, found herself in a state of confusion, pondering whether Ren Yi truly possessed some significant background. Unable to comprehend the situation, she turned to her cousin, Sun Xiaoyong. Cousin, do you know who this person is? Sun Xiaoyong, frowning with curiosity, shook his head. I do not know him. I have never encountered him before. Is he perhaps from a mid-tier family? There are only so many prominent families, and I am familiar with those from lower-tier families, but mid-tier ones I have not met. Which leads to this speculation. As for upper-tier families, it is inconceivable that they would attend the Zheng family's modest gathering. Upon hearing those words, Xiao found it difficult to articulate her emotions. She felt a blend of curiosity, embarrassment, and a hint of resentment. Throughout, no one truly understood her thoughts. Yet she experienced a sensation akin to abandoning a lowly individual, only to discover that he was, in fact, a scion of affluence. After Zhang Zhe took his seat, he personally poured a glass of wine for Ren Yi, stating, I have heard from Zheng Zhong that Ninger was thoughtless and offended you. I am grateful for your magnanimity. Esteemed sir, and I shall toast to you first. As he intended to down the drink in one gulp, Ren Yi interrupted him. I drove here today and must return home early, so I cannot partake in alcohol. Please do not take offense, Master Zheng. Zheng Zhe, perplexed by Ren Yi's response, questioned, what sort of nonsense is this? Driving here and not drinking? Can such words come from someone of your stature? Just as Zheng Zhe assumed Ren Yi still harbored some resentment, Ren Yi continued, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions. I can only drink tea. Given that you both are my elders, it would be inappropriate for me to partake in wine while you enjoy tea. Therefore, please, indulge yourselves. With that, Ren Yi took 2 empty cups, filled them with tea for the 2 members of the Zheng family, and raised his glass, drinking it in one go. Zheng Zhe and Zheng Zhong were momentarily taken aback. Look at his demeanor. What sort of upbringing does our younger generation have? No wonder he is a prodigy. Once they regained their composure, they followed suit and finished their drinks. Zheng Zhe remarked, Mr. Ren, you truly possess extraordinary grace. Though I have lived many years, I feel a deep sense of shame. The words of Master Zheng are too kind. I am still young, if I have erred in any manner. I hope you will not hold it against me. I assure you, I mean no malice. Zhang Zhe internally remarked on Ren Yi's character, thinking, what a true gentleman. It's a pity he hasn't broken that wretch's hand. I dare not impose. If Mr. Ren has no other engagements, might I invite you to join us further ahead? Qianli from the Qian family is waiting for you. Very well. Ren Yi did not decline, as this was indeed his primary purpose for attending. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhe rose to allow Ren Yi to proceed. No need. You two may go ahead. Ren Yi replied, and he did not forget to address the somewhat dazed Hao Tianming, saying, I have some matters to attend to. Please enjoy your meal here. All right. Hao Tianming responded instinctively, still somewhat bewildered. Observing this, Ren Yi followed Zheng Zhe and Zheng Zhong to their next destination. Upon reaching the first table, Zhang Zhe invited Ren Yi to sit, positioning him directly across from Qianli, and introduced them, saying, this is Mr. Ren Yi. This is Qianli from the Qian family. At this moment, the attendees of the soiree were even more astonished, with nearly all eyes fixed upon this table. Sun Xiaoyong murmured to Su Yao, who exactly is this person? Su Yao, lost in her complex feelings, could no longer hear him as she gazed intently at Ren Yi. Neither of the introduced men spoke, and Zheng Zhe felt a twinge of awkwardness. Just then, Zheng Ning returned after toasting, and, upon spotting his son, his eyes brightened. He cleared his throat loudly and admonished, who told you to sit down? Zheng Ning? What else should I do? Stand and eat? Without Zheng Ning's rebuttal, Zheng Zhe continued, why aren't you pouring wine for Mr. Ren? We should be grateful to Mr. Ren for not stooping to your level. Zheng Ning had already heard from his father about Ren Yi's formidable background, realizing that neither the Zheng family nor the Qian family could afford to provoke him. Thus, he was mentally prepared and was about to pour wine for Ren Yi when suddenly, someone interjected, who told you to pour wine for Mr. Ren? He drove here. How could he possibly drink? Zheng Ning, bewildered, replied, what nonsense is this? Mr. Ren drinks tea while you drink wine. Ren Yi, observing the situation, calmly interjected. There's no need for that. Our age does not require such formalities. Hearing this, Zhang Zhe reprimanded his son. Did you hear that? Enough. This is none of your business. You disappointing child. At that moment, Qianli spoke up, his expression still somewhat cold. You must be the son-in-law of the Hao family, correct? Indeed. Rennie responded with an equally calm demeanor. I have not met the daughter of the Hao family, nor do I care whom she marries. However, the Qian family does care, even if they do not wish for me to wed that woman. Her name is Hao Manon, and that designation is rather disrespectful. My apologies. I did not intend any disrespect, Qianli said, his face betraying no emotion as he expressed his regret. The Zhang family members, listening on the sidelines, sensed an awkward atmosphere and feared that the two might come to blows, rendering the banquet pointless. Chapter 65. The Zhang Family Banquet, Part 2. Ren Yi was indifferent to Qian Li's attitude and continued. So, what is your Qian family desire? After taking a sip of tea, Qian Li slowly replied, I am not sure. I usually do not involve myself in such matters. However, my uncle mentioned that your master is quite formidable and suggested I persuade my family to seek a peaceful resolution. Thus, the crux of the matter lies in the identity and strength of your master. Qian Li's uncle was Zhang Zhe and Zhang Zhong, and his mother was the sister of the Zheng brothers. Ren Yi pondered for a moment and then stated, my master's surname is Qiao. He had never concealed his relationship with his master, so he felt no hesitation in revealing this information. Qian Li was taken aback, giving Ren Yi a penetrating glance before quickly regaining his composure. He then remarked, if your master is indeed Mr. Qiao, then we, the Qian family, certainly cannot provoke him. And thus, we shall not pursue this matter further. Surprised, Ren Yi thought to himself how unexpectedly useful his master's name was. Recalling a jest he had made with Hao Manon prior to this meeting, which caused a subtle smile to curve his lips. Qian Li did not directly address Ren Yi's comment, but instead said with a nonchalant tone, to be honest, it holds little weight for me personally. My visit today was prompted not only by my uncle's invitation, but also by the rumor that you are quite young, and that Zhang Ning could not manage even a single move against you. Hence, I wish to see for myself, or perhaps to test your abilities. Zhang Ning interjected. Is it necessary to nitpick so much? Is a single move truly that significant? Zhang Zhe is truly obsessed with martial arts. Upon hearing him, Ren Yi furrowed his brow and, with a hint of impatience, addressed Qian Li, saying, Please don't tell me you wish to engage in a spar today. To be frank, I find that rather uninteresting and quite tedious. Before my arrival, I had such intentions, but upon seeing you, that thought dissipated. Why is that? Qian Li asked earnestly, his gaze laden with complexity. You're capable of effortlessly injuring Zhang Ning, which indicates you possess at least the foundational skills. However, since my acquaintance with you, I've yet to perceive any signs of your cultivation, leading me to conclude that you must be innate. Ren Yi exhibited little surprise. After all, even Zheng Zhong could discern this, let alone a genius from a respectable family. Zheng Ning, standing nearby, was utterly astounded, gazing at Ren Yi in shock, his mouth agape. The joy from having just attained foundational cultivation evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. The Zhang brothers had refrained from disclosing this information to spare him the emotional turmoil. Qian Li, oblivious to the reactions around him, sensed Ren Yi's silence as confirmation and continued, I have only just begun to gather my energy. Challenging someone innate would be an exercise in folly for me. While I am curious to gauge the strength of innate practitioners, I have no desire for others to go easy on me. What is the issue with gathering energy? Why is it merely just that? Ren Yi remarked with intrigue as he scrutinized Qian Li. He had to admit, compared to other scions of noble families, Qian Li was indeed an interesting individual. Well, that is fine. I might differ from you. I find such matters rather bothersome, especially when they seem devoid of purpose. In contrast, I do rather indulge in a few more delectable dishes, which seem far more meaningful. Understood. I shall convey this to my family, let this matter rest. And we shall avoid unnecessary trouble. I hope you will do the same. That would indeed be for the best. Upon hearing Ren Yi's words, Qian Li raised his teacup in a gesture of camaraderie, downing its contents in one gulp. Observing this, Ren Yi followed suit, and the two settled into their seats, earnestly beginning their meal. Ren Yi couldn't help but acknowledge that the cuisine here was genuinely delightful. The three members of the Zheng family, witnessing the two, were somewhat bewildered. Could this be the demeanor of a genius? Fortunately, the other patrons at different tables were oblivious to their conversation. Otherwise, few would have been able to keep their jaws from dropping. Even so, it was enough to astonish many. as they speculated about the identity of this young man who had garnered Qianli's respect. Some patrons had even moved to Hao Tianming's table, seeking insider information. Yet, among all, the most astounded were undoubtedly Zheng Ning and Su Yao. Zheng Ning was stunned that he was to compel an innate practitioner to kneel before him. And more importantly, they were still able to hold a celebratory banquet here. Truly, fortune had smiled upon him. Su Yao had been observing the individuals at the first table, and she was already astounded to see Renee engaged in animated conversation with Qianli. She further noted that Qianli's demeanor appeared somewhat more subdued, while the two prominent figures from the Zheng family spoke with utmost caution beside them. This left her feeling not merely shocked. In comparison, her marriage to Hao Manan seemed trivial. Even now, Renee was diligently enjoying his meal, with the Zheng family members accompanying him. And Su Yao suddenly felt like a jester, even though no one was privy to her performance. As she recovered from her astonishment, she quietly gazed at Renee, who remained as clean and handsome as ever, rekindling the curiosity she had felt prior to the event, which had gradually resurfaced. After finishing his meal with remarkable neatness, Rennie expressed his gratitude to Zhang Zhe, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality." Zhang Zhe, quick to respond, smiled and said, "Mr. Ren, you are too polite. It is only proper. I must take my leave now, as my family awaits," Rennie added. "Very well, Mr. Ren, please take care. You are always welcome to visit the Zheng family." Upon turning to leave, Rennie paused and, addressing the somewhat dazed Zheng Ning, said, "My apologies. I almost forgot to congratulate you." "Congratulations." He made a gesture of embracing with his hands. Zheng Ning, momentarily bewildered, took a while to respond, stammering, "Thank you." With that, Rennie departed without bidding farewell to Qianli, who did not seem inclined to see him off either. He merely halted his eating until Rennie had left. As Su Yao observed Rennie's departure, she felt a strong impulse to greet him and leave together, but considering Sun Xiaoyang beside her, she decided against it. When Rennie reached the last row, he noticed Hao Tianming, who was already accompanied by 2 or 3 others, and said, "I must head home now. Goodbye." "Oh, okay." Hao Tianming replied somewhat awkwardly. Seeing this, Rennie continued on his way, and after he left, Hao Tianming's table welcomed a few more guests. After exiting the banquet hall, Rennie turned back to Zhang Zhe and Zheng Zhong, saying, "You two need not see me off. The banquet is important. Farewell." Deep down, both men thought to themselves that the banquet was far less significant than Rennie himself. However, as he had stated so, they felt it inappropriate to insist on accompanying him, and thus they watched him depart. Once outside, Rennie drove directly home, pondering the recent changes in his life. Previously, he had little interaction with families of influence, yet now they seemed to permeate his existence. Not to mention the Hao family. It appeared that Su Yao was also connected to such circles, and Zhang Yi likely was too. When did this all begin? As he approached home, Ren Yi gathered his thoughts and ceased to dwell on these matters. Chapter 66. The Visit of the Senior Sister, Part 1. Upon arriving home, Rennie found his family waiting for him. "Why are you so late? What gathering could possibly be more important than your wife?" While changing into his slippers, Ren Yi was met with a scolding from his mother, feeling somewhat confused as he glanced towards Hao Manan. Hao Manan gazed at Ren Yi's bewildered expression, nearly breaking into laughter. She playfully winked at him, a subtle reminder for him to discern the situation on his own. Before Ren Yi could muster a defense, his mother interjected, "Did you not say you were merely meeting a friend? How did it transform into a gathering?" At that moment, Rennie realized the misalignment in their stories. It seemed the teacher sought to shield his mother from the truth, fabricating an excuse that diverged slightly from what he had relayed to her. "Mother, I understand. I had already called Lauanen," he replied. "Well, that's more like it. Have you eaten?" "I have, but if you haven't, do heat something for yourself." "I have eaten, mother." "Then you and Denin should return to your room to rest for a while. I shall brew some tea for you shortly." "All right." Once Rennie's mother entered the kitchen, he and Hao Manan returned to their room together. With a chuckle, Hao Manan could no longer contain her laughter, exclaiming, "I apologize. It seems we were not in accord." Seeing her amusement, Ren Yi smiled in return, saying, "It's fine. Ever since I returned with the teacher, I feel like I have become an adopted son." Hao Manan playfully nudged him, feigning reproach. "What are you saying?" After sharing a few more light-hearted exchanges, Ren Yi recounted the events of the evening banquet to the teacher. Upon hearing this, Hao Manan sighed in relief. "That is good to know. Indeed, I mentioned that my master is quite capable." All right. "But when may I meet this esteemed figure?" "When my master visits next, I will take you along." As they continued their leisurely conversation, Ran Yi's mother had prepared the tea, and after enjoying it, they retired directly to rest. After the Zheng family's banquet, Xiao accompanied her cousin back to the Sun household. Upon encountering Su Liqing, she informed her aunt of her intention to return to Haishur the following day. Initially, she had intended to remain until the end of the holiday to further immerse herself in the affairs of the prominent families. But the events of the previous night had extinguished her interest. Su Liqing hoped her niece would linger a few more days, yet Su Yao found an excuse, claiming some matters awaited her attention back home. Although somewhat regretful, Su Liqing did not press the issue, and the following day arranged for someone to escort Su Yao to the airport. Seated in the cabin, Su Yao stared vacantly ahead, her mind replaying the occurrences of the previous night, the tranquil demeanor of Ren Yi, juxtaposed with the scrutinizing gazes of the prestigious families. She vividly recalled her cousin's incessant musings about Ren Yi's identity during their return, speculating on various backgrounds and explaining them to her, who was utterly oblivious. Upon arriving at the Sun residence, Sun Xiaoyong relayed the events to the family, and both her uncle and the family had expressed their astonishment at the caliber of individual the Zheng family had befriended. Such occurrences continually reminded her of Ren Yi's extraordinary nature. It was evident that both the Sun family and all attendees at the banquet were figures she aspired to admire. Yet it was Ren Yi's every action that swayed them. As she contemplated, Su Yao retrieved her phone and opened the album to a photograph, a screenshot from the school forum, depicting her and Ren Yi on the basketball court. Gazing at the image of Ren Yi, whose features were strikingly handsome, a delicate shimmer appeared at the tip of her nose, and her cheeks gradually transformed from a pale white to a rosy hue. The slender legs beneath her skirt quivered slightly, while her dainty feet curled tightly. Yet her eyes remained glued to the screen. After a moment, Su Yao discreetly glanced to the side, relieved to see that the lady beside her had fallen asleep. She exhaled softly, her gaze returning to the screen, lost in thought, as if she had resolved upon something significant, her expression growing increasingly resolute. Today, Ren Yi and Hao Manin had no plans to venture out. They simply stayed at home, enjoying television with family. Occasionally, the four of them would engage in a game of mahjong, with Ren Yi accompanying the three women of the household. Such leisurely moments are often the most fleeting, as time slips away effortlessly. Ren Yi had intended to rest at home like the day before, when suddenly he received a text from his senior sister, Xiao Yi. "I'm in Tiandu." Elated by the message, he inquired about her location and decided to go out, but then thought of something and sent another message. "Sister, shall I bring in along to see you?" "Sure, I haven't met her yet," came the prompt reply. Upon reading the message, Ren Yi smiled and sought out Hao Manin to invite her along. "Sister, does that mean Master is also there?" Hao Manin asked with a hint of concern. "No, it's just Sister in Tiandu," he reassured her. "All right, shall we prepare anything?" she inquired. "No need. Sister is always on the move. Bringing things would be futile." After some consideration, Hao Manin ultimately decided to take along a perfume gift set that she had prepared earlier. The two then drove to the location where Qining resided, arriving at an impressively large estate, a rarity in Tiandu to find such an expansive courtyard. The copper door knocker had long since rusted, indicating it had not been used for years. Gently pushing the door open, they entered, discovering that the courtyard was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Yet it was eerily quiet. Had it not been for the immaculate condition of the courtyard, one might assume it was abandoned. As they surveyed their surroundings, a woman dressed in a long black gown emerged. "Sister, it has been a long time." Ren Yi greeted her with enthusiasm upon recognizing her. Qining regarded her junior with a gentle smile and nodded. Hao Manin, standing beside him, was truly captivated by her beauty, an exquisite lady from the south. Both unparalleled and independent, Ren Yi's senior was indeed stunning. Regaining her composure, Hao Manin smiled and called out, "Hello, sister." Qining returned the smile and nodded. But when her gaze fell upon Hao Manin, a flicker of unusual expression crossed her face. Having heard from Ren Yi that his senior was unable to speak, Hao Manin felt a pang of regret as she beheld the enchanting figure before her. Qining ushered the two into the room, preparing a pot of tea for them. She gestured with her hands and said, "I see you are somewhat different. Have you made a breakthrough? Even my senior sister has noticed, by a stroke of luck." "I have made a bit of progress," she replied. Qining nodded and gestured towards Hao Manin, saying, "Hello, my name is Qining. I am Xiao Yi's senior sister, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Ren Yi assisted in conveying the message, and Hao Manin responded with a smile. "Hello, senior sister. My name is Hao Manin. You can call me an or younger sister as well." Qining nodded again and turned to Ren Yi, inquiring, "How has married life been?" Are you happy? This unique sign language was indeed quite convenient, for it allowed for discreet communication without the need to avoid others. Rennie smiled, showing no hesitation as he replied, "It's quite good. I really enjoy this lifestyle. As long as you are happy, then I can rest easy," Qingning said. "What brings you here, senior sister?" Upon hearing this, Qingning did not respond immediately. It seemed she pondered for a moment before saying, "I came home to visit." "Is this your home?" "Yes, but no one lives here anymore." Rennie was about to ask further when Qingning interrupted him with a gesture, smiling as she signed. "You should go buy some food. Let us have dinner here tonight. I wish to converse more with younger sister." "All right," Rennie replied, not pressing further. And then he turned to Hao Manon to inform her before heading out to procure some food. Chapter 67, A Visit from the Senior Sister, Part 2. In the somewhat cool room, only the two women remained. Hao Manon scrutinized the woman before her and could not help but acknowledge that Rennie's senior sister was indeed extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that she shared an undeniable affinity with Rennie. Such grace was hard to find elsewhere. "Senior sister, where are you from?" Hao Manon asked, breaking the silence as she noticed Qingning quietly savoring her tea. Upon hearing the question, Qingning remained silent, simply smiling at her. Hao Manon suddenly realized her blunder and felt a bit embarrassed, having forgotten that her senior sister could not speak, even if she used sign language. She couldn't comprehend it, so she quickly added, "I apologize, senior sister. I forgot that I cannot understand sign language." Qingning, unfazed, continued to smile and then gently said, "I am from Tiandu." Suddenly, it dawned on Hao Manon, and she was taken aback, wondering who had just spoken with that elegant and melodious voice. "Senior sister, you can speak?" Qingning smiled and replied, "There is no need for surprise. I can speak now. But how did you?" "I did not intend to conceal it. I have simply grown accustomed to communicating this way with my junior brother." "I see. Rennie will surely be delighted to learn this," Hao Manon exclaimed joyfully. Qingning maintained her smile, gazing at Hao Manon, and asked, "Do you have feelings for Xiaoyi?" Hao Manon, upon hearing the words, paused momentarily, enveloped in silence, and gazed earnestly at the other person as she confessed her feelings. "I like him," she admitted. Qingning smiled gently, appraising her from head to toe, and slowly remarked, "You are still a maiden." Hao Manon found herself at a loss for words. It seemed this elder sister was indeed extraordinary, capable of discerning such nuances. Qingning merely observed her in silence. After a moment of contemplation, Hao Manon replied, "Yes, but it is not that I am unwilling. It is simply that our acquaintance is too brief, and I need time to adapt." "I understand. I harbor no ulterior motives. This concerns you and your partner. It is evident that Xiaoyi holds great affection for you. Ultimately, mutual feelings are of greater significance," Qingning stated. "Is that so? You can tell that he likes me as well?" Hao Manon inquired, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation as she looked at her elder sister. Qingning chuckled softly and poured her another cup of tea, gently saying, "Though I may not be of advanced years, I have watched him grow. If he did not cherish you, he would not have brought you to meet me." Hao Manon felt a wave of embarrassment dissipate at her words, and a smile unconsciously graced her lips, leaving her heart filled with joy. Noticing this, Qingning smiled in return and continued, "I hope you two can grow old together, and if fate allows, bear children and live a simple, fulfilling life. As your elder sister, I would be grateful." Hao Manon's smile faded as she regained her composure, responding earnestly, "I will." "That is good to hear." With that, Qingning produced a jade pendant, crystal clear and shimmering with a faint starlight, and presented it to Hao Manon. "This is a gift for you, a token for your new marriage." Hao Manon gazed at the pendant, her experience not lacking. Yet she had never encountered such exquisite jade. As she drew nearer, she felt a refreshing lightness, certain that the value of this jade was beyond imagination. A bit flustered, she raised her hand to refuse, saying, "Elder sister, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." Qingning maintained her smile, showing no intention of retracting the gift, and gently urged, "Please accept it. It will be beneficial for you. I have no use for it. In the future, should you have children, they can wear it, as it holds the power of nurturing and fortune." Upon hearing this, Hao Manon looked into her elder sister's eyes and saw an undeniable resolve behind her smile. Reluctantly, she acquiesced. "Thank you, elder sister. When Rennie and I have children, I will ensure they wear it." Qingying's smile became even more genuine as she glanced outside and remarked, "Xiaoyi has returned. Let us share a meal together." "All right." Rennie hurriedly entered with the groceries, having momentarily forgotten that he was unaccompanied, and wondered how his sister and teacher would communicate. As he arrived home, he was relieved to see the two lovely ladies seated together, laughing and savoring tea. The food has arrived. Elder sister, teacher, please come and eat. Manon observed the considerable amount of items he had brought and approached him, assisting in placing some onto the adjacent dining table, which was nearly overwhelmed by the abundance of food. How did you manage to buy so much? Can the three of us possibly finish it? Rennie chuckled softly and replied, it's a rare opportunity, so it's better to indulge a bit. Upon hearing this, Manon chose not to press further and turned to Deepening, saying, Senior sister, come and join us for dinner. Please take a seat here. As she spoke, she pulled out a chair. Deepening nodded gently, all right. Rennie was busy arranging the takeout containers on the table when he heard the exchange. He froze momentarily, his right hand unknowingly dipping into the dishes. He quickly turned to look at his senior sister, his face a canvas of disbelief, and with a slightly trembling voice, he exclaimed, Senior sister, you. Deepening walked over slowly and sat down, smiling at Rennie. She parted her lips softly, asking, what's the matter? Confirming the source of the voice was indeed before him, Rennie could no longer maintain his composure. He gazed at his senior sister with excitement and said, Senior sister, you can talk now? Seeing the astonishment on Rennie's face, Deepening's smile grew warmer. Yes. At her words, Rennie nearly burst into tears, his exuberance spilling forth as he exclaimed, that's wonderful. You can finally speak. Haha. His laughter was somewhat unrestrained. Manon watched Rennie's jubilant reaction, feeling a sense of happiness herself. She had never witnessed him in such a state, though beneath her joy lay an imperceptible hint of jealousy. After a moment of laughter, Rennie composed himself and inquired, Senior sister, who helped you recover? No one helped me. After breaking the barrier of my heart, I could naturally speak again. Deepening replied casually, as though regaining her voice was a trivial matter. A barrier of the heart? What exactly is that? Rennie asked, curiosity piqued. However, Deepening merely smiled and did not answer his question, instead suggesting, let us eat. The dishes will get cold. Recognizing her reluctance to elaborate, he decided not to press further. Since she had regained her voice, the rest seemed inconsequential. All right. Once the three of them were seated, Rennie stood up again to distribute the dishes. Teacher, this is your favorite. Senior sister, this is what you love. He placed the dishes in front of them thoughtfully. And after a moment's consideration, he took one dish from in front of the teacher and set it before himself, saying, Teacher, I accidentally touched this one, so I'll take it for myself. Manon chided playfully, no one minds you. Why would you eat it yourself? Bring it here. I adore that dish. As she spoke, she used her chopsticks to take some for herself. Rennie watched, wanting to intervene but finding himself unable to stop her, so he relinquished his insistence. Reassured by the fact that his hands were clean, Deepening observed the exchange, merely smiling as she began to eat. Indeed, they had procured an excess of food. Even after a considerable time of dining, much remained. Rennie insisted on cleaning up by himself, encouraging the others to sit back and relax. After tidying up, Deepening intended to spend more time conversing with her senior sister, but she insisted that the two of them return early, stating that she was also about to leave. Sister, where are you going? Aren't you staying in Tiandu for a few more days? No, I will be leaving Tiandu shortly to find my master. Is there something going on? Rennie inquired, slightly puzzled. No, there's nothing to worry about. Just live well together from now on. After saying this, she turned to Manon and softly remarked, you and Xiaoyi are well matched. You are both wonderful. You must cherish each other. If the opportunity arises, my master and I will come to visit you. Yes, I understand, sister. Manon nodded in response. Deepening smiled again and said to them, I will be leaving shortly. You may go now, and I shall not see you off. Manon wished to escort her sister with Rennie, but was interrupted when Rennie gently grasped her hand. Teacher, it's all right. Let's go home. Understanding his sister's temperament, who never liked being seen off, Rennie took Manon's hand and prepared to head home. Sister, goodbye. MHM. Deepening smiled as she watched them depart before turning back to her room. Chapter 68. The Affection Between Spouses, Part 1. After returning from her sister's place, the couple drove home directly. As Rennie drove, a joyful expression adorned his face. Observing his happiness, Manon felt an indescribable sensation and couldn't help but ask, you must have a very good relationship with your sister, right? Yes, it's quite good. My master took me in at a young age, and that was when I got to know my sister. My master is somewhat laid back, and I was still young. So my sister took care of me, cooked for me, and supervised my training. She has essentially become like family to me. As Renee spoke, he seemed to reminisce, gradually revealing his thoughts. How Manon felt a tinge of envy upon hearing this. She gazed at Renee, lost in thought, and unconsciously said, "Well, that's quite nice. What about me? Do I hold a familial position in your heart now?" Renee looked at her in surprise, puzzled as he replied, "Why do you ask that? We are already family." How Manon then realized her question was indeed flawed. In a sense, spouses are the closest relatives. Could it be that she was feeling a hint of jealousy? Upon this realization, her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Deep down, she understood that in comparison to his sister, the bond between them might still be lacking. This was a connection forged over time, unrelated to the authenticity of their love. How Manon was not someone who lacked understanding. Thus, she accepted this, even feeling gratified that the sister allowed her to glimpse Renee's past. Of course, as Renee's wife, she hoped to be the most important person in his heart, but she was not anxious, for she was confident that this day would not arrive too late. How Manon smiled and said to Renee, "I see. I never expected my senior sister to be so beautiful and so kind to you. I am feeling a bit jealous, you know?" After saying this, she playfully winked. Renee, recognizing that his teacher was joking, maintained a serious demeanor and replied, "Indeed, my senior sister is quite lovely, but you need not feel envious. The teacher embodies the pinnacle of beauty. There is no need to envy anyone else. Besides, you are now being rather cheeky, exaggerating my words." How Manon, feeling quite bashful from the flattery, interrupted his outpouring of emotions with a slight blush on her cheeks. Noticing this, Renee chuckled and said earnestly, "My praise for the teacher is genuine, yet I have not exaggerated. I have truly never encountered anyone more beautiful than her, and she has been exceptionally kind to me. It makes me feel somewhat unworthy to have such a remarkable spouse. Thus, I shall treat the teacher well in return, lest I feel uneasy." Upon hearing this, How Manon playfully pinched him and feigned annoyance. "What do you mean by feeling uneasy? Are you afraid I might leave?" "No. It's just that I sometimes feel undeserving of such kindness," he replied. "Undeserving? What secret misdeeds have you been hiding from me?" she inquired. "None, truly. I simply feel that the teacher is too good to me. I wonder what merit I possess to deserve such fortune," Renee hastily clarified. As she listened, How Manon's expression softened, and she gently said, "Please do not think that way in the future. In truth, I have not been good enough. While you have always been wonderful, it is an honor for me to be your wife, so you may freely accept all my affection. I promise to be even better. This is what you, as my husband, rightfully deserve. The teacher is already wonderful. There is no need for further improvement. I feel very happy. And I hope you feel the same," Renee replied, gently taking How Manon's hand. "Yes, my senior sister said she hopes we grow old together. And I hope so too. The traffic in Tiandu is quite congested. Even a short journey can take a considerable amount of time. However, no matter how long the road, eventually, one will reach home." Upon returning home, the sky had already darkened. Renee's family was waiting for them in the living room. When they saw the two return, Renee's mother smiled and asked, "Did you have fun today? Have you eaten? If not, I can prepare something for you." "Mom, there's no need. I accompanied him to visit my senior sister, and we had dinner together," How Manon said, pulling Renee's mother to sit on the sofa with her. "Oh, your senior sister is in Chengdu as well? She could come over to visit." Renee's mother, having met his senior sister before, remembered her as an exceptionally beautiful girl. "No, Mom, my senior sister is leaving Tiandu today," Renee explained to his mother. "Oh, I see. You must be tired then. I made some pear soup for you. Have a bit and rest early." "All right," How Manon nodded and followed her to the kitchen to fetch the soup. Afterward, she accompanied her grandmother and Renee for a while, engaging in light conversation, and then returned to the room to rest with Renee. Upon entering the room, How Manon retrieved her nightgown from the wardrobe, also taking out Renee's sleepwear. She turned to him and said, "I'm going to take a shower." "All right. Then I will wash in the living room," he replied. "Don't go to the living room. Wait for me to finish, and then you can wash in the room. It's not good if Mom finds out you keep washing outside." "Okay, I will wait a bit longer." Renee pondered this and found it reasonable. Thus he had no objections. As How Manon went in to shower, he tidied up the bed, added water to the humidifier, and then sat on the bed, reminiscing about the sound of his senior sister's voice from earlier that day, which made him smile with delight. Before long, How Manon emerged from the bathroom, clad in a rather delicate short nightgown. Seeing Renee sitting on the bed, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she softly said, "I'm done. You can go now." Even though he was accustomed to witnessing the beauty of his teacher post-bath daily, there remained moments of distraction, especially today, as the view was even more enchanting. Okay, with that, Rennie took his nightgown and hurriedly entered the bathroom. Once inside, he gently closed the door and exhaled heavily, questioning whether he was imagining things. It seemed that his teacher had not donned a bra after her shower, and the fleeting visual stimulation was overwhelming for a young man of his fervor. As he was lost in thought, he noticed a simple set of light-colored underwear hanging on the drying rack in the bathroom. Though freshly washed, he sensed an alluring fragrance wafting through the air. Snapping back to reality, Rennie dared not look any longer. Otherwise, he would have to endure a cold shower. He hastily washed himself, only to realize that his shorts needed washing as well. After all, he couldn't bring himself to place his underwear next to his teacher's. Thus, he decided to wash them the following day, placing them in the laundry basket, and tuck them at the very bottom. Chapter 69, The Affection of a Couple, Part 2. Rennie emerged from the bathroom clad in his sleepwear. Hao Manon lay on her side in bed, covered with a thin blanket, her delicate arms resting gently on her willow-like waist, her eyes slightly closed, seemingly already asleep. He approached and noticed that the corner of the blanket on his side had been lifted. Following the corner, he gently pulled back the covers and lay down beside her. Listening to the slightly irregular breathing beside him, he realized that she had not yet fallen asleep. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning it and instead lay down as well. Wrapping his arms around her from behind, encircling her waist, he intended to simply lie there, but suddenly recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier, causing his thoughts to spiral. A man's reactions can be quite instantaneous. He hadn't even had the chance to create distance. It was now too late. And he was certain that she had sensed it. Hao Manon, who was pretending to be asleep, felt an intense warmth close to her, her ears nearly burning with embarrassment. Yet, she remained still and softly uttered, "I didn't wear a bra today. Did you notice?" As Rennie was about to shift his body backwards. He was momentarily taken aback by a voice and responded candidly, but I only took a glance." Upon hearing this, Hao Manon turned her body to face him, burying her head in his embrace. "I never said you couldn't look. What I meant to convey is that I am not wearing any lingerie." At her words, Rennie's mind conjured countless vivid images, a rush of blood surging through him uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaching its dam. As a male, his body's reaction reached an almost feverish peak. "Teacher," he began, but before he could finish, Hao Manon interjected, "My relatives have also left." At this point, if Rennie remained oblivious, he would truly be foolish. He embraced the person in his arms tightly and spoke gently, "Teacher, I fear I may lose control." Hao Manon tilted her face upwards, gazing at him with flushed cheeks, responding, "I never asked you to restrain yourself." Just as Rennie was about to become frantic, Hao Manon continued, "May I pose a question?" Rennie, who typically relished solving problems, suddenly found himself disinterested. "Do you prefer me wearing a nightgown or not wearing one at all?" He had never imagined being so playfully manipulated, yet he could not deny his enjoyment. A soft kiss interrupted his impending response. At that moment, silence spoke volumes. The room was filled with an intoxicating atmosphere, and time seemed to stand still, with only the faintest whispers audible. "Teacher, I have yet to answer your earlier question," Rennie said softly, looking down at the beauty nestled in his arms. Hao Manon, with her half-closed, hazy eyes, pressed a finger to his lips, then seriously asked, "What should I be called?" "Wife," he replied. At this, she said, "Then you may speak." The significance of the question faded into the background. Rennie tightened his grip around her and earnestly declared, "I have something more important to tell you." "What is it?" Hao Manon lifted her head to meet his gaze. "It seems I have become addicted." "Wife, I have become addicted." Realizing the implication, Hao Manon's cheeks flushed crimson, and she playfully tapped him, saying, "This must be approached with moderation. Although you are young, neglecting this could have repercussions for your health." Rennie pondered her words for a moment before smiling and replying, "I am a chi cultivator. I once have such issues." He had never used his identity as a chi cultivator to exert privilege, but unexpectedly, this was the one occasion he did so. One could only imagine the reactions of those within the cultivation community if they knew. Hao Manon, though unsure, sensed the truth in his words. Having felt the strength of a chi cultivator just moments before, she looked at Rennie and gently asked, "So, should I wear it or not?" "I will help you find it shortly. Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want our parents to overhear." Once again, the gentle voice of the wind evaded the rain, and the moon, having savored the scenery, returned to its abode. Upon awakening in the morning, it felt as though the events of the previous night had merely been a dream. However, the garments strewn about the bed served as undeniable evidence. Rennie assisted Hao Manon in locating her nightgown, which had already revealed its whereabouts from the bed. "I need to take a shower," she declared, slipping into her nightgown and gracefully making her way to the bathroom. Ren-yi rose to tidy the room before stepping out to freshen up himself. He had wished to accompany his teacher but refrained from speaking out, fearing her shyness. After Hao Manon finished her shower, she emerged from the bathroom, where Ren-yi had prepared a cup of honey water and offered it to her. "Why did you toss your underwear into the laundry basket? Do you intend to wash it with the clothes?" she inquired, sipping the water. Ren-yi felt a twinge of embarrassment but found himself at a loss for words. Noticing his silence, Hao Manon continued, "I've already washed it. It's better to hand wash underwear. If you find it troublesome, I can wash it for you in the future." "Teacher, I can manage washing it myself," Ren-yi replied. Looking at him with a smile, Hao Manon teased, "Husband, have you not yet adjusted? Why do you still call me teacher?" Ren-yi chuckled softly, taking the cup from her hands. "I've gotten used to it. And then, Xiaoyi, it's time for breakfast," called out Hao Manon's mother. Though she intended to persuade him further, her mother had already prepared breakfast, prompting them to tidy up quickly and head to the table. The couple decided against going out today, as they were returning to Haishur the following day and wished to spend more time with family, knowing their children would depart soon. Ren-yi's family prepared an especially lavish meal, with even his grandmother bustling about in the kitchen. Hao Manon, too, was unwilling to remain idle during lunch preparations. She joined Ren-yi's mother and grandmother in the kitchen. After enjoying their meal, the couple retreated to their room to rest, adhering to the family's tradition of afternoon naps. In the room, Hao Manon's delicate feet swayed freely beneath her long skirt as she busied herself with booking plane tickets on her phone. Noticing Ren-yi's unwavering gaze upon her, she teased, "Can you not play on your phone for a moment? Why do you keep staring at me?" "I don't particularly enjoy playing on my phone, and there is nothing much to do. I just like watching you. It's quite pleasant," he replied. Hao Manon smiled, gradually moving closer to him and resting her head against his shoulder. "If you wish to look, come closer for a better view." Ren-yi instinctively embraced her, relishing the warmth of the moment without uttering a word. However, after a brief while, he began to feel a sense of awkwardness, perhaps having tasted the sweetness of intimacy. He found it increasingly difficult to control his body, his blood coursing faster and his temperature rising. Sensing the change in him, Hao Manon's cheeks flushed vividly, resembling ripe apples, though she still shot him a gentle glare. "Apologies, it was unintentional. I'm not blaming you, teacher. I find myself truly addicted. It is day now." "Ah. It matters not. This is merely a behavior of positive reinforcement, a natural response of male mammals that need not be overly contemplated." Ren-yi, however, remains passive, as the sunlight streaming through the window serves as a reminder for him to learn restraint. Thus, even though his reactions are candid, he must feign a semblance of decorum. With a soft chuckle, Hao Manon observed Ren-yi's pretentious demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated. She cast him a resigned glance before extricating herself from his embrace and moving to the window, where she slowly drew the curtains. Having completed this task, she settled onto the bed, patting the space beside her and gazing at Ren-yi with tenderness. "Keep your voice down, or I shall be too embarrassed to face the world." No sooner had she spoken than her words were swallowed by silence. After a moment, the room filled with heavy breaths mingled with murmurs. "Teacher, it seems I find pleasure regardless of whether you are clothed or not. Why do you still call me teacher?" Ren-yi fell silent for a moment before leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "I like it, for reasons unknown." He recalled the romantic tales of teacher-student relationships that Li Fei had once shared with him, tales he had always dismissed until this very moment, when he realized he too was rather ordinary. Hao Manon playfully nibbled his ear and whispered softly, "Who could resist being your teacher? If you like it, I shall indulge you." "Teacher." An endless breeze of enchantment suddenly intensified, leaving one to wonder when it would relent. Chapter 70. The End of the Holiday, Part 1. This day of marital life markedly heightened the bond between Ren-yi and Hao Manon. Many of their previous awkwardnesses and shyness had transformed into a natural ease. However, while they reveled in their affection, a grave incident unfolded in Tiandu over the past 2 days. The head of the Chu family was murdered within his own home, and the identity of the assailant remains unknown. The Chu family is an established middle-class clan with considerable influence, ranking among the foremost even within their tier. The shocking news of the patriarch's murder sent ripples of unrest through various families. It is crucial to note that, in the absence of any upper-class families making their appearance, middle-class families are nearly invincible. Who possesses such power? In a flash, nearly all families began to act with discretion, with some of the less formidable factions even closing their doors to visitors. Of course, this turmoil primarily affects the aristocracy. For the average person, life carries on unchanged. Tiandu, as a tourist haven, remains bustling with crowds. The following day, Renyi and his wife, like most travelers, chose to depart Tiandu on the final day of their holiday. In the morning, the couple prepared their belongings for their journey to the airport, with Renyi's parents accompanying them, bidding a heartfelt farewell before they boarded their flight. Inside the aircraft, Renyi and Hao Man held hands, reclining in their seats, engaging in quiet conversation about their experiences in Tiandu over the past few days. At times, they would gaze out of the airplane window, savoring the picturesque scenery of clouds gracefully shifting. Occasionally, a beam of light would illuminate their faces, casting them as if they were celestial beings, evoking envy in those around them. Unbeknownst to him, Renyi's gaze inadvertently wandered to the delicate nape of Hao Man's neck, its smooth, fair skin enticing him to lower his eyes further, until a gentle curve obstructed his descent, compelling him to halt. He found himself momentarily entranced by the exquisite elevation before him, which might well be among the most perfect heights in the world. His mind briefly flickered back to the previous day's scene, at the same vantage point, yet in a manner that was unfathomably beautiful. With such thoughts, an unusual desire stirred within him, and realizing the implications, Renyi hastily excused himself to the restroom, leaving Hao Man alone by the window, her cheeks subtly flushed. She had long since noticed Renyi's lingering gaze, but chose to remain silent. After all, he had seen everything else, and if this captivated him, so be it. Once in the restroom, Renyi scrutinized his reflection in the mirror, his deep-set eyes locking onto his own, increasingly aware of the disquiet within him. Though he wouldn't claim to be a person of lofty morals, he felt this was crossing a line. Yesterday's daylight escapades were one thing, but now, amidst a cabin full of passengers, such errant thoughts surfaced. Despite his efforts to suppress them, he found it nearly impossible, a deviation from reason. Yet, no matter how he pondered, the source of his turmoil eluded him. Was it indeed his first taste of sweetness that rendered him unable to restrain his desires? Or was it merely that the teacher's beauty was such that any normal man might be ensnared? Unable to unravel the mystery, Renyi resolved to think no further, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure before exiting the restroom. Meanwhile, Hao Man, feeling somewhat bored as she gazed out the window, suddenly recalled the jade pendant gifted by her senior sister. She retrieved it, admiring its exquisite beauty. She couldn't bear to alter it by stringing it up, opting instead to keep it close to her heart. Ever since she had begun carrying it, she felt remarkably well, as if it had resolved all her minor health issues. Even with Renyi's constant need for her attention over the past couple of days, she felt no fatigue. On the contrary, her spirits were exceptionally high. This realization brought her joy and curiosity, prompting her to inspect the jade under the sunlight, though she could discern no hidden significance beyond its beauty. As Renyi approached her, noticing her toying with the lovely jade pendant, he smiled and inquired, "Where did this pendant come from? I've never seen you with it before." "It was given to me by my senior sister," she replied. "She said it would be beneficial for me, and it truly has been. I feel particularly light these past couple of days." As she spoke, she waved the pendant in front of him. "Given by your senior sister?" he asked. "Yes." Taking the pendant from her, he examined it closely. To be honest, he lacked expertise in such matters, yet he could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from it. "When did this happen? How was I unaware?" "It was the day we visited my senior sister. You were out buying groceries, and she gifted it to me." Renyi, feeling the inexplicable fragrance emanating from the jade pendant, found his thoughts momentarily in disarray. The timing aligned perfectly, and he could almost ascertain that the recent peculiarities were undoubtedly influenced by this jade. Upon noticing Renyi's contemplation, Hao Man renmarked, "My senior sister also mentioned that when we have children, we can give this to them, as it possesses the ability to nurture and absorb auspicious energy." Renyi couldn't help but chuckle at the notion. Is this truly a gift for the child? It seems more like a means to bestow a child upon ourselves. With the realization dawning upon him, he refrained from asking Hao Man to conceal the pendant, trusting that his senior sister would not wish him harm. She had claimed it was beneficial to the teacher, and he believed it must indeed hold advantages unknown to him, though there might be some side effects. He found no displeasure in them. Thus, he returned the jade pendant to the teacher, stating earnestly, "Such a beautiful piece. It nearly rivals you, dear teacher. Please keep it close, as it should be beneficial for one's well-being, an exceptionally rare find." As he spoke, Hao Man playfully pretended to strike him. casting a feigned reproachful glance before carefully wrapping the pendant and setting it aside. The flight was brief, and soon they arrived in Haishur, where Zhou Xiaoqiang had been waiting at the airport for quite some time. Upon seeing them emerge, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Miss, sir, I hope you had a pleasant journey." "Thank you, Brother Zhou, for your efforts," Rennie replied. "Is there any luggage remaining?" After loading their belongings into the car, Zhou Xiaoqiang drove them home. Upon arriving, Hao Manan stretched, inhaling deeply with a contented smile, saying, "It's wonderful to be back home." Ren Yi, busy organizing their luggage, smiled at her words and suggested, "Teacher, why not head upstairs for a brief rest?" "Just a moment. I wish to finish tidying up first," she replied. "No need. I can manage this quickly on my own." With a chuckle, Hao Manan acquiesced, saying, "Very well, dear husband. I shall truly rest now." Rennie nodded with a smile, encouraging her, "Yes. Do take some time to relax. I will handle everything else." Once Hao Manan ascended the stairs, Rennie swiftly arranged their belongings. Noticing the time nearing noon, he decided to prepare lunch. Chapter 71. The End of the Holiday, Part 2. Hao Manan did not rest upstairs. She felt no fatigue. After a quick wash, she changed into comfortable home attire and stepped out of her room. Seeing her, Rennie inquired, "Aren't you going to rest a little longer? You could come out when it's time to eat." "I'm not tired. Let's skip cooking. Let's just order takeout instead. There is hardly anything in the fridge after being away for so long." "All right. Well, would you like to eat?" "No rush. Let us finish tidying up first." "No need. I've already finished organizing." "Are you certain?" Hao Manan asked, a gentle smile gracing her face as she gazed at him. "Is there anything else to tidy up?" Rennie glanced around, realizing there was nothing left to tidy up, leaving him somewhat perplexed. "Where did you put your clothes?" "In my room," he replied. Hao Manan, observing his response with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Which room is yours?" Taken aback by the question, Rennie pointed to his room and said, "It's this one." However, Hao Manan did not follow his gesture. Instead, she gazed at him with gentle, piercing eyes. "Oh, that is your room. Very well, you shall sleep there tonight." It dawned on Ren-yi that he had indeed not finished tidying up, and he quickly replied, "I forgot. I haven't completed it yet. I'll take care of it right away." With that, he dashed back to his former room. In truth, Hao Manan's room was the largest in the villa, originally designated for the two of them. However, after their marriage, they had been sleeping apart, and Ren-yi was now relegated to a relatively spacious guest room. "Wait. Don't rush. I'll join you to help," she said, entering Ren-yi's room for the first time. As she expected, it was impeccably clean and orderly. She had long sensed Ren-yi's slight obsession with cleanliness and had prepared herself accordingly. Otherwise, she would have been taken aback. Ren-yi's original room housed very few items. The books and computer were in the study, leaving only clothes, bedding, and some toiletries in the bathroom. They began by moving the smaller items, leaving only the bedding. Ren-yi picked up a quilt and asked Hao Manan, "Do you think the bedding in the room is large enough?" Hearing this, she couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated, rolling her eyes as she replied, "Put it down. Your bedding isn't needed." With a chuckle, Ren-yi complied and set the quilt down. Once they finished tidying up, Hao Manan settled into a lazy chair in the room, browsing her phone for nearby dining options. "Shall I place an order for lunch? What would you like to eat?" she asked, turning the screen toward him. Ren-yi moved a little closer, sitting down on the carpet beside her. After a brief glance at the screen, he replied, "I'm fine with anything. I'll eat whatever you want, teacher." "Then let us have sushi," she suggested. "Sounds good." Hao Manan perched on the sofa, her legs crossed, her calves gently swaying, causing her body to tremble slightly. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating her form, and even the fine hairs on her skin were distinctly visible. Ren-yi sat quietly beside her, captivated by the enchanting scene before him. Suddenly, he recalled the jade pendant, realizing it had stirred some inappropriate thoughts within him. Sensing his gaze, Hao Manan turned to him, her eyes narrowing in a bashful glare, and the memory of that afternoon flooded back, causing her cheeks to flush with a rosy hue. Ren-yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he pondered that there was nothing else to occupy his mind at the moment. He gently spoke, "Teacher." She replied, squinting slightly as the sunlight outside seemed rather glaring. Fortunately, upon hearing this, Hao Manan instantly reacted, her cheeks flushed a vibrant red. She gently swatted Ren-yi's head with her hand, her beautiful eyes casting a playful reprimand in his direction. In response, Ren-yi seized the teacher's hand, offering no words, but gazing at her with profound affection. Hao Manan, feeling the weight of his gaze, gradually softened her expression. She rolled off the couch and landed gracefully in Ren-yi's embrace. With a light parting of her lips, she softly suggested, if it's too glaring. Perhaps you should draw the curtains. Rennie immediately perked up, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her to the bedside, where he gently set her down before dashing to the window to close the curtains with remarkable speed. The fabric of the curtains was exquisite, plunging the room into a darkness so profound that visibility was nearly impossible. Only gentle whispers and soft breaths could be discerned. Time slipped away unnoticed. You should hurry and get the takeout. It's been sitting at the door for quite a while. Gal Manon nestled in Rennie's arms, her forehead glistening with a fine sheen of sweat, a few strands of hair clinging to her skin. She lazily addressed him. All right, I'll fetch it, Rennie replied, rising from the bed after planting a tender kiss on her cheek, and proceeded to retrieve the food. Upon his return, he found Gal Manon dressed, her beautiful eyes giving him a playful glare before she suggested, let us eat here. I'll heat up some milk. Sounds good. During their meal, Gal Manon inevitably felt the need to engage her husband in a bit of gentle persuasion. You've been rather unruly lately. Rennie bashfully scratched his head and replied, I'm sorry, teacher. I'm not quite sure why, but seeing you makes my thoughts wander to all sorts of nonsense. Perhaps it's because you're simply too beautiful. You're becoming quite the smooth talker, showering me with sweet nothings. Although her words bore a hint of reproach, her tone was devoid of any real admonishment, and she couldn't help but chuckle softly. Is that so? Aside from complimenting your beauty, I seldom say anything else. Surely that doesn't count as flattery? Is that not enough? Of course, that's merely stating the obvious. If you were to ask others, they would echo the same sentiments. I simply reiterate the evident advantages you possess every day. Gal Manon, unable to contain her laughter, nearly inhaled her sushi, then retorted. And you claim there is nothing to it? What is this? After their playful banter, lunch drew to a close. In the afternoon, Gal Manon had some work to attend to, as she was a mentor preparing for the upcoming school term. Before diving into her tasks, she nestled against Rennie for a moment, though she dared not linger too long, aware of her young husband's boundless energy. She feared he might have needs of his own, which she found herself unable to refuse, and truthfully, she was reluctant to decline, knowing it would mean abandoning her work for the afternoon. It felt as though they had returned to the past, sharing the study, one tapping away at the computer while the other reclined on the couch, engrossed in a book, as a serene and tranquil atmosphere enveloped the room. At times, he would cast a glance at her, and at times, she would return a smile. More often, they would gaze at each other, sharing a silent appreciation for the beauty of life. As night swiftly approached, Rennie inquired what the teacher desired to eat. Without a moment's hesitation, Gal Manon blurted out barbecue, a response that Rennie had anticipated, and he readily agreed. After their meal, they returned and quickly washed up, each donning their pajamas, lying quietly together on the large bed in the room. Teacher, I feel as though I haven't eaten enough. How can one not know if they're satiated? It seems perhaps you didn't eat enough at lunch? Upon hearing this, Gal Manon was momentarily flustered, her cheeks flushed. Yet, given the evening hour, although still somewhat shy, she felt a sense of ease and thus became unusually forward, her beautiful eyes glistening as she said, Well then, would you like me to ensure you are full? Thank you, teacher. This meal extended longer than anticipated, and by the time they paused, it was already past midnight. Perhaps due to their hunger, they had not even turned off the lights before commencing their feast. For the first time, Gal Manon clearly beheld Rennie's physique, utterly astonished. How could such a typically reserved man possess such explosive musculature? This raw, primal allure of masculinity was undeniably captivating to her as an opposite sex. Are you still hungry? Yes. You are so kind, teacher. It will only get better from here. This night was destined to be outrageous. Chapter 72, Return to Campus, Part 1. After the holiday, the atmosphere at the school became lively once more, with sun-kissed boys mingling and couples strolling hand in hand. University life differed greatly from middle and high school. Most students eagerly anticipated the return to classes, as school was far more engaging compared to the monotony of vacation. Rennie and Gal Manon arrived at school together, only to part ways as usual. Upon entering the classroom, most students had already gathered, congregating in small groups to discuss their holiday experiences. Hey, where did you go during the break? I didn't see you post anything. Strangely, despite being the least academically inclined among the four roommates, Li Fei was always the first to arrive in class. I went to Tiandu to spend some time with my parents. I didn't go anywhere else. With that, Rennie took a seat, glanced at the time, and continued, What about you? Did you not go out with them? No, Lu Dong accompanied his sister-in-law, leaving just me and the fatty. He wanted me to travel with him, but I feared he would tire himself out, so I ventured out alone. Where did you go? With ample time at his disposal, Ren-yi was keen to chat, having developed a fondness for this campus life since returning from Tiandu. Unlike you, I certainly wasn't bored. I traveled to 7 or 8 cities. The freedom of solo travel is incomparable. Lu Dong simply doesn't understand that it pales in comparison to accompanying a girl. Having said this, Li Fei adopted a lofty demeanor, feigning depth. You cannot compare. Traveling alone cannot rival the company of a charming companion. Alas, you do not understand. Unable to suppress a glance of pity at him, I refrained from saying more, content that he found happiness. Soon, the class commenced, and Ren-yi, as usual, slipped into his studious mode, attentively listening, taking meticulous notes, and noting significant issues for later reference. However, when the second lecture began, Ren-yi's demeanor shifted abruptly. He had indeed forgotten that this was Hao Manin's class. In truth, after their marriage, they had attended such classes numerous times, and he had grown accustomed to it. Yet, this time felt somewhat disconcerting. After all, just that morning, they had shared tender moments at home, and now, in the blink of an eye, the teacher was commanding the classroom. How could one easily adjust to such a transition? Throughout the lesson, he oscillated between distraction and focus. While the teacher adeptly toggled the switches of their engagement, each time he drifted away, she would approach, intentionally or not, brushing against him. At last, the class concluded. And as Hao Manin exited the classroom, she cast a discreet glare in his direction, to which Ren-yi could only respond with a resigned look. What are you laughing at? Just as Ren-yi was smiling at the sight of the teacher leaving, Li Fei suddenly inquired. I wasn't, Ren-yi replied. Snapping back to reality, Li Fei squinted at him, wearing an expression that suggested he believed Ren-yi was hiding something. I've noticed you've been increasingly off lately. You're overthinking it, Ren-yi retorted, though a hint of guilt lingered in his tone. Impossible, and you seem particularly odd today. What do you mean by that? I've never seen you daydream in class before, let alone throughout an entire lecture, especially not in Professor Hao's class. Li Fei furrowed his brow, earnestly attempting to deduce the cause through logical reasoning. On what grounds do you claim I was daydreaming the entire class? That's absurd. Li Fei shot him a disdainful glance and remarked, because I was daydreaming while observing you. Isn't it rather inappropriate to be distracted in class by your deskmate? Ren-yi countered. And you didn't zone out in any of the other classes, which is decidedly odd. After saying this, Li Fei leaned in closer and whispered conspiratorially in Ren-yi's ear, Have you developed a crush on Professor Hao? Taken aback, Ren-yi gazed at him in surprise. How did you hone such an intuition, my friend? Then, feigning composure, he asked, Why use the word again? Look at you, you haven't denied it. Could it be true? Realizing his voice might have been too loud, Li Fei quickly lowered his tone, leaning in closer to Ren-yi to speak softly. You're quite ruthless, aren't you? Are 2 campus beauties not enough for you? You even want to pursue Professor Hao? Come on, be reasonable. Brother, I have no connection with the campus beauties. Nor do I wish to. Ren-yi initially intended to clarify that he had no desire to pursue Professor Hao, but the words stuck in his throat. Even knowing it was a falsehood, he could not voice it. Seeing this, Li Fei perked up, his eyes wide with surprise. Why did you stop speaking? No way. Do you really want to pursue her? Ren-yi thought to himself that it seemed less a matter of whether he desired to get involved, and more a question of whether he had already done so. I haven't, he mused. You are probably just ill, your mind preoccupied with trivial gossip. With a dismissive scoff, Li Fei leaned closer and said, Let me tell you. I have noticed that Teacher Hao is acting rather strangely today. Huh? No way. With your head full of books, what can you possibly discern? Ren-yi retorted. But Li Fei continued, Haven't you noticed? Teacher Hao usually traverses the classroom in a balanced manner, taking every route equally, yet today, he has inexplicably approached your side far more frequently. Ren-yi was genuinely taken aback. This was no less challenging than studying. If he were to speculate further, the truth would inevitably surface. You are overthinking it. Teachers are human, not machines. How could they always maintain a perfect balance? Li Fei frowned at this, still harboring a sense of skepticism, convinced that something was amiss. Noticing that Li Fei was still deep in thought, Ren-yi hastily interrupted, Aren't we going to eat? I'm feeling a bit hungry. Oh, it is indeed time for a meal. Where to? To the cafeteria, as we have classes this afternoon. All right. I'll call Fatty to join us. He has skipped class again. The two soon arrived at the school cafeteria, both unpicky eaters, and chose a window serving stir-fried dishes and rice. Where is Fatty? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Don't worry about him. He is still stuck in the canyon, I suppose. He gestured towards the window, offering spicy sour noodles, and added, Besides, I still need to bring him something back. After that, he couldn't help but complain to Ren-yi. You have no idea. Ever since you left the dorm, Lu Dong has been chasing after his girlfriend, leaving only me and that glutton. I can't find a girlfriend myself, and I'm stuck feeding this pig every day. Ren Yaiwen pondered this and felt a twinge of sympathy for Li Fei. He didn't play video games and spent his days in the dorm with Fatty, which indeed must be rather dull. If he had a girlfriend, life would undoubtedly be more enjoyable. Thus, he suggested, you should hurry and find one. How's it going with Zhang Ting? It was then that Ren Yaiwen remembered he had yet to obtain Zhang Ting's contact information for Li Fei. Of course, he had no real desire to assist in this matter. In truth, Zhang Ting was a high school classmate of Ren Yaiwen, and they were somewhat acquainted. When Li Fei learned of this, he requested that Ren Yaiwen help him acquire her contact details. The reason Ren Yaiwen had not yet done so was not due to a lack of loyalty or fear that Li Fei would fail in his pursuit. On the contrary, Ren Yaiwen believed that if Li Fei genuinely pursued Zhang Ting, he would most likely succeed, for Li Fei came from a well-off family. A fact that could not be overstated. However, Ren Yaiwen understood Zhang Ting's personality well enough to feel that she was not an appropriate match for Li Fei, who was not the type to engage in casual flings. Thus, he refrained from intervening. Upon hearing Zhang Ting's name, Li Fei's demeanor instantly diminished, as if struck by frost. And he disconsolately remarked, "Let us not speak of it. I have suffered the pangs of unrequited love." "Have you two parted ways?" came the astonished response. "I have yet to even pursue her." "What do you mean by parting?" "That's not what one would call heartbreak." "Thank you very much," Rennie replied. "So what transpired?" As Li Fei took a bite of rice, he found himself lost in the recollection of that fateful day. On the first day of the holiday, he had no concrete plans for leisure when his father took him to their family hotel to familiarize him with their business, as he was their only son. Their family owned several hotels in Haishur, but only 2 were luxurious. His father brought him to one of these establishments, where they casually toured the premises. It was not until he observed the surveillance footage that he saw a man and a woman enter the hotel lobby. With a mere glance, Li Fei recognized the woman as Zhang Ting, and the man appeared to have matured somewhat. This revelation sent Li Fei into a frenzy. He hastily concocted an excuse to rush downstairs and inquired at the front desk, only to discover that they had already checked into a luxurious suite. Requesting to review their identities, he confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, the woman was Zhang Ting, and the man was Liu Bin Hua, a man of 40. The truth hit Li Fei like a bitter pill. The notion of youthful beauty felt utterly hollow. After Li Fei recounted his tale, Ren Yi was not particularly surprised. In his mind, Zhang Ting had always exhibited a hint of vanity. During high school, he often witnessed her receiving lavish gifts from admirers. Thus, Ren Yi had no intention of offering consolation, especially since Li Fei had not even initiated a courtship. If you truly wish to find someone, it's not difficult given your circumstances. You simply need to act boldly. Stop overthinking it, Ren Yi advised. His words were grounded in reality. Though Li Fei's appearance might be average, he was tall and had an air of sunshine about him, and his family's wealth would make finding a girlfriend quite feasible. Li Fei's eyes brightened at this encouragement, and he queried Ren Yi, "Do you think I should pursue Mo Xiaoxiao?" "Brother, you might as well remain single. Your taste is questionable. That might prove challenging. She aspires to be a star and is unlikely to entertain romance." "Ah, another heartbreak," Li Fei lamented. "I think Qi Yan is quite lovely. Do you believe I stand a chance?" Ren Yi raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the leap from Zhang Ting to the campus belle. Yet, he could not dismiss the possibility entirely. He did not know Qi Yan well, but she seemed a commendable girl, worthy of Li Fei's attempt, albeit with a high likelihood of failure. "I cannot say for certain, but you might as well give it a shot. I find her quite appealing," he replied. To his surprise, Li Fei cast a disdainful glance in his direction and confidently declared, "Rest assured, a friend's wife is off limits. Even if you two were to part, I would not pursue her." "Well, you deserve to be single. Here's to a life of solitude," Ren Yi retorted. "I can assure you that we are not in a relationship, so feel free to pursue your own happiness." "Huh." Li Fei nonchalantly dismissed the notion once more. Ren Yi, clinging to the last vestiges of friendship, earnestly remarked, "I actually think the class monitor is quite suitable for you. You might want to consider it." Li Fei was momentarily taken aback by this suggestion, recovering with a look of astonishment as he replied, "But that's the class monitor. How could I possibly?" "You dared to pursue the school belle just now. Why not the class monitor?" Ren Yi countered. "That's different. The school belle is like a star, with many admirers. It's only natural that one might not succeed in winning her over. There's no shame in that. The class monitor is another matter entirely. If I fail to win her affection, how would I face my classmates afterward?" Ran E was left speechless by Li Fei's reasoning. Indeed, there was a reason this boy remained single. I'm merely suggesting it. Follow your instincts, as it has no bearing on me. Having nearly finished their meal, Li Fei took a portion of spicy and sour noodles for Ju Feng before heading back to the dormitory, while Ren E made his way to the library. As usual, Ren E found a quiet spot to sit, yet he was not as focused as he typically was. His thoughts drifting to the interaction he had with the teacher during the morning class, a smile involuntarily grazing his lips. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and upon checking, he saw it was a call from the teacher, causing his smile to widen again. Hello, teacher. Yes, what are you busy with? Nothing much, just staying in the library. Have you eaten yet? Yes, I just had a meal with my roommate. Oh, you've eaten? There's a hint of regret in the teacher's voice. Hastily, Renee replied, is there something you need? Actually, I was planning to have you come to my dormitory to eat together. Oh, that's perfectly fine. I can join you for a meal. Which dormitory building are you in? Building 704. Upon hearing this, Ren E returned his book to the shelf and hurriedly made his way there. After arriving at the dormitory, he knocked on the door, which was opened by Hao Manon, who welcomed him in with evident delight. This was Ren E's first visit to this place, and he was unaware that local teachers had dormitories as well. Once inside, he noticed the furnishings were simple yet clean. Aside from 2 beds, there were 2 desks, indicating it was merely a basic resting area. On one desk, a meal had already been laid out, presumably ordered from outside. Please have a seat. I'll boil some water, said Hao Manon. All right. After boiling the water, she sat down as well and remarked, another teacher took a leave today, so it's just me in the dormitory. I didn't feel like going to the canteen, so I thought I'd invite you to eat together, but I didn't expect you'd already eaten. Rennie chuckled, no worries, I can always have another meal. As he spoke, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat alongside her. What is going on in class? You seem distracted all the time. Hao Manon could no longer hold back her inquiry after they had eaten for a while. Ren E was enjoying his meal when he was suddenly distracted by a sound. I apologize, it's my fault. The moment I saw you, I couldn't help but lose focus. It's hard to control, he explained. Hao Manon shot him a playful glance and replied, you watch me every day at home, yet I never see you lose focus. It's different, he countered. When I lose focus, it's because I'm thinking about the teacher. At home, it's natural not to lose focus since you are right beside me. Hao Manon's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of playful reproach, she said, you're quite the smooth talker. Then, with a more serious tone, she added, I don't care. You must correct this. Otherwise, I might become a distraction to your studies during class, and that is unacceptable. All right, I will adapt quickly. You need not worry about my studies. I always review diligently. I've never fallen behind on my non-translation books from abroad. That is more like it, she replied. After finishing their meal, Renee tidied up the teacher's lunchbox and checked the time. It was time to return to class. Hao Manon also had to attend her lessons soon, so she reminded Renee, in the future, if you're at school during lunchtime, you can come here to rest. However, you must call me beforehand, and only if the other teacher is absent. Okay, I'm off to class now, he said. Chapter 74, Returning to Campus, Part 2. Before leaving the teacher's dormitory, Ren E couldn't resist stealing a kiss from the teacher, causing Hao Manon's face to flush. As she was about to scold him, he slipped away and headed straight to the classroom. The classroom was already populated with a few students. Li Fei had indeed arrived earlier than him, but this time, both Fatty and Lu Dong were also present, which surprised him. Donggu, it's rare to see you. It's been a while, Rennie remarked. Since Lu Dong started dating Wang Yeye, he had been attending classes with her daily and had barely attended his own major's courses. Lu Dong smiled shyly at the comment without saying much. Seeing this, Rennie teased, why aren't you attending class with your sister-in-law this time? Don't mention it. Yeye is worried I'll fail. So she won't let me tag along, Lu Dong replied, looking a bit aggrieved. Sister-in-law is right. When together, there's plenty of time, but when apart, studies must take precedence. Enough. Yeye has already lectured me. I've turned over a new leaf, Lu Dong insisted. Rennie chuckled and said, all right. I want to say more. Just don't let down your sister-in-law's good intentions. Understood. Don't worry, Lu Dong assured him. At that moment, Li Fei chimed in. Looking at his roommates, brothers, it's been a while since we gathered. How about we meet up tonight? Absolutely. Lu Dong and Fatty fully supported the idea. Then turned to Rennie. I'm fine with it, just not too late, Rennie replied, feeling it had been some time since they last convened. Don't worry. If we're out too late, we want to be able to get back into the dorm, Li Fei assured them. All right, I'm in, Rennie agreed. As a few individuals deliberated on where to dine, Lu Dong suddenly had an epiphany. Gentlemen, he proposed. How about this? I could ask Ye to summon the girls from her dormitory, and we could host a dormitory social gathering. This notion was met with enthusiasm. Absolutely. It's a splendid idea. The stout one was the first to agree, with Li Fei naturally following suit. Ren Yi was indifferent. More people would indeed add to the liveliness, and he certainly did not wish to dampen the spirits of the group. Moreover, aside from Yang Xin, who was somewhat uncertain, the other roommates of Wang Yeye seemed quite agreeable. All right, but let us not get ahead of ourselves. Let me first inquire with Yeye to see if her roommates are available, he suggested. Yes, do hurry, Li Fei urged with a hint of excitement. Seizing the moment, Ren Yi sent a message to his teacher, informing her that he would not be returning home tonight as he was attending a gathering with his roommates and would likely be late. Hao Manin quickly responded, sounds fun. Be careful, I'll be waiting for you at home. Ren Yi replied, if I feel tired, I'll rest early. I'll return home as soon as I can. After sending the message, he was about to tuck his phone away when he noticed Li Fei gazing at him with a look of suspicion. Who are you messaging? Li Fei inquired. Just letting my family know. Ren Yi replied nonchalantly, completely unfazed as he spoke the truth. Family? Who? Aren't your parents in Tiandu? Li Fei retorted. You should really apply that intelligence to dating. I'm staying at a relative's house. I ought to inform them to avoid making them wait for dinner, Ren Yi explained. Though Li Fei remained slightly skeptical, he conceded, oh, fine. Just as he finished speaking, a thought struck him, and he turned to Ren Yi. Wait a minute. Your smirk earlier, what was that about? Be honest, was it a message to your girlfriend? Upon hearing Li Fei's comment, the other two were drawn in. Their eyes fixed on Ren Yi, eager to extract a confession. Ren Yi lamented inwardly. I should have sent the message from the restroom. No, absolutely not a girlfriend. You needn't be so paranoid. If I were to date someone, I wouldn't hide it from you, he asserted, while secretly contemplating that marriage might be another story altogether. Seeing his unwavering confidence, the others reluctantly accepted his words. Before long, a message from Wang Yeye arrived, confirming her roommates were available. Naturally, Li Fei and the stout one were ecstatic, already plotting the evening's itinerary. However, Lu Dong suggested, let us allow the girls to choose the venue today. Wherever they wish to go, we shall follow. The others readily agreed, as the destination mattered little. What was paramount was the presence of the girls. As for the specifics of where to go, the girls were still deliberating, intending to discuss it further after class. Thus, during this final lesson, apart from Ren Yi, none of the others focused on their studies. At long last, the moment they had all been awaiting, the end of class, finally arrived. As the class drew to a close, several individuals hastily returned to their dormitory, eager to change into more presentable attire. Ren Yi and Lu Dong recalled the chaotic experience of their last social gathering and were apprehensive about a repeat of such disarray. Hence, they fervently persuaded the other two to reconsider their outfits. Fortunately, after their relentless efforts, they finally received some positive feedback. Li Fei, heeding their advice, abandoned his hip-hop style for a more casual ensemble, while the portly friend decisively transitioned from a mature, middle-aged look to a youthful business attire. However, he steadfastly refused to part with his handbag. Ren Yi and Lu Dong chose not to change their outfits, merely acting as supportive companions. Observing the duo fussing over a small mirror was a sight too painful to endure, prompting them to wait downstairs instead. Before long, the two emerged with a confident stride, Hu Jufeng dramatically waving his handbag and proclaiming, "Brothers, let us go," in a manner reminiscent of a leader, eliciting collective eye rolls from the group. Though they nonetheless followed suit, Lu Dong sent a message inquiring about their meeting location, which was set at the Shanglu restaurant. This venue was familiar to everyone, not far from the school and styled with a distinctly classical ambience. Consequently, they hailed a cab to transport them there. Upon hearing the name of the restaurant, Ren Yi furrowed his brow. He was aware of this establishment as it had been part of the compensation from the Li family to him, making it, in a sense, his own property. He found himself puzzled as to why the girls would choose this location. It was not that the place was undesirable, on the contrary. It was quite splendid. Were they not the few of their kind, ordinary university students might not afford to dine here, and moreover, the decor was not typically favored by young women. After some contemplation, he decided to dismiss the thought, reasoning that it mattered little where they went, given that it was just the four of them. Within a mere quarter of an hour, they arrived at the restaurant. The design of Shanglu heavily reflected classical aesthetics, resembling a grand palace turret from a distance, exuding a sense of magnificence. Upon entering, Lu Dong informed the group, "The girls have already reserved a private room named Qingya. Let us wait for them here." The others nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that the pace at which girls prepare to leave is something one could only hear about if not experienced firsthand. Upon reaching the private room, they found the decor indeed matched its name, with a refreshing and elegant layout that was quite impressive. Once seated, Lu Dong requested that the server bring some tea, intending for everyone to enjoy a leisurely wait. The group agreed, as it had been quite some time since they last gathered, providing a perfect opportunity for some light-hearted conversation. 20 minutes later, the girls arrived at the restaurant. This time, unlike the previous occasion, there was no need for anyone to go down to fetch them, as they had chosen the venue and were well aware of its location. As the young women entered the private room, Ren-yi and the others stood to welcome them, with Li Fei and the portly friend assisting by pulling out chairs to guide the girls to their seats. "Oh my, have you gained some weight recently, fatty?" Yang Xian still maintained a somewhat domineering demeanor as she entered, the first to walk in and immediately spotting Hu Jufeng's prominent belly. This was not their first encounter, and they were relatively familiar with each other, prompting her to tease him with a smile. "Haha, I've been a bit indulgent during the holidays. I'll shed some weight soon," she jested. The jovial man chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain, "How long will that take? Will we still see it in our lifetime?" Yang Xian continued to joke, eliciting laughter from the other girls. "At this rate, if I don't lose a pound or two by the next month, I'll take your surname, Sister Xian." He laughed along, displaying his easygoing nature, which the other girls had witnessed during their last meeting. "Huh? A pound or two in a month? You truly have lofty aspirations." After a few moments of playful banter, everyone settled down as Li Fei and the jovial man had already arranged the seating for the group. The private room featured a round table, with men and women seated on opposite sides, placing Lu Dong next to Wang Yeye and Renyi next to Qi Yan. When Li Fei organized the seating, he cast a knowing glance at Renyi. Renyi felt somewhat helpless but saw no need to make a fuss about it. It was best to maintain the collective atmosphere. "Shall we take a look at the menu? What does everyone fancy?" Lu Dong inquired, lifting the menu for all to see. "Today, you are not the hosts, oh no. The host is our Miss Yang Xian, so she will treat us," he announced. Wang Yeye chimed in with a smile to the boys. "Isn't that right? Sister Xian, this is quite the burden." The jovial man spoke with a grin, his face radiating happiness, clearly unfazed by any embarrassment. "Not at all. I genuinely want to treat everyone today, so feel free to indulge," Yang Xian declared with a hint of bravado. The group erupted in applause, cheering her on. "Has Sister Xian won the lottery? Why such sudden generosity?" Li Fei teased, though his curiosity was genuine. Meals at this establishment were rather pricey, and for college students, this was undeniably a luxurious affair. "What? Was I not generous before?" Yang Xian protested lightly. No. You have always been a heroine in my eyes," Li Fei quickly flattered her. Nearby, Jia Huixian could no longer contain her amusement and enlightened the boys. "Actually, there's another host today. We are merely here to enjoy a free meal. Do you know why this restaurant was chosen?" The boys exchanged glances. Even Lu Dong was oblivious, and they shook their heads in unison. With a hint of mystery, Jia Huixian replied, "Because today's host is Sister Xian's boyfriend, and he happens to be the manager of this establishment. Thus, we are dining for free." Upon hearing her words, Ren-yi slightly raised an eyebrow, and the other boys quickly grasped the situation. The chubby fellow immediately stood up, feigning sadness as he exclaimed, "You actually have a boyfriend? Oh dear, I've just suffered a heartbreak." Seeing the chubby one's antics, Yang Xian was not angered. Instead, she played along, saying, "Oh, you still have feelings for me? Why didn't you say so earlier? I would have dated you. What a pity." The chubby one nodded in agreement, lamenting, "Indeed. It's a pity. Fate has its own design." Upon his remark, everyone burst into laughter, as his ability to enliven the atmosphere often left people bewildered. Once he sensed the group was sufficiently entertained, the chubby one picked up the menu and declared, "Shall I order freely then? Sister Xian, don't feel sorry for me. Cut it out. Ordering back and forth is too troublesome. None of us are picky eaters, so I'll just go for the deluxe 10-person set meal here." "That sounds splendid." Before long, the waiter arrived with the dishes. To be frank, the high prices here were justified. Each dish was a feast for the eyes and a delight to the senses. "Everyone, please don't be shy. Let us raise a toast." With that, Yang Xian poured herself a glass of red wine and lifted it, prompting the others to join in, with some opting for wine while others chose soft drinks, all clinking their glasses together. Then, It was time for free-spirited revelry. Li Fei could no longer contain himself and had already begun to mingle. Renee glanced at Qi Yan beside him and raised his glass in a subtle gesture. Qi Yan, adorned in a floral long dress complemented by a milky white coat, appeared elegant and beautiful. Noticing Ren's toast, she also smiled and lifted her drink, taking a sip. At that moment, the chubby one approached, his face beaming with flattery as he held up his drink, cheerfully saying, "Finally, I meet the campus belle in person. My apologies, I must toast to you. Feel free to drink as you please." After downing his drink, he glanced at Qi Yan, quickly shut his eyes, covering them with his hand, feigning agony as he remarked, "No way. My sincerity is lacking. Your beauty is simply blinding." With that, he poured himself another drink and toasted again. "Not at all." Qi Yan blushed deeply but was also quite pleased, raising her glass to drink with the chubby one. The others, witnessing the scene, erupted into laughter. Renee observed this and mused that if not for the chubby one's excessive bulk, he might very well be a heartthrob. Renee then surveyed the group, filled his glass, and approached Wang Yiya, raising his cup and saying, "Sister-in-law, it's essential I toast to you." Wang Yiya quickly lifted her juice, smiling at Renee. "Oh, how polite. I heard from Lu Dong that you're still single. I can't let you call me sister-in-law for nothing. I'll have to introduce you to a girlfriend, or it would be a waste of your handsomeness." They exchanged a wave of emotional support, finishing their drinks. Subsequently, Renee toasted to Yang Xin and Jia Huixin, and after this round of toasts, he felt that he had fulfilled the purpose of the gathering and began to savor the culinary offerings laid before them. As the atmosphere among everyone settled into a pleasant rhythm, a sudden knock echoed through the room. "Come in," called Yang Xin softly. Upon the door's opening, a gentleman in his 30s, donned in a somewhat businesslike suit, entered with a smile, unbuttoning his jacket. "Hello everyone. I apologize for the intrusion. Allow me to introduce myself," Yang Xin said, immediately beckoning him forward to introduce him to the group. "This is my boyfriend, Ding Yifeng. Today's feast is in his honor." The crowd observed the man with a hint of surprise. After all, Yang Xin was merely a university student, and it was indeed unexpected for her to be with someone of his age. Nevertheless, the group warmly welcomed him. Ding Yifeng smiled at everyone and said, "Thank you. Thank you. I was a bit preoccupied earlier and arrived late. Let me raise a toast to all of you." With that, he filled his glass and downed it in one go. "I am Ding Yifeng, the manager here. Please, don't hold back. Enjoy your meal. I'll take care of the bill." The crowd erupted with expressions of gratitude, with Renee chuckling beside them, joining in the cheer. Although this restaurant was part of his enterprise, he bore no ill will towards the manager's gesture. In a venue of such scale, it would indeed be ungenerous for a manager to lack the authority to treat the guests. Afterward, Ding Yifeng made his rounds, toasting each individual. As he drank rather quickly, his face flushed slightly. Addressing Renee and the others, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to shortly. Since this is a dormitory gathering, I shall not intrude further. Enjoy yourselves, and if you require anything, just have Xin call me." With a polite wave, he exited, demonstrating a remarkable knack for social interaction, making even a group of students feel at ease. Chapter 76, A Second Gathering, Part 2, Once Ding Yifeng departed. Yang Xin felt a surge of pride, prompting her to enthusiastically encourage everyone to drink. In this room, although it appeared to be 4 men and 4 women, it had, in a certain sense, transformed into 3 men and 2 women, of course, counting Renee among the men. Among the 4 women present, 2 were already taken, naturally diminishing their allure. This phenomenon stemmed not only from an innate human inclination towards perceived value, but also from a mutual respect for one another. Consequently, the remaining 2 single women became the focal point of attention for the men. Interestingly, despite her unremarkable appearance, Jia Huixin garnered more interest. Li Fei and the chubby guy, both lively characters, devised various schemes to engage the 2 single ladies, leaving them in fits of laughter and exasperation. Jia Huixin turned to Renee and exclaimed, "Handsome, help. Please keep an eye on your roommate. His jokes during dinner are rather off-putting." Renee could only shrug, displaying a helpless expression. After a period of laughter and merriment, the group began to tire and was about to take a break from eating when Yang Xin suddenly proposed, "Shall we do some self-introductions shortly?" Upon hearing her words, the crowd cast curious glances in her direction. Yang Xin smiled and continued, "Last time we met, our introductions were rather superficial. Now that we are more familiar with each other, shouldn't we delve a bit deeper?" The others began to grasp her intent and found it reasonable. "But how deep should we go? Our measurements?" Fatty chimed in, humorously gesturing to measure his own waistline. With him around, such banter was bound to arise. Who cares about your measurements? Young Xian playfully retorted, then added, you could share your zodiac sign, what your family does, or your views on relationships. Just feel free to express yourselves. To set an example, she stood up, noting that there were no objections from the group. All right, the crowd applauded, expressing their anticipation. Young Xian cleared her throat and said, I want to elaborate on where I'm from. I'm an only child. Both my parents work in state-owned enterprises. I'm a Sagittarius, and as for measurements, let your eyes do the guessing. After finishing, she struck a pose and playfully winked at everyone. The table erupted in applause, with the face shouting, Sister Xian, you're beautiful. Next, Lu Dong was pushed forward by the crowd, being the eldest among the boys. I'm also an only child. My father is a soldier, and my mother is a civil servant. I'm a Capricorn who enjoys basketball, gaming, and of course, my girlfriend, he said, displaying an instinctive flair for survival in his performance. Once Lu Dong finished, Wang Yaya, her cheeks slightly flushed, stood up. My father is also a soldier, while my mother stays at home taking care of my 6-year-old brother. I'm a Capricorn too, and I enjoy reading and watching others play basketball. After her shy confession, she sat down, and it dawned on Renee and the others why Lu Dong managed to have a girlfriend so quickly. It must be pure fate. At this moment, Fatty also stood up, wiping the sweat from his brow. I have a younger sister who is only 3 years old. My family sells sweet wine. Have you heard of fun in Chaqing, Sister Xian? Young Xian nodded. Chaqing Company was quite famous in fun and, revealing that Fatty was indeed from a well-to-do family. He continued, my parents are divorced, so I have 2 dads and 2 moms. I'm a Taurus and rather unique. The dormitory residents were already aware of this, showing little reaction. But the girls were impressed by Fatty's optimism. Next was Jia Huixian, who was also an only child. To everyone's surprise, her family background was the most affluent among the girls. Her father was the founder of a well-known chain of stores, which astonished the men. Finally, it was Li Fei's turn. He stood up, raised a glass, and declared, I'm also an only child, just like Fatty, a Taurus as well. My family runs a hotel, and we have several in Haishur. If anyone needs a room in the future, feel free to contact me, it's on the house. He flashed a cheeky smile at the group. As Li Fei settled into his seat, Qi Yan gradually rose to her feet, gently introducing herself. I share similarities with Sister Xian. My parents are employees in the corporate sector. I am an only child, a Virgo, and my hobbies include reading and watching films. Once Qian finished speaking, only Ren Yi remained. He too stood up and candidly remarked, my parents are not in Haishur. They are professors at Tiandu University. I am also their only son, and as for my zodiac sign, I believe it's Gemini, born in May or June. My passion lies in learning. After Ren Yi concluded his introduction, Qian cast a subtly knowing glance in his direction, for she alone understood the depth of his sincerity. Following the completion of everyone's introductions, the atmosphere of conversation surged to a new height, albeit without Young Xian's voice contributing to the lively exchange. From the moment the chubby fellow commenced his introduction, her smile had gradually faded, culminating in a somewhat forced expression by the time Renee finished. Later, Ding Yifeng re-entered the room, inquiring if anyone needed anything. Young Xian, however, no longer exuded the same warmth as before, seemingly devoid of her earlier desire to showcase. Returning to his office, Ding Yifeng furrowed his brow, feeling an uncanny familiarity with a young man he had just encountered. While rummaging through his memories, his gaze fell upon a piece of paper on his desk. It was a notice regarding the change of ownership of the restaurant. He recalled that this establishment had previously belonged to the Li family, which had recently been transferred to new proprietors. A group had come in last time to take over the restaurant, yet the staff remained unchanged. They merely provided information to the new owner alongside this notice. Suddenly, a realization struck Ding Yifeng, prompting him to search through his desk. After a brief moment, he held a document detailing the new owner's information, his face paling in shock. What was this? Taking advantage of the boss right in front of him? Ding Yifeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, but he wasn't overly concerned. It wasn't a grave matter. He would find an opportunity to explain later, and if necessary, he could compensate from his own pocket. Judging by his boss's demeanor, he didn't seem like the type to be overly stingy. In the private room, silence had descended significantly. Everyone had indulged in food and drink. Their jovial faces now weary, lacking the energy to continue the conversation. It's getting late. Shall we call it a day? We can gather again next time. Renee remarked as he glanced at the time. The others, equally fatigued, voiced no objections, and soon everyone stood, donning their coats as they exited the room. Just then, Dingy Fing arrived, bidding farewell to each person. When he reached Renee, he discreetly uttered, "My apologies, boss. I failed to recognize you. Today was my oversight. And I will cover the bill." Renee smiled and replied, "No need for that, brother. It's no big deal. I enjoyed the meal as well." Taken aback for a moment, Dingy Fing regained his composure and gratefully regarded Renee, saying, "Thank you, boss. I assure you, I won't let this happen again." Renee said nothing more, merely waving his hand with a smile, assuring, "It's really nothing. We're leaving now. Take care, boss." Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, it was natural for Li Fei and the others to escort the girls back to school. However, Yang Xian had no intention of returning to campus. Renee also decided against going back, opting instead to summon a ride via his phone. At that moment, he noticed Dingy Fing whisper something to Yang Xian, who then turned to glance at Renee, her expression slightly awkward. Just then, Ren Yi's ride arrived, and he waved goodbye to the two before getting into the car and heading home. Chapter 77. Daily life of a couple. Renee arrived at the foot of his building, a bouquet of tulips in hand. Having purchased them at a flower shop on his way home, noting that it was still early, gazing up at the warm glow spilling from the windows above. A gentle smile crept upon his lips. No matter how many times he witnessed such a scene, it always filled his heart with warmth. Upon entering the house, he found Hao Manin seated on the living room sofa, idly scrolling through her phone. Her eyes lit up with surprise and delight upon seeing him return. "You're back already? It's barely past 9. That's rather unprofessional of you." Ren Yi chuckled, producing the flowers from behind him and presenting them to her. "These are for you. I just had dinner with some classmates and came straight back." Hao Manin accepted the flowers, inhaling their fragrance with tenderness in her gaze. "Thank you. Did you have a drink?" "Yes, just a little," he replied. "Then you should take a shower first. I'll prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you." "No need to trouble yourself. I hardly drank. Go wash up. I have nothing else to do, so don't worry about it." "All right then. Thank you for your kindness," he said, ascending the stairs to shower while Hao Manin arranged the flowers in a vase. With a beaming smile, she snapped a quick photo before heading to the kitchen. After a while, Ren Yi descended with a towel draped over his shoulders. Seeing him, Hao Manin emerged from the kitchen, carrying the soup. "The hangover soup is still a bit hot, so please sit down." "Okay. Hand me the towel, please." Noticing his damp hair, Hao Manin placed the soup on the table and said, "No need. I can manage myself." Upon hearing this, Hao Manin shot him a playful glare, extending her hand, and the towel obediently made its way into her grasp. She gently began to dry his hair. "You're being too rough. Be careful not to go bald." "I'm used to it. This way is quicker," he replied, feeling the softness of her fingertips, which relaxed him significantly, causing his eyes to flutter shut. "It's not morning. Why rush?" After finishing, Hao Manin tidied his hair with her hand. "All right, drink your soup." "Okay." As Renee sipped the soup, Hao Manin chuckled and remarked, "If it's still too hot, just wait a bit." "It's fine. It's not that hot anymore. By the way, did you gather with your roommates this evening?" The gathering was indeed a dormitory affair, accompanied by several young ladies. "Are there any more girls? Are they beautiful?" Hao Manin inquired with a smile at Renee. After pondering for a moment, Ren Yi replied candidly, "They are quite ordinary, though one is rather attractive." "You have met her before?" "I have?" she asked, intrigued. "Yes, the girl from the market who called me a rogue." Hao Manin chuckled, exclaiming, "What a coincidence." "But there's an even greater twist." "Is there? Please, do tell." "Well, the restaurant we visited today was the one sent by the Li family." Renee recounted the evening's serendipities, which prompted Hao Manin to express her astonishment. "Indeed, that's quite intriguing. But what happened in the end? Did you reveal your true identity and dismiss him arrogantly?" "Not at all. That's merely a trope from novels. He is a manager, and such behavior wouldn't be excessive. There was no need for that. I simply took a cab home," Ren Yi explained with a wry smile. Hao Manin, amused by his response, remarked, "You, being so young, act in such an unyouthful manner." "Do I?" he replied, slightly defensive. "Indeed," she asserted, leaving him at a loss for a counter-argument as he sipped his soup. Noticing he had finished, Hao Manin reached to take the bowl for cleaning, but unexpectedly, her hand was firmly grasped by him, holding her delicate hand. Renee gazed into her eyes, then instinctively glanced down toward her neck and collarbone, whispering, "In truth, there are times when I do act rather youthful." Hao Manin's face flushed, yet she refrained from contradicting him, instead smiling as she gently parted her lips. Those times, you mean? Right now, he replied, and with that, he lifted her softly, intending to carry her upstairs. No need to go upstairs. You'll tire yourself out if you carry me too far, she said, her cheeks reddening further. In response, Renee, understanding her concern, gently placed her back onto the sofa and followed suit. After a considerable duration, as Hao Manon nestled in Renee's embrace, her eyes still glazed, she felt an unusual sensation below her collarbone and playfully chided, "Are you not going to remove your hand? I need to adjust my nightgown." Upon glancing down at her attire, she felt a rush of color to her face, realizing it was more revealing than she had intended. Renee, noticing, was reluctant to withdraw his hand, but ultimately granted her the freedom to adjust. Just as she began to rearrange herself, he lifted her once more. "Shall we return to the bedroom to rest? It's chilly at night. I can walk on my own. You carrying me upstairs is too far," she protested. "I am young and strong," he replied with a chuckle, and she did not press the matter further. Once in the room, the attire Hao Manon had just meticulously arranged was once again in disarray, prompting her to exclaim, "Why do you behave like this?" Hao Manon found herself in a state of amused exasperation. Just as she was about to voice a complaint, she sensed Renee's youthful reaction and helplessly remarked, "Teacher was mistaken. It is inappropriate to say you are not young." One of Renee's virtues was his ability to demonstrate through action rather than words, and he promptly put this into practice. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Hao Manon emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Upon seeing Renee approaching with a cup of water, she playfully chided, "Last night, I barely had time for a bath, leaving me feeling rather sticky." In response, Renee handed her the cup and shyly replied, "I will be more mindful next time, but I must say, you smell better unwashed than after a bath." "Oh, please," she retorted with a playful laugh, pushing him toward the bathroom while she changed clothes and prepared breakfast downstairs. When Renee finished his shower and joined her, breakfast was ready. After they had eaten, he took it upon himself to wash the dishes while Hao Manon took the opportunity to quickly apply her makeup. They then left together, with Renee driving one-handed. Upon arriving at school, they parted ways to their respective destinations. At noon, Hao Manon called Renee to come to the dormitory. After sharing a meal, they intended to take a brief rest. However, Renee's youthfulness often led to impulsiveness. Hao Manon felt both helpless and shy but understood his enthusiasm. She knew the quality of their rest would diminish, leaving them more fatigued afterward. After classes in the afternoon, they went to the garage together and returned home as companions, sharing dinner and bidding each other good night, experiencing the same peaceful evening together. Such days unfolded regularly, and the couple had grown accustomed to relishing this simplicity. A tranquil life often brings happiness, and these moments of joy, though seemingly fleeting, were rich and meaningful. Time, despite being filled, slipped away all too quickly. Chapter 78, Meeting the Brother-in-Law, Part 1. It had been 3 months since Renee returned from Tiandu. Autumn had given way to winter, and the new year was fast approaching. With the spring festival nearing, the streets were awash with red decorations, and the supermarkets brimmed with festive goods. At that moment, Renee was pushing a shopping cart through the aisles of a supermarket while Hao Manon busily filled it with items. "Is this enough?" she inquired, glancing into the cart. "That should suffice. There's still some time before the new year, and we can buy more later if needed," he replied. "All right, then let's settle for this. We'll discuss more when the winter break begins." They exited the supermarket, loading their purchases into the car before heading home. While en route, Hao Manon, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at her phone and remarked, "In a few days, my brother should be back." "Brother? Oh, I should pay him a visit then." Renee recalled that Hao Manon had an elder brother serving in the military. "Yes, I heard from Dad that he seems to have been promoted to lieutenant colonel. Perhaps he will even host a celebration upon his return." "Indeed, that is certainly worthy of celebration, an admirable achievement." Upon hearing the words, Renee couldn't help but admire this brother-in-law. Despite his limited understanding of military affairs, he recognized that a lieutenant colonel of this age was indeed quite rare. It was mentioned by family members that his brother's unit was particularly exceptional and had made significant contributions, thus promising a bright future. Is that so? That truly sounds splendid. In truth, Renee was quite curious. He had yet to meet this brother-in-law since his marriage to the teacher. He wished to make his acquaintance. The Hao family treated him exceptionally well, and he wondered what this brother-in-law's attitude toward him would be. Would it mirror that of the other members of the Hao family? "What are you pondering?" Hao Manon, noticing his distraction while driving, couldn't help but inquire. "Oh, it's nothing. Just that it's been so long since our marriage, and I still haven't met my brother." Renee candidly expressed his thoughts. Hao Manon couldn't stifle a laugh, her smile radiant as she teased, What? Are you worried that your brother-in-law might hold a negative opinion of you? Indeed, he harbored some concerns. Rennie did not dispute this, although he was not a perfectionist. He wished for no blemishes in familiar relationships. Upon hearing this, Manon took his hand in hers, gently caressing it. Rest assured. Father often mentions you to your brother over the phone. He truly admires you and has long been eager to meet you. Is that so? Well, that's good to hear. This revelation eased Ron Yi's apprehensions and instilled a sense of anticipation for the brother-in-law's arrival. Why worry? You have me by your side. If he dares to hold any grievances against you, I would not hesitate to have grandfather intervene. Listening to her tone, Ren-yi could only surmise that the teacher had perhaps wielded her influence in the past. Oh dear, I forgot to pick up the spring festival couplets. Never mind. I'll just buy them next time. Couplets aren't necessary, are they? We can write them ourselves. Who will write them? I will. You can do that? Just a little. All right. Then during the new year, you shall write them, and I shall judge your work. Deal. A few days passed, and Ren-yi and Manon set off from their home to visit the Hao family, where her brother, Manjia, had returned. Upon entering the Hao residence, Aunt Shou greeted them warmly. Miss, son-in-law, it's wonderful to see you both. Please, come in. The eldest son has already returned. Understood, Aunt Shou. Ren-yi replied as he followed Manon into the living room, where all members of the Hao family were gathered. He recognized everyone present, save for the man seated beside grandfather Hao, whom he was meeting for the first time. This must be the teacher's brother, Manjia. One could discern some resemblance to their father in his features, and he clearly bore the Hao family's striking genes, remarkably handsome, albeit with slightly darker skin. Grandfather, parents, brother. Ren-yi greeted everyone, finally approaching Manjia and extending his right hand. Seeing this, Manjia rose from the sofa and shook his hand firmly. His voice steady as he said, Brother-in-law, I have longed to meet you. We must share a couple of drinks this afternoon. Certainly. Upon their first encounter, the conversation turned immediately to the prospect of indulging in some libations, which prompted a mild reproach from Manon, who reminded her brother that her brother-in-law was still a student. Rest assured, we merely seek to enjoy a modest drink. Manjia replied with a cheerful demeanor as he gazed at his sister. Shui, Inan, you are here. Please, have a seat. Soon we shall dine together, said Hao Shengli, gesturing with delight, as the rare occasion of family reunion filled him with joy. Once everyone was settled, Hao father addressed Ren-yi, saying, Shui, today RJ has returned. You should become better acquainted. Fear not, Dad. I am quite curious about military life and wish to inquire further with my brother. Ren-yi assured him. Manjia, contemplating for a moment, replied earnestly, these matters are trivial. If you are interested, I shall take you to our base in Haisher tomorrow. This revelation surprised Ren-yi, for Manjia appeared to be quite serious, indicating that his brother-in-law held a distinguished position in the military. Brother, there is no need for such formality. A simple conversation will suffice to enhance my understanding. That is perfectly acceptable, came the response. The family then engaged in light-hearted banter before gathering at the dining table for their meal. Brother, let us raise a glass, Ren-yi declared, lifting his cup towards Manjia without the customary toasts. This directness pleased Manjia, who merely chuckled a couple of times before clinking glasses with him. Cheers, brother-in-law. Cheers, they exclaimed, downing their drinks in unison. As the spirits flowed freely, Manjia looked at Ren-yi and remarked, as a young man, if you have an interest in the military, you could consider joining us. I have heard of your prowess and believe you would excel. However, these words were met with a piercing glare from Manon, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Are you implying that my sister's life is too blissful? What nonsense is this? Who goes from marriage to military service? I have yet to hold my grandson. Before Manon could further express her ire, their mother interjected, disapproving of the conversation. Momentarily speechless, Manjia realized his oversight, and with a sheepish smile directed at his sister, he quickly added, Indeed, my apologies. My sister's happiness is paramount. There are numerous opportunities outside the military as well. Upon uttering these words, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, which became notably warmer. Observing this, Ren-yi found the character of his brother-in-law to be quite approachable. He exuded a balance of gravitas and ease, indicative of the harmonious environment within the Hao family. Brother, the military may not suit my disposition. I prefer a more tranquil existence, and I find my current life quite satisfactory, Ren-yi stated, casting a glance towards his teacher. Such a disposition in a brother-in-law is indeed enviable. Though I am your elder by a few years, I often find myself restless. What good is envy? You should find me a daughter-in-law. Once Xiao Yi has children, it would be quite ridiculous for their uncle to still be a bachelor. Upon hearing him speak, Mrs. How could not help but murmur a few words of her own. Ahem, dear, the workplace has indeed been rather hectic, leaving little room for distraction. Rennie observed this amusing dynamic from the side, finding it quite entertaining to witness a dignified lieutenant colonel, a leader in the military, so thoroughly managed by two women at home. After the meal, the group reconvened to sip some tea, during which Haomanjia briefly recounted the events of the past year, both in work and life. As the hour grew late, Ren Yi and his wife prepared to depart. The family accompanied them to the door, earnestly reminding them to arrive early the following day, as a celebratory gathering was to be held at their residence. Naturally, the couple agreed to attend, and thus they drove homeward.